vibe. and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, baby, at where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the playoffs here in Challengers Elite EMEA. My name is Bryce. Joining me here for all the games today, Chris Hunt.
Yeah, very excited to get into the playoff side of things, Brycey. And if it's as exciting as the groups ended, we're in for an absolute banger in this stage. It's been fantastic so far. Let's see if the playoffs can keep up.
Yeah, that's certainly what we're going to be looking for because everybody is ready to play today. Some interesting kind of results as we've gone through the groups here, but that is now all put aside, including the heartbreak of some teams who lost out in the very last match yesterday. But before we talk any more about that, it is time to tell you all that we have coming up today because we were looking at these games to find out what we were going to cover first, and truth being told, every single one of them is great, but we will be seeing Naged versus Rock Esports in our alpha game. The rest of the games will be on all the other streams you can see. OMITNoir versus Treaty 1, Project 7 and Hibernation, and OMNiA Invicta versus Exceptional Gaming. Ton, they are all great.
No, there's some real standout games, isn't there? I think, you know, it's kind of what happens when we have such a tight group stage is the fact that we get ourselves to this position, but a really, really interesting day that we have coming up. Of course, 3 blocks of games incoming your way. It's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top, but that one at the top is a really interesting one. I'm sure we'll delve into the weeds a little bit further in a bit, Bryce.
We certainly will. And we can take a little look at the bracket as it comes across here, as this is how it will work out. Of course, our winners round 1, as we just spoke about, is stacked for all of these 2 teams. We'll find out who progresses through the bracket as we go, including those that have to drop down into our elimination rounds. It's a bit of a spicy one, this one, because truth being told, there are some standout teams, but any of these 8 could win it.
Yeah, no, it's really difficult to actually point in a direction of which way we think it is 100% going to go. I mean, you've got former winners in there who really struggled to make it through the groups, but we very much do have a couple of favorites. But really, any of these teams, if they can go on a run, can really get themselves in a good position. Let's see how it's going to play out.
Certainly will. Well, you've heard of points mean prizes, but this time the prizes is the points, and this is what they are playing for. This will help them in the seeds going forward for all the opens and everything else. And they are looking to get into it. Of course, we've got our bottom 4 teams that have already got themselves 2,500 points. But it's not just points, of course. There is the monetary prizes up for grabs. And that means that every time you progress a little bit further in our bracket ton, you do upgrade that chunk of change.
Yeah, unfortunately not making it through to playoffs. Still, well, I mean, I was about to say it doesn't get you a great deal, but $1,000 is a good deal. Brycey, very solid outing for all those 4 teams, I should say. But everyone's really aiming for that top prize of $20,000 for first place. Only a few games away for some of these teams potentially to get that one done. Look, there's a lot of money on the line though, Brycey. These teams will be fighting for every single cent that they possibly can.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this has been a bit of a battle for some of them to get into the bracket. In fact, I would go so far as to say I think it was probably the closest Elite Series groups we have ever had coming into this point. I've never had it where we would have to break out the 4-way tie rules potentially a week before we get into it. And hey, there was a lot of speculation going down. We did have the Vicious miss out narrowly by the last result from the groups going forward as well. And they had a really good run at the same time, but it's just one of those cases. If you don't have the wins and the maps and the percentage behind you, it's kind of taken out of your hands, Tom.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a weird group stage, specifically in in both of the groups, actually. I mean, you've got teams like Exceptional not doing great, teams like Rock not doing too hot either. Kind of threw cat amongst the pigeons and made it a little bit awkward for some of these squads. But I think we probably got the best 8 teams whilst we got through it, though, Bryce.
We certainly do. Well, let's focus on our main game for now. These 2 teams are pretty even in terms of the seeds, but also a little bit of a grudge matchup. Talk about Naged first of all to see how they've been getting on here. We've got a Bodie, Gentleman, Shay, and Clocks. I mean, this team has certainly looked pretty impressive. Not the cleanest run into the bracket ton, but more than good enough.
Yeah, I mean, before last night, we were really, I mean, still are excited about them, I want to say, but realistically, I would have expected them to do a little better than they did up against 21 Gaming. So that's not the kind of result that you want to come into the playoffs with. But all that being said, you are going up against Rock, another Saudi Arabian team. There's a little bit more than just this game on the line. Very much pride for these players from this region going up against each other. Who's going to come out on top, I'm not too sure. But you got the resurgence potentially of some players like Abodi, Clocks, Gentle, Shay, all relatively new faces. How are they going to do when they go up against the big bad of Rock Esports? The consensus, probably best challengers team in the world up until the stage started anyway. You know, they have found themselves in 2 grand finals out of 2 so far, won 1 second in another. Their average is looking pretty solid throughout. They'll be doing well if they can keep that up, Bryce.
Yeah, that certainly is going to be the difference here. Rock Esports, Domex, Dom, Kicks, and Rixel. I mean, they've put on a pretty good performance so far. The wobble has come at this stage. Now, they did lose 2 games straight away, and if you have been paying attention, and you should have been, in EMEA, up until this point, they had been undefeated in groups, and of course, first and second in 2 lands kind of put them top of the pile. The question is now, are they still good enough? Have they adapted? What is going on with the meta, and just how far can they take it?
Yeah, I think for them, you know, yesterday was definitely a better performance up against a very solid Hibernation roster. They looked pretty good. So let's see if they can continue here as we start the playoffs up against Naged. And this is how things are going to play out. Colossus Hardpoint coming through. For Rock has typically not been the best of outings on occasion, at least anyway. Raid Search and Destroy going to be coming in after that with Scar Overload to follow. If we need to see it, we'll see Gridlock and Fringe to close it out in maps 4 and 5. Let's see how it goes, because I think for Rock, this is going to be a real test. There's some teams that they lost to in their group stages that will probably lose to Naged as well. If Rock can bring their A game, which we know has kind of been lacking so far throughout this new meta change, throughout the new maps coming through, then they should be far too much for Naged. But realistically speaking, that A game has not been there, and if Naged can bring theirs, this is going to be a difficult game for Rock Esports, no doubt.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here. I mean, it's kind of an in-joke here that Rock Esports always take it the distance, but they have been actually looking cleaner right up until this stage. And for me, this is now the biggest question for Rock Esports. How good are you with the Pro-Am on the horizon, right? You can't fully judge it off of the Elite Series because they have not won the Elite Series, but then have gone on to do incredibly well at the LAN here. But any sign of weakness is still a sign of weakness. And this is going to be an even bigger hurdle for them because it's not just the best of challengers they'll be playing against. The pro teams will be ready to rip them apart. And we all know just how hard the pros go in those games to kind of justify their spot, if nothing else.
Yeah, I wonder if their minds are kind of elsewhere with that, concentrating on what's going to be happening, of course, when they do go up against the pros. And just as a touch onto that, actually, as well, we do have Rock already there, but the winner of these playoffs will, of course, gain their spot as well at the Pro-Am. So, I mean, that's a massive, massive prize for some of these teams to have that ability. But Rock Esports already secured. Let's see how things are going to work out. For some of the other teams who are trying to make that run, there's a couple of different squads, Pricey, that I've kind of got on my lips who I think could go on to do it. P7 are probably going to be the favourites, I would say. Let's see how it is going to all play out, though. We know that online Call of Duty is a very much a on-the-day thing. You never know. Rock could turn it around very, very quickly. Have they figured something out maybe with their role swap? We're going to find out pretty quickly because, as mentioned, this game up against Naged is not an easy one to try and find, especially with Colossus Hardpoint incoming in map number 1.
Well, here we go. We will get it underway, and we will also keep you updated of the rest of the games going on. If you do want to watch them, of course, you can pop out another tab and just go into the challenges there and pick anywhere from Bravo to Delta. But for now, we'll see how these two teams throw down. And wow, that's a big wipe out of P1 for Naj. The break not working for Rock Esports.
Yeah, and just something to maybe mention, of course, all these players are based in Saudi Arabia, so we don't necessarily have anything too crazy as far as the hosting side of things goes. We'll just get that one out the way. We'll tie a little bow around it and not mention it again. But it should be a very level playing field on this side of things. You know, it's something that does quite often come into the equation. And speaking of level playing fields, Naged get 4 down. Rock Esports answer back with 1 of their own. P2 spawns, though, are there for Naged. We go there in 50.
Well, we will see. This is where, for everybody kind of watching, it's a very, very big game, because if Naged win this, it, I would say, upsets the balance of what we've been expecting for a while, but Rock Esports already kind of did that in the group stages, so we'll find out exactly what's going on. As they here, Donald out towards the back. And questions have been asked, of course, is the meta change and map pool change been the difference for Rock Esports, or is there something else? I'm guessing that only time is really going to tell us when we get to the land, but this is as good a place to start as any.
Yeah, pace has been a bit of a problem for them. They were able to use that pace to their advantage, but now everybody's just running 3 NPCs, aren't they? So it's difficult to really counter up against. Here they go, though. 4-man hit over the top, and this is sometimes a bit of a struggle to find a way into P2. It continues to be gentle through the middle of the map. It's going to cut this one down. Exo can find one, but this is going to be a great hold coming in from Naged, making sure they force their way out as well. Nicely done from a Bodhi. That is a Hellstorm in the back pocket off the rip. This is going to massively help out. Clocks can take his time. He'll find the pinch. That's nearly a perfect 60 from Naged over towards P2 and a lovely rotation over towards P3. Rock Esports yet to get themselves kicking here. Brycey in map number 1.
It does seem uncharacteristically slow off them, but here comes a triple tap and they get straight into the point here, but Jendal already shuts down what could have been a very good position for them, and well, just continuing this reign of terror, a 5 streak as he pushes out as well. It is a bad time for Rock. They're going to need more than a hero play to overturn this.
Being forced away. Being very slow to start this game. And Bodhi just taking his time. They're being positioning themselves really well here, Naged. It's not just a case of the slaying ability coming out from Shea, well, maybe not Shea so far, but from Jendal. It has been about these rotations and find themselves in the right spots. Rock Esports only allowed 14 points so far. Naged running up 100. We're going to try and find a little bit more, but now is the moment maybe for Dom to try and burst into life. He will find 3, and that will be the break. They'll get the rotations over for P4 here, Bryce, but it was much needed, to be honest with you. They needed to find a way through. They will find that way through. Dom can find 4 in a row to maybe just stem this tide of points here for Naged, but P4 rotation is going to be needed, but this is the problem. Bodhi and Co have already got a hold of the Hellstorm, and there is 3, and there's your rotation gone.
That is devastating for them. I thought maybe, just maybe with a good hold here, this can be a bit of a money hill. It's not too hard to hold if you can lock down the first couple of pushes, that they might be able to bring it back, but if anything, Rock Esports might now start getting a little flustered. Already going to be 100 points down here. They are not winning the slaying battle that they are oh so accustomed to doing so in. And what I would argue was the favorite team coming into it don't seem so.
No, they're 100 points down, Brycey. We've still got 30 seconds left of this rotation. Not being a good outing whatsoever, but I don't necessarily have the statistics for it, but every time I feel like I watch them on Colossus, it doesn't usually result in a win. I don't know if I'm just maybe forgetting all of them, but it always seems to be a bit of a struggle for them. Dom is having a relatively decent time, sitting at 12 and 13, but then everybody else is double, nearly triple negative. They have not been able to keep up with Gentle. They have not been able to keep up with Bodhi. Fox and Shea are just doing what they need to do right now. And that's the difference, isn't it? When you have that good start for a Bodhi to get a hold of that Hellstorm and just break open what was potentially the comeback from Rock Esports with that P4 rotation, then all of a sudden, you get broken in pretty much immediately here by the Hellstorm. And since then, it has felt like it's been curtains. I mean, 28 points is all Rock Esports have. And they will get some more here. Maybe not over towards P1. A Bodhi with another 2. This is wonderful from Naged so far.
More than wonderful. This is a bullying of what was widely respected as potentially the top team in both regions, considering that these haven't had a roster change. This team, Rock Esports, hasn't had one. I mean, maybe they do need one. That is 30 points to 175. A lot of times we'll be calling game already, but there have been instances of Rock Esports starting slow, but they're starting slower than there's this.
Yeah, I mean, they're being bodied across the map right now. 2-time finalists, of course, in Dallas and in Birmingham. Got the job done on the first occasion, didn't quite on the second, but this is not looking like a team who have been to LAN, never mind got themselves to 2 finals. Naged are putting them to the sword right now. Got to find a break over towards P2. Can they get away through? No, they're just being outslayed on every single occasion. I mean, Kicks is double negative. When the hell have I ever said that?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, it almost became, I'm not going to say like a personal favorite of ours, but seeing a team do so well on the international stage, it kind of put them forefront in our mind for basically every competition. While this is only the first map and we might be getting away from ourselves, 210 to 39 is not exactly a scoreline we can ignore. Naged are playing their socks off. Wow. And they are winning the gunfights, they are winning the rotations. This looks like a complete mismatch in terms of teams.
And every single time, Gentle's been able to find a way over the top, and that's the only kind of answer that has been coming from Rock Esports, and it's the form of Dom. 17 and 21, the interactions are there. He's found a couple of moments here and there, which is pretty much resulted in every single one of the 45 seconds that Rock have been able to find. Dom X and Co now, maybe getting themselves warmed up as a transition over towards P3. It just needs to work out for them. They have not been able to keep up. The SMGs on the side of Naged have been absolutely smoking them across the entirety of Colossus, and this is the only opportunity they've really had to get some decent time here, Bryce. Naged still 2-12. Rock Esports are running it up, but might be too little too late.
Well, here's the key thing. I mean, maybe, just maybe, there is a little way back onto this map. You can get back-to-back money hills. It is not impossible, but they need to start that run now. They're in a better position for this one. 20 seconds would do them a wonder, but they've got to try and keep this clean, keep this one at least contested, and then bounce back into this next spawn. Last time around, it was destroyed by a Hellstorm. This time, Abodi is going to do the same thing, and, well, Domex gets 3 back here, but it is 69 to 2-2-1.
I mean, Abodi obviously going up against one of his former teammates in kicks. He'll be sort of thinking to himself, yeah, is this a bit of a grudge match? It might be for me. 29 and 18, that 3-piece. I've never seen him move his right stick so quickly. Abodi, that former stiff AR, bringing out the NPC and showing us what he can do. Okay, trying to find a way through. Domex and Kicks answering back, but that 4 down is going to give them an opportunity here. 35 seconds to go. Right, get this time. This is what they need to be saying to themselves. They get this time, they get a hold of P1, make sure you have the P2 rotation, you may be back into the game. But this is a lot of things that have to happen, and a lot of gunfights that have to be won that they haven't been winning. And Naged, once again, will find a way through. 20 seconds at P4 here. They'll be within spitting distance of the win of map number 1.
Rock Esports just being out-muscled here on this first map. That's the tail of the tape, and you can see even in the scoreboard, they just don't have the kills. Get a couple there, get themselves above 100 points. They won't be 100-point clubbed, and that is probably the silver lining for them in this one. For the rest of it, though, P1 is calling a notoriously hard hill to lock down completely.
Can manage to get some good time here. It's mostly going to have to be about the transition over towards P2, but whilst preventing Naged from, well, just picking up 15 and ticking seconds right now. 12 seconds away. Rock Esports will find a way through. Rixel Dom combining well. But it's do or die, and it's very much been die over and over again. Another 3-piece out from Abodi. Rock Esports are hanging on.
They are trying. I mean, like I said, the problem was always going to be P1. This was a P2. I said, yeah, you could probably get the money time onto it, but with P1, it's incredibly easy to change it. For them just to pick up the 10 seconds they needed, even now, still fighting from the back foot. They are desperately trying to hold on to it, and it's going to prevent them getting that P2 spawn. You can see on the minimap, they cannot overextend. They cannot afford to let this hill breathe for even a second, as Abodi almost shut it down. That might be the tick. Nobody is going to be close. That is going to be game. Naged, blow Rock out of the water in map 1.
I'm sitting here scratching my head. Honestly, I think when you look into this game and you, again, for me, when it does come down to Colossus for this Rock Esports team, it's not necessarily one I love to see them on, personally. But I wouldn't have expected that. I mean, look at what Abodi did to them. Time and time again, 2 and 3 pieces coming through, the SMG in hand. He's been playing his trade over in North America. Kind of the forgotten about guy from that roster, that original Falcons roster that came through. And now all of a sudden, he's going up against his former teammate and absolutely bodying them. Abodi with a big game, 38 and 24, 4k damage, 26 not untraded, but it's the objective kills that makes the difference. I want to give a tip to Tom, to be honest with you. 15 objective kills to his name. Could not get anywhere near them still. He tried his best, Brycey, but Rock Esports blown out of the water.
And it was just like that the entire way through. I mean, if anything, the very dying couple of hills were the best time we've seen from Rock Esports. It looked dire pretty much from the get-go here, but P3 to P4 to P1, they got almost 50% of their points, which is insane considering they were down by almost 140 at that point.
It's bonkers, isn't it? I mean, to see them, I mean, what, there was it like 120 to 14 after the first rotation? It was something stupid. I like how we've had to slow the highlights down because there just wasn't that many, because honestly, Naged absolutely smoked them. Rock Esports now going to be heading into a raid search and destroy, which typically had been a good map for them, but may well have just dropped off a little bit on it. They're going to need Domex to be at his best here up against Naged. That's a really nice start for them, though, to do that to Rock on Colossus. 250 to 117. We thought Rock might have stepped things up after what we've seen from them last night. Well, they need to find another gear here.
Well, let's see how the other games are going on, though, because I believe... Oh, we're going to the tail end of OMNiA versus Exceptional. Big game for these two teams. Technically, OMNiA and Invicta have looked a little bit more solid than Exceptional as it has gone through the groups here, but Obviously, Exceptional have a serious name. We'll see whether or not the veterancy and the talent of this team wins through.
Should be an interesting series, this one. Bit of a French matchup. Alpha and Co. 18 from him and find themselves in a really good position here on second. Alpha trying to hold now. Is this push going to come through? The push is going to have to work for Exceptional, and it momentarily does. Finding a way through, still within this game. Melko to find 2, and that's a nice break to find, but not for a great deal. But the transition over towards P1 should be a lot easier. Nice kills to find. OMNiA and Invicta will have to find a way back through. They only need 13. No.
You can already see he's waiting. He knows. He knows that he needs the right time, but it turns out he's not going to grab it, and that's a little bit unfortunate for him. They're just trying to hold this down both sides. At the moment, Exceptional still in control. That minimap shows they should have this at least for this next few seconds. He's waiting. He's trying to catch the players off guard. Already throwing bullets towards it and finds the second mode. He jumps into him.
This could be an incredible comeback. OMNiA and Invicta have been sitting on 237 for quite some time. That's 30 or 40 seconds uncontested for Exceptional, but those couple of kills, could that be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Sykes with a big kill. 10 seconds to go here over towards P1. Do they have the tick? OMNiA and Invicta. Exceptional will have to just double check it. They might have the tick. They might not now, though. Rotation is going to be important. Exceptional may well get away with it, and they have done. They've got to rotate towards P2, and they have to hold perfectly.
We're going to see player going towards the back here. They do have
Big
the
moment.
back spawn, though. OMNiA and Invicta know they have to try and do this clean. Sykes gonna find nothing. Brezzy finds him as well. And now towards the front, already being cut down. Nightmare for OMNiA and Invicta. They know this might be the last hurrah. Cobra out towards the back. He's going to fall. The squeeze is upon us.
How on earth has he let that happen, though? The player just waltzes on through towards the back spawns. It's a perfect opportunity for OMNiA and Invicta to maybe find a breakthrough, but Exceptional 5 away, but the break will come through. OMNiA and Invicta get it done. A stressful one, to say the least. In the lead for a long, long time. And comfortably. Just about to get the first map, and then all of a sudden the comeback comes through, but Exceptional fall at the final hurdle. That's one of those moments where, does he maybe need a little bit more help towards the back Cobra, or did he maybe just get a bit of bad timing? We didn't really see from his POV which way it ended up going, but they find a break over towards that backside, and that's got to be the hit. Not sure what the call-outs would have been of which way they were coming from, but 3 around the back gets the job done, and Exceptional will fall in map number 1. That's going to be a really interesting series as time goes on, and if map number 1 is anything to go by, Brycey will be needing to keep an eye on that one as much as we can.
We certainly will. I mean, it's one of these things that we've talked about before here. That kill that was made onto Cobra towards the back, it doesn't always get reflected in the stats at the end of the game. Yes, it's 1 kill to 1 death here, but if Cobra had made that kill, it had been a different way around. I'm not saying it's Cobra's fault, but if he had made it, it changes the dynamic of how that hill works. All of a sudden, Exceptional Gaming get an opportunity to hold from one direction, or at least into different chokes. Brezzy can take a better position knowing the back door was secure here. This is the problem. He didn't know. He had to try and watch different angles, and that obviously showed with the squeeze and the pinch that they got hit with. Yeah, it's 1 kill. It's not Cobra's fault, but that is a quality kill that has been made by Team OMNiA and Invicta towards the back that has changed the flow of that end game.
Yeah, made a real difference towards the last stages of that one. But things got very, very scary. Exceptional. We'll be taking some positives. Again, we didn't see the whole entire map, so we don't know how it kind of went to and fro. But, I mean, what? It was around 13 seconds for OMNiA and Invicta to try and bind, and it was, what, 50 or 60 unanswered from Exceptional. But that's not the only game we got going on, Brycey, over Alpha Bravo. We also have Charlie as well, and, well, Delta also. But we're going to Charlie, irrelevant to that. Project 7, looking to see how they can get on here, of course, in their very first round. For me, I think, you know, we were talking top of show about how all 8 teams could potentially do it. I think Project 7 would be my favorite heading into this one, though, and I think that's a very easy prediction to make, based on the roster that they have, based on the roster that they've improved on. Real coming into this roster has made them an extremely scary team. And going up against Hibernation, right now they are putting them to the sword. And honestly, kind of as expected in a certain way. Hibernation, very solid roster. Project 7 might just be different gravy.
You are right. I mean, yeah, I'll put them down as a favourite here. I'm looking forward to seeing them against some of the teams here. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing them against Omit. That'll be one of the games I am trying to catch when we do get the opportunity to, but I kind of suspect that we might not see it till a bit later. But here we go. This bomb is going down. This means a technical advantage for Hibernation as this does start to develop, but I've been told that our alpha game should be almost ready for it. So We will see as everybody continues to run through this first round of our playoffs, Tom.
OMNiA up in their game, up against Treaty 1, which is not too much of a surprise. They've been really, really solid, but let's see how things are going to work out here for Rock Esports and the Search and Destroy.
Typically not a bad map for them. Highlights obviously going to be this player, DomX. And over again, they're going to really try to play around that pick here. Right now, they have the numbers advantage. The other player I would say to keep an eye out for Rock Esports on this will be Kix. He has been famous at taking mid-map control by himself and making it work without being traded.
That's going to be the problem that Naged have got to deal with, but if they've done their research, most teams do just try and isolate him. Most of the time, though, they do fail. Gets himself a kill to his name here in this round. But for Clocks, I feel like this is low-hanging fruit, but the time is very much ticking. Rock Esports now will get themselves a defuse and 1-0 lead as well, and that's important to find. After even just being, well, bodied, it's important to try and get that first round of Search and Destroy, just to ease the nerves, I should say.
Yeah, 100%, especially after what happened in that hard point.
Yeah,
you kind of need that mental reset, right? Like, yeah, okay, we can win this. This is kind of standard of what we're expecting and what we should be doing here. And hey, for Rock Esports, this has been a map that we've seen them be at least comfortable on. It's not always been the cleanest wins, but they are very, very comfortable on this map and the way they like to play it.
I mean, Search and Destroy for them, they kind of just have that extra weapon. And again, I've talked about it many a time. The best sniper in the game in DomX. I mean, there's no question for me. The guy absolutely runs it for them. So often you'll see him finding these picks, and I'd love to know, actually, I know we don't typically get as many statistics. We get as much as we can, but as far as a team goes, like, what their first blood percentage actually looks like, and try and delve through the weeds. I'm sure we have a sheet somewhere to see how things will be working. Easy Mark will be working in the background, so we do have that stat done. Just haven't looked. Either way, DomX is still alive. So the rest of his team, if only momentarily, Kix, Rixel will fall. DomX now the last one alive in the 1v3.
No sniper in hand, does have an M15. This is one of those clutches that only can really be made if you get a lot of luck on the first pick. And since they've already found him, and there's two in there, he's got away.
This becomes doable now. I mean, they've got to have a read on where he is. He couldn't have just disappeared into thin air, and he's never going to be able to win the 1v2 gunfights. He can't shoot in two different directions. You never know what will come on a battle pass at some stage, but it ain't available this time around.
Hey, they got really close, to be fair. The ERGT, or EGRT, I believe it is, actually ricochets. So technically, that gun will fire in two directions if you can kind of bounce it off of a wall. So it's not a million miles away, but obviously we're not using that right now, so...
Let's have a little look. I'm sure I'm getting the stats up, Brycey. I'm going to find it out.
Well, we haven't seen him use it that much onto this one. Like I said, and this is not just us talking about it. We're obviously a big fan of DomX with this sniper. It's been noted by other teams how effective he has been with it, and it's something that has to be played around if they know it's on the board. So I like the fact he's changing up, occasionally having an M15 as well, because it does mean that teams still have to play around it without knowing where it is yet. But right now, Naged, they will have this down. The problem they're going to have is they're a little bit compact. They don't have the lines clear.
Dom trying to stay alive over towards his backside. Difficult one now for Rock to maybe try and find, but Dom on this flank is going to be a real issue, or is it Naged are going to deal with everything else? They just push out through towards Laundry and deal with Rock from there. Naged get another one. Nicely done.
That one worked out for them. Like I said, sometimes you got to worry when a team gets kind of pushed in with nowhere to go. Unfortunately, this bomb site has just a deluge of cover. There is rocks, there are blocks, there is a statue in the middle, cars and everything else. So able to bob and weave and pick apart with the gunfights they were able to take. It does put them in a good position. Dom having a uncharacteristically quiet game so far. It's only 3 rounds in, so we won't worry yet.
Now a long way to go. Rock Esports here, 2-1 down. Big head over towards this B side. Actually do not find themselves in a position to defend this, so See, that mid-map control is there for them, and information now gained as well from Shea. He's on a 4 spree. And we'll go down. But a tight setup here for Rock Esports. First blood will be massive, and it's going to go Kicks his way. Finds Clocks. Can he get another? It's Dom to pick up the pieces. Shea does find one, but a 3v2 now in favor of Rock Esports.
Oh, Domex misses it. They're going to keep trying to bait him out here, but this is a very difficult position for them to do anything with here. Opodi managed to find one on the turn. They are going to have to swing this and try to get through. Rixel and Opodi already having to back off here. Domex finally hits the snipe. He's going for it with a pistol. Oh my goodness. Now they have to hunt him down, and I think they've done just enough time. The clock is going against them here. Opodi will find nothing. Just get stabbed.
Just get stabbed. Rock Esports finding one back. Always difficult, of course, with that bedroom control. Maybe an egregious overchild there from Domex, to be honest with you, but I think with time on his side, knows even if he loses it, Rixel is very much just going to be able to play his life. I respect the ego, Chal. You're not that good of a sniper if you ain't Chan stuff.
Oh, I mean, he hit the sniper he needed to, and I mean, it is that position. If you get into it, it is not impossible to lose, but certainly more difficult, especially with the clock burning down like it was. Here comes the push already. Domex has been stun checked. He also got Dom as well. Dom has gone down in the first blood. And now they have the numbers and the positioning. This bomb is going down the other side of the map.
I think Kicks is going to be the crucial one here. We're going to find a pick onto a Bodhi. Difficult gunfight, especially with the mantle. Gets caught off guard in the kind of off angle, if you like, from a Bodhi. Just catches Kicks. Rixel probably won't be challenging that anytime soon. Domex looking for the sniper player. Can't quite find it. Rixel now. Found himself in a tough position. Not going to happen. Naged will find another round. And again, it just kind of comes to those opening bloods. You lose a little bit of presence to the mid-map. Be under lock and key. It's just easy stuff coming out from Naged so far.
This S&D is so important for the two as well. 2-0 up potential for Naged if they can find 3 more rounds for Rock Esports. The reverse sweep would have to be on the cards here, but they have not seemed inviolable like they have done before. I mean, we've seen them take it and get a couple of losses before and bounce back, but that doubt has certainly been planted in the minds of a lot of people.
It feels different, doesn't it? It's not just like they're, throwing games, like kind of being blown out of the water, hosts, etc. It's not that kind of game. It feels as if they are not quite competing on the level they once were. Clocks now trying to find a flanking angle, and Rock Esports have lost their player who's watching it. Push through laundry here would be good if they could find it, but stuck up between a rock and a hard place. That hard place is statue. Naged are starting to close that gap.
Someone's got to help a Bodhi.
Yeah, he was in a tough situation here, but to be honest with you, I'm not too sure why he pushed as aggressively. Gets caught out, 3v3.
General's managed to get into a really good position, but still not the most tradable of positions. I mean, realistically, still just dancing by himself, trying to get through into this. Does find the kill, pushes the other two teams out here. And now you can see that Shay's on his own. Shay finds one, backs off. Chaos erupts here as they go for this push all the way around here. Dom takes him down, brings it back to a 1 versus 1. None of this should have really happened. It's been the most individualistic plays I've seen.
I mean, Rixel gets caught out with the bomb in and around A, though, and that's what's going to spell the trouble. If they're being able to push out, I mean, Rock Esports make the call to try and make the push. Unfortunately for them, one of your teammates is being left on the site. Even if he finds this kill, he's not going to find the next one. Rock Esports will lose the round again. Naged doing a really nice job. 4-2 to the good now. Looking ever so solid here in this search and destroy as well. Rock Esports, you need to start turning up very, very quickly.
And I've got to work out what is the adjustment that has to be made. That's a big push. The hit from Naged over towards this one. Rixel just trying to hold it at bay.
Big kill. I think if you share, you'll be asking Clocks how on earth Kicks has found you from. the stairs, but and loses that gunfight, so they lose a lot of map presence. And I love this from Naged. Just a very, very quick transition. Can have a look over towards the bomb site now. Maybe try and get this one down. If they get a little bit of control over towards Laundry, then that is probably going to spell what is going to happen. But they've got to be wary of this flank. Rixeld very much on his way. Going to be able to catch the bomb carrier before this one goes down, but his presence is known. 3v3, bomb is down.
Oh, Rixeld could have had potentially 2 players there. But not to be. Clocks is going to catch them on the backslide as well. And, well, Bodhi finishes what has been a good round for Naged, but potential was there for Rock Esports, but just not getting what they need.
It's been a frustrating one for them, to say the least. Just don't seem really to be at the races at the moment, Bryce. But I think the thing is that we set such a high standard for them. But I mean, look, we'd always give them some leeway when it has come down to their online performances. It hasn't necessarily been great. They haven't won an Elite yet. Bearing in mind their performances online have very much surpassed what we've seen when it does come down to sitting in your bedroom. But this is still unlike them. They would always shove players relatively all the way, wouldn't they? Rixel will find the opening kill, though. A body will fall. I just think Naged are playing extremely fluidly. Gentle is scared of absolutely nothing. Maybe he should have been, because Domex will find him. Dom gets taken down. All of a sudden, a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Rock Esports. They need this round.
For Rock Esports, got to play the numbers here, and they push that towards mid here. I don't think they've seen it. Shay stays alive. He's going to get traded out here, as he won't see Domex, but somehow stays alive for a few more seconds. It goes down. Oh, my goodness. Clock's in a 1 versus 2. And he's going to get caught, and it will be around for Rock, but not the cleanest, but good enough.
Get one back. It's Domex now trying to drag his team back into this 5-3. Let's see if they can keep this one up. I said Naged are very fluid. And Rock Esports are maybe struggling to deal with what they're throwing at them, which has been a lot of flanking, a lot of aggression. They're not just like 4-man hitting or anything. They're just allowing a lot of freedom. Specifically for players like Gentle to be able to find a push. I say they're not 4-man hitting. That's a 4-man into mid. Kicks can do nothing about this. Shay now inside the kitchen. Kicks will have to back on up. Raw aggression coming out from Naged. They may well get punished for it. Domex is there to find one. First blood for Rock. Finds the second as well. 5 in a row, looking for the 6th. We're going to try and make it 5-4, Naged. And then map push didn't work initially until Gentle finds 2v2.
Oh, Dom may spoil this party. I don't think they know who's going to be behind him. And there's going to be 1. There's going to be 2. And oh my goodness, back and forth ton. I mean, it was bold. It was crazy. But you've got to give credit to Rock Esports. The recovery when they saw the pressure come through mid was sublime.
Crazy, crazy round. Rock coming out on top. Yeah, it's Dom to finish this one off, but it was pretty much done as soon as he finds this flank in. Good pressure that came in around the same time, but Naged nearly brought it back thanks to Gentle.
Here comes the push though. Big from Rock Esports towards the middle.
No bloods yet. Well, this is 4. This bomb's going down pretty much underneath their noses. Can they stop it from happening? Surely they're going to find the kills on the outset. Now a 3 versus 3. The body gets traded out. This is a massive gunfight. The Kicks can't win. And now Rixeld, he's left with his teammate, but he's kind of in no man's land. And Domex has to clutch up in the 1v3.
Finds 1. Looks at the players on it as well, and one more bullet may have done that. Clock's going to be very, very weak. He's just throwing bullets down line, but not going to get it. 2 players spinning back with the M15s will put this one to bed. And Naged 2-0 up against Rock Esports.
Just seem to have their number all throughout. It's an aggressive push to come through in that final round, number 10. Honestly, maybe just a little bit of an overchild coming in from Kicks, who wasn't able to find his kill when the smokes did come down. And then that pressure from up top in bedroom does not make a difference. Domex cannot find those kills, but it was a potential for a 1v3. Doesn't get it done. As you mentioned, Bryce, 2-0 down now, Rock Esports. Again, look, I mean, we've seen them in these positions before. We've seen them come back from moments like this. But I don't think they've been beaten as comfortably as they have been in these first 2 maps by anybody that we've seen outside of this season, of course. But yeah, this is unprecedented to a certain degree, but we've seen them not necessarily perform throughout the group stages, and that seems to be faltering into the playoffs as well.
Well, here's the question, Tan. I mean, in the past, right, I would have said, I'm not worried. We're going map 5. It is what it is. Right now,
Doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't. It feels very, very different, and that's just from the group stages. That Rock have not seemed quite as strong or quite as dominant in some of these games. And being down 2-0 against Naged, it does worry us. Now, the potential is still there here. Rock are certainly not a team that will be taken out easily, and maybe if they can just find this overload, they can find their way back to the reverse sweep, but I'm just not as positive as I would have been last day.
No, it doesn't feel like there's that spark of it, right? I mean, how many occasions have we seen where, yeah, okay, they've had a mixed game and maybe lost it, but it's come down to maybe a moment of madness, an overextension somewhere, or something along those lines, maybe an overchill. This doesn't feel like that, does it? It feels like they're being outplayed, which is not something that has happened a great deal. Happened in the final on Birmingham, of course, but going up against a Project 7 Notorious roster who are absolutely stacked. Had the experience at that level, had plenty of tools to manage to deal with a team like Rock. With all due respect, I know Naged have got some real good up-and-comer players. Gentle Clocks, two of the main ones. Bodhi with plenty of experience, and he's been putting up some serious numbers as well. And Shea has absolutely been doing his job alongside of things. But you wouldn't think they'd be as comfortably up 2-0 as they have been here up against Rock Esports. Scar Overload's going to be incoming, and again, not typically a map I've been enjoying watching Rock on as far as being able to find some wins. Gridlock's solid for them. Fringe, can't recall so much. But they need to try and find the reverse sweep here just to stay in the winner's bracket.
Well, we will find out, but this is not the only game going on. I believe Bravo is going down now. It's going to be Treaty 1 against OMITNoir. This is second half of the overload. Currently 2-0 to OMITNoir, and I'm fairly certain they were pretty good games by Omit. So Treaty 1 will need to recover here.
This is always going to be really difficult for Treaty 1. Yes, okay, you managed to just about scrape through with that final win up against Naged yesterday. But to then be presented with a game up against OMITNoir, never the easiest one to try and fight. I think for OMNiA, I'm going to be interested to see how their overload does continue to look. The hard point is just relentless. DK and Ethan really have been coming to the forefront, and you've got Denza just in it all together alongside of Aspect. Just a roster that looks very, very solid. Ethan's going to get gunned there, though. Rush has done extremely well. Maybe this is one over the line. It's being a push over towards B. Rush will get this in, and right under their noses, they get it done. So OMNiA need to turn this one around. They've got plenty of field control, though. The counter-attack may well be here.
They're trying. And this is what I will say about Treaty 1. I mean, they were almost out of the bracket plate. Fought their way back in. Got to do it again if they want to stay in the winner's side of the bracket.
DK
Being
now.
careful now, yeah. Both teams really playing for positioning on this push.
Yeah, they're really trying to make something work over towards this A side. Should be able to find one. Rush actually going to call in the Hellstorm. Well, a little bit of success. Not a great deal. Gets taken down. There's that mid-map pressure that you wanted to keep a hold of. And now all of a sudden, Overlay has to go absolutely massive. Can't find the second. That would have been huge. But the close spawn's going to come in on the A side here. But I see 3 minutes to go. OMNiA need to just maybe take their time here. Possibly get it away from field and try and make it head over towards B.
Yeah, they just cannot get through here. There's just too many bodies, and that is the worst team nade I may have ever seen. That's going to be 3 down for them now. It's just Denza left alive. He's going to make something of this, and he does. He finds 2. Is that enough to stop this here as Henry goes into the spawn? And him finding 2 may have prevented it, but it is not going to be enough. 3-1 Gaming score off the back of a double team, Nade.
Oh, I mean, that's just not something you can really account for. A mistake is made. And now all of a sudden, you're on the back foot, 2-1 up just a couple of minutes ago. As soon as we've joined Brycey, they've seemingly not been able to get anything done. But now they're starting to find the kills. They need somebody to find that push over towards Motel and get this drone moving.
Somebody move. You've got players in here just trying to farm, but it is like trying to push back the sea. Eventually, you will fail. More kills being made. This player's still not going to be able to get it through. They may have just made 10 kills in a row and not got it in.
I mean, I kind of understand to a certain degree where you've got that push-up, but you would have thought that somebody at least off the spawn is going to be finding a wrap through Motel. Now, all of a sudden, you can go defensive if you treat you want. A couple of kills going to fall their way. Henry on a big flank as well. They're going to try and just disrupt as much as possibly can, but the defensive workout didn't actually work whatsoever. They're going to just get plenty of control. Somebody get a hold of the drone. They should be able to get this one in. Should be able to get this one in. And eventually, too. OMNiR living by, well, the seat of their pants somewhat, yeah, Brycey. This has not been good.
I think you see their pants here. They're going to be clenched tight for this one. This is a relay from them. Counter-attack right off the bat, and they already have the bodies down. That is a massive stop in mid-map. If they'd got a little bit further, Overlay would have been able to keep the players off here, and he's waiting. Still waiting. Looking for more here. Keeping this slaying going for as long as possible. And the best part of this is it does keep OMNiR on the defensive.
Henry's just been a right pain, hasn't it? Constantly finding flanks, disrupting any sort of flow that OMNiR are trying to get themselves into. Big fight coming in here in the middle of the map. Killy trying to survive. Needs a little bit of help from the rest of his teammates. I tell you what, he's done extremely well. He's butted up a couple of different players, but those players have shot back as well. Treaty 1 Gaming. Finding plenty of kills throughout the middle of the map. Ethan can't find a great deal. 30 seconds or so to go. Treaty 1 not rushing this. OMNiR may well need to try and get a bit more control, and now they have it. A kill.
Goodness, Killy. Staying alive. And you can keep on with this one as it does go down to it. In fact, I might say, production, if you want to just hold us here for a second, this is going to go down to the wire. We're probably going to see an overtime for it, but Overlay grabs it. Looking for the free play. Not going to grab it now either. Both of these two teams, knife edge is the way it's always going to be. As that EMP sits in the middle here, we might be going to the old regulation draw.
You got to go for a grab here. OMNiR going to give themselves the opportunity. Gunfights are being found. Ethan's this the lead blocker. He needs to maybe try and find something here. The rest of the players in a good position to try and find something. 20 seconds.
DK wins the first kill they need. Players flanking as well. Overlay gets it. DK gets his second. Player now going to hit the flank as well. The pistol goes in.
Got him.
Still alive, Killy. He's right on the cusp here, but there it is. Regulation draw. And that means it's going into overtime. Very big game for them as 21 Gaming want to stay alive in this upper bracket ton.
That should be interesting. Going over towards that overtime, you can keep an eye on how things are going there, but we're back over towards Alpha. And already, Naged 2 to the good. After a minute and a half gone. Here in the Overlord, Rock Esports trying to get something back, and they can't.
Yeah, we might have to go back to the other game at this rate. This is not looking good. Massive slaying being made here, and if Bodhi had made that, they probably would have pushed forward quite aggressively. Right now, though, Clocks is going to have... He's on a 4 streak, and he's back in his own spawn.
I believe we can watch both. Treaty 1 Gaming.
Especially since game 1 is stalled.
Yes, I mean, I think that's fair. Nobody capping so far. Over on Bravo. I mean, I'm locked in here, Bryce. I'm looking both ways.
Yeah, I am. If I could detach my eyes, I would. But at the moment, you can see it is slowed down on Rock versus Naged, and 21 and OMNiR are desperately trying to fight for this mid-map control as well. Both teams putting the pressure on for it at the same time as on the other side, Rock Esports just get deflected. Nobody able to make a push here. It's almost carbon copy of it. And just for clarity, production's asked which one we want to go to yet, and I honestly can't tell you. Right now, Rock Esports versus Naged is our main game to cover, but it does seem all Naged's way. On the other side of it, this is about to be a cap.
Looks like a cap coming through for OMNiR. Yep, a minute to go. Let's jump over there. Well, at least we've got a minute. We'll go over towards the OMNiR up against Treaty 1 Gaming side of things to see how things are going to go as Naged get another cap 3-0 up. That series looks pretty much done to me, Brycey.
Yeah, it certainly does. I don't think it's going to go much further with it. This is what you got to worry about. I mean, for Rock Esports, it is not a happy time. One minute left, though. 2D1 Gaming against OMITNoir. This will be the final minute, potentially the final minute of this round.
Potentially the final minute of this series. A big cap for Omit to find. Now, of course, they've got to defend. But the benefit is they were the first ones to get the cap in, so they can, well, be as defensive as they possibly want. I would say, though, maybe just don't turtle. It's only a minute. 40 seconds to go now. And that's a big kill to find if you're Ethan. That mid-map control is going to be absolutely massive. First wave of kills is pretty much deflected.
This is getting a little bit nervous. They're getting squeezed ever so slightly, but staying alive with the kills there. Ethan has just gone turret mode and taken them down here. 25 seconds to run. Coming off the respawn here. They've already got two. Denton needs to stay alive. Make a kill here, and it will deflect some of the pressure. He gets one. There are players going to be in the spawn as well. The flank is coming in. That has to be stopped, and it is. Killy with the flank has slowed them down with 10 seconds to go. I cannot see him grabbing this ton.
I don't think they're going to be able to grab it. They'll not be able to get there. And OMNior with the flank from Killy from Aspect will get this one done. They will find the win. Nicely done. Back over towards Alpha we go. It never stops. Rock Esports have found themselves on the board at least. And we'll be going over towards the more favoured side in their second half. But a 3-1 lead. That should be nice and comfortable with that one.
Well, Naged almost about to put Rock Esports into that elimination bracket straight out of the gate here, and not what we were expecting, even in the slightest.
If they can get another one here, yeah, they are going to get it. Naged's going to land another in overtime as well. 4-1 to the good. Rock Esports sailing down into this losers bracket very, very quickly here, Brycey, unless there's some sort of monumental comeback. Not just in the Overload, but in this series. It has not been their season so far, has it?
It certainly hasn't. I don't know, obviously, you know, we've speculated about this Rock team a lot. I think a lot of that is due to how high we hold them. And, you know, I'm sure that you'll be talking to their coach at some point and kind of asking, hey, where is the adaptation that needs to happen?
Why are you lot now rubbish?
That might be a bit stronger than what I was going to say. So obviously, you know, subjective in that case, but compared to their previous form, the results really aren't flowing for them, and well, there's 4 down.
To be fair, he is actually in my bad books, Brycey. He decided to have a very nice time on Sunday night at DreamHack Birmingham. I had to drive him home whilst he was grossly hungover. He was absolutely zero.
Well, I don't know if you can take that out on his team, who really have been the darlings of EMEA so far when it comes to it. And right now, good opportunity if they can make this cross, and kicks will find 2, and that will be scooped. This goes down to 4-2. I don't think this will get there in time, and it does not.
Hellstorm invested as well for nothing in the end. A lot of field control for Rock Esports as well. And yeah, okay, if you can find the kills in the middle of the map, if you kicks, then maybe you can get something going. Big kill to find. One that Domex had to. Honestly, I think that would have smelled blood in the water had he not taken down the player on the flank. Finds another here as well. Gentle will fall before our body is there for the trade. Go maybe to more of maybe an AR-based map. Is that going to help Rock Esports? I wouldn't. They're still finding themselves 2 back here, Brycey, with 3 minutes and 40 to play.
Definitely not impossible. I mean, all they've got to do, really, is just be the team that we've seen before. Dom, we're going to find a kill here. Still staying alive, but not as many players as you would like. Surely not! Dom's just got 3, and he might be clear. They're going to rush to the window to stop him. I don't think they can. Dom has just made an unbelievable play. Alone, outnumbered in the middle of nowhere. Kills 3 with a pistol and runs it home.
I mean, those are the kind of moments that really did propel them to the forefront of challenges. Players like Dom who can do things like that. Kick's now going to start moving forward. They smell a potential comeback on the cards here, Brycey. They were 4-1 down, and in the blink of an eye, they brought it back to only 1 point. No luck though in the push through Motel, and this is going to be the opportunity now for Naged to potentially just slow this game down. Clock's holding the middle of the map. Nice double child going to come through. Some cohesion coming out of Rock Esports now.
I'm still aghast at what I've just seen here. How on earth is Dom and how on earth have Nads allowed that to happen? Right now, though, you can already see Rock Esports are probably feeling a little bit more confident now, screaming into the comms. They are applying the pressure. Nads no longer feeling as good as they were just 2 minutes ago.
Stressful times. The position coming in from Dom as well.
This is it.
He's feeling it now. Yep, this should be another score coming on through. Rixel trying to get himself around the corner, and it's just utter domination from Rocket Esports now. I don't know what they were failing to do over the last, what, 2 maps, but they found their mojo a little bit here. Brycey and Bodie trying to slow them down as he so often has done, and there you go. They will rebuke that attack, and Natch can eventually get out their spawn. Good God.
Couple of kills being made, and now it's all even. Neds have got to be feeling a little bit better here. Can they continue to find it? Bodie runs with his knife out into the spawn. Not always the best case scenario, but Rocket Esports are now in a good position. Dom moving forward, looking for it, finds the first. Nobody there going to be on it as well, and this is going fast very, very quickly. Dom has found a second, a third has gone down, and a Bodie, the last one out, just gets picked out of the sky. Nads have lost their teamwork and maybe lost their heads.
It's all happened very, very quickly for Rock, hasn't it? I think especially with Nads finding that 4th in overtime, you'd have thought that was curtains. All of a sudden, Rock Esports have massively turned things on, and they may well be looking for a little bit more here. Dom getting aggressive, and he's just like, yeah, okay, I'll chow you all with the pistol. There's nobody running up behind him. He's just like, yeah, just send me in. Dom X now on the way. A little bit too late. Not sure what the communication would have been there, but the communication is Kicks has killed everybody, and we'll keep this pressure on. 45 to go, and Naj need to find this cap somehow.
They can't even get close here. In fairness, I thought Kicks may have run that after he got 3, but chose not to. The reset has come in here as well. Kill's going against them. Kicks still staying alive, though. Backing up, being the problem they need to solve, but there goes 3 down. This EMP's going to be scooped. There'll be Geno out towards it, but already gets cut. They might go for a switch here. This is a little bit too late to hammer it.
Haven't found the kills either. Clock's going to have to just maybe try and survive. There's just no way you're going to get away with that. Desperation plays. It was a very desperate moment. That is not going to play out. Dominics and Co will continue to find the kills. I just don't think they can get near enough to grab this EMP. They will be denied, and Rock Esports will extend this series.
Unbelievable from Rock Esports. The rallying in the second half is what we expect of them. Finally, they turn up into this series, and I will give credit to Dom. They put on the backpack, squared the shoulders, and he's been doing his deadlifts because that was a monumental effort to get this game to where it went.
And into a map number 4 on Gridlock, which, I mean, yesterday Rock looked pretty solid on. So let's see how they're going to do and maybe force a map number 5. Maybe it is the Rock of old Brycey, and we're just expecting that map number 5 to come through. I mean, look, you were 2-0 down in the series, 4-1 down in the Overload. There'll be some way to get it done. The Giga reverse sweep, as we like to call it.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of what we're looking at here. I mean, I'm still going to talk about that Dom play. Went back to the mid-cut with a pistol, found a kill. 2 players sitting on the airplane, on the heady, finds both of them and gets it in. Is an unbelievable play that you just would never expect. I was convinced he was gone.
Felt that way, didn't it? Wasn't able to stop it if you're nudged. But we're going over towards a different game. There's plenty going on here. OMNiA and Invicta find themselves 2-0 up. Second half of the Overload. Exceptional gaming. Staring down the barrel of the losers bracket as well.
Bit of a dangerous one. Exceptional have been a team that has, well, as we know, not had a clean run. I mean, coverage 6-16 is not usual for them either, but here comes the missile. Looks like this might be good enough. Alpha's managed to take himself out. But OMNiA and Invicta are in the driving seat.
Absolutely cruising, aren't they? With 3 minutes to go. Exceptional. Maybe just need to take a leaf out of the book of if Rock can find this comeback somehow, and this may well be the start of it. Vince puts himself in a spot now where they can maybe keep this pressure on. Needs to maybe find a second kill, though, and has done. The rest of the team on their way. This should be a freebie, and is... No, it isn't. How have they not got that one over the line? Big kills coming through from Sykes. Oh, an exceptional. That was maybe the opportunity to get back into this game. Albeit now, you eventually will get it over the line. That's maybe a bit of a misstep from OMNiA and Invicta, to be honest with you. I felt like they had that one sewn up.
Time is still in favor of both teams. For OMNiA and Invicta, it's just little enough that they can hold it if they can just play the TDM game. But for Exceptional, it is more than doable them to not only bring it back to even, but potentially even go one further. Here comes the push. You can already see they're going for it at the same time, but Cobra already gets cut down before he can do any more.
The team now just trying to defend. They've got to be careful not to turtle up here. OMNiA and Invicta. Team having himself a very solid map. Sykes just doing their best right now, though. Cobra just really struggling. Mighty having a good old time of things throughout the middle of the map with the AR in hand. Melko will find one back on the Sykes. You've got to get something going here if you're Exceptional. There is time. The time is ticking.
For Exceptional Gaming, getting a score in the next 30 seconds would be massively beneficial just to give them time to go back and forth. Sykes going to get cut down. They're playing for this position, but it's not going to be easy. I might even see the team go for a bit of mid-map control and scoop and go the other way. There we go.
Getting a little bit of presence now. Mighty's going to have to do some work here. Emitter on the way. This one's coming in thick and fast, though. Can he find anything? Yes, they can. It's Alpha Mighty detain the all combined together with a minute to go. That was, again, another opportunity for Exceptional that they can't get over the line. And now, all of a sudden, the counter may come through, and the counter may well be curtains.
Got to be careful. I mean, unfortunately, just gunfights are going at OMNiA and Invicta. That EMP has been good. I mean, they know right now that even if they just keep hold of this, it's going to be pretty good. Fight in the middle here. Melko's found two. Problem is they need to move. You need to move that EMP now. It has to go.
You still have an opportunity. You have to score here. Have to score. If I'm Sykes, I'm throwing everything out to maybe try to stop this. Alpha, just try and slow it down, and he has done. That's a brilliant kill to be found from Alpha. It's not going to stop it, but it may well have prolonged it long enough. 10 seconds. They need to try and find a touch here to Exceptional Gaming. Sykes will shut it down throughout the middle of the map. No, big kills coming through, and he'll call game. No way Exceptional can get anywhere near. Big plays coming out from OMNiA and Invicta. They'll find it 3-0.
And that's enough. You could see that there was a little bit of worrying going on in the camp because they knew that the relay was there potentially, but Sykes with two in the end gave them absolutely no mid-map control. But that's what they were playing for, a hope ton. You know, even with that, you know, you would have got that extra 30 seconds and you still would have had to convert it. It was not guaranteed.
Not at all. But denied them the opportunity. I love the kill coming in from Alpha just to get the EMP carrier going, just to try and waste that time a little bit further. Nice job from OMNiA and Invicta, and Exceptional struggles do continue. They will drop into the losers bracket, but we're going over towards Alpha. We keep things rolling. Rock Esports have found themselves back into this series. Brycey, can they force this map number 5?
Well, if we know Rock Esports, yes.
Yes.
Pretty much. I mean, right now, they're already looking way better than that first hard point, which was not their time to shine at all. And with Dom being Dom, they have a very good opportunity. For Naj, they will want to earn this right here. They will not want to go to a map 5 that Rock Esports almost seems specialized in.
Typically, yesterday when we were watching Rock, their P3 is fantastic. But let's remind ourselves of what happened over in Colossus. Naged beat the brakes off them. So let's see if Rock can turn this around, and that's a nice enough start from them. 4 dead. That will give them some control over towards P2. Bones happening over towards the backside of P4. So that's a nice setup now for Rock. If they can find this final kill, they will not. Gentle can keep the pressure on. Body's found a nade through the middle of the map onto the point, and then a kill inside of it. How on earth does that go that badly? That's a full 4 dead, 4-man setup for Rock Esports on P2. 20 seconds, not even, 15 seconds later, you're all dead. You've completely lost it. How can that happen?
Well, this is certainly a back and forth game. Another retake. This should mean now Rock Esports will win the lead. They're already going for the overextend. You can see straight away. Very good early rotate from them as well. Domex looking for it. Just trying to be careful as he punches through here. There's no chance of a trade as no one's nearby.
This rotation looking good. Rock getting themselves some decent time, all things considered, what happened over towards P2. But this is the break that they have to find. It's a two-pronged attack. They can work from one end very, very well. They're being very patient here. This is nice from Rock. Abodi and Co. being dealt with. That's a really, really nice break. A little bit more like it. And so often you see some teams just trying to one-man hit and just force your way through. They're just baiting out the gunfights, taking their time, working as a team extremely well. Awful gunfight to try and find though if you're Dom. Gentle will find 2 more. And now it's a one-dimensional push from Naged. That's going to work out as well. All good gunfights that time around, working out for Naged.
And these two teams are just throwing the kitchen sink at basically every hill so far in this game. Bodhi, that's a wonderful chow from him, but he will go down for those final 9 seconds. So this is the question, scrap time versus rotation. At the moment, it's scrap time for Rock Esports, rotation for Naged, but they've already lost a couple of players.
Keeping it mixy on it. Both these two teams are finding a way through. Incredible work from Shay there. And they're just trying to stay alive. A little bit of a pinch potentially set up here from Domex, but he needs the rest of the team to find a way through. NPC out, doesn't find a great deal. Finds the one. The spawns over towards the backside. Still here for Rock, though. But now starting to run it up, have themselves a lead. My word.
Well, as I say, what's one thing that's better than NPC close range? It's the knife at point blank, and General has been tasked with holding this upstairs area, and he's doing it very, very well. Nobody getting through.
Nice.
Everybody wiped here as well, and for Nash, this has now been a money hill that's put them firmly in the lead as we reset these rotations.
It's not typically one of those hills that you see so much time being found like that. A good chunk of time, absolutely, but basically a full 60, well, typically not. Fox on a 5 spree now as the rotation over towards P1 and the contest over the P2 spawns starts to ensue. Rock Esports will get a hold of that. Right play to make, but they're all dead, and, well, they're going to keep a hold of the spawn. The push through Onsen may well have kept them that spawn, but they've lost complete control over towards P1. But he can't find that gunfight, and that just continue just to run up some time. It's a healthy lead that they have heading into the second rotation, Bruce.
Still finding back and forth for it as well, and clocks, that is massive. Takes everybody down. They're looking for the spawns to fly in here. It can be a little bit sticky sometimes with these teams, and that's why you see the players looking both directions. They were not certain where it was going to be, and, well, they were right because it was a split.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one. To be honest, Kicks and Domex have done extremely well to try and break this one back. So Rock Esports looking like they're going to get at least some of that final 10 seconds. I'm going to just try and keep them at bay, but it's all about this rotation over towards P2. They need to be tighter, though. They did well over towards some of these hills when they have found a break, but it feels as if the setups are ever so slightly weak, if anything. Dom can't find the kill, and just nobody inside his shop in that moment. You need to maybe find an aggressive line. Domex over towards this backside. Yeah, okay, he'll find a couple of trades, but seems as if Rock have just about held on. Nicely done from Domex. 5 spree for him.
Good hold as well. You can already see Dom out towards the back here, just making sure that nobody can get the flank and allowing these teams to lock this one down. And Domex actually going for the chow. Wonderful reading of the situation there to get the second. This is nowhere for Naj to really go here. This is just a very pushed out hill from Rock Esports and is allowing them the time to take these gunfights.
Transition over towards 3 now as this game not only gets tight, probably going to be a bit of a lead change here. First one TR going to be Naged though, but Dom has went on a solo mission to, well, prevent that from happening, and that's exactly what he's done, and that's a big moment. They're going to squeeze out these spawns. Gentle's the only one that's going to kind of mess with things here. I'd love to know where Rock Esports are spawning, but none of them have died, so I haven't got a clue. Wonderful, wonderful transition. And Don may well have put this game on a plate for Rock Esports. 45 seconds to play for here. If they can hold off this first push, it may well just be unattainable for Naged to try and find this one back. The knife is out, but the hold is there. Rock Esports in a great spot.
Here comes the push again. They're going to double stack both ways. Really difficult hill to get good, efficient trades on if you are attacking. There comes the first coming through here, but it will be Rock in the better position. That's what I'm saying. If you have a full setup into this point, you can kind of just play out the trade with all the corners and advantages you do get here. Excel also looking for it, and they have absolutely slammed Naged out of this hill. And the difference being this time around is that Rock Esports have the rotation.
And really, think about it, Naged. I mean, that full 60 over towards the back end of P4 on that previous rotation, I should say. Without that, would have been in a lot of trouble. We only had wheels, etc. But at the same time, Rock Esports have done phenomenally to bring this one back. Rixel starting to wake up. He's got a Hellstorm in the back pocket, but they cannot let this 60 happen again. Rock Esports are in danger of this now, but Dom can find a way through. Can't find the kills. It will be traded by Clocks, though. He takes down his teammate. Domex over the top, and they'll keep it mixy, and they'll find a way through. 30 seconds to go. Rock Esports have found the break.
Still good for them as well. Every second they grab here makes it so much harder for Naged. Kick staying alive. He knows there's a little bit of pressure coming through. He's trying to pick the right direction. A boat, he does find it, but instantly cut down before he can do any more damage to this team. As for Rock Esports, well within lethal range, they can end this on any hill they choose.
Domex has done well. And really, it was that rotation over towards P3 from P2 on that previous go of things that has split this game wide open. And yeah, you can try P1 hold on Gridlock all you want, but if a Hellstorm's in the sky, that's keeping you off it, if not, at worst, finding everybody else. Plenty of kills coming here for Rock Esports. They're 20 seconds away from sending us to map number 5 and a potential reverse sweep on the cards.
I think we forgot the golden rule, Ton. Rock, go map 5. It's basically been the tail of the tape ever since they've been here in the Challengers Elite Series. And we doubted them, but we were proven wrong, and I'm happy to be so. Going to map 5 has been their speciality, and we will find out how this one ends. As Rock confirm it, it's 2-2.
Nicely done from Rock. An ever-present map number 5 incoming between the two Saudi Arabian squads here in EMEA Challengers. Winners round 1 has been entertaining, to say the least. We could be in for another long night here, Brycey. These teams are sending us all the way into map number 5s already.
They certainly are, and the question obviously remains, who walks away the victor? Both these teams at this point do deserve it. I mean, Rock have looked a little bit more ascendant. They didn't really come alive until the second half of Overload, but now they're here, and they dominated the last 2 games. Ton, I cannot tell you who wins.
It's hard to say, especially with a new map coming up as well. You think of the Sniper and Fringe, okay, it is going to be effective from Domex, but he didn't really get anything going in the raid, so is it going to be a factor? A lot of questions to be asked. That will be answered very, very shortly. I believe the rest of the games are done, Bryce. You might actually tell me otherwise, but I think so. So we're just waiting on this one to get through, and then we'll be moving on to another set of games. But wow. Naged starting to falter a little bit here, Bryce. That was impressive from Rock. A lot better.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, they just looked very, very confident. Obviously, a couple of rotations they didn't get to begin with, but still put up a big fight. A little bit worried for him on that P4 rotation, realistically. The first time around, they just got completely shut down. I was like, if that continues to happen in maybe just one more hill, they will have an issue. But their play out towards P2 and the bounce towards P3 just set them apart.
Every other game ending in a 3-0 fashion. Just want to point out that it was me who did this game. That's ball knowledge.
I mean, me and production both highlighted this game as well, Ton, but sure. If you pat yourself on the back in the heart, you do yourself another injury.
Which one do you want to watch, Chris? I think this one will be the best game. Well,
sorry for being respectful and asking your opinion.
No,
I do apologise.
No, it was my choice. Fringe Search and Destroy incoming. I tell you what, after the first 2 maps, I didn't think we'd be here after what Naged did. But there we are, Rock Esports proving we've still got it in the tank. A 5-4 win on the Overload. A comeback there. They were 4-1 down. The Gridlock Well, I mean, for the most part, in control. Can they do it again on Fringe Search and Destroy? We're going to find out very, very shortly. It's been a hell of a series, though. And is the loser bracket going to await one of these teams or the winner's bracket? Let's see.
It has. The hard points have not been that close, to be fair, but the Raid Search and Destroy could have definitely gone the other way. The Scar Overload, I mean, it was just an unbelievable showing. I mean, we've got to talk about Dom. We talk about him all the time. Also, well, I've kind of remembered here, something I did see in chat earlier about why we call them Dom and Dom X. We know their names to whom, but that is the kind of the way it's been agreed for their names to be broadcast, because it makes it a little bit slicker and a little bit easier for us to get through it. But we are aware of how their names actually work.
Yeah, no, it's that was from the get-go. We double-checked. Honestly, I was starting a petition for them to actually just change their names, but they straight up refused. But at this stage, it's okay. We're logged in. We understand what's going on. Dom X is the one that snipes really well. Dom is the one that runs around like an absolute maniac. We're on lock. It's fine. Fringe Search and Destroy, though, it is going to make a difference, of course. See how these players are going to find a way through. Have we seen Rock on Fringe Search yet?
It doesn't come to mind. I'm sure if there's an eagle-eyed viewer, they'll be able to tell us really fast. But if anything, I can guarantee you about one round in, we'll remember if we see a break that we've seen before. That's the issue. We cover so many games. We see like 16 maps as set in every single one of these two. So we will just double-check on it as well. But I think I would remember Dom X sniping because I assume that's what we're about to see. And there is a tickle of a memory here, but it being a new map, I cannot 100% guarantee.
Well, it's going to be entertaining, if anything, is like map number 2. Should be loading in just a second. Curious to see how the rest of the evening is going to start to play out. Could be having a little look at some of the other games. I believe we're going elimination round, I think. That would make sense. I think we got ELIM into winners round 2 typically, don't we?
Yes.
Shows how prepared I am.
The normal kind of run of things here. Here's another question while we just wait for this to get going. Just for everybody at home, we do like to be kind of honest about this thing. From what we understand, the players are in the lobby. We are just waiting for them to go, fire up and everything to be okay, and then we will jump straight in as we go into this map 5. Obviously, the players get a little half a second to breathe and change anything they need to change before we go through here. But here's the other question I was going to ask. Did we ever find out why Naged have a hex code as the beginning of their name?
I have absolutely no idea. No idea.
Nobody DM'd me about it either. I was like, we should really kind of find out, but it is a hex code. And it is. It's a lovely blue. We've spoken about this before. I don't know whether or not they just wanted that to be their color on the mini-map.
We're going to have to find this out. If any Saudi Arabian Call of Duty fans know exactly why that has happened, please do let us know. Now the YouTube chat or Twitter. I'm still calling it that. Let's see which way this one's going to go, though. Hopefully we're going to be loading in a second. But yes, I know, a rather peculiar start to the name. But again, look, we have seen some funky game attacks coming out from the Saudi Arabian side of things, don't we? Ones that we've had to adapt to, Brycey. But Rock Esports leveling things up here. Hopefully we will be getting into this game very, very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly will be any moment now, of course, and that means we can kind of find out who goes forward into our upper bracket and who falls down into our elimination bracket. It does mean, of course, that today is a 3 kind of set schedule, and what that means for you, if you don't know, is we have blocks of games. Our first block was, of course, all of winners round 1. Our second block will be elimination round 2, and you can already see it's being populated as it goes, but we will run you down what has happened so far. It's 3-0 City out here as OMITNoir, Project 7, and OMNiA and Invicta take the first rounds.
Yeah, and this very well could have been 3-0 as well, to be honest with you. I think that would have been a fair assumption after what we've seen in maps 1 and 2. But map number 5 is what we've eventually been presented with. Hopefully we're going to be loading in very, very shortly. OMNiA sitting in that winners round 2, waiting on the winner of this series. That should be very, very interesting. Having a look at how things are playing out on the elimination side of things as well. Hibernation against Exceptional. Oh my word, to get themselves through. That's not an easy game for Exceptional by any stretch of the imagination. Treaty 1 will play the loser of this game. Again, not an easy game to call. These losers games always very, very tight.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, here's the benefit, though. If we get OMNiTNoir against Naged or against Rock Esports, I'm happy. Project 7 versus OMNiA and Invicta, also going to be a very good game as well. So, all that to come. And this is what we kind of alluded to at the start of the day, right? Every single team in here has looked very, very good at points in the elite stage, and certainly has more than enough talent to carry the day towards a victory.
Absolutely. I think, you know, when... If we're going to be realistic, I think... Probably, I mean, it would be very fair to say that, you know, the teams that make it into winners round 2, any of them could probably go on to win it. I honestly feel like Rock are going to do this here, and that's why I say that. Them up against OMITNoir is such a big game. Of course, we've already seen that through the group stages. Project 7 against OMNiA and Invicta, we of course haven't. So let's see how they're going to play out at the end of the night, I believe. Getting ourselves into this lobby very, very shortly here, Bryce.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the moment, looking at winners round 1 here, I would say that the favoured teams have all won their games so far. Now, the interesting point about that is that before this, Rock would be technically favoured, but I believe they're the lower seed coming into this game. And it could potentially be the only game that doesn't go the way of the higher seed from the groups. For me, how that kind of spells out for Rock Esports is kind of a weird one here, but I would say that you are right. I think the elimination teams that have gone down there, probably the teams I would have picked to go down, I think are the less likely teams to end up kind of in our grand finals. The teams in winners round 1, I think there are, I mean, the 3 standouts for me would probably be Project 7, OMNiTNoir, and OMNiA and Invicta, just in case of the strength that we've seen them so far in the groups.
It's going to be interesting to see what a winners final looks like after these games do play out. Honestly, I think it's very easy for me to say it. It's not necessarily delving into the deepest, darkest Call of Duty analysis, but OMNiTNoir up against Project 7 seems destined, doesn't it? But Rock Esports and Naged are going to be Gulf Cup teams, I should say, that are looking to try and disrupt that. How has Kicks found that kill on the clocks? I have no idea. He may well find a second onto a body that he's got no right in finding. B push has really worked out for the side of Rock Esports. B is going to be going down, but gentle. He's found himself a flank. That's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, but Shay's now going to be left on his own, a 1v2 in the blink of an eye.
It's also a little bit of a bad position for him. There's nothing, by the way, that feels worse than kind of just being stuck on something in the open like that. But Shay finds one. They've given him a 1 versus 1. Sees the second as well, stays alive, and that's all he really has to do. Oh, he's going to get chowed again here. He's playing a bit of time and finds the 1 versus 2. For Rock, that feels like a misplay.
I mean, how can you give him 2 1v1 gunfights like that? The snapper onto Kicks. He doesn't even land a bullet and gets decimated. First round to Naged. It's got to be annoying for Rock. Considering the position they were in over towards B, they were sitting very, very pretty, but Shay with the 1v2.
Well, here we go. A bit of a slow roll here from Naged as they try to push through in towards A, but that is a choke point of all choke points. They will have to work out a way to get through it now. Whether or not that's going to be a smoke and push. Well, at the moment they're splitting. I don't know if they're just waiting for information time.
The Kicks is going to smell blood in the water here. Gets maybe a little bit overzealous, but Bricksolder's there to pick up the pieces. Going to be a little bit of control over towards this A side now for Naged. They're not going to get anything over towards B. Clocks has been taken down by Dom. So what's the player now? Maybe it's just run through the middle of the map. Oh, Bodie. Just about going to get away with it. Should get traded and does. We'll take him. And this is now looking like a very comfortable round for Rock. And it is. One apiece in the blink of an eye there, Bryce.
Yeah, got there when they needed to. Just a good hold from me. It almost kind of felt like Nats just weren't confident in any particular push they wanted to make. And, well, Rock, you got to give them credit. Full patience on display.
His patience for the most part. Kicks was quite happily just diving headfirst into it. Rocky
Hey, if it works, it works.
Well, it just about did. Rixold was there for the trade.
Here we go. The Dominic sniper does not catch that player. Playing a bit of hopscotch in the window. Dom is already deep. Oh, timing may have gone against him there, and it has gone. But Dominic brings it back to a 3 versus 3. They are trying to clear out B here. Oh, here we go. This is all about how this gets charged. General is just waiting at the moment. Dominic's managed to find himself an M15, and he's actually waiting to play the flank here, as so is Gentle.
Be patient. Oh, General was the one that was patient, and he gets gunned. And kicks his move forward now as well, and has complete control of the site. Oh, honestly, I thought for everything that was setting itself up, surely Dom X was going to be the one to die. And now Clocks is left in a 1v3.
Oh. That player moved at just the wrong second there. He was waiting so patiently to see if he could get a better angle. The Rock Esports, got to give him credit. Big kill by Dom X. We see it over and over again, and he makes a pick with a sniper. He finds the kill to give him some respite into his bomb site. That puts him in the lead here, Ton.
It does indeed. Dom X with 4. He can work himself on this Hellstorm. It's definitely going to help out. There's plenty of cover, but there's also a lot of open ground that you can start to force players to find their way inside. Set up traps, potentially, with this Hellstorm, if you can get a hold of it, by the way. Half the way there. Again, very, very passive, if you like. I mean, I'm not sure what the plan was.
No.
Seems like a bit of a silly death just to give away there from a body. Kind of see the back end
one
of
of
it,
those maybe risk rewards, but
run straight into B on your own. Either way,
sometimes you gotta hope.
Kicks now. You're gonna have to back on down. Plenty of pressure coming in over towards A from Naged. Got a little bit of presence, but Rock Esports have the numbers.
Rock Esports are just taking map control here. This is about as good as it will get for Rock Esports. They haven't pushed through into the spawn quite yet, but they will. And for Naz, they don't even want to plant. They know they're in a bit of trouble here as already one goes down and say 2 versus 4. Trying to get something back, but there are bullets and guns in every direction. You cannot escape that.
Rock Esports now starting to find a little bit of influence. And just looking like the side that we thought they would. And for them as well to be finding a potential win here. Up against their comrades, if you like, from Saudi Arabia and Middle Eastern region. It'll be a nice win for them to have, especially in a reverse sweep. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure they would have 3-0'd and cracked on with their winners round 2 game in an hour or so. But a reverse sweep has got to be a nice feeling if they can find it. 3-1 to the good.
Oh, Rixold gives Clocks a haircut, but not enough to take him out of the game. And Rock here is still ready to push. You can tell that they wait to go. Big gun fired, and that's huge. They've just cleared this side out a little bit more here. Nat will have to react with more bodies being committed.
Shane Gentle trying to find a way through. It's working out for them. Gentle just trying to find a moment of magic, and Shea will have to find another 1v2, but very, very weak and hunted down. Rock Esports 4-1 to the good now, and it just feels inevitable.
For Rock Esports, it's been going very well. I mean, General always seems to find 2, by the way, in the most chaotic of situations.
He does,
but
doesn't he?
it hasn't worked out the times that he's done it. And now being 4-1, this is looking like Rock Esports' game to lose here. They're probably going to go for a similar setup. 2 towards B, 2 towards A. Keeping a little eye on that mid-map. Now just going for a hit. This just might be fast.
I think the stun check may well have just slowed them down, scared them a little bit. Yeah, Rock don't really have the numbers. Could do with finding something shit. Well, bit in switch, to be honest with you. Nade's going to be coming in, though. That doesn't necessarily land too well onto Shea. He'll continue to survive, and this bomb will go down 4v3, but no, it isn't. 3v3. Get the bomb carrier annihilated, and now Rock Esports are starting to close the net. A Bodhi will fall as well. 3v2.
Bodhi seemed a little bit off his game here as well, as more of these players get cut down. They make a great transition into this, but just didn't have the angles. Allowed players to be cut down as well, and Fox, this will be a 1 versus 3 if he makes it, but with the bomb down and the players against him, is it even plausible?
A 1v2 was what resulted in Najed's only round. They ain't going to get one there. Rock Esports now 5-1 to the good. It very easily could have been 6-0 as well. They figured Fringe out. Or Naged, well, maybe not put the time in on it. I'm not too sure, but Rock Esports are running away with this one, and the reverse sweep is firmly on the cards.
Just didn't see it coming. I know we joked about it. But it really has looked like two completely different teams. Rock in the first two, well, maps, and even the first half, really, of that overload. To this one. Pulling off the reverse sweep in the overload, reverse sweep in the series potential. And Naged will be feeling the pressure.
I mean, they were crazy far behind, of course, in the overload. This clock's totally the first to fall. A Bodhi. Oh, not the James Bond. Not going to happen. Really nice snap to get himself off that one, but he's going to be annihilated pretty much imminently. Gentle will find that one back. Now a 2 versus 2 dual round here for Naged.
Some potential in it for Naged. I mean, they do have the better positioning. Because Rock Esports will have to make the move here, but the benefit for Rock Esports is they can send two. If they just stick together and trade out, it's a very good opportunity for them. Kicks saw the player going through, and General finds himself in a horrible situation, and Kicks' irons are too good. Shea, 1 versus 2 to stay alive.
Puts himself in a good position up into top barn. As the M15, if you can find the first pick, all he needs to do is stay alive. Dipping and diving, but he isn't getting any timing. It hasn't went his way, and he's dipped out. As that bomb will go down. Awful luck for Shea. Now needs the 1v2 and the defuse. Put it up.
Chow out of the window. That is a wild chow, by the way. Completely unnecessary. Doesn't matter.
Very necessary, Bryce.
That was the most unnecessary chow I've ever seen, by the way. Kicks, I'm just going for it. I didn't even think his teammate was aware. Eventually does join him here. A little bit disjointed, but does work for them. And Rock continue moving forward. A reverse sweep in their first round of the bracket. We should have never doubted that this was going map 5, because of course it was.
I mean, after the first 2 maps, I think it was very fair to doubt it was going map number 5. They pretty much got smoked, and all of a sudden, they're getting beat around in the overload. I think at one stage, I actually even called it. I said that, well, this game and series is pretty much done. It was 4-1 to Naged in the overload to find themselves in what would have been a 3-0. I mean, we would have been cracking on with the losers bracket by now. But Rock Esports say no. Come back in the overload. Absolutely batter them all over gridlock, to be honest with you. And do even worse things to them on Fringe. Rock Esports finding the reverse sweep.
Well, we will see just how this one is going to play out, because Rock have made their case to continue moving forward in this tournament, but there are monsters still in that winner's side, and they will have to face a big one in this next round. OMNiA have been looking exceptional in the groups.
Yeah, and of course these two teams went up against each other in the groups, so we're getting an indicator there to see how we think that one is going to go. But a losers bracket round to get through. Naged will have an opportunity to bounce back here, Bryce. But that one's going to sting. I mean, they had the game in the palm of their hand, didn't they? Really, really good performance in map 1 and 2. Incredible map 1, to be honest with you. Just came out absolutely screaming into the series. Great performance in map number 2. Pretty comfortable search and destroy in the end. And we're looking great in the overload until they weren't. Rock Esports, inspired by Dom, the reverse sweep is nailed in here for our very first game of playoffs in the EMEA Challenges Elite. Incredible stuff. Rock Esports advance on through. Never in doubt.
Well, they've certainly kept hopes alive for the Rock Esports fan here. For Nats, I mean, they're going to be so upset. Had that game down, except 5 minutes, reversed all of their fortunes. And, well, they were going to face Trinity 1 in the elimination game. Hibernation and Exceptional Gaming also going to be a very good game for us to watch. But who makes it through?
I think for Trinity 1 and Naged as well, playing each other last night in the very final game. I mean, that's one that had its, well, controversy to a certain degree, but Trinity 1 finding the win to get themselves into playoffs, and now both these two teams need to find a win to keep themselves in playoffs, Pricey. So should be an entertaining one, as last night's was as well.
Yeah, it should be, and we will find out. But all that and action coming after the break. We will see you in just a few minutes for our elimination round here on Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back, and we will see just how these games are about to go. We are currently in the playoff stage of Challengers Elite, and we have already had our first round, which means we get to have our elimination round now. Not always the best part of it, because we do have to send some teams home, but it does amp up that pressure just a little bit.
It absolutely does. Do or die for all these teams that we're going to be seeing over the next hour and a half to 2 hours as we head into another block of games. I mean, Treaty 1 taking on Naged, Hibernation up against Exceptional Game. We're going to be jumping over towards Bravo pretty shortly, I believe, to see how the game's going to be going on there. But yeah, no, plenty of games to come this evening. Exceptional against Hibernation has already kicked off. Hibernation with a good start.
This is a game that, truthfully, I'm not entirely certain how it's going to go. Hibernation looked pretty good. Exceptional, and this is a story that we've been telling basically since they've been in here, have not been maybe living up to some of their past accomplishments and have struggled a lot of the time against a lot of teams.
Yeah, again, it's just quite the fall from grace for Exceptional, hasn't it, being in? We need to see them start turning it around. Again, like, it kind of just wouldn't surprise me. I say it wouldn't, it probably would. But to see them just turn it around, because we know what the talent is on this roster, and there is a lot of it. So if they can just somehow figure out what is going on, what has been going wrong since, well, the end of Stage 1 in Challengers Elite, then they can be back in amongst the mix. They've absolutely got the talent. That's never been a question. It's just whether or not they've figured out the game in its current state. Seems like they haven't.
Well, we will find out. I mean, the fortunate thing that we always talk about here is that you can lose in the group stages as long as you get to playoffs. Playoffs, you can redeem yourself here. Of course, for Exceptional, a little bit more of a difficult road now for them, considering they are going to be on the lower bracket. But still, you can win from this position, and all will be forgiven.
Knocked over towards his backside. Could do with staying alive. The rest of the team finding plenty of good work inside of the hill. Finding over from Cobra. This is some good time now on offer as you have a little bit of church control. He's going to, well, not back things up, just trying to survive inside of the point. No truck systems available. So Cobra will eventually fall as well. So for all the good work Exceptional have done, they don't get a great deal for it. Linz and Melko, though, with the close spawns, can they find a bounce back? Trade? Surely.
Still back and forth, and everybody firing to this one here, but it has given Exceptional just the slightest of leads going into this next one here. You can already see the fight doing shop going down as both teams look for a bit of mid-map control here, but Exceptional turning up the tempo as they manage to wipe out 3.
Could do with some time to try and just get themselves a little bit of an extension. Cobra's having a hell of a game. Sitting at 16 and 8. A strange one, though. Very, very tight game. If he can keep this up, then Exceptional Game, and they're going to be in a lot more of a comfortable position. They're not in one now, though. Hibernation with some time over towards P1 on offer. That was P2 rotations, though. Lynn's going to get some control over towards the motel. And that's what he needs to find. They're just trying to lock down over towards P1, but a very tight game here as we head into the second hill of the second rotation in around 15.
This transition is pretty crucial most of the time for Exceptional. Of course, they don't have the position to begin with, but if you kill every single player, then you can basically do whatever you want, and they will be the first team into P2, Tom.
Put themselves in a nice position now with a minute to go. Hibernation, not too bad of a stage so far, and not too bad of an opportunity here to maybe try and find a break. It's going to be on Danny if he can try and find a bit of a flank. They will just be playing with them just to try and distract, because the rest of the boys are pushing away through the front. Nicely done. Melko, all of a sudden, is the, well, last one alive for a moment. He'll have to back on down. Lovely break coming through for Hibernation.
Just done an excellent job of pushing them completely out as well. You thought after Exceptional had that wonderful pinch on the P1 that maybe they would take this as a bit of a money hill, but Cobra says, all right, watch this. Get it back into it as well. Danny gets taken off of his 5 spree, and well, this is all tied up. Exceptional will take a bit of a lead here going into this rotation, but Hybrid are here again. This already has all of the hallmarks of going down to the wire.
It's so back and forth, isn't it? Over on Bravo. When Alpha does kick off, we'll be dipping over towards that side of things, but of course you can watch every single game of Challengers Elite throughout the entirety of the year. You've had a lot of games to watch through so far, and plenty more to come. Atlanta coming up. You got the Pro-Am. There's a lot of Call of Duty going on in Atlanta, Brycey. A lot of Call of Duty.
There is. It never stops either. It's just constant Call of Duty all the time, which is kind of just the way we like it. I mean, it's been a lot of fun to see so many players go through here and catch so many games, but this game again is hitting that same point where we're going to see a lead change. It's going to be Hibernation. Now, the key thing to watch out for here is who holds this first rotation spawn onto P4.
That's so close. Exceptional gamer with the slight edge as we head over now towards blue. It's going to in. Scyther will be able to find one, but again, the pinstripe kill feed. What's going to result in? Keep an eye on the spawns here for Hibernation. Malco can't get away through. Big kills coming in from Blade. That's the first wave. Can Hibernation find a second?
Still fighting. Everybody is going for it as well. A completely tied game as everybody goes for it. But it does look like Exceptional Majors had the lead in the kills here. Spawn's still going to be close. Players still going to be pouring through the doorways. Lins goes out to try and lock down the back spawner as well. It will be Exceptional Gaming who are currently in control, but they are absolutely locked inside the house.
Lins on a 5 spree. It's the right moment to start finding this kind of form if you're Exceptional. Expect both of these losers games to be really tight, Brycey, and this one providing to be the case. Can you find another if you're Lins? It's a 7 spree. These are the kind of moments that threw this man into MVP-like performances in the CDL. 7 in a row. Perfect transition over towards P5. Exceptional Gaming can win it here over towards the church.
Already pressure going through. Hibernation should really be pushing the back out here, and you can tell that that's what they want to do. Going to take control of top first. Is there a way for them to get that pinch out towards the spawn here? They don't have as many bodies here, Hibernation, and well, Lynn staying alive on an 8 string eventually will fall, but Exceptional still have control, and a control that they can win the game off.
24 to go. I think that opportunity to win has been taken away from them, but it may well just be a formality at this stage. Hibernation get the contest, but they will have to be perfect over towards P1. A lot of them dropping, but a lot of them actually finding a way through towards potentially the final 10. Brezzy, can he get a hold of it? He cannot. So, some breathing room for Hibernation. 15 seconds needed for Exceptional. This is not out of the realms of possibility for Hibernation to bring this one back. If they need 3 or 4 points, it's a different story. But if you can keep them at bay here over towards P1, a nice rotation towards P2, Hibernation could quite easily come back.
And he squeezing into the gap here of what is a spider tank. A lot of people have referred to that as a helicopter before, but just managed to hold them at bay here. Great wipe from them in the end. This is going to spawn them all the way out towards P5. That is some really interesting choke points to try to get through. If you are trying to push back into P1 here, you either have to go all the way around, which we've seen Exceptional do before, but will they manage to pull off the same trick twice?
I'll tell you what, that's another 3 dead. Oh, spawns are a little bit awkward, though. Look at where Brezzy is, and now he's going to cause a little bit of an issue. That's going to open the door up, so Exceptional can just walk through towards P2. They actually just walk in over towards P1. I actually just thought they would have went for the setup, but they look for the time here. The time that was just about enough to close things out, but over towards P2 we go. Exceptional setup. It's their game to lose.
Oh, Exceptional are here. I mean, this is basically just a case of just put people down, and Linz already has found 3. That is going to be game. Exceptional managed to take it over Hibernation, but truth being told, a good showing from both sides. Some of the gameplay and the retakes from Exceptional may have just been the difference maker, and of course, Linz.
Yeah, Linz going absolutely ballistic when he needed to. Bladen just didn't really have too much of an answer. On the side of Exceptional, found themselves another gear. Good play there from Exceptional. They'll find map number 1. But look, they need to try and keep that form up. You're going up against Hibernation, as mentioned. A very solid outfit. Found themselves some decent enough results throughout their group stage play. Deserved to be here in the playoffs. But Hibernation did get presented with a pretty tough game to kick things off. Now a very tough game, of course, in the losers bracket as well. Exceptional coming out the gate strong, 250 to 203. Looking towards the stats, though, I think, you know, it's those non-traded from Cobra sitting at 21 and Linz with 20 as well. Danny trying his best with 27, but not enough to get it over the line. Big game for both two teams, actually. A lot of damage, a lot of kills coming through, but ultimately exceptional. Finding the more important ones. Nicely done from them. They'll advance into map number 2, 1-0 up.
Yeah, and it could have gone either way. You know, you talk about some of the rotations, some of the breaks into this game. It was, well, and the last time I saw it perfectly tied was 161 or 169 apiece. And for both sides, it just became a case of who could be a little bit better when they needed it to be. And, well, Linz was that player. Truth being told, he was making some very, very big kills in and around P4 and 5. And then that was just enough.
And that's just kind of the moment where you really do need Linz to start taking over. Those 37 kills are going to make a difference, aren't they? Incredible work from him. Hibernation find themselves 1-0 down, as mentioned. We'll be trying to find the comeback there up against Exceptional. We're going to be keeping an eye, though, of course, on Trinity 1 up against Naged. Last night, I see these two went up against each other as well. I think the cogs are starting to wear on that one. They did just finish their last game. They're not seeing picks and bans yet, so that does not usually tell a good tale of how quickly we're going to be getting into that one. We're sticking around here on Bravo, though, to try and get through this game and see how things are going to go. But yeah, Trinity 1 up against Naged should be interesting when we get there.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And you are right. I mean, that was kind of a highlight game for us yesterday, right? I mean, we kind of had to see 21 kind of go above and beyond to secure their places. It did come down to the wire. I mean, we didn't talk about it as much at the start of the show here, but I feel like the Vicious, it is probably one of the worst ways to not make playoffs, right? I mean, technically this is always the harsh truth, is that you did not do enough to qualify, but having to sit there and watch other teams to qualify is always going to suck considerably more than if you had the opportunity to play that last game. And so, commiserations. I thought the Vicious were a very, very good team throughout this one as well, but hey, maybe there was a couple of maps more that they could have taken to give them an advantage when it come down to the tiebreaker, but that wasn't to be so.
No, it wasn't. I think, you know, when they look at it, they'll sort of look. I think it was their loss up against Trinity 1. I think that's kind of the difference maker. It was someone along those lines. But either way, they had a bad loss in there that they would have said to themselves they should have managed to find, and it would have sent them through. But let's have a little more of a delve in here, Brycey, on Bravo. We're going to be sticking for a little while with Exceptional up against Hibernation. I believe we're going to be heading into map number 2 in a second. Again, though, great start for Exceptional, and if they can find a search and destroy as well, Hibernation should be a team that can put through the sword. But I've said this plenty about Exceptional, that you look at this roster, and again, I feel like I am banging this drum consistently. But how they're not doing better than they have been, I have no idea.
I mean, it could just be something to do with the meta change. We've already seen that, you know, Rock have struggled more into this meta as well. It is
right now
one of the most significant changes we have seen, though. You know, you talk about a massively changing map pool. You talk about a completely different change with the NPC. It's a lot to adapt to, and it highlights strengths and weaknesses of different players.
Second color with plenty of control. Over towards B, and Brezzy left on his own. Should be dead to rights in just a second, and is. Good start for Hibernation. The first round here in Search and Destroy. Yeah, I mean, look, as far as the new maps, the meta has made a bit of a change, but Exceptional have struggled since they won in Stage 1, haven't they? And that's kind of been the issue for them. I just don't understand, like, especially a team of their caliber, I'm very surprised to not see them maybe make a bit of a change, unless they are just trying to work it out, which, I mean, I kind of tip my hat to a certain degree. Let's see if they can try and get themselves through this loser round one game first then.
First blood. Linz is making a move here. He's going to try and be a bit of a difference maker. Oh, not really gain the ground he wants to here, and they don't have anything over towards A, but Cobra finds Scythe, and, well, there's going to be another player that goes into his sight here. Cobra already pre-firing this one as well, as Linz goes for the kill, but does go down. It's not over yet. Connor gets 2, but it's just too many.
Exceptional getting one back. Trades eventually working in their favor. It's a little bit scary with Cont finding those kills, but Brezzy is there to stick the final bullet in. The final nail in the coffin of that round. Exceptional get themselves on the board. Keeping an eye out for these maps. Picks and bans, Brycey. Delving into what they played up against each other yesterday. Should make it an interesting one between Treaty 1 and Naged.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it shouldn't take that long, really. I mean,
well, nothing should take as long as it does sometimes, but it does.
Well, as soon as we get that one back onto our screen, we will let you know. At the moment, though, this is still ongoing. Linz will get first blood, but that is an instant trade. Let's take down Connor, though, who's been having a very good S&D so far. Melko, we're coming in a little bit of trouble here, backing off before he can get wallbanged. Bomb down, advantage, Hibernation.
Long way around for Exceptional here, which may well work out in their favour. Blake gets caught with these passes, sadly, and Danny will get traded by Melko. 2 versus 1 now. Scythe. Not in the worst of positions, but oh, was he patient enough? He wasn't. He had the angle on Brezzy. And he'd be hearing plenty going on next to him, but this bomb is now being defused. Is Scythe going to even choose to have a little look? Yes, he is on. It just lines up perfectly for him. He was patient. It works out. Hibernation 2-1 to the good.
Just easy there for Scythe in the end. Of course, you know, we've been more than a little nervous to not check this, but wins that first gunfight easily, and just the transfer straight on. That almost was defused, but not quite as close as they would have hoped it would have been. Hibernation, though, striking back into this one, taking the lead in the S&D again. Now, will we turn of Exceptional Gaming, though? We'll get to attack here. Oh, Melko already looking towards A. It's going to be an A hit. Everybody pile in.
Over towards the rooftops we go. Danny's going to be the first point of contact for Hibernation. The first point of contact is dead. Blade can find 2, though. The trades are nice, but Brezzy is there for the final one that needed to be. Locked in there by Exceptional. Oh, Scythe with a tight angle. He's going to find out 1v1 within 23 seconds.
Oh, no, the clutch by Scythe. Surely Melko has no idea now. Technically, neither does Scythe. And if you're Scythe, you probably slow roll this. Oh, no, he'll check it. Scythe clutches up again. Another round for Hibernation off the back of Scythe.
His timing just working out perfectly here. 5-1 now. Just been a quick check onto the site. Melko gets taken down, and Scythe once again finding the clutch up against Exceptional. And the 1v2 presented to himself again. Hibernation benefiting from Scythe's iciness at this stage.
Hey, if you're going rounds like that, you can put yourself in such a good position. Comes the push again here from Hybrid. They do have bodies out towards it, but Linz will find the first blood. It hasn't always gone the way of Exceptional when they do get the first blood ton. And now back off. They've lost a lot of map control here. Keep an eye on Melko.
Needs to get out. Put himself in a bit of a precarious spot now. He either has to be aggressive or either has to back down, so he's dead to rights and is. Blade, he'll find 1, but Cobra finds a way around and find 2 of his own. Left Connor now on a 1 versus 2. Surely not again, Exceptional. Let's clutch one of these up eventually.
Well, here's Connor's turn. Oh, Linz gives him a love tap and goes for the reach out against Connor, and never mind, grabs it. Not going to let that one slip this time around, and Exceptional get another round back on the board here, Ton.
Just working out with the trades that come through. It was Cobra who was able to find 2 on the outside of rooftops. For all that Melko choose to be aggressive and not just give up that side, information was gained. And Cobra did plenty with it. Push over towards the rooftops does not work out for Hibernation. And they turn to defend. Exceptional. Looking like a pretty standard split from both these two teams. And map control just so important when it does come down to Den. They've just been, well, finding plenty of success some of these first bloods and putting himself in advanced positions to try and scare off Hibernation. I quite like this spot as well, but he won't like seeing the kill feed look like that. Melko's been taken down. The push over towards A is starting to come through, but Linz has actually managed to escape through the middle of the map. He's in his position where he can do plenty, but it's Scythe there to pick up the pieces. 4 versus 2 in favor of Hibernations.
Cobra was hoping for a bit of a pick there, but he finds himself in a horrible position. 24 health, has to back off. How on earth do Exceptional make this one back here, as every angle so far is covered? They would have to win a very impressive gunfight to do it. There's one. Hoping for the trade. Looking for the second as well. His teammates trying to get into it at the same time, but they want to plant here. Give themselves an opportunity. Blade's going to swing out as well. It's going to be called. Cobra will need to help his teammate out. Gets as well. What to 1 versus 2. Cobra's found 2 here.
One's down though. He's just going to go and get aggressive, and Blade will say thank you very much. He just about survives the gunfight, but Danny unscathed. The bomb will be defused. Hibernation using their numbers wisely. 4-2. This one has the hallmarks of a very, very tight series. Picks and bans are in for Naged against Treaty 1 as well. We should be getting that one. Kick. Hey, I've been keeping an eye, don't you worry.
I'm so excited.
Because I was just left in so much suspense.
Well, that one will be winging its way towards us shortly, as that game does start up here in our second elimination game in the playoffs. And to be fair, this one is looking like it's winging its way towards a tied game. Right now, Hibernation, 2 rounds to the good. Different game taking full control of B. I wonder if they're going to try something a little bit crazy here. How does Linz keep getting first bloods and they're losing?
Just exceptional things at the moment, isn't it, really? There's a second, though. I'd like to think they're going to get this one. Although... not a gunfight you want to take with the NPC. Danny and the drawback. Oh, Melko! It was an awkward gunfight for Danny. But absolutely deletes him with the spin. It's a clean round from Exceptional. But Melko will be looking back on that gunfight. Nasty one.
Get it done as well, and he could have done with it. Melko turned and burned, and that is a good convert of that first blood. Something they've really needed so far in this search and destroy. But then, though, they are going to have to go even further. They are going to have to try and lock this one down for 3 more rounds if you're Exceptional.
Can they start turning more of those first bullets into more rounds? Aggressive view in the middle of the map. Linz has not been tagged up by that stun. Find the first gunfight, Danny. Caught in 2 minds there. Didn't really expect that pressure to be coming in as soon as it was. And one player off top blue, and Connor is now wondering what to do. His teammates are on the way around. The bomb is down. 4 versus 3. Another first blood for Exceptional. That's now gone. 3v3, but the bomb is down.
Linz sitting waiting for this first chow to come through. Stack here for Hibernation. They're going to hit it with 3. Already players going in. Players on the outside as well. Brezzy will find the first here, and a second chow will come in, and Brezzy finds the second, and now can just wait for the third to go down, and his teammate will pick it up. Exceptional. Tie up the S&D.
Yeah, nicely done. Just a free reign throughout the middle of the map, and that is really what hurt side of Hibernation there. I felt as if that setup looked good. Stun checks came out from top blue, I believe, and if they did land on anything, it didn't land on anybody who was sprinting through the bottom over towards red, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Danny gets taken down, and if you're everybody else in Hibernation, you are looking at each other saying, well, how do we find our way back through? Never looking likely. Brezzy on 4 in a row. Exceptional gaming starting to come to life here in this search and destroy. Hibernation had a really good start. It's another first blood for Exceptional, who are finding them at will. Danny not going to be dead to rights. He has to find that important kill. A new one player pushing in around behind. Is that Cobra from behind? It is to get aggressive. I thought he killed himself with his own grenade there, Bryce.
Yeah.
But Exceptional get it done. 5-4.
It did look a little weird. but it was going to be Cobra who got it. I mean, Cobra 11 and 5 here. Lin's fighting the first bloods. Cobra being solid as a rock. And they've turned this S&D completely on its head now. Now that they are the team fully in the driving seat, they need one more round to make this a 2-0. And you would not put it past them. Exceptional Gaming. They are fighting to stay alive in the elimination bracket along with Hibernation, but this will certainly put them in good standing.
A 2-0 lead would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Because I think it's very easy as well if you want to try and delve into the mind of players like this who are really happy at the top of the game. If you're losing games like this, if you're having to go to tight scenarios and struggle your way through, if you can find a bit of breathing room, just get some momentum behind you. Exceptional could be a big team for, well, some of these teams to struggle up against. Cobra, another first blood. I cannot wait to see these first bloods. It feels like maybe all 9 have went over towards Exceptional. Make it 10. Here in round number 10. B is going to go their way. The bomb will go down. Connor and Danny need to find a 2 versus 4 and defuse.
There they go in towards the middle here, but already tagged up. Looking for it as well. Lynch has no fear, but he will go down 2 versus 3, but Cobra is here. Striking from the shadows as he takes them down, and now Exceptional Gaming, round after round, first blood after first blood, puts themselves 2-0 ahead in this series. And Hybrid, we might be saying an early goodbye.
Exceptional. A fantastic job there. As mentioned, it feels as if the first bloods were coming their way every single round. We'll be delving into the stats in a second to have a look to see if our eyes deceived us, because that quite often can be the case, but a really good performance from Exceptional there. I mean, look, I think it'll be interesting to see the first bloods because they actually lost quite a few rounds where they were finding them as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's quite a lot. I mean, there was 2 out of the 10 went to Hibernation, and they still managed to find 4 rounds. Conversion rate still relatively solid, though. The 8 first bloods for Exceptional. Lynn's finding 3 of them. Everybody chipping in on that aspect of things, Brycey. And I mean, if you're always playing a step behind, if you're Hibernation, things are going to be very, very difficult, especially when it does come down towards Den. I mean, you can start to get teams flooding into certain areas with just more bodies, and it just makes things very, very difficult. If you can lock down certain sites with 2 people, imagine having to try and retake that without those kind of moments. I mean, look, I suppose Hibernation, both their rounds were 1v2s from site.
Yeah, I was going to say.
2 of those rounds, I should say.
Something we maybe overlooked a little bit here is that there were 2 clutches against Exceptional Gaming, so could have been a lot more one-sided towards Exceptional if it wasn't for those 2, but they really did struggle to get some of these rounds early.
Yeah, it was an interesting search and destroy, all things considered, wasn't it? I felt like Exceptional were just running away with it, but Hibernation were hanging. It makes me believe that this one is far from done. This one might be over before the other one even bloody starts, Pricey.
It might be. It really, really might be. I don't know exactly what has been the slow down over there. I mean, Pig and Ban did take quite a while for teams that have kind of played with each other before. So we will find out. Hopefully the game lives up to the hype and the delay that they've put onto the broadcast. But those 2 teams should be winging our way to our screens pretty shortly while we wait for this map 3 to start.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to delve in very, very quickly and see how that game's going to play out. It was a 3-1 fashion, actually, for Treaty 1 Gaming to get this one done. They found both the hard points and I believe the overload. Let's have a little look. No, they got 5 out in the overload. Never mind. So let's see how that one's going to go. Wildly bad prediction from myself. We're going to be having a little look as to how this game is going to break down, Bryce. So we'll be jumping in the maps and have some, maybe not theories, but some information on how things have played out on this one. As far as I'm concerned, map number 5, we didn't actually get to see what that would have been yesterday, but only gridlock from the previous series, which was a very convincing win for Treaty 1. But going Colossus first, Naged looked phenomenal on this map beforehand. Treaty 1 must have been watching Naged on Fringe Search and Destroy because they went for that with map number 2. Scar Overload incoming. Naged fumbled that one as well. I just wonder if there's a little bit of too much of Scar tissue for Naged in his first 4 maps. But Raid Search and Destroy, though, they'll be feeling confident about that. They look brilliant up against Rock on that. This one could very much go all the way, Bryce. I think if you're putting me on the spot, you're not. But I'm going to actually just take it upon myself. I think another 3-1 Treaty 1 Gaming here.
I wasn't pushing for you, but okay, 3-1, 3-1. I mean, obviously, you know, we've seen 3-1 kind of struggle their way to this point at the moment here, but a team full of very, very good players. And, you know, I mean, Whalers has been around for some time. And you expect them to do well here against them. Of course, it's not going to be easy. NAJD also very stacked with players and could have potentially been in that upper bracket, but it all fell apart on a second half of Overload.
It's a stinger, isn't it? And if you're Treaty 1, I mean, you'd rather be playing up against the guys that you pretty comfortably beat last night than Rock. Put it that way. I think I know who I would rather go up against. It probably is Naged. But the Colossus Hall point is going to make things interesting. I'm curious if, again, like I think we're kind of going back to previous matchups and what we've seen from Rock on Colossus Hall point. Never really overly convinced by them on it. This is where Vortex then texts me saying, actually, we're going to positive record. But irrelevant to that, the eye test never usually passes for me when it does come down to Rock and Colossus, and that was very much the case when Naged, put them to the sword. It happened with one of that previous series, so they're wanting to go back there again. Are Treaty 1 going to be able to keep up with that? That's where my query is going to be for this series. But Fringe, Search and Destroy, again, Naged just didn't look very solid on that one in particular, but maybe they have something else to throw the other way here up against Treaty 1. It's just a hard game to decipher, isn't it? Tell you what might not be, though, is Bravo with Exceptional up 2-0.
Yeah, that one's a little bit more kind of solid going here, but these two teams, of course, are what we were going to cover in our alpha slot, technically, but the delay that they've kind of put on us here means we will see probably all of these maps regardless anyway, as we do wait for some maps to kick off somewhere.
Hopefully we'll be diving in very, very shortly. We had a long night ahead, Bryce. Yeah, I've got the customary energy drink just by my side. It's very much going to be needed to get through this day. It's always a big one, isn't it, when we got the 3 blocks coming in, the very first rounds of playoffs. Teams really starting to knuckle down. We see some close games across the board here in the EMEA. So yeah, we've got a long night ahead of us still. We've got these games to go through, and then the 2 winners bracket games as well, which should be really, really interesting. I think we're going to be leaning towards OMITNoir up against Rock as our main game to go through, excuse me. Project 7 should probably be feeling pretty confident about their chances in the other winners round 2, Brycey, but that top one should be interesting to say the least.
No, it definitely should. And yeah, well, we've got a second to chat about it. We'll be perfectly honest about how those games get picked for Alpha. So here's kind of how it went down. We were looking at that kind of run of what game we should win. And we said we've already kind of seen Rock today, but technically we think that might be the better game here. You can remember, obviously, you know, Rock have done so much so frequently. And obviously, you know, we're big fans of OMNiA at the moment. You got a new team kind of setting their group of fire. And the other side of it was like, well, Project 7 are probably a little bit more heavily favored against OMNiA Invicta. The best part of it is, of course, and what kind of allowed us to log into it was the fact that we probably are going to cover both games anyway. So not only does P7 and OMNiA Invicta have their own stream regardless, but we'll probably still catch 60% of it. So we're like, all right, we'll just go with Omit to begin with and see how it is. If it staggers, we'll catch both games. So it'll be a good time.
Yeah, no, we're going to catch plenty of it, I would imagine. For all that, Daniel Say is very much the commissioner of the CDL. We are the commissioners of challenges. We do make the decisions down here, don't we? Just as far as the games go, don't actually quote me on that. Closest hard point going to be coming in very, very shortly. Of course, between these two teams, Naged and Treaty 1 taking each other on. I'm really interested to see who's actually going to manage to take that pro spot. That's going to be so interesting. It was one of my favorite events, actually. I was back in Raleigh, wasn't it? Good few years ago now. Oh, actually, I specifically remember because we were watching the World Cup final in the green room on the Sunday. You weren't there, if I remember rightly. You actually left me to fully work as an analyst, which was an interesting time, probably for the viewers, thinking, why is this Englishman spouting these words to me? I was there for the vibes, though.
Hey, vibes are all good. I mean, it's one of those ones. I mean, we've spoken about this before. So much Call of Duty that we've cast, and we can kind of cast our mind back here. And I was trying to work out the other day how many maps we've probably cast, or even more kind of crazy, how many players we've seen over the last, what is something along the lines of 17 years. Okay,
now you're making us sound old.
I am, but you know that just means that we've got to be older than 17. That's all it means.
Well, true. We're wise. We're very wise. Maybe is that the word? Maybe not the word.
It allows us to kind of go off topic while we're waiting for these teams to load in. That's That's the privilege of veterancy as we go through. But I believe Alpha's loading, so we can kind of jump into this. This is Trinity One Gaming versus Naged, and an elimination game between these two. And well, they played against each other recently, Ton.
Yeah, no, last night it was a 3-1 victory for Trinity One Gaming. Colossus Hardpoint was not in the mix, though. What we did see from Colossus Hardpoint was a brilliant performance coming out of Naged. And Trinity One Gaming of, well, nearly already done better than Rock Esports did on that first rotation, I see. 17 seconds or so, was it? No, it might have been a little bit more than that, but Gentle and Clock starting to get themselves to work, and they were so influential. The SMGs of Naged, King of Odie, doing great work as well. Very, very aggressive setup from them when it does come down to Colossus was something that Rock struggled to deal with. How did Trinity One treat it?
At the moment, it's just the fighting for positioning. It's always one of the ones you try to get these P2 spawn early if you get into P1. So far, Naged will have it, and it's going to be a difficult break for Trinity One. They're going to try and punch through. Clock's though already taking down one player, trying to save them as well. He gets a second. Clock's almost gets the third, but even leaving Overlay alive is not enough to really flip the spawn in Trinity One's favour.
Good hold so far from Naged. Spree amongst them as well. Gentle is... I know there was a lot of talk about him going over, and when he went over towards NA, so I think it didn't necessarily work out, but he's really starting to play his trade a little bit, isn't he? And Clocks and Shay have really stepped it up from their time. They're putting themselves in conversations that they weren't in previously. I think Gentle, for me, does seem like the one who could potentially make a bit of a step up. Get ahead of myself. Yeah, they're currently in the losers bracket, and they need to try and turn this one on. Boilers and Cup do find a way through over towards P2. They'll get the latter share of that time as we head over towards P3. First one's going to be here, are going to be Naged, but Trinity One Gaming have numbers as well.
Trying to be a bit careful here when they go for these trades into at the same time, but that is good from Naged. They will have full control here. You're already seeing a Bodhi trying to get into the mix here, allowing Trinity One Gaming to kind of move their focus away from one single point, but already going down to two. They know where a Bodhi's going to be, but he gets cut down. This goes a little bit even now as the team's trying to get bodies back in.
Big gunfight win coming through somehow by Henry in the middle of the map, and now Trinity One Gaming not able to quite find a way through. Shots coming in from Rush. And Naged being back down a little bit here, but I like this play coming out from Henry. Such an elusive figure, isn't he? Constantly on the flank, just constantly being a pain, and he's, well, got the gunny alongside of it. Isn't necessarily, and again, I don't want to go at him as these players will come on through and eventually get some control for Naged over towards P4. I really thought when we first seen Henry, I think it was Black Ops 4, potentially? That long ago, honestly. I think it was back then. I really thought he would kick on. He's a very talented player, but has very much applied a lot of his trade here in challenges, but still kicking about.
Certainly is. I mean, at this point, though, Trinity One Gaming with a good retake with so much time left into this P4 ton, so they have the opportunity to really grab some time here. Overlay does grab one, Wailers grabs a second, Rush grabs the third, and, well, that's a staggered push now. They're going to have to reset.
30 seconds to go, yeah. Rush can't find the second one up top. That would have helped Overlay out because now he's being swarmed by everybody else on Naged, but Wailers, somebody else who's been around for a long time. A lot of veterancy on this Trinity One roster, to be honest with you, as Rush is going to pick up the pieces. Overlay there just to put a bow on it. Can't quite find that final kill. It's been a mixy first rotation. There's a few seconds remaining of it, and Trinity One Gaming will take themselves a nice little lead heading into the second set. They'll be happy with that as well. Kadu trying to push out these spawns though. Bodhi not quite having the game that he had up against Rock. 13 and 9 though is nothing to turn your nose up at. Shay sitting at 6 and 11. They need to step things up.
Big game here though for these two. I feel like whoever gets this might just have the momentum for the series. I mean, for Trinity One, obviously they kind of had to pull out all of the stops yesterday in what was a bit of a frustrating run for them with the disconnects. But for Naged, would it be a case of losing to essentially rivals in Rock Esports and then finding themselves under the sword against Trinity One Gaming? Either of these two teams could be eliminated, but this is a massive fight by Wailers. If he grabbed it, he probably would have grabbed the back support for his team. Henry doing the same thing, though. Spawn a little bit adjacent of where they would have liked it, but so far, so good.
Good job here from Henry, and honestly, if Trinity One Gaming can keep this up, massive map to take of Naged if they can. I hope we've been pronouncing the name right, because I tell you what.
Well, we're not calling them 6-7A, 6E7. So.
Not fancy it? We really challenge ourselves. We were talking about veteran scene before. I believe we could do it.
Well, I just call them light blue because that's the hex code. So. I'm actually kind of surprised that we haven't seen the observers put them in light blue for the minimap, but maybe that'll be something that we do if they continue on in this tournament. At the moment, though, this is a very even hard point between them as well. Naged looking to hold this one down and take the lead, and will do so in 10 more seconds. 3-1 Gaming do have a stack. They do have a bit of positioning to maybe try and put a bit of pressure here, but already 2 of them being taken down, and that means the pressure is slightly relieved.
What? How on earth did they manage to find a way through? Get the spawns to the back as well. You take that all day long, but I think if you're Naged, you know what you sort of say. You're in a good 30, maybe 40 seconds there. Now the rotation over towards P3 is as free as a bird. Fox and Co are here. Shea going to be watching the spawns over towards the backside. Overlay, maybe a bit of trouble. Overlay finding the gunfight. So the squeeze going to come from a couple of different directions. Spawns, yep, going to be back over towards P2 here for the side of Naged. Rush going to turn around, try and keep them at bay on that side of things, as the rest of the team going to try and find a way through. And no success so far. Gentle still alive and kicking, if only momentarily. The trades working in the favor of Treaty 1, if only for a second. Big gunfights are coming through, though. It's Clocks to find a couple. So back and forth. A very tight game again.
Yeah, not a clue who's going to walk away the winner here at this point. Of course, this will be all Naged at the moment. 25 seconds to go. They will be looking to take every single point of that, but the bigger issue now as we start to get into this scrap time here is who grabs the spawns for next. You can already see a player just running straight through here. Bodhi managed to get himself in a wonderful position. Will still go down, and even with that fighting, it will be Treaty 1 Gaming who hold on for P4.
Do with finding some good time. I mentioned they headed into the second rotation with, I don't want to say a hefty lead by any stretch. Rush looks like he's just done some brilliant work there through the middle of the map. He's 27-19, but it was a nice one. And they could re-establish that with a good hold over towards P4. The callouts will be coming in. Plenty over towards the top of P1. Whalers lining them up and does extremely well with the MPC in hand. Clocks around the flank, just trying to find something that way around, but wasn't expecting every one of his teammates to be dropped by the Frenchman. Treaty 1 Gaming getting some great time by just holding mid-map. The players in the point have barely seen anybody on the opposition team.
Still trying to just hold this one down, as it looks like it may have switched again here. He might be seeing another lead change. Naged going through it. Henry going for the pinch here, and does get caught before he can do too much damage. Rush finds one. No, he's going to try and stay alive. Pistol out. Going to be the teammate Whalers who comes in for the save here, but somehow this is still being fought over. Neither team doing it clean as we go into another set of rotations with a 5-point differential.
You love to see it. Russian coach just trying to drag this one over the line. They are ever so slightly behind now. This feels like one of the first opportunities they've really had to get these P2 spawns, and they are going to get a hold of them. Overlay does incredible work to find a couple. Have to be careful not to be sitting too far back on this, and yeah, Overlay going to start spawning out now. Still 40 seconds to go here over towards P1. But Naged doing an increasingly great job at finding some time. Clocks and Gentle combining well. 2 spree for him. Now the rotation round over towards P2 belongs to Naged once again with 25 to go.
Bodhi, this could be the difference maker. Points to get them in lethal range. Henry is holding on hope for this spawn. Eventually, if they get a spawn out here, Naged will know this, but he's chosen to get himself into the action here. Finds one. Spawn's coming in for his team as well. Finds a second. It's very big now for Treaty 1 Gaming. He has to be the hero still. He's still outnumbered, still alone. Finds another, still fighting, still going. It's Henry out towards the back. Eventually will fall, but his teammates punch through the front door. Has he done enough for the spawns to bless them here? No, it's going to be a bigger spawn out for the same time as everybody is fighting over P2.
They still get a hold of them if you announce just because of this control inside of the middle of the map, and now all of a sudden Treaty 1 Gaming have got to defend it from the wrong side. Gunfights are going to be massive. Shea will eventually fall, but it is Gentle to pick up 3. A huge moment in the game. You thought the break was coming through for Treaty 1 Gaming, but it doesn't. But we're not done yet. 20 seconds to go here over towards P2. Treaty 1 Gaming finding a way through again. A Bodhi 9 HP in a dream. Whalers will drop him. Is the trade going to be there from Shea for the final few seconds? It's Whalers again. they've just been denying over and over. We go over towards P3. First ones here are going to be Treaty 1.
Henry did more than you could ever ask from in that scenario. Now, incoming missile. It is not always that effective on this side of the map. It is difficult to curve in and make a difference. They are a little bit out of this so far. He does find overlay, finds one as well. Cont is going to be here at the same time. There's two down off the back of it, and that might just be enough. Naged with the missile from on high have broken P3. And now this game could just tick to the end.
Oh, Naged will be wondering how they found themselves here. Treaty 1 Gaming are waiting around for something to happen. They've got to make a move, and they've got to make it now. Henry on the flank, but you've got to get inside the point. They're waiting for something to happen. You've got to make your move. But they all just line up. Bodhi and Co find their gunnies, and Naged will find map number 1. A strange ending. I'm not too sure why they weren't just flying at the point at that stage. Maybe waiting for the flank to come through from Henry. It materializes to nothing. And the best play may well have been one of the final ones. Actually, I think that may well have been from Clocks at one stage over towards P3, but irrelevant of that, it will be map number 1. Going the way of Naged again, Brycey. Colossus looks good for them.
It really does, and hey, they made that one work. It could have gone two different ways. I mean, my biggest issue with it is always going to be that, like, Henry did so much. I mean, that is basically a superhuman effort for P2 spawns, right? Didn't have the best of games before that. But it just was not rewarded. They could not get the spawn they needed to, even with the rest of the team pushing through the front. That spawn never flipped, and it's why it's so important sometimes to have that P2 rotation. Treaty 1 Gaming find themselves the last rush was 40 and 33 ton, and still not enough.
It's got to be a painful one. I felt like they had such a good start as well, but I felt like P2 was maybe a bit of an equalizer. Naged always feeling like they were the ones getting a little better of things over towards that time. Treaty 1 Gaming not able to really do a great deal. P4 was a nice money maker for them. But other than that, yeah, I think Naged, I think if they did have the ability to go back and see how many points they did make up on P2, it feels as if it was a big amount of their time.
It's one of the... In fact, I would say that this has just the money hills, this map. Get a good rotation in, you can really hold teams at bay. So for them to kind of get it and to not be able to flip it, even with a player sitting as deep as they were, a little bit disappointing. But it will be Naged that move forward now into the Fringe Search and Destroy in the lead in this series. And for Treaty 1, they will not want to go out here, as this is their elimination game.
Naged find themselves the lead. They weren't able to do that at any stage in the series yesterday. They had what was probably the longest hard point of all time in map number 1 against each other yesterday. But Fringe Search and Destroy is going to be coming to map number 2. But Bravo is ongoing. Let's see how things are breaking down. We are into overtime. 43 and 24. This is a draw heading into the extra time here, Bryce.
Well, the score was 5-5 before this happened, son, and they managed to get themselves all the way towards the end here. We are in the overtime mode, which is, I'll be honest with you, I think better than it was before.
Yes.
That does mean that teams have to be very careful about how they play this.
Hibernation. Find a way through. Kills coming through on either side of things, though. Honestly, I think this kind of works out for Exceptional. They're on the weaker side, so if they could find a cap over on towards the 18-wheeler push at B, maybe, just maybe, it's on the cards. But Melko, big gunfight win. They may well have a massive opportunity here. Brazil moving forward. That should be that. 1 minute and 5. You got to get it over the line. 1 minute and 6 to beat Exceptional. That's a big cap to find. Hibernation have got it all to do.
That is quick. It kind of just reminds me way back, you know, you talk about capture the flag, you talk about something like... It feels fast right up until it doesn't. If they get a good break here, it's always a potential to get back into it. The one thing they've got to just do is win those initial gunfights. You win a couple of them, you don't give them the massive numbers advantage, and you can almost write that check for the win here. For Hibernation, this is now do or die. A potential 1 minute and 6 seconds left in their tournament.
How are they going to find a way through? So crucial that they start to find some kills early doors. Scythe's only been the one that could do it.
Oh my god.
Linz is 48. Hold on, have they got an opportunity yet?
I think they do. Oh, it's been taken down. Reversal. Here we go. All about the break here. All about the next wave of kills. Hibernation rocketing forward. Scythe at the tip of the spear. Looking for more. They're going to get cut down. It's just not enough for more bodies. It's now going to be BB Connor. He's trying to put bodies everywhere he can do and denied what could have been an insane run and will be scooped by Exceptional Gaming. And now they might just go into defense mode.
Just get as far back as you possibly can. Keep it away from them as much as you can. Linz has went ballistic. It's a 50 bomb from Linz. And they've ran this one all the way for the counterplay. You don't need to stick it in, but it's already done. It was there anyway. Hibernation fall. An Exceptional find the victory 3-0. We'll be seeing them next week.
Wow. Unbelievable ending for it as well. Brezzy has to make the kills. They were worried about this last push, but they get it done. And that is Exceptional, alive and willing. But speaking of alive and willing, we are straight into our alpha game again here as Naged. Looks like they've taken the advantage in the search.
Huge map this for Trinity 1. The advantage is there for Naged in terms of numbers, and overlay with the sniper has been sounded out. Naged can just back on down though. No need for aggression to come out from Shay. Although Whalers is just going to say... never mind. Ships in the night. Shay should have a freebie. Never mind. Overlay will find it. Whalers is there for the backup at Bodhi. Those just going to waltz through the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, Whalers left now in a 1v1.
He's hoping Bodhi makes a mistake here, but they're going for the retail again. Bodhi's gone high, and Whalers was just waiting for it. He was very confident of taking that Chow ton.
Extremely. Rightfully so. All confident in it. Takes the gunfight. It's the 1v2 for Whalers, technically. Good start to the search and destroy here from Treaty 1.
Here comes the run for Treaty 1 Gaming. Used to pressure. They were under it yesterday against this team. Well, they had to get the win out of the bag. Renee's going over. This is an aggressive push here. You can already see Naged trying to set up for it. To Treaty 1 Gaming, they don't really have control of this site. There could be a potential early plant, but you're Naged, you're worried about mid-street control because you do not have it yet.
Well, they're sitting tight. And the trades will kind of come through. Treaty 1 Gaming still having that advantage, though. Just trying to defend as best they can, but Cox and Shay turn it on its head very, very quickly. Overlay towards the backside. Was he spotted? He has been now.
No worse feeling than shouldering a sniper, knowing that if you linger a pixel out there just a little too long, it will be taken away. Overlay is looking to see what he can do here. It might be searching for a different weapon. There we go. There's the NPC. There's no idea where they are.
One of those moments that it's just a case of trying to find the picks, but always difficult in that scenario with a sniper in hand. It's just... I mean, I know he found the NPC, but still so difficult. Bomb down. Very close quarters. Shay and Co can just play over towards the tin side. Picking around the door. Shay with a final kill. Nicely done. Nice and easily done, to be honest with you.
These two teams feel evenly matched. And of course, this is an elimination game. That put the pressure on even more so. We've already had to say goodbye to Hibernations. Overlay, though, with a big pick on the clocks.
Body. Trying to find something here. Finds the one. 2 versus 3 getting very aggressive. Look at the snap from Gentle. Oh, and there's the pickup as well on Henry, and all of a sudden what was a 3 versus 2 in favor of Treaty 1 is down to Overlay on his own again.
Close in one as well here. Surely they're not going to chat him. Overlay going to be a little bit upset he's missed that because this makes this much harder. Back and forth he'll go, hoping that somebody makes a mistake that he can capitalize on. He's being chased down. They're putting the pressure on him here. Overlay's going to struggle because there are players both sides. And Naged, will they get another round on the board here?
Looking solid from them so far. Looking to avenge what happened to them yesterday, aren't they? Losing that one 3-1 pretty comfortably. And it was the overload that they managed to win yesterday. That's going to be coming up, but it will not be on the same map, of course. Big change up in this one. I feel, to be honest with you, if we head to another gridlock hardpoint, then I think Treaty 1 are going to feel confident that they can get that done. They 100-point club Naged yesterday on that map. That'll be coming up as map number 4, but Treaty 1 Gaming need to actually force themselves to get there. To find one of the first 3 maps. Abodi taking down Whalers. This is looking like another round going over towards Naged because Rush is now left all on his own. Should have a free pick here. Does find it. Is Trey going to be there? The flank's coming in. Henry trying to find something over towards the top side, but Rush will take him 1 down into clocks, and all of a sudden, again, it's Overlay left in a 1v2.
Might have to rethink this sniper at some point. I mean, it is a very powerful weapon, but if you're not in the fight for the trades, it can be a double-edged sword. Now, going to go for this one at the same time. Finds the FPC. He's found a Bodhi as well. This should be something. Surely, I was going to say, is he going to try and get it as well? But he gets turned and burned. And, well, Nad get another one here. It's now 3-1 against Treaty Gaming Ton.
Starting to get a bit of breathing room. After a confident map number 1 in the end. They'll be fancying their chances to avenge that loss from yesterday.
Now, for Treaty 1 Gaming, this is got to be the round that they hope to strike back on. 4-1 and 3-2 feels well to part. Smoke's already going down, already looking for it as well, but Whalers has been caught. They up high here. They're going to look for him the same time. A very difficult gunfight for him at the same time, but Abodi comes flying through with 2, and that's round over.
Shock and awe again from Naged. Abodi has been putting up some incredible performances. And Clocks is there to find the final kill. Naged are running away with this one. Have Treaty 1 Gaming just run out of steam.
Is this the inevitable demise of Treaty 1 Gaming? As Naged just seem to be finding everything. Abodi is very, very confident. Not pushing this tempo too fast this time, but there's a reason for it. Reinforcements from the sky. Everybody panic. Everybody get into cover.
Information's going to be gained here. And a lot of space alongside of it. Flank coming through. Henry are well aware of what's going on here. Treaty 1 Gaming could actually collapse on this push if Naged are not careful. Clocks. Oh, that's an awful time for a stun to come through. Wonderful work from Overlay. Body will first couple of bullets in, then just sends Gentle in to do his dirty work. Henry and Overlay will fall. Shea will find another. Now all of a sudden it's going to be left down to 1v1. How has Rush won that second gunfight?
It was definitely weak. This will be a technical 1 versus 3. And Rush has caught him as well. Rush holding firm for Treaty 1 Gaming. You are right. That second gunfight against Abodi, I thought it would have been a trade, but it was not to be. Rush gives life to Treaty 1 in a very important round.
Massive moment. Kind of moment that can make or break a game. If Rush doesn't find a 1v3, you're 5-1 down And probably going 2-0 down in the series. As it goes, though, you're still not out of dodge. 4-2. Naged have looked the more fluid. The team willing to take some risks, find some gunfights. This time, it's passive. Both squads looking to try and find some info. Bodhi, up at the top, is just going to delay a push and give some information over. Spotted each other out, but no casualties as of yet. Look how quick he's moving. There's just no presence to just chill for any amount of time from a Bodhi. Oh, Gentle may well find one on the crosshair. Overlay did see him. Gentle will dip away. That might deter Najed's ideas of going over towards A. Oh, sorry for Treaty 1 Gaming, but that kill from Whalers may well just accelerate it.
Treaty 1 Gaming will have to make a call. The shot caller is now working out whether or not they can get to B here. That bomb is moving towards B. They might even just be baiting this one out. Clocks finds Whalers. The rest of the team now backing off, and they get out of it here. And this has been a little bit of a bamboozle because Treaty 1 Gaming will get bombed down, and that technically gives them an advantage here in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, look at the positioning of Henry as well. Very advanced and red at this moment in time. Kills being traded, though. 2v2. Henry keeping an eye on. Nice rotation, honestly, from Naged. They're going to try and isolate a rush. Is he going to get some bad time? You know he's going to get some great one. Gentle will get taken down. Now Clocks left. 1 versus 2 should have a freebie. Oh, that's one of those that you need to secure. And there comes the backup. Treaty 1, back-to-back rounds.
Suddenly we have an S&D on our hands. Turns out you just needed a 1 versus 3 to turn it around for Treaty 1 Gaming. Just casually. I'm going to give them credit as well. They played that very, very well. After the Whalers pick, they sort of kind of baited all the rest of Naj over to the wrong bomb site.
Treaty 1 Gaming starting to find a way back through. Is Rush going to be the catalyst for them? He's going to be the first one here as this big hit over towards B starting to come on through. Teammate and Whalers has been dealt with. Honestly, if Rush can find one, it would be massive, but Naj have found a way through. Trophy down, bomb down. 2v4 needed from Henry and Overlay.
Lock in tight here. They just have the numbers advantage. They can afford to take these trades. Overlay finds one back, though. Smokes make this a little bit more chaotic here. General's going to go for it here. I don't know if he needed to do that, but it will work out for them in the end. Fortunately, a player on the flank was going to get it, but that is one of those chows that could have very easily gone wrong.
Works out in the end. Fox is there to secure it. But things got scary for a second. But now if anyone's scared, it's surely the side of Treaty 1 Gaming. You are 1 round away from going 2-0 down. Big moment in this game now. Can Treaty 1 Gaming find the comeback, or are Naj just going to be in the ascendancy? As Treaty 1 Gaming will be on the brink. Big kill coming in from Rush. He's been that guy for Treaty 1. Gets a hold of it. 5-3 to Naj still, but the advantage in this round is to Treaty 1 Gaming rest.
Overlay just backing Gentle down as well here. They have an opportunity. If they can maybe get this bomb down, they'll be happy, but there's a lot of bodies in the area. They're going to be worried about it.
Bodhi.
Henry already gets taken down. More players going for it. Bodhi has absolutely no fear for this gunfight. And that has taken everything away here from Treaty 1 Gaming. They have the advantage. They have the numbers of Bodhi still running and gunning. And 1 versus 2. So Bodhi goes high. Of course he does. Chowling from the top rope. Naged win the S&D 2-0.
Looking good for Naged. And looking for their revenge from yesterday. They may well get it. Heading into a map number 3 with a 2-0 lead. Treaty 1 Gaming have just been slightly off it. It was a close map number 1, relatively close map number 2, but Naged are the ones with the slight edge here. Brycey in both of these maps looking very, very good to send themselves to next week.
Yeah, just huge amounts of confidence in that S&D. I think that's the best way to put it as well. They just fully believed they were going to walk away the winners from the very start, and that's the kind of the way it did play out for them. I mean, you saw a Bodhi just running into bomb sites over and over again, has the most damage in the game, the most kills in the game, and hey, not going to be the most first deaths. That was actually going to be Clocks.
Yeah, it was relentless from a Bodhi, wasn't it? A lot of shoving going on. And a lot of the time he's really benefiting from it as well, isn't he? Getting himself nice and aggressive, and it works out for him. But yeah, the first bloods, they're for Treaty 1. 6-3. Well, they lose out in that exact manner. So first blood's not mattering for Treaty 1 Gaming to get this one done. Naged. For Naged to get this one done. Finding a couple of clutch moments. Find themselves 2-0 up now, Bryce. It's happened very, very quickly, hasn't it?
It has. And for me, I mean, the thing is, after Treaty 1's performance yesterday, I was expecting them to maybe kind of do it again here and really take Naged to task. You know, I mean, all that effort, all that kind of pressure that was piled on them to get this W out of it. And they fought like it, right? If you watched the game yesterday, you know that Treaty 1 Gaming were locked in. This time around here, it seems like Naged are more than willing for revenge and just confidence in a lot of these gunfights.
Yeah, incredibly. I think, you know, they're coming back into this one. I don't want to say there was extenuating circumstances yesterday, but it was a weird map, number one. Of course, there was a lot of back and forth after a disconnection. And I wonder if that just played on Naged's mind, especially considering that they were already qualified through the group. They already knew it doesn't matter what happens. Of course, they would have had a better seed had they went on to win that one, I believe. But irrelevant, I suppose, in the end. They'd be extremely happy to be 2-0 up in this series. Maybe they'll lean forward ever so slightly, but that is what things look like as we head into a Scar overload. For what potentially could be the final map of this series, Treaty 1 could go out with a whimper. 3-0, double 3-0 will be, well, something that potentially does stink.
Well, will they be 3-0? That is the question. Not an easy one for us to answer, of course, because as we've seen in many of these games, that there are just massive turns of fortune. Scar Overload being up next. Could go either way. I mean, this is probably one of the most practiced maps on the game. Everybody loves Scar. It's in all the game modes. People play it relentlessly. It is difficult to kind of push through because it's almost kind of a formula now for these teams. It does come down to some very kind of influential gunfights, whether or not a game can run away from you.
Yeah, and I suppose for Naged, is there maybe some scar tissue? That wasn't even meant to be a pun, but some scar tissue from their game up against Rock beforehand. They were 4-1 up and absolutely cruising here. Or are they going to take confidence from being in that scenario and just make sure they close that door very, very shut if Treaty 1 Gaming need to find a comeback? Well, on the line here, still could go the distance. The thing is, for Treaty 1 Gaming, you've got Gridlock Hardpoint coming up next, and they've already dealt naturally a quite hefty blow on that map within the last 24 hours, so they'd be feeling confident to do that again. But they need to find a map before that, and it has to be Scar Overload if they want to extend this series.
Well, we will find out how this one ends, Ton. For Treaty 1 Gaming, they have fought tooth and nail to stay in this competition. They fought tooth and nail to make playoffs. They will have to dig deep one more time. They will have to find a level that they are more than capable of, because we saw it yesterday. If they don't, they are out, and Naged will move forward in our elimination bracket. If they do, of course, takes to Gridlock, Hardpoint, and Raid Search and Destroy. So a reverse sweep here is a monumental ask for them. But they don't have any other choice.
They really don't. I'm going to have to find a way through. Scar Overload will be loading in just a second. And after this series, we're in the winners round 2. Absolute cracker between Rock and OMNiA is lined up. Project 7 against OMNiA as well. I think that one, honestly, with the way that Project 7 have been playing, could be very, very simple. But we'll see. You never know when it comes to Challengers Elite here in EMEA.
You really don't. You really, really do not. And that is going to be kind of the key thing you've got to take away from it here. No matter what we predict, no matter what we think is going to happen, it doesn't always come true. And teams can surprise us.
Let's see how things are going to break down as we head back over to Scott. For Naged, it was, well, for a half, looking very, very good. They weren't able to get it secured. A brilliant half pushing over towards blue. Fell apart when they had to defend it. How is things going to go down here as we head into map number 3? Treaty 1 Gaming need the reverse sweep. Just actually had a thought. Surely Nance don't get reverse swept again, Brycey.
I mean, I don't know why you try to put that one on them. That's going to be horrible if it happens now, but at the moment, they're a very good start for them, but Clogs shoots low. 31 Gaming goes high, and they have a bit of an issue pushing this one as far forward as they would like.
Bodie and Co getting very, very aggressive already. This is a wonderful start. But this was maybe a little bit of a criticism as well. How on earth is that gunfight being found? Well, it wasn't by a Bodie. That's to answer that question. Maybe one of the criticisms of their previous game is that they weren't able to quite get something over the line pushing over towards that 18-wheeler side. Plenty of times that they were leaving the drone in, well, not precarious spots. I'll tell you what, this is maybe a freebie from Shea, though. You'll find a couple. But not getting anybody really to concentrate on that drone and get it moving forward. The EMP was being left on multiple occasions, and, well, this time it's not going to be left by Russian Co. He's found 4. So push over towards the field now coming on through. He's going to try and block to force them over towards this B-side spawn. Going to continue to find kills through the middle of the map as well. Massive opportunity for Treaty 1.
Oh, caught a little bit of an opportunity here, but a Bodie just cutting players down before they can do any more. Whalers. Did he not see him? I think he did as well, and Whalers almost finds a freebie. Bodie will be the first one through here. They're not going to grab it. That reset has come in 31 Gaming in a bit of a better position for it as well. They're going to grab this and go fast.
Still, though, good defense coming through here from Naged. Which is a far cry from what happened when they were going up against Rock. Overlay will get taken down just in time. It was Rush in the end. It was the first one to fall. And the big kill came through after that as well. Now starting to find a couple throughout the middle of the map. Naged can start to stretch their legs just a little bit. But I tell you what, that is not something you can let happen. Your EMP carrier, vulnerable to say the least, and Whalers takes full advantage.
Wonderful play there by Whalers. Gives them the confidence, gives them a little bit of momentum here in this one. For Naged, they will now have to try to reset their lines because they have not been cohesive for some time. Henry again. This is what I'm saying. There are gaps everywhere at the moment for them, and they are letting players slip through, but Shea goes for 3. He's taken down by Overlay. Not a dead push quite yet, and Overlay finds a second one, and, well, this should be a score.
Get quite over the line, and General Co will defend. How on earth have they kept that one out? And these kind of moments, for Naged to defend with, could come back to bite Treaty 1 Gaming. But they have been the aggressors. They have been the ones that have been making the moves. In absolute fairness, though, the point that they did get was arguably a little bit of a mistake from the side of Naged, as was that gunfight from a Bodie. By the way, like, literally will take anything on. Sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes to his benefit.
Do you know what it was? I think because he kind of saw him before and would have had a free kill. It's like, oh, maybe he still turned. And I can grab it here. Don't know, they're looking for a sneaky kill. They're going to try and use this. I can see him finding a kill and then pushing up very, very fast. Already, they know where two are going to be on the outside here, but this is not in the controlled position right now for Naged.
Bodie in a great spot to stop this from happening. If the aggression does come through, but just needs to make sure that he is, well, about to get some terrible timing by the looks of things. Rush is right above him, and Bodie just, well, staying alive. Not trying to kill here as well. He should be able to. Yes, he is, and his teammates are defending well in their spawn as well. 55 seconds remaining. Treaty 1 have huffed and they're puffed, but they haven't blown the grandma's house down, have they? Clocks and Co now can maybe counter-attack here. Is this one going to get over the line? So close. Lead blockers are not just quite there, but this one's still very close to getting over the line. Naj, can they manage to just bundle it over? Not quite. It has been pulled out, but still the pressure is on.
This feels like they're trying to do a little bit too much here, but wow, Shay coming in to the right. This one's going home. They've got it as well, and that could be a potential relay. I mean, technically they are coming away from the back side of the map for this. But finding a couple of gunfights could put them into it at the same time. A Bodhi flying into this one. He's already taken a lot of damage. Host should go down. EMP scooped. If they hold this for 10 seconds, Ton, it's a free play.
Looks like they may well get it. Calling in the Hellstorm. I love it.
Free play.
They're going to get the free play. And that's going to keep them at bay for a second.
Well, is it going to be enough here? He slides across.
Oh, they've got it. They've got it. It's just through no man's land. You've got the Hellstorm giving you the backup. And Naged lead the way.
Well, they've got it done. He pushed everybody inside. And I was sitting there thinking, I mean, realistically, if that missile's in a good position, you can hit Broken. And they managed to do it. And I was like, wait, they can just scoop and run this if he has to get past one player, and did so. And that was it.
Opportunity now for Naged to get this one done in quick time. And they're now on the unfavored side. Trinity One Gaming have got to do this the hard way. But let's remember, Naged were 2-0 up against Rock. They were up in the overload after a half. And they still went on to lose the series. Nothing is done until it's done.
Big kill from blocks here. I think they're going to overextend. I think Naged are going to go straight for the spawn and try to hammer this one from the backside.
Just trying to set up these playmakers, if you like. Trade's coming through. Never going to win that gunfight if he clocks in that scenario. Now Trinity One can get out of their spawn. Pretty much got free. Play coming in from Gentle. Just chow out with a pistol, will we? 9 bullets with the M15 would have been just as effective. And now it's the mid-map standoff. Henry going to win that one. Big kills coming through with the NPC. A Bodhi. Doesn't need to get too aggressive. But, well, it's a Bodhi, so he's going to.
Oh, he's spinning to win everywhere here. Doesn't know which way to shoot. Eventually he gets to go down, and it does feel like the tempo has dropped just a little bit here. Nobody scooping and running quite yet. At the moment, it was Trinity One Gaming who have mid-map control. But they are looking for a succession of kills before they move this EMP.
Playing sensibly. Also looking for the tap-in, then the 30-yarder. Should probably in a decent position to make a push over towards B. Gentle. Oh, he's going to get caught out. He was given the shoulder. And that's put him in an awkward position as well as the rest of his team overlay. Incredible gunfight to win. Backs against the wall here for Naged. The Bodhi's found two, though. And overlay will have to walk away with his tail between his legs. And there's the kills coming on through. And now this might be an opportunity for Naged to start to push forward.
Well, they're looking. General needs to find that kill. Isn't going to as well. Now back on the defensive for Naged. 21 Gaming swarming forward here. They're looking for it, and this is a big run for them. Reset will come in, and it might be a little bit too slow for 21 Gaming to get anything done here in the end. They swarmed, but just was not that effective.
Has been the case. Got this first 2.5 minutes. Nearly for Trinity One Gaming, but they aren't able to get it over the line. Kills are falling their way, that is of no question. Whalers and co have actually managed to find themselves in a really good spot now, but this is actually going to be down to Gentle. He's put himself in such a phenomenal place to shut that play down. And Rush will have to back up, but he's got Henry in support. He's going to find two. Gentle co, though, going to go for the kill. Yeah, Shay may well choose to run this. No close spawn's going to come in, so he will be pressed back. This is a big moment. If he can find the kill from Henry, the door is open. Can you walk through it if you're Trinity One Gaming, or is it going to be slammed shut again? So many times they are trying to get this one over the line, Pricey. They can't find those final couple of kills. But is Rush the catalyst? No, he isn't. They're trying everything. They can't get it over the line. And Shay is there for the flank. And now is the opportunity for Naged to get out of their spot.
This is running forward very, very fast. Shay wants a kill. They've gone past each other as well, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for them, but Shay's gone all the way around. So many players at the same time, but that has been stopped by Trinity One Gaming. players already heading towards the spawn. That EMP is now moving again, but the defenses are set up one more time for Naged. Here it comes. Overlay has a blocker already getting taken down. Bodhi finds 2. Shay finds a 3rd. And status quo has been restored. 1 minute left onto this clock here on a 1-point game.
Oh, Shay's found a flank here as well. This should be a freebie over towards the motel.
Ooh.
Should be, and is. Rushing through the middle of the map, though. You might just run it if you're overlay. You might just run it if you're overlay. Doesn't get there. Clocks to shut it down. But again, the pressure comes in from Treaty 1 Gaming. But again, the defensive work from Naged is good.
Gotta worry here. You can see a lot of Treaty 1 Gaming getting into the position. Bodhi finds another big kill. Shay finds one as well. And Whalers, the only player left really to try and be a blocker for Overlay, who can't do any more, but gets 2. They're keeping this push alive.
They've kept it alive for 4.5 minutes. They've got 30 seconds. And maybe an overtime play could be made as well. Big kill going to come on through. It's a team nade, though. That's going to just disrupt things. And all of a sudden, Clocks, he's not in the best of positions to defend this, but the bodies aren't there. It's a huge gunfight win. 13 seconds to go. One last roll of the dice with Treaty 1.
Grab it before it resets. Oh, they're going to wait for the reset. They are going to wait for it. They're going to have it in hand. Whalers gets 1. Last run. Last free play. 30 seconds on the clock. Whalers will have it in hand. But this is their last roll of the dice. Over and over again for 5 minutes, they have battered themselves against the wall and fortress that has been thrown up. One last chance. Overlay finds 2. Overlay finds a 3rd. And Clocks can play spoiler. He will wait, hiding in the night to shut it down. And all that work for nothing. Naged find this one in the dying seconds. And that is an unbelievable ending to the overload.
They banged on the door for 5 minutes. But Naged say there is nobody home. How on earth did they defend that for the entirety of that half? They were literally parked in clutch kill after clutch kill. Treaty 1 Gaming could not get that final kill over the line, and the big plays made towards the end as well. Naged find it 3-0 somehow, Brycey. What a game of overload that was.
It was just relentless. I mean, we saw massive kills coming in from Naged to just keep taking them down on that scoreline, and they just kept running at it. I think one of the problems was they just never really got a clean reset. I mean, there was one big push from Naged in that second half, but a lot of the times they were just trying to keep the TDM going in their spawn, and it never gave them that clean run like they would have wanted. I mean, that last kill as well. Overlay finds 3. You think this is the one, but the one player they missed waited. I mean, don't get me wrong, nerve-wracking gunfight he had to find, but found it.
So well positioned. It's just those moments where you don't need to overcommit. You need to find one kill. And that one kill you need to find, well, you're kind of told where he is. Big sign over the head. Kill me, kill me. And that's all that needed to be done. This was amazing from over there. But Clocks, yeah, smart heads-up play. I think they've got the blockers. Where's the last guy? Oh, he's behind us. Kills the game. 3-0 to Naged in the end. Avenging that defeat last night. Treaty 1 found it 3-1 fashion. Actually closed it out on the gridlock that we would have seen for map number 4. We do not see that. But we do say goodbye to Treaty 1. We do say goodbye to Hibernations. Exceptional and Naged move on to Elimination Round 2. That will be next week. But we got Winners Round 2 to get into, Brycey, very, very shortly.
We certainly do. Those teams can now rest in our elimination round. A little bit of safety they have found. But on the other side of it, they will find out who they will be playing. Will it be OMITNoir, Rock Esports, Project 7, or OMNiA Invicta? Those 4 teams will now throw down. The winners, of course, go into our winners' final ton.
Yeah, and this should be interesting. I think OMNiA up against Rock Esports was a 3-0 last time these two teams faced up against each other. That's over on Alpha. We keep an eye on Bravo as well for the Project 7 game going up against OMNiA. That's teams that I believe haven't met, unless I'm completely forgetting which group everybody was in. But look, I think for both these games, they're hard to really take an example of which way they're going to go. It should be a very, very good pair of games.
It certainly should. Well, all that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here at Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite. We're jumping into the game here. Project 7 versus OMNiA Invicta. If you have been catching it on the Bravo side, Project 7 are up from the hard point. Now, also one up in the S&D ton.
Yeah, I kind of expected to a certain degree. This Project 7 team look the real deal. Looking to find themselves now 2-0 up to 10. Left now to try and defuse this bomb. I was having a chat to... I feel like do I just know all of the coaches at this stage in Europe? I was chatting to Roper actually about this squad, and he's like, I don't know how we managed to get Real, and I don't know how this kid's done the CDL. And he's transformed this team into something else. It's 10 now trying to find the 1 versus 2. Real is very dead, but F. and Lucifer pretty much alive and kicking, and we'll find the second round. Project 7 cruising in this series right now.
And that's the other part of it as well here. You talk about, you know, CDL. There is a CDL challenge essentially being set up in just a few weeks' time where Real might have a very real chance, and no pun intended, of revenge.
That was one of them that I would have just taken credit for, actually.
I'm sure we can work out some better puns as time goes on if that does happen. But at the moment, though, Project 7, you are right, have been a force to be reckoned with.
I think, honestly, when I look at OMNiA, they've... I don't want to say they've had it easy in their group, because I think, you know, you're talking about a group that has Rock Esports in it, but Rock have not quite been there this season, have they? They haven't been able to get the ball rolling, so to speak. That's okay, they're still in the winner's bracket, but... I know Omit, obviously you are going up against Rock again, but they found that one relatively easily. We're going to be seeing what's happening over on Alpha, of course. But Project 7 look extremely strong. I mean, that is absolutely disgraceful. The only bad thing about it from Lucifer's point of view is that the final kill didn't fall his way. So we're going to get to see Mythics with a third-person POV of it.
Stolen.
Stolen. I'd be furious.
Hey.
Something you do, steal my final kill if I found 3.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, because you definitely get the 3 first ones. I mean, we've spoken about this a lot here, and here's the thing. There's no real favoritism involved here because Lucifer has had a series where he hasn't been great, right? I mean, we spoke about this last stage, that we think it's his most consistent stage last time. He's doing it again here. If anything, Project 7 looks stronger, and he hasn't missed a beat here. The biggest question is always going to be is, can they translate it into a little bit better on LAN? Now, if Project 7 can win this qualifier and get into that Pro-Am, he will have a chance to prove it on the biggest stage that challengers will have all year.
You wouldn't put it past him. Good shot from F. For all that we talk about Domex from EMEA, as far as the scope goes, F. is not too far behind him, I'll tell you that. S&D statistics still looking very solid across the yet. Not quite as good as it was looking in stage 1, where it was just out of this world for F. They look just a cut above, don't they, right now, Project 7. The roster itself, though. Genuinely, I think if they do make it, as the team will actually find 2 on the flank yet. I think we'll have to come and pick this one up. Now 1v1, he knows exactly where Sykes is. He's got eyes on. Sykes trying to run for his life now, very, very weak. Gonna go for the chow. Sykes guns him! Big plays coming out, and only Invicta find a round back. I'm too busy waxing lyrical about their chances and what this team looks like heading into the Pro-Am. Yeah, well, Mythics, you're going to be coming up against potentially harder gunfights than that one. You gotta have your gunny up.
I mean, that's one of those slides into the drop shot thing that is quite annoying to deal with. So Mythics just couldn't really wrench that aim round in time. But full credit to Sykes. What they needed. What they really needed. Here comes a push, though. It's going to be a big B hit. So you're going to see F. Probably hit against this very, very quick. There's going to be smoke out as well, but he already gets picked down. And for OMNiA Invicta, the most important thing now is, well, I mean, with a 2 versus 4, you can almost guarantee this bomb is going down for them as well. But Mythic stays alive, finds 1, but Detain will take him as well. And for OMNiA Invicta, this is pretty much done.
Much better. find the clutch play in the previous round, and now all of a sudden, this becomes doable. Lucifer not going to be able to find anything there. OMNiA and Invicta finding around back. This OMNiA and Invicta roster as well, I mean, you look at it. It does have some talent in it, to say the least. You know, Alpha, I don't want to say he leads the way in this one, but definitely one of those players that a lot of people took a look at. Of course, he had his little stint over in North America. Things didn't necessarily work out for him there. But he's come back here over towards the other side of the Atlantic. And looking to try and find himself a good season. Unfortunately for him, he's currently running into Project 7.
Yeah, this is widely regarded as probably the favorite now to take a lead, and for good reason. So far, they've been very smooth with it.
Real doesn't want to find the pick. That would be Mythics. This bomb down now, over towards A. Difficult retake when you don't have the numbers. Difficult retake at the best of times, but there's the trades, and that's all Project 7 need to do. They want to step further. Mythics finding 3. And imagine he wants the ace, and Lucifer say, not a chance. You stole mine beforehand.
Well, revenge is a good enough case as well. Yeah, they are running through this. I mean, right now, Project 7 having a great time against OMNiA Invicta. 4-2 in this S&D. 2 more rounds for them to make it a 2-0 in the series, but it is not over yet. OMNiA Invicta, as we have seen throughout the group stages, have been a very good team and more than capable of turning it on and turning this around. They will have to try and make that start to happen. Here comes the push. It's looking like an A-heavy hit.
Something will just back it on up. No point fighting over tree, to be honest with you. You'd rather try and retake this in a 4v4 scenario. Once you can find yourself an advanced corner and pick off a couple, there's no need to try these gunfights. Oh, Detain is going to be get baited. Well, if he was, Real was the bait, and the follow-up was there from Mythics, now a 3v3. Big Child comes
trade's
around
already
the
going
side.
down, though.
Yep, 2v2.
Oh, Lucifer. Sykes now finds himself in a 1 versus 2. He's going to try and play this clock. Here comes a chow from Lucifer. Lucifer goes wide for it as well, but Sykes gets 1, but will get traded out. He's going to be 5-2. Mythic grabs it in time. He's on a 5 streak, and that could have gone wrong, but they were just close enough for the trade.
5-2 Project 7. Did the right thing on the initial attack. Just backed on down and trusted themselves to be able to retake, and that trust was well placed. 10-4 out of Mythics, doing what he does with the NPC. I think that's the great wonder as to why this man has not had a call. Goodness gracious.
Here we go. This could be the last round for them as well. Also, just a reminder, we have another game in our winners bracket that should be gracing our screens very shortly. Rock versus Omit. There's another big game here for the winners final, but at the moment, this is a big push into 8.
Be heading in there in a second. We'll get to see the conclusion of the Mythic show. 6 in a row. Got that advanced position now as well. Just makes this such a more difficult retake for OMNiA and Invicta, but they deal with them pretty much immediately. Real there with a transition though. Another one followed by Lucifer. And 1v2 needed from Alpha to keep them in this map. Not going to happen. Project 7 are skipping to the winners final.
And so far, they've looked very, very powerful. As we kind of expect out of Project 7, OMNiA and Invicta trying to fight back for it, but standout performances from players like Mythics has done enough damage that they weren't able to get more than 2 rounds on the S&D. And now they'll be looking for one more map to send them to a winners final in what has been a very easy cruise for them. They've not dropped any of the maps so far in this bracket, and I don't think they dropped very many at all in their groups either.
No, they really didn't. I think, what was it, 2 maps over the course of their group stage that they managed to drop. They don't lose anything over the first 2. They're in the winners bracket semi-final. You'd expect them to be able to close that one out, but let's have a look at to see how things are going to go between OMNiA and Rock Esports here.
Well, this is the maps that we are looking for here, and well, I mean, they don't like a lot of variety here. We've got Den and Scar. We might see map 5 Gridlock Search and Destroy if we get that far, but this is a big one. OMITNoir have looked very, very strong. They are kind of not simply the new kid on the block, but this team has been heavily referenced in what will they do this stage. So far good in the group, so far good in the bracket, but Rock will be another hurdle they have to overcome.
Well, having a look at how this one did play out, it was actually a Den hard point to kick things off in this series last time out as well. OMITNoir beat them 250 to 78. Rock Esports, all things considered, well, not too bad of a start here, but the P2 rotation is there for OMNiA and some time over towards P1 alongside.
DK just doing DK things. There's 6 streak to basically open proceedings here, as now he gets a bit of time as well. P2 under threat as Rock Esports start to get close.
It's actually a 3-1 fashion that OMiU managed to win this series last time. That's it. It was the Rock Esports overload that came their way, which is actually a bit of a surprise. But OMNiA, kind of relatively new team together. Maybe just trying to figure things out, but looking good here in the hard point to kick things off. A little bit of control over towards the rooftops, and that control is from Killy, otherwise known as Aspect. I have to keep reminding myself of that one. I'm like, who's this Killy? He seems to be quite decent. Yeah. No, we've seen him for a while.
Yeah, threw him off for a while as well. At the moment, this is still going a little bit back and forth, but it's been OMNiA that have been picking up the lion's share of the time. Ethan is going to go down at the same time here, so it could be scrap time for Rock Esports. One more push into the lion's pit. And OMNiA now think a little bit better of it. They do not want to keep pushing bodies into a position they don't need to. Kicks is going to be here first, but there are 2 players against him, staying alive for a long time in that fight.
Won't actually find a break back through over towards P2, but now they're going to worry about P3. Dominic, 6 spree. That's off the back of a couple of kills to find a way through at P2. Hold down P2 and the transition over towards P3. So, big plays coming out from Domix. And that was one of the change-ups that they did make. Domix now on the SMG. And it is prohibited, so to speak. Rixel and Moso now into the AR. Dom, bit of bad timing. Denza Killy working very, very well up against each other. Domx trying to find more kills, cannot get it done. Hellstormer's also in the back pocket though. 30 seconds remaining here at P3. If you're Rock, you're trying to start find a rotation over towards P4. Killy is here though. And now the squeeze is going to be on over towards the old hill, and the spawns over towards new. All looking like OMITNoir's right now.
Yeah, they're not losing very many gunfights at all, slaying heavily in their favor. Right now, they're just trying to push through against DK, who, quite frankly, is just been superb. Was very, very good in the last time we saw him in Stage 2, and maybe, just maybe, has even improved going into Stage 3 with this squad.
It was always a question of what kind of step up we would make, because I think we were under no illusions that a step up would be made in a really, really good performance in Birmingham. Backed it up with a roster that definitely has more potential, as we're kind of seeing, right? I mean, going perfect in your groups, coming out in, well, to be one of the favorites to make the winners bracket final. I am curious if they can get rid of Rock Esports again, if they can find another victory up against them. They become real contenders for me. Project 7 are the big bad, though. They're the ones that are going to be waiting for you. They're already there in 3-0 fashion. OMITNoir starting to run up some time. Rock just struggling to get in. The ARs are just not getting themselves involved at this moment in time. Kicks and Bricks struggling right now.
Well, with this going into the second rotation here, basically double score for OMITNoir. They have had a good time of it as well, and they're just winning a lot more of the gunfights than you might expect against a team like Rock Esports, who have kind of famously had the horsepower to deal with all comers. But everybody now playing for this positioning. It does look like Rock Esports might have a little bit of a better position for this P1.
And P2 alongside of it in 40 seconds time, if they can spots a shoulder, and Kicks will take it. And PC in hand for kicks. As the transition over towards P2 will start to come in. Dojo Spawn actually coming through for a couple of players. They were trying to find a way through. Rixold shuts it down. This is a great amount of time for Rock Esports to be able to get a hold of. We know that P1 and Den can be this way, especially on the second and third time around. If we do need to see a third time around, I imagine we will do, looking at this scoreline. Domex picking up the pieces again. He's having a good game. A streaky game, if anything. I think it was a 6 spree at one stage. He's on a 4 spree now. 15 kills. A couple more in the mix, but what he's going on these sprees, Rock Esports are getting time.
This player holds back. Rixel just trying to stay alive. He knows if he can get it, he can get a good spawn for his squad. Now all the pressure going to go through Sofa. Denza will be the player under the gun here. Needs a gun out to try and do something though, and he's going to go down very, very quickly. Ethan and Aspect trying to do the work for them as well. They managed to find 3. That is lines cleared. And now it's the run over the rooftops.
Did extremely well to find that transition. And that could hurt Rock now. Big gunfight win coming in from Denza. Finds that all day long. Going for the Chal as well and dealing with Rixold. Rock Esports now. One-dimensional push going to come through here over towards the rooftops. Killy will get taken down. Denza and Co. Got to batten down the hatches, dig the trenches and see if you can hold on. Pressure starting to come in. Yeah, DK can find one, can't find the second. Stom X through the front door. Killy can't be there to answer back either. It's a nice break from Rock, but for 10-15 seconds, yes, but also the rotation over towards P3s. They force OMNiA further back.
Try and have their cake and eat it too here. Big stack from OMNiA though. They're putting bodies into it as well, but at the moment it's to be Rock Esports in the better position. They can hold this if they can, but Pinstripe all the way for the kill feed. Kicks under a little bit of trouble as he just throws everything he can at the doorway, and that's a big win. Denza will try and get the trade going through, but it is Rock Esports who do hold that first fight.
Rixel trying to find some pressure over towards his P4 side as Ethan will start to call in the Hellstorm. Finds the one. Last one inside. And the little cubby next to it is going to be kicked, so he'll be alive for a little bit of presence for the side of Rock, but very much incapacitated very, very quickly. Domex can answer back, and we're going to just trade the Hellstorms. Who's going to benefit?
Nobody is. Everybody just has to go into hiding, but that's a big win for them. It will be OMNiA though, this time with the spawns again. Although it's a little bit more open this time. There is a potential if Dom can find a big kill here, they can take it away, and he finds the first, not going to be the second. Massive win for Ethan. They are now onto this next one here with about 40 points to the good.
They needed this transition because OMNiA, they were threatening to actually give this lead away. Rock have been in amongst it over the last few hills, but the deficit might just be too large to come back from, and that's a big spree going to come through. 40 seconds to play for. They can get aggressive. Denza just going to play an angle. You would presume the timing is absolutely awful. Players pushing through the mid map, but being dealt with. Now everybody else through rooftops. How do you deal with it if your Ethan pops up? Finds 2 out of nothing. 25 and 16. This kid's a little freak as well, isn't he? Him and DK leading the way. They hold it down. And OMNiA broken 200 points.
Still holding here, DK. Going to be in the close corner. Going to have reinforcements as well. And for Rock Esports, the headbutt is not working. Trying to get through those kicks, we'll find the second. And, well, that's going to be just enough to grab a bit of scrap time. But OMNiA will not feel salty about that. They're happy to reset and go for P1.
Now, they're on the right side of things. So if you're OMNiA, you have so much time. Not necessarily to be able to formulate a way through, but just to play through them. But honestly, you may well just go through the front. Denza is there to pinch after your teammates have done the work on the front side of things. Thank you very much. We'll keep this under lock and key. They will find the breakthrough, but they don't get a hold of the spawns. Denza had to get himself involved. Couldn't sit back to try and lock them down for P2. But frankly, OMNiA might not need it. They can win it here at P1, Bryce.
So they're going to try and do so as well here. Here comes the push. They're just going to go now and try to catch somebody before they can get him. But Rixel more than equal to it. For Rock Esports, it's now do or die. They have to hit P1 and hold P2 without letting anything slip. It is not an easy ask for them, but everybody piling in as everybody trades out once again. DK still staying alive, just soaking up points while he can. Still finds a kill. We'll be looking for more here, but that's a long time for him to survive. Benefit for Rock Esports, of course. They're now on P2.
The bad thing is, though, is that OMNiA only need 5 seconds. One decent break here should call game. Big fun coming in from Denza. He's going to try to get something working. Rixold is there to try and beat him down and does so. OMNiA don't need to rush this. Rock Esports will be sitting tight, but they have to be perfect from here on out, Bryson.
Just holding the spawn for them for so long here. I think OMITNoir are slow rolling this. They can try to get bodies in position. Players coming over the rooftops. Players going through the door now. Ethan finds a massive first blood as well. Dom needs to find a second. He does, but they're going to be in. Dom flies in to try and help his teammates out, but he runs out of bullets. The pistol's good enough. Alive for just a little while longer. Rock Esports fighting from the back foot.
One more stab at it here for OMNiA. It's going to be the first one found by DK. Pinstripe kill feed. Are Rock going to be able to hold on here? The gunfights are massive, and they can spawn out. Look at where they spawn over towards P4 as well. Rock Esports are going to be the first ones here. And with time, Domek's looking to try and find the cuts. Ethan well aware of the pressure that's going to be coming in through the mid-map. It's a 50-50 over towards P3 now. OMNiA still only need 5.
They're looking to it at the same time, but they're going to get in.
They're all
You
dead.
already see that they have managed to punch them back one more time. If they hold this, it's going to come down to the P4.
Uh-oh.
40 seconds to go on this hill. OMNiA just need 5 of it. Stacking once again. Players on the flank. Players through middle. Players through dojo as well. Ethan finds one. Again, in with the trade. Denzer trying to find something. He sprays all around and they lose the trades. They've lost the spawn. Rock Esports are fighting back here. OMNiA have found nothing.
OMNiA are just starting to press the panic button. That's the problem. It's 1 by 1. They just need to formulate one decent push, and now they're just trying to flounder themselves over towards the spawns. Dom in a lot of trouble over towards his backside. He'll be calling out for some help. It's on the way. Here is Kicks. He will find one onto Denzer. Transition over towards P4. We have a 14-point game. OMNiA being 5 seconds away from the win for 3 hills in a row. Can they get it done? You got to find a way through if you're Rock, but through the hardship, OMNiA don't quite get it done. They've got one inside the point, and there it is. 250 is found. But that one was comfortable for a while until it wasn't.
Well, that was a game that OMNiA were feeling very confident on, but we'll want to forget now. P2 and P3, they were rebuffed, and almost a 120-point swing. And if a kill went a slightly different way on the P4 rotation, we would now be talking about a ridiculous comeback. But OMNiA, they managed to get it. They got the rotation in time. But that is not a game they're going to be proud of.
I think it's one of them that you look at and they kind of just took their foot off the pedal a little bit. I think it felt very 1 by 1 when they were pushing over towards P2. They then, I don't want to say cruelly got spawned out where they did. That's where they should spawn. And then they had to deal with that. And from there, I would have liked to see them maybe just take a second. It felt like they had to, or at least the way that they were playing, it was looking like they felt the onus to have to make a play to find a breakthrough. You don't have to do that. You just need to find one decent play. Just contest it. Just trades. That's all it needs to be. 5 seconds will be more than good enough. In the end, it is. But Rock Esports nearly brought it back. Ultimately, it does not matter. The map win goes OMITNoir's way. Hell of an end.
And just look, I mean, look at the replay time. Just look at the replay of how far away Rock Esports really were. This was one of the key moments. This is when you started to really worry about them. OMITNoir, I mean, Desert just couldn't find them. Spawns in their favor. Kicks to the rescue here. They had numbers for a second. But Ethan, I believe, found 3 into that one. DK actually died. I didn't even realize. I think he fell off the edge of the map here, so it could have been a disaster. The Scar Slash Destroy next.
It could have been a disaster. It wasn't in the end. But into this one. Into the second half of this Overload. Honestly, completely forgot about this game for a second there. Brycey, OMNiA and Invicta up here in the Overload in the second half. A minute and a half to go to maybe send us to map number 4.
Bit of a fight. Alpha just staying alive. I mean, the longer he stays alive as well, the more beneficial it's going to be. But he makes the fight, but ends up dropping off the side of the map here. Does Lucifer scoop this and maybe switch or try something? I mean, there's still enough time. Looks like they're going to go for the reset. Lucifer does not back down from gunfights, even when he was a little bit weak to begin with.
Got to try and get something over the line here, though, if you're Project 7. Maybe via the rooftops. How you get it done. Good shots from Avdol. Great tracking, but it's like snaps him out of the air. So we're moving forward now. NPC in hand as well. That's why it's 13 and 21.
Here he goes. He's in a good position. I think he's been seen, though, which is going to be the problem for him as he gets shot in the back here. Tries to stay alive. Not going to be enough. Lots of defenders up against this one as well here. Bit of a panic time for him. F-Dot will find something, but not going to be enough. And if you're Project 7, you're now worried. Need to get this bait. Need to gain it.
It's in a defensive position. Or an attacking position, I should say. 15 seconds to go. You've got to grab a hold of it. It's not in a great spot to be able to do so. Mid-map control is going to be paramount. F-Dot is going to be the first one there to potentially find something. But the spawn up towards Dojo, you just got to keep them out of your OMNiA and Invicta. You got to go for your Project 7. You find the gunfights. Oh, not quite. Is anyone there be able to pick it up? Not quite. OMNiA and Invicta, get them out on the board.
Holding it down. Well, that game will now go into its map 4 ton and will continue on Bravo. Our alpha game is underway again here, and well, there's DomX, and he started off with a sniper. What a surprise.
This is going to be a hard one for OMITNoir. Esports ever present on Scar, Search and Destroy. Bomb down over towards A. Ethan left now in a 1 versus 3. Would have to be a 1 versus 4. Makes it a 1 versus 2.
Oh, they've really split this map well. Sees the player as well. Ethan went for the reach out. He actually got away and went back out with the gun. The Esports, a valuable first round in the S&D for them.
Got into that one a little later, but seeing, as you said, the snipe coming out from DomX, and that's why I say that Scar is going to be difficult here for OMNiA. Moving over towards the Esports host as well is going to make him just, well, maybe that a little bit more accurate as well. OMNiA going to have to choose how to deal with this, but more than proficient enough of a team to maybe find a win here. I think the thing is, though, with DomX, with the sniper, it's hard to play up against, but you know it's happening, right? It's not like you're going to slide around the corner and be like, oh, I've been caught off guard. DomX is sniping. No, he will be sniping quite a lot. Bomb goes down, 4v4.
So he's trying to keep that player in there. I think they're trying to get the nade onto him as well. But Ethan finds one. Kicks is in a great position here, but he has been found. But it doesn't matter. His teammates have found the kills as well. Advantage now to Esports. Denzer finds one. Brings it back to a 1 versus 1. He throws the smoke down to cause chaos and stay alive for as long as possible. Down he does fall. This is all timing now. Ethan finds one. He just has to check this in about 4 seconds.
Pressure coming through. Just not enough time for Kicks to do anything about this one. He wouldn't mind to find the kill, and it does so. 3 spree for Kicks. He'll shut Ethan down. But ultimately, the important number is at the top middle, slightly to the right of your screen. OMNiA will get themselves on the board. Good job from Denzer, honestly. I think he did well in the middle of the map there to survive as long as he did.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, that was everything, right? You allowed Ethan to play the clock, not having to take a second one. He did get a very important kill onto that player, but yeah, just to drop the smoke and to stay alive, it just gave them the breathing room they needed here. But this is still a very alive game here. Once again, Esports will push out towards 8. DomX with the sniper in hand. Many, many times we've seen this where Esports will be looking to play around this sniper.
Kicks on the 3 spree, wouldn't mind adding to it. Pressure potentially going to come in here from his right-hand side. 2 players over towards field is... I don't think he'll necessarily catch them off guard, but... doesn't matter either way. They're not going to be able to back down from this Denzer, though. Can't back down from this, though. That's a very aggressive position to be in. DomX, aggressive with the sniper, misses the shot. Backs it up, might have another second bite of the cherry. Does not. That's backed way up, actually. He's been forced to back up. 55 HP and a dream. He's out of there, though. Still a 3v4 in the favor of Rock. And Rixel starting to make the play here as well. Yeah, this should be a kill at least. Yeah, that should be the straw that breaks the camel's back here, Brycey.
We've been trying to find one as well. It's going to get it back, but damage has already been done, and Aspect stays alive. That's huge. 2 versus 2. Ethan watches over at the same time. Bomb will go down, so Esports have a lifeline.
Ethan's moving so quickly. They're going to be expecting the flag coming on through, but they expect it as soon. Sees him. Dom takes the Charl and Ethan rips his head off. Kicks on a 4 spree, needs to find 2 more.
They're looking for him, and he has been found, but he's going to lose that gunfight. Ethan is winning some unbelievable shooting games. And that puts him in the lead ton.
OMNior find it. Seven and 2 from Ethan. The kill on the flank is what makes the difference, to be honest with you, when he takes down Dom. As mentioned, absolutely rips his head off. OMNior in the lead here in the search and destroy. Last time out when they did play the search and destroy, it was a relatively comfortable one. A 6-3 win for Omit. It was, of course, on Gridlock. Entirely different map. A very tight overload as well. I'm expecting some longevity in this series, Bryce.
I mean, we were talking about this game, by the way, like, hey, Rock Esports obviously were the big bads coming in, but OMNior with the kind of the new big bads. And then Rock had a bit of a wobble here, and we were worried about how close this game would be, right? Right now, Rock are looking back in pretty good form, and they are giving OMNior a battle for every point in this.
Ethan looking to try and continue the spree. The trophy system might end up being a position where it could be dealt with, but it doesn't. Kill going to be answered back by Dom X. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Rock Esports. They answer back with a couple of kills. And it's just not the position you want to be an NPC with, really. I suppose it's like keeping the guys off the bomb, but the sniper player is going to be a problem to deal with. But the sniper is actually on his way around. Are they expecting this? Maybe the NPC was perfect. No, it wasn't. DK on his own. They nearly line up. They don't. Rock Esports find a way through.
Dangerous as well. They just lost too many post-plant. I was a little bit worried that Dom X's flank was maybe too much of a flank, if that makes sense. It's like a long way round with 28 seconds to go. Fortunately, they got it done. He just was not expecting to lose that gunfight up top. If he hadn't have lost it, well, this would have been a very different story.
So the next round, very tight search and destroy. They're coming down to finite moments as well. It's not, you know, being cut and dry for the most part. Only seen 4 rounds, but a lot of them have been close. Ethan is the one for OMNior that is, well, keeping hopes alive, so to speak. Does feel as if Rock Esports set up maybe just a little bit more solid. OMNior, a bit of a newer team, of course. Though. I mean, that is the kind of moment you love to see. Answer back, though. Ethan will get taken down. 3v2 in the favor of OMNior.
OMNior being very, very close to this one, but have been taken away by that sniper. They're just going to move forward again. Back into a 2 versus 2. Pistol banging. For Rock Esports. After having lost those first 2 ones, they'll be looking for it at the same time. But Dom X throws a wonderful shot, but will get taken down. Aspect stays alive. Now, if you're OMNior, you need to somewhat be in a tradable position here because it's going to be Rixel in a 1 versus 2.
On 3 spree as well. This is going to have to be a B plan, and Kelly in the position up top. Is he going to get away with it? He's actually not going to go for it at all. He's going to go for the kill. Maybe expecting him to plant. Does he have the read? DK is on his way around. Goes for the Charl! And Rixel clutches!
Rixel takes the clutch completely. A 1 versus 2 and also technically a 2 versus 4. I was going to say maybe DK should have waited for
that's all he had
bomb
to
plant
do.
to go down, but he was fully expecting him. I'll be honest with you, Rixel not going for the plant as soon as he got that kill was a little bit wild. This is going to have to be a B plan, and does he have the read? DK is on his way around. Goes for the Charl! And Rixel takes the clutch completely. A 1 versus 2 and also technically a 2 versus 4. I was going to say maybe DK should have waited for bomb plant to go down, but he was fully expecting him. I'll be honest with you, Rixel not going for the plant as soon as he got that kill was a little bit wild.
It was surprising. I'm not really sure why. He sort of maybe thought to himself, okay, well, I haven't cleared it out over top green. Maybe we'll just have a double check. Finds the kill. But for all that we give DK's credit, one it has been due, and that has been very often, that was a little bit silly. And is it those moments that can start to unravel you? 4-2 in the blink of an eye, Rock Esports, as Dom will run through the middle of the map and dominate.
Well. Rock Esports have completely flipped this game. Just takes a little bit of a clutch from a player who could have made a very risky play in not going for the plant, but now Rixel's on 5. OMNiNoir find themselves in an unenviable position of having to fight their way back into this S&D.
Rixel stolen this 5 spree. Another kill found as well. And you guessed it. Domx through the middle of the map. They've had the read, haven't they? Denza having to put a time of things. I think he's been sent over towards the shop side of things and hasn't been able to get anything going. Ethan going to be taken down. His reign of terror ended, and Dom, his has just started. Rock Esports have found 3 rounds in a row in the blink of an eye. 5-2 now. And OMITNoir. And they're trembling. They're coming up against the real Rock now.
Yeah, you can tell that, if anything, Rock just seemed more and more confident as time continues. Well, it looks like OMNiNoir are not going to get to kind of go flawless in this. It's a long way back from this point. They're going to play defensive one more time.
How did they find a way back through? Rock Esports made something of that hard point whilst it was comfortably always the lead for OMITNoir throughout. Omit still got it done, but can Omit force the issue? There's a couple of kills going to go their way. 4 versus 2 in their favour. This by right should be their round. I think of that clutch from Rixel, though. Right now, we'd be sitting at 4-3, and you're not talking in this situation. That 1-round swing makes this feel like a very, very different search and destroy. OMITNoir might be kicking themselves, especially if they can win this one.
Watching Aspect bounce up and forth, and there's about to be a 3 players come through. Oh, just an unbelievably good sniper, but Rixel now going to get stunned before he can do anything more into this one. OMNiNoir stay alive in this S&D.
Stay alive with a very confident round as well. Brute force again. I think they kind of remind me of just a squad that are all raw horsepower to a certain degree, that are still kind of playing their trade, Bryce, aren't they? They're still figuring things out. I mean, they don't necessarily... I mean, they have spades of it from Denza, I suppose. He's there to be the glue. Being the leader of this team. DK Ethan, very new to the scene. Aspect being around for a few years. It's a nice cocktail, isn't it? But they're still trying to figure things out. Those moments that DK tried, what, in round 3 or 4 rounds ago. I'd like to think in a few months' time, Denza might knock that out of him. Domx is going to knock the wind out of Killy's lungs at this stage, though. Incredible shot again. He's just such a powerful tool to have. They've lost complete control of Motel, though. That's a positive. OMNiNoir do have that, but right now they have very little else.
Well, this is kind of standard from Rock. They do like to burn a lot of time before they make a move. They've already found that first blood. But any second now, the call will be made in. Where are we applying pressure? By the looks of it, it's going to be A.
Problem is here for Denza and Cole. Rock Esports will be thinking to themselves, okay, we haven't had any control of Motel. They could be in any of these corners, and they will be checking them. And they definitely will be checking this one now. Oh my goodness me, Denza left in a 1 versus 4. Not going to happen. Rock Esports find the 6th round they need and tie this series up. This one's going the distance as well, isn't it?
Yep. It definitely is going to. It's just rock things. It's just rock things. But they were very good on this one. Again, I mean, we've spoken about it. We've even seen, I think it was F. who replied to me when I was talking about it on Twitter. You know, they acknowledged that Dom-X is so good with the sniper rifle that Rock can play around it. And it is a problem for other teams. And you expect him to keep doing that. He did it when we saw him in Birmingham. Some of the kind of incredible plays that he did make. And I mean, the interesting thing for me about this is not that Scar S&D kind of score, but the fact that the Den hardpoint was 252-3-2 and could have gone the other way is insane. But we are going to find out that Den Overload comes up next. But before that, I'm told we're going over to our Bravo game, which is entering the final flurries of the hardpoint. Project 7 are up at this point, but going to worry about whether or not they can get into this P4.
Ugh, Mythic's 44 kills. With 25 seconds still for Project 7 to get a hold of, and OMNiA and Invicta in a good position to try and find a little bit more. Kill record, anyone? Could be on the cards. What's it actually sitting at? Is it like 54, 55 still?
It's something else. I think the NPC meta is definitely going to help break that record sooner rather than later. It just makes the game faster here, but this game might actually be over. We're talking about the kill record, and realistically, that last wipe has put them so far away. OMNiA and Invicta are about to find themselves dumped into the elimination bracket. F. finds one, finds two, does not find a third, does not need to, as that will be all they wrote. It will be a big game there from Project 7.
Yep, incredible work from Project 7, getting it done 3-1. Only dropping the 3rd round, or 3rd map, I should say, the entirety of the Elite so far. That is, of course, over this stage, not every single stage, but yeah, Project 7 looking like an indomitable beast at this moment in time, Brycey. It's going to be hard to see how they're going to be beaten, honestly. Even from the other side of things between OMITNoir and Rock, I really struggle to see it happening. They look very, very solid across the board. They're going to be difficult to beat. There is absolutely no question. 5k damage from Mythics. Absolute clinic from him. 4 kills a hill as well.
Non-traded.
That's obscene. That is absolutely obscene. Project 7 very much to roar through to next week into that winners bracket final, but who is going to meet them? OMNiA and Invicta dropping down into the losers bracket. Potentially might have actually a game up against Exceptional potentially, and double check. We'll double check that. I'm sure somebody's going to fill it out and figure out which way we're going to be going. It's Exceptional or Naged that they're going to be going up against next week when we kick things off. Project 7 advance on through as we kind of expect.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where we saw it. But I mean, OMNiA and Invicta definitely gave them a good game most of the way through here. And OMNiA and Invicta, certainly not a team to overlook either. I mean, going to that elimination side of it, it's certainly going to be a team that others don't want to play. And we will find out who they are playing very, very shortly. But yeah, this is another one. Project 7 making their way through, which was expected, but you never know in Challenge Elite.
You never know. You never know. Let's see how things are going to play out for Project 7 next week, but we need to see who their opponent's going to be, Bryce. I don't know in this one now. Honestly, I was kind of feeling OMITNoir in that sense, but I mean, Rock, have they found something after that reverse sweep up against Naj? Have they figured something out, or was it just a case of Rock doing Rock things? That might still be the case here in this one. We're heading into map number 3, all tied up, so I don't know. I'm still yet to be convinced. This is what I meant about OMITNoir, though. They are a very, very talented roster, and we know that they kind of have those up-and-coming players and that experienced veterancy, if you like, molding it, but they're still a relatively new team, and that means a lot in this game, doesn't it? It really does come down to this experience, especially this far in the season. If this was a brand new season and we were starting in stage 1 and they were doing this, then cool, but yeah, well, in the day, it's in some respects, and we are getting that stage where teams really do know what they're doing. They're going to have to figure each other out very, very quickly.
They certainly will. I mean, we're getting everything kind of set up and ready for this next 1 ton, and I'd be honest with you, I don't know who I think is going to go forward now. That's probably the biggest question for me, OMITNoir versus Rock, because as you can see, going forward into this one with Project 7 hitting the winners final, we would probably be normally saying Rock Esports would make them there, but they have not had an easy run of it. They were mat 5 into that one. They had that wobble at the beginning of groups here. OMITNoir find themselves all tied up with the rest of these ones to go. And as we know from Rock Esports, they're not going to make it easy for them. Rock versus Project 7, well, that sounds like a game we've seen a million times. This new OMNiTnoir team versus Project 7 is a game that we have been desperate to see. So I'm a little bit conflicted.
Yeah, if I'm honest with you, it's hard to decide which way I want it to go. I mean, Rock Esports against Exceptional in Elimination Round 2. This is a juicy one if that's what it comes to. You would imagine that Rock can make a bit of a run through that losers bracket if they did drop down. Same to be said for OMNiTnoir, of course. I think it's a really hard one to call. As mentioned, it was an OMNiTnoir 3-1 victory when these two did face up against each other in the group stages. But it was the overload that went Rock's way, not the search and destroy that they just managed to find. So that's going to give them some positivity heading into map number 3 here.
Well, here we go. Den overload. Who gets in front? I will say this, I think Omit are really being tested by Rock. Probably more so than they have been in the groups. At Den Hardpoint, it certainly would have scared them because, like I said, a little bit went differently and they could have lost that and be down 2-0 right now.
You think of that 1v1, I think that's the real sticking point, isn't it? Then we could have been like 5-4 or something along those lines. OMNiTnoir now looking to try and find the overload here. On Den. Last time out. It wasn't on this map, but it was, of course, on Exposure, which was a very tight 5-4 win for Rock Esports. I think what I do know about this one for both these two teams, though, it'll be fast and furious. That is of no doubt. I don't think there'll be any taking your time, and for the setup, it is going to be a case of run at them, try and gun them, and if we can get the overload over the line as well, oh my god, then yeah. I mean, if Killy does things like that, that's going to help. The pistol whip coming out. Incredible work.
Staying alive here. I don't think he's long for this while, considering he had 6 health, but for OMNiTnoir, they do want to get a relay off of the back here, and that's a lot of bodies down at the same time. Scoop the EMP. Killy makes the kill again. And now they will run that one into at the same time. Got to be careful. DK on the other side has already made one monstrous kill to keep his team somewhat alive on the relay. Aspect just going berserk here on this.
Going crazy at the moment. 10-2 out of him. Oh, 11 I thought was on the way. But a dagger already from OMNiTnoir to find 2 that quickly. Especially on this side as well. Rock Esports would have liked to get things rolling. But now with it posture over towards the rooftop side, OMNiTnoir will be fancying this. If they find a couple of kills, then all of a sudden you are lapping. Oh, again, they're lining up. Killy just cannot miss a bullet right now. Albeit he missed a couple to set that moment up, but 12-3. 13-3. Literally cannot be gone. What on earth is this from Aspect?
There's some sort of godlike pep talk happened from it in the end here, because that is just a monstrous start here. 3 minutes left to go in this half, and, well, they want to end it early. They are just kicking this EMP down the throat of Rock Esports at the moment. DK go for a rechow. Not going to be enough. The breath into the lungs of Rock Esports as they finally get a chance to slow it down.
I mean, this is just the Aspect show. 15-5. That centering was ridiculous on the jump over towards it through the door. Insane. Rock Esports would be like, okay, well, if we can start killing Aspect, that would be brilliant. And maybe, just maybe, we can get one in of our own here. 3-0 scoreline is mildly daunting, but if you can get one back over the line on the side that they're on, you would expect them to be able to do so. All of a sudden, 3-1 scoreline doesn't feel that bad. Although, who guessed it? Killing there. Another 17-6.
Yeah, certainly has taking his wheelies here, just continuing it. 18-6 now. I mean, for Rock Esports, you're lucky this half hasn't ended already.
Extremely lucky, to be honest with you. That's it. You know what? I respect it. I'm there for it. I'm there for the reach out. Doesn't work out in his favor, but DK is there to pick up the pieces. There's the call out for the teammates as well. We'll have that gunfight too. Thank you very much. OMNiTnoir cruising.
Alive with this for now. That's been scooped, but it gets shut down. Huge kill there from Rock Esports. DK staying alive here on a 5 streakers. If anything, OMNiA just seem to just be like arm wrestling Rock Esports and just trying to horsepower this one through. I mean, you would never say that actually works against Rock Esports, but it is.
Killy, if anything, is slowed down. Only the 19 and 10 now as DK starting to take over. 8 in a row from him. 50 seconds still to go, and Denza gets it over the line. The scrum just about creeps it in. And OMNiA find themselves in a really good position after the first half. And the first half where you would have expected Rock to at least get something on the board, but a 4-0 half where Killy went absolutely ballistic. This was insane. There's that one, and it was this jump. Yeah, I mean, the centering at the time in slow motion, it still looks impressive.
Very certainly, if I had attempted that, my MVC would be hitting the tree. But that was just a phenomenal performance. I mean, to open up with that much confidence, that much pressure, obviously you have to slow down at some point, but OMNiA have hammered this one through completely. They are 4-0 to the good.
What's the answer for Rock Esports here? Comeback potential does not feel very high. It's not getting something going here, by the way. Yeah, they might have a really good opportunity to get this one landed. OMNiA lacking just a little bit, and yeah, they should be able to get this one over the line. Yeah, that is a bit of a misplay from OMNiA, but a real good heads-up play from Rock.
DK is in an advanced position here, but he hasn't taken all of the space I was potentially expecting him to take, and well, that's an easy shutdown. OMNiA seem to have let a little bit of air out of the balloon.
Another one over the line for Rock. They're creating some opportunities here, and again, OMNiA are leaving openings. They're in a good position though over towards the rooftop side. Ethan, he'll have a freebie to try and set something up here over towards the side, but Dom's found a massive kill on the other.
And if you're OMNiA, I mean, all that work, all that pressure, all that spectacular show you gave us, to maybe making a couple of mistakes realistically in terms of positioning on this map, and now Rock Esports just find themselves only a 2-point game down, and maybe even less as they may make another move.
Gotta find some kills here if you're Ethan. There's one. Denza gonna be dealt with pretty much immediately. DK, he can answer back, but Rixel now with the pistol out. He's 20 and 14, trying to drag his team back into this one. There's another kill found as well. Killy gets aggressive. He's slowed down. He was like 15 and 5 at one stage. He's now 22 and 18. And with his slowed down, Rock Esports have started coming back into this one. Ethan finds one. OMNiA waiting for the push to come through. Ethan finds another. That should be the cleanup. Domax can't find it. Nicely done from OMNiA. The kill feed and the trades work out in their favor. They'll head over towards the dojo side to try and counteract here.
Managed to get enough done, but they do feel like they've taken their foot off the tempo just a little bit. A couple of big kills going through at the same time, but there we go. Killy on the flank finds it. Very, very important, and they get this one away. It will now be 5-2. Life in OMNiA. Wasn't going to be a massive collapse for them in the end here, but they've got to be careful. They are pushing forward to take map control. And Rock Esports, they've got 3 players here who could potentially do something.
Getting that stage where they need to. Oh, but there you go. OMNiA finding a few kills. It's going to put Rock Esports in a really precarious spot now. DK may well just slide this one over the line. Went for it. Those are the kind of moments where Bans will be saying, right, just chill. I think that's like those kind of moments. And again, like, I think we have maybe time to pick it here because this one is pretty much done. But DK sometimes a bit overzealous. Wouldn't mind him just chilling a bit. You think of that 1v2 where he's just flew out for the kill. It's nice to have that confidence. That moment there, 0 backers, and he's just like, yeah, let's run at it. Just a step back every now and then is what I would say. Take a breather. Doesn't need to here, mind. There's a freebie. 6-2. And OMNiA have got this one over the line and will be one more map away from sending themselves to the winners final.
Tensor's actually going to hold them back into P2 for a relay. So once again on the flank here, I don't think they know he's here. And, oh, Kelly tries to get through at the last second here, but Denzer is not going to find anything for it at the same time. I mean, this is basically impossible now for Rock Esports, and DK just trying to hold them back when the inevitable tide hits. But OMNiR have done enough to get this one over the line here, even including that wobble they had in the first minute and a half of this second half.
Gunny coming in from Ethan. He's been really impressive as well. Kelly stepped it back up, but it was his show in the first half, wasn't it? Incredible to see what he was able to offer. I mean, from the get-go, just absolutely dominated for 2.5 minutes, didn't he? And that's what put OMNiR in this position. 30 seconds to go. 4-score difference. Kicks and Co just running this one out. Can't even get over towards the rooftops. This was brilliant from OMNiR.
It certainly was. I mean, the second half was like a completely different game to the first, of course. It has been more even between the two. I mean, watch out from DK just to sort of fly into it as well, but doesn't really matter for either of these two sides. They're just basically just playing this one out with a bit of TDM at the moment, as nobody can change how this one has ended. But it's going to be OMNiR who go 2-1 up in this series against Rock Esports.
Incredible performance from OMNiR. Find themselves in the lead again, as you mentioned. Really good performance, honestly. As I kind of epitomized by the pressure that came through from Killian Cole in that very first half, which was just a brilliant, brilliant performance. Once you're 4-0 down, it's always so difficult. Rock maybe made something of it though, Bryce, though, didn't they? It was a really good performance to find 2 back, but damage already done. We're heading into a map number 4. Rock Esports are finding themselves behind.
Yeah, they are, and we will see just how much they can push forward into the next hard point. I mean, here's the thing. I still don't put it against Rock. I still think that there's a very good chance this goes to a map 5. These teams have been fighting back and forth so far between them, and Rock Esports, well, the specialists are taking it the distance. For OMNiR, I mean, obviously a great start for them in the end here. They're probably a little bit shocked by how badly that S&D went, so they'll be hoping not to go to that map 5 either.
In an ideal world, I wouldn't like to. Going on this 8 spree. And that's those moments where I don't want to criticize him for some of his players, because he probably doesn't go on an 8 spree like that if he isn't overzealous, isn't over aggressive. Sometimes you gotta let the dog off the leash, and that's how some players perform and be that kind of player. Just a couple of times here and a couple of breaks. But you'll get there. Still very young, still just very new at the scene. Hell of a talent though, him and Ethan. Looking the real deal for this Omit squad. Nice to see Omit back in EU in a proper way as well. Might be doing a lot for the scene over on the NA side of things. Just in challenges in general. Great to see him involved here. The team in Europe that he very much believes in. OMNiR, rightfully so, justifying that belief. 2-1 to the good here in this series. Scar hardpoint incoming.
Wow. Does it end on Scar hardpoint? Does it continue into gridlock? Well, Rock get to make that choice, but can they take the choice away from OMNiR? Now, truth being told, that last hardpoint had me worried, because Rock looked like they were being hammered right up until they weren't, and OMNiR, a little bit of panic, but fortunately they did ice up on that very last P4, but who knows how it goes between these two. If anything, I think Omit had a better time against Rock last time around when they played.
Yeah, I know. So looking over to a hard point on Scar, I don't believe that they played it against each other the last time. Let's have a look. No, it was a Colossus and a Den. So we have no information as far as that goes between these two teams, but we'll figure out how it's going to go very, very shortly, Bryce.
We certainly will. All the maps coming up left here in EMEA right after this break. Don't go there. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenge Elite here in EMEA. We are going into our last game and potentially the last two maps of our last game as well. This is for a spot in the winners bracket. It's going to be Rock Esports up against OMITNoir, and both these two teams had a pretty good showing so far, Tom.
Yeah, I think Rock have made some improvements, but OMNiA, just looking at the stronger roster right now, it just seems as if Omit can't keep up with the pace. And we're going to be heading into a relatively pacey map as well, as we head into the hard point of map number 4, I believe onto Scar, as we aforementioned. Do or die now for Rock as far as the winners bracket is concerned. The losers bracket's starting to look a little bit dicey as well. For them, it is just not being their stage so far, has it? But there is still plenty of time to turn things around. They are finding themselves behind both the respawns, not going their way. Then Overload may well be the dag as we head onto the Scar hard point. By the way, on OMITNoir's host as well. This is going to be a hard one for Rock to find. But if there's any team that's going to send us to the map number 5, Brycey, who's it going to be? It'll be Rock.
Well, we will see. This game's all going to be about confidence and getting into it. You've got to make sure you are as confident as Jeremy Studd to get this one over the line when you go into the gunfights. For OMNiA, they can taste that grand final, or should I say winners final. For Rock Esports, they want back there from where they've been so many times before.
As confident as Jeremy Studd going in a fight against Nameless, I would say. I feel pretty confident.
Well,
he slaughters him on a daily basis, doesn't he? Honestly, that's what I miss mostly.
Hey, that is a great friendship that those two have. But enough about our colleagues. This game is already heating up, and OMNiA just taking points from P1.
Solid outing so far. P2 rotation coming up in a second as well. Not much motel control needed when you've got all of those points. They've been stacking up. Good shots coming in from DK. Finish this one off. Not quite, but Killy is there to pick up the pieces. Brilliant start. What else could you ask for a OMNiA right now? Oh, okay. I mean, Killy. Did he change his gamer tag and all of a sudden turn into God? What is going on?
Well, if anything, I mean, he's always been known as a very, very good player here, but for OMNiA, it's always been the conversation around DK and Ethan, and maybe he's just trying to keep up and saying, hey, enough is enough. You forget who you're talking to, but this is an unbelievable slaughter. Oh, Ethan finds 3! Oh, my goodness. This is not going to go the same way again. I mean, this is Killy taking them off of the respawn. They are respawn, bouncing them. That kind of thing really only happens on things like Shipment way back in the day.
Incredible. 15 seconds to go here over towards P2. P3 already looking good. Rock Esports are hitting old. That's never a good sign. They don't mind that scrap time whatsoever, but that's just going to give the opportunity for OMNiA just to wrap themselves around and put themselves in a spot over towards P3. Denza just needs to clear up through the middle of the map. That's his job right now as the transition from P2 comes. He's expecting another player to head this way. And there you go. Another couple of freebies. If I'm honest with you, OMNiA are just putting them to the sword right now. Denza now on a 2 spree. Keeping them at bay. Pushing them back and gunning everybody he sees. OMNiA are freely getting time and are running away with this game already. This is a smoke show.
Somebody start the closing music because it's getting out of hand. Ethan does not win that gunfight, and finally Rock Esports get back into this. They need these points. They need a bit of redemption, and they certainly need to start these engines.
I mean, OMNiA just have so much pop-off potential. I'm going to go as far as saying they kind of remind me of Rock, to be honest with you, but that's a little bit more like it from Dom. He finds 2 over towards the backside. Killy in the next and chop and block. Yes, he is. There we go. This is a little bit more like it from Rock Esports. 60 points about to be on offer here. Get rid of Denza. Reinforcements are on the way, and they do so very, very cleanly. Raid boss Ethan on his way, though, sitting at 13-6, but kind of going to finish my point. OMNiA do remind me of Rock. In a certain way, it's just gunny, gunny, gunny. Everyone having their moments to pop off and really putting the opposition to the sword when they do so.
For Rock, this is very much a case of damage control. As well, Ethan is 17-6, 18-6. I think he saw the player there, but isn't going to be able to find it as he just goes roaming.
Right decision.
They've just let him loose.
head over now towards P5. Going out to the back for Rock with 10-15 to go. Again, I wouldn't mind Rock just find themselves in a position to try and get themselves set up. They are chasing their tail consistently. Ethan looking like an absolute joke right now. OMNiA can't find his way over towards that side. I mean, eventually does get taken down. Rock Esports, though, still not in a good position to really do a great deal here.
If anything, OMNiA maybe just TDMing this a little bit too much.
Yeah,
obviously,
probably
in a great position, but they have an opportunity to really just continue to pile on the points. Denza is going to go down here. Advantage now for Rock. They have the opportunity up top to do something, but Aspect somehow finds two. And DK comes in for the final trade. And they are just gaining points on every single hill.
honestly, Aspect for me over this season in particular on Black Ops 7, it looked relatively decent challenges player, but when we have been watching him, he hasn't set the world on fire, right? But this stage, though, looking like the Aspect we were somewhat promised when he did start to arrive in the scene in the last couple of years. This is a little bit more like it. It's brilliant for OMNiA. They are 100 points in the lead heading into a second rotation. If you're Rock Esports, you just got to try and dig in deep. Get some time over towards P1. Hellstorm clearly on its way in there by the sounds of things. Yeah. Not really much gained from it other than getting Rock off the point there. OMNiA.
I'm just trying to stay alive now as well. I mean, they made a massive comeback in that first hard point. They will need to do so again here. A little bit more difficult considering that realistically OMNiA haven't slowed down. 23 and 13 for Ethan, 20 and 15 for Kelly. And this is going from bad to worse. Domex needs to find these kills and finds one and tickles the feet of the second player for a teammate to get it done. And not too bad rotation for Rock Esports in terms of numbers.
Still doable here for Rock. They've kept this gap to, well, still over 100 points. But they're not doing too bad. OMNiA, I'd like to think I'm not going to be able to keep up this pace. If Rock Esports can put themselves in a couple of positions, never mind, Killy's just found 3 in a row. DK's there to pick up the pieces, and there is the break. Maybe they can keep up this pace. Rock are nowhere near them right now.
Oh, there's 3, there's 4. 28 seconds. It's a valuable 28 seconds here for Rock Esports. Question is this, though. Can Rock find something on the rotation? This last 15 seconds is great for them, and they're not going to get it. And they're also not going to have the rotation. That is about as bad of an ending to P2 as you can expect.
Still about 100-point difference. As they're just cruising around the middle of the map. This is where he's had a lot of his success. Ethan will try and hold this down as well. Push coming in from the blue side. It's just a difficult one with this 3 players posted up over towards the airplane. They're going to have to try and find a push out here. There's going to be a spawn out. They're going to have to spin around on the swivel. Spawn's just everywhere right now as DK finds 2. Killy with another. Deads are trying to keep them at bay from the blue side. 209 and rising. OMITNoir have decided to call game.
Well, they get wiped out of it. And now this is about the time last time that Rock Esports just went, all right, we're just going to bounce from hill to hill and take every single point. Can they hold on for 20 seconds on this last one and then hold on to P4? So far, so good. Winning the trade. Ritual will just stay alive now, realistically. Or he will chow for no real reason. Just stay alive, brother. You've got a few seconds to go and your team are in a good position. The longer you stay alive, the better it's going to be for you. Does so. Rock Esports. If they can find 60 here and then get a good setup for P1, it'll be doing the same as they did on map 1.
The mountain is there to be climbed. Dom trying to survive in the middle of the map. Nix is here, starting to heat up. Finds 5 in a row before he's cut down by DK. Domex can do nothing. OMNiA cut through them far too easily. And there's 4 dead. They can just about get it done here over towards blue. And now it needs to be different from Rock Esports. You need to find a way through, or you drop into the losers bracket a little bit earlier than you would have liked.
Nathan is not allowed
Good
to. Obviously
God.
gets 3. Oh, an overflowing of confidence and just taking every single gunfight. Denzel will fall here in the last few seconds, but Ethan still going. That player had to have been weak, obviously. But a 6th streak there in the middle of the map, and I don't think they have the tick to end it into P4, but I don't think that matters either.
Ethan is being crazy this game. Every time we've been on board with Killy, he's been doing what he needs to do. One more break is all that's needed here for OMNiA. They need 2 seconds to knock Rock Esports into the losers bracket. Those 2 seconds are in. 3-1 victory for OMNiA. They do it again against Rock. They find the win. They advance to the winners bracket final.
Well, we were expecting OMNiA to maybe just blow out the water that last half. I mean, I didn't expect that. That's probably the biggest question of it. I just did not expect them to open up and never really stop. Rock were always just chasing behind over and over again. Every time they got a wipe, it was a reprieve, but only a reprieve. And well, now OMNiA have booked their spot. Project 7 OMNiA is on the horizon, ton.
And that's the one that we really wanted to see. Look, Project 7, I have no doubt of their credentials. You look at that roster and sort of say to yourself, yeah, okay, they are the ones that are probably going to be favorites. OMNiA, look, okay, they've been in that group, and I'm never going to take any credit away from them. They have beat Rock twice, and that's been important, but Rock are probably not the Rock of what we've seen over the last 2 seasons, not at this moment in time. Their real test is going to come in Project 7. That is going to be an absolute banger next week. New blood coming through up against some of the old guard. A really interesting matchup and a really interesting storyline as we're going to be heading into that one. But OMNiA, incredibly impressive there. Very impressive indeed. And just looking at the statistics, just the non-traded, everything across the board that they needed to do. Just blew Rock Esports out the water. And again, I said it throughout that hard point. They do kind of remind me of Rock in a certain kind of way where you're watching them and you're like, oh, okay, well, they're just gunning everybody. I'm really interested to see, obviously, if they do go over towards Atlanta. I presume they will be going there, and whether or not they make the pro-am. How they will do. Because this roster, you would think good, though, because, I mean, what the question mark around DK was Birmingham. He played bloody brilliant. Question mark for Atlanta, is it going to be that? You never know. We've still got the elite to play out, just really going to indicate how good they are, but they look very, very good.
Yeah, I think, I mean, hey, either team, you know, P7 or Omit that make it to Atlanta, he's going to be a great team to watch. That'll be the kind of key thing here. I mean, we haven't really spoken about it. I believe they're being coached by Bance. I even think I saw Madcat in there a couple of weeks ago, also kind of talking to the team about some of the engagements they've been making. So they do have a huge veteran trying to help them steer them through, and that'll be the question. Winners final is set. OMNiA Project 7. Those are now the 2 most likely teams to have one of them make it to Atlanta, but the grand final will still beckon them forward first. On the other side of it, Ton, some big games for next week.
Yeah, some crazy games. I think, obviously, as you mentioned, the winners final is the marquee matchup, if you like. Exceptional against Rocket, Elimination round 2. How on earth have we ended up here? That should be an interesting one. Naged up against OMNiA and Invicta, again, another interesting one. Both those 2 teams would have went up against each other in the groups. Winners of those 2 games go on to play each other. We've got some absolute bangers next week, Brycey, to close out stage 3 before we head to Atlanta.
We certainly do. Well, we've had to say goodbye to a couple of teams, and this is how they fit into the points. Of course, Treaty 1 and Hibernation, we have had to say commiserations, but they walk away with 3,000 points apiece as the top 6 will fight for the rest next week. But it's not just points, it's also the prizes. Treaty 1 and Hibernation find themselves $2,000 richer. But from here, it only grows all the way to $20,000 for first place. And of course, that illustrious golden ticket away to Atlanta and the Pro-Am. It is a big, big opportunity for every single one of these teams involved, but we will have to wait to find out who grabs it, Ton.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it does break down. I mean, it looks like a 2-horse race to me, but you can never count out Rocket. Again, I think they could maybe make a losers bracket run. They've got a week to maybe try and fix some of their issues that are currently going on. Let's see if they can. Otherwise, it's Project 7 or OMNiA, no question.
It certainly is. Well, it's been a very good day here in EMEA for games, thrills, and spills. But the action does not stop. North America is coming to your screens very shortly. They have their playoffs starting as well, so 3 more blocks of games for them. They'll say goodbye to some, and they'll make legends of the others. That's all from us. We will see you next week for the conclusion of the playoffs. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds 3.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
Brothers and sisters, there is no other way to say this besides that we are kicking off what is the start of one of the most important stages in Challengers, period. We have one more spot for the Pro-Am. That's going to go to the team that wins this elite stage. And we're in the playoffs, so we're going to have just our final 8 teams. I'm Shift. With me, I've got Study. My man, I'm ready to see some bloodshed today. I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Today's going to be a good day. A very important day, like you said, my friend, because all the Challengers players know what's at stake. You get to that grand finals, you win it, you guarantee your spot in the Pro-Am at Major 3. But even if you don't win it and you're going up against P7, you can still make it because they already have qualified off of the last event at Birmingham. But there's just so much on the line, so much pressure. And I feel like the teams who performed at the highest level throughout the group stages should feel fantastic going into this because some of the teams we were expected to be really good aren't even here.
I know it. Bush didn't have the head-to-head tiebreaker versus Cabal. That's tough. That's just one of those things, man. Challengers is brutal. Let's take a look to see how things had wrapped up, though, after the group stages and moving into the playoffs here today. There is, just like we said, 8 really solid teams overall. But we're going to be starting at winners round 1. These are your 4 matchups. FaZe Falcons taking on For Fun Esports. That will be right here on the main broadcast. Huntsmen taking on Cabal on Bravo. P7 Notorious and Torn on Charlie. And then I would say another matchup that really could, steal some attention. That FC Stallions versus Omit Brooklyn game at the bottom of the bracket. Both teams looking, I would say, pretty even. So it should be a really interesting matchup between those two down there. They'll be on the D stream. And then we will do the elimination round after that. And then we'll jump back up to the winners round 2 games to finish off the evening. Long night of challengers. Here is a look at that bracket. So for us, FaZe Falcons For Fun Esports, winner of that would take the winner of Huntsmen and Cabal. What are your kind of thoughts just looking at these head-to-head matchups, though, Jay? Anyone that in particular you think maybe got a poor, got the short stick or what?
I think FaZe Falcons For Fun Esports, our starting matchup, is a very intense matchup because For Fun yesterday in their final matchup lost all the way in a game number 5. That's what puts them in this position to go up against that powerhouse lineup that came out of Group B. And then FC Stallions versus Omit Brooklyn is a square up. I'm really excited to see Torn Esports, though, because this is a squad who took down the likes of Bittersweet. A lot of guys who we've seen all throughout Challengers basically dominate this scene. Fellow, Arcides, Asim, Manny, the new up-and-comer. They were able to beat that squad very early into the group stages and now put themselves in a chance to make it to the playoffs, and now they got to make the most of it. It's just tough that they're going up against P7, the team that just won Birmingham, who are in that rare form ever since they added Snoopy to the building.
Yeah, and they look great. I mean, they've lost only one series, have P7 Notorious, and it was a map 5 versus FaZe Falcons, who we will have here on our main broadcast. So, yeah, for Torn Esports, it's a heck of a time to make it into the playoffs. But at the same time, like you say, it's a younger squad that are going up against Goliath. So, tough opening matchup for them. I think that this Huntsman Cabal game could be really interesting as well, just kind of based on how both teams played yesterday. But, for us, we're going to be focused on FaZe Falcons and For Fun Esports. So let's try to dig into the nitty-gritty there and figure out what exactly we need to expect. Because for FaZe Falcons, they finish technically 2nd overall in their group. They are going to be obviously in a position to try to fight for the rest of this bracket. And again, coveted points as well as money is on top of that is huge. So here's our look at what our teams are playing for here today, Jay.
Oh, yeah, obviously a good chunk of money, followed up by a good chunk of pro points. So much on the line for these amateur players. They know what's at stake again. You win this, you guarantee your spot in the program. You have a chance to showcase your skills versus the best in the world. So the $20,000 is great. But they're more focused on just potentially opening up the eyes to all the pro players and creating more of a bigger name for themselves to have a chance to get called up to the pros.
Absolutely, man. I mean, we've seen either if you win Challengers at the end of the year or if you do well at a Pro-Am, those are 2 of the most guaranteed conditions to getting yourself a spot in the league. So that is a lot to play for, not just, again, the money and the points, which will help you set yourself up for the major, but also on top of that, just the ability to play for the Pro-Am. But let's take a look into the series like we were talking about before. FaZe Falcons for Fun Esports. Here's a look at the FaZe Falcons roster. I will say, you know, kind of watching this team grow, it's been an interesting squad to kind of see their identity move, because I think we both said, like, players like Roxas, you know, have really shown up and, like, established themselves as improved players from last year's short stint in the league. Aluka, who had, I think, most of the spotlight early in challengers, just kind of in the preamble to the season, fell off just maybe a little bit, but they have a lot of power and presence, and I think this is a team that can for sure, you know, kind of do their thing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 1000%. This squad can go toe-to-toe with anyone because of the slaying presence that they present. The only thing that scares me with them, though, is sometimes their fundamental play. When they are behind the 8 ball and they need to start to play ahead of the game, that's when it gets out of hand, especially versus a squad like this with nothing but experience. Yuli, Mac, Awakening. Last person is going to say why Eats, but that's actually going to be Geo. Those two have locked down the AR positions. We've seen Mac, at least yesterday, have lackluster performances in his respawn, but that's where Yuli, the playmaking SMG, can make up for it. This team is stacked from top to bottom. They won the Elite Stage 1. They're hoping that they can mimic it and try to copy it here in Elite Stage 3.
Yeah, and I would say just kind of watching this team over the course of the actual regular season, you know, they had a couple of stumbles in particular yesterday versus Stallions, dropping them at 5, but I would say the majority of their series have been, I won't say like cruise control. They've been tested every single step of the way, and I would say the only thing for Fun Esports that I'm looking for is, can they use this heavy-hitting roster and really just take charge of the series? Because you're going to need to do that if you're going to make it all the way through the playoffs. But here's a look at our best of 5 series set. Sake to start things off with Gridlock to follow. Yeah, I think that point's kind of the big one for me for this For Fun team. Like 3-2 overall in their groups. They didn't 3-0 anybody, and I want to say the majority of their matches went 5. So it's like, I need to see this team step up and really dominate for once.
Yeah, a lot of them go to the distance, man, and with the experience, they're able to clutch up in a majority of those game 5s, 3 out of the 5 of them. But in that series yesterday that they went up against Stallions that goes all the way to the game 5, some of those maps were completely one-sided, and that's the only thing that scares me for such an old squad or such a veteran squad or experienced squad, is that the fact that they don't really have that young gun that's gonna always be ready to just go out there and chow. That's what caused them problems in 2 different respawns yesterday versus Stallions. So if you are FaZe Falcons today and you can come out and punch them in the mouth with the aggression, you're gonna force For Fun to be uncomfortable and heavily rely on their search and destroy gameplay.
Yeah, hard agreed. But who can set the momentum and the tempo on a map like Sake, which that's kind of ironic to say because it feels like this map, not that it plays slow, but it definitely plays more on conditions of, okay, we have to rotate at this time. We need to set ourselves up for these spawns. Otherwise, you're just done. It feels like, especially I think at you know, this point after having it in the pool now for a couple of weeks, feels like teams have really started to assign what they need to do and where they need to be best. I think in particular, starting things off from 1 to 2. But being able to bounce back and kind of, I think, just hold trust. And we saw this a little bit of the CDL this last weekend, where it's like, if you're down 100 points, that really isn't the end of the world on this map, just due to the fact that all you got to do is just, okay, take the L on the chin, set yourself up for the next hard point, and you're good for at least 60 of those points. So we'll see. We are waiting for this match to start up, though, so we're going to head on over and take a look to see how Torn are handling P7 Notorious. And they find themselves, whoa, getting absolutely dumpstered on. All right.
Not handling nothing, Al. 3 points. We're just starting the P4 as well. And they just lost the back spawns at the same time. Yeah, Torn Esports, I was excited to see you guys in this position. You know, the Hitman, he's been fighting through so many different elite stages. But I feel like I've barely seen him qualify for the playoffs. And even though this may be your first time in quite some time, yeah, this is not the look that you want to show.
No, not at all. Not at all. Tough scenes, to be sure. Decent moment starting to build here, though, on their break from the front on P4. Beans just kind of waiting for reinforcements. He's able to find one elimination to make his way into the hard point, and that's good for a counter break for P7 Notorious. Last player on the side. That's TK, who has been impressive, I will say, in terms of, like, new guys into the scene, or at least into the elite stage. He's been good, and Torn will get the scrap time here.
Yeah, young TK came into Stud Fam Ace, like I said last week, and absolutely destroyed me, Chance, and Miles. But I've known him for even longer, so it's crazy to see that he's actually taken it serious this season and has somewhat gone in the right direction of qualifying here in the Elite. But As long as we have to qualify, we still got to have a good performance if we want to make a name for ourselves. And 146 to 24 is not going to help you. But we need a break here at the P1, and you're showing presence over towards Statue. But Snoopy guns it down. Eric Boom cleans up the last, but Jet's last man standing just needs to hop out of time.
Yeah, sure does, but ooh. DC gives it a workout. Not going to be able to do much with that, so TK will find himself, bursted out of the hard point. Nade will connect. So 148 plays 31, 21 seconds. Torn Esports have statue control, which is good news. But you got to try to deal with the hit coming out of P1. And so far, Hitman good for the first. Needs the rest of P7, try to push him out, and that will be successful in doing so. So that will flip the position away, but P2 spawn's still good for Torn Esports.
Man, Torn Esports, you're just allowing P7 to play with the leaders advantage. They can currently do whatever the hell they want. Hit long rails if they want, 4 from the front if they want. So you need to try to stop the bleeding with a great hold here. But I think if you want to continue to watch this matchup, it is going to be on the Charlie stream. Our alpha match is ready to rock and roll, Al. I don't know who's going to win this one, Al. This is a bloodbath from start to finish. I expect it to be.
I would say the same. I think just based on how they both looked in their group stage and how they match up on paper, I would agree with you that this should be a pretty decent matchup. For fun, though, looking good over the top of P1 for the initial time. FaZe Falcons bouncing their way back in, finding some good contest. Awakening, nice double from him. Just over the top of the barrels, and then Mac will clean up the bar, and for fun, we'll get back into the hard point.
Yeah, that's all 4 dead. Now, final 15 seconds. You got Mac thinking about the Fun D player. Already going to catch him off the rotation. Gathers a lot of information, and that frag over the top kills the player that he wasn't expecting to be there. And that's 3 dead off the rotation. You're uncontested at the new time.
Well, this is where, again, like we talk about, the game will feel like it's getting out of hand, but really, if you're FaZe Falcons, you just have to make sure that you're giving yourself enough of an opportunity to contest or break, and then do not lose rotation to new. But I will say, for fun, Esports are stretching the map brilliantly. Awakening dealing with some pressure in the back on this spawn lock, but he's got help nearby, and they just can't find him. Oh man, this is dirty stuff. So there's the contest. Spawns are still good for now, but Aluka's double may influence things just a touch. For fun, Esports will still spawn in, but a break from the front is good for FaZe Falcons.
Yeah, this is a big moment for FaZe Falcons to get some time here at the P2, but try to maintain trapping for fun Esports on this side of the map. So their rotation to P3 is an absolute lockdown. That's all 4 dead, with Geo only finding a trade out of the Semtex. The spawns are still going to be in full forefront at that old time because FaZe Falcons do exactly what they need to do. Now they're right back in the game.
Especially with P3 opening up and finding kills out front. Ooh, but careful, you need to find this kill. Good one. Rox is able to take down Yuli before maybe the spawns could get blocked. So FaZe Falcons, after a mild wipe, will find themselves back into control of the hill. Here comes the break attempt. Full flood right down the gut. But yeah, this is what we're talking about. It's just so hard to break these hills. Awakening, nice little finesse, gets up and over. Small moment of contest onto the hill, but every single kill needs to come through here with these spawns still a little bit mixed. And at the moment, looks like FaZe Falcons will recover.
Yeah, but Yuli gave his team a chance by finding that double towards the backside to at least still be in the action here off of the respawn. FaZe Falcons, though, have been able to hold push after push. Now take the lead up by 10. Working on a rotation over towards P4. Effective trades off the rotation on these long routes. But this is the biggest one. If Nox finds it, he's going to spawn all the way across the map. But Geo, he's now going to block the front. They have back secured. This should be a lockup for fun.
Yeah, sure looks that way. QK, nice double, though. Give some space to work with over through the old P2. Geo going to come behind this play, though, and just kind of hold these FaZe Falcons members for a little while longer. Gosh, dude, I'll tell you, the way that this map has developed and how the teams are playing it, it just feels like we don't ever see the fights on the hill. It's so hard to get to the hard point. All these fights are happening way outside, and it's just, it's such a tough map to rotate on.
Yeah, that's it, man. It's just like, this is one of those maps that's very punishing, and our observers know these are the most impactful kills on the routes, especially early in. 15 seconds, 20 seconds initially to start the hard point. Those are the kills that are truly going to make the difference of what team is going to hold a good chunk of time or what team is going to break it very quickly. So when you're losing those rotation fights, it makes it only more difficult on your break attempts, and that's what allows fun to have the bounce back here at P4.
Yeah, man, it's just, it really is interesting, you know, because we've seen teams when the map first came out, the breaking team in particular, is just like you get forced to spawn in a position that you have to break from the front, but obviously, like, you just have to play around the back on long routes. And it feels like the teams that are defending the hills have found ways to manipulate spawns in the perfect positions. P5, maybe not necessarily as egregious as 2, 3, or 4. So an opportunity for both teams to kind of 50-50 battle over the time of this last 30 seconds. And a couple of nades over the top for FaZe Falcons will get them the numbers. But Yuli holding on tightly into the corner. Mac following up behind that, but Roxas has the final word. And it's just down to the remainder of this battle over the neutral time.
Yeah, final 20 seconds to fight for. FaZe Falcons desperately looking to capture it. And with 4Fun still getting those back warehouse balls, you're not going to give this up for free. You already have Gio leading with the opening double. Roxas responds with 2 of his own. Is on 5 in a row, quickly going to get taken care of. But now it's a 40-point difference as we reset the hard points. Back over to the P when we go with FaZe Falcons have early presence.
Yes, they do, and they're finding good exit kills here at 5. Nice from Nox to finish off Gio. That completely staggers for Fun Esports, who need to receive any potential push-throughs. But look how quiet it is. Play through the bar window. Nox, lots of damage. Can't find the first kill. Awakening and Yuli are going to get 2, Mac a 3rd. And the setup is just broken simply by flooding through bar window.
Yeah, 3 players through the window. You're not expecting that to be the case with your FaZe Falcons, but it works out to perfection there for Fun Esports. Still controlling the right side of the map that they want. And we're able to clean up the kill feed. But now on the second attempt for FaZe Falcons in the final 20, you're finding the effective trade. All you have to do is take care of Mackenzie Melts very cleanly, and Nox is able to do that. So with the aggression, you could potentially spawn them behind you. Now you have the numbers.
Well, important moment here as Gio's in some trouble. He will drop over towards the P2 steps, trying to lock down the back as Awakening, but Mac, Yuli, both going to be in a position to try to stop this hit from the front, but FaZe Falcons are streamlining their way in through the P5 avenue, so now it's just down to trying to find a way to actually break this with the favorable spawns for Fun Esports. This is a great moment for FaZe Falcons. Mac is able to find 2. Aluka stuck in the corner. Has to read all of this, and the first shots are clean, but the break is finally in.
Yeah, that's all due to what Mac does right off the respawn. He said, all right, we already had a lot of pressure towards the back. There's no point in me trying to fill that gap alongside you guys, so let me set up this pinch. He's able to find 2 from the front. Team still apply the pressure towards the back, and that leads to them breaking for the final 40, and this is a perfect sequence for them.
Yeah.
2 players are going to spawn out, 2 players right in front of you, and Yuli has to jump on the first with the Hellstorm now to work with.
Yeah, the Hellstorm is going to be critical, especially going over to 4. Really good finesse over the last 20 seconds for Fun Esports on this earlier rotation to 3. QK, backside, trying to play for Truck. Almost able to get 2, but not quite. Yuli now on 8 in a row. And he's got a couple of weapons to play with. Dives on forward. Gonna be beat, though, as FaZe Falcons are finding a way to put pressure on this right side of the pits. And, oh, goodness, Awakening double inside the hard point. Now has Mac finding the final. That's a full 4-man dead for Fun Esports.
And if you're FaZe Falcons, if you give them this 40 seconds, it's basically a GG on the map because you still got the Hellstorm to go in towards the Rock Hill. So you desperately need a break. You desperately are looking for the opening kill. And it's Gio that's able to find the first way to Luka getting the trade. But the spawns are still going to be here for Fun Esports. Everyone is just locking down their lane. FaZe Falcons are now just forced to hit the rotation. You have no chance at breaking this.
Yeah, this is so tough, man. It's just where you spawn and also just the way the hard points are set up, trying to break is such a task. So now you've got for Fun Esports free on the exit, trying to put some pressure on rotation. FaZe Falcons will find the first. Mac hunting. Soundcue comes through. He finds his 5th elimination, but nothing there for the 6th. And this is exactly right. Go ahead, call in the Hellstorm. Try to play around the back if you can. And win the spawns, win the game. It's kind of the idea here.
And they're also trying to set up Awakening because he could potentially earn himself his own Hellstorm as he does find that kill onto Roxas. So job, step 1 done. You secured the backside. Now you got to break your way back in through Dojo. And the pressure that you have from the front side does get gunned down, so a trade is all you're looking for. If you're Awakening, you earn the Hellstorm, might as well call it in right away.
Yeah, why not? Why not? FaZe Falcons has done a nice job holding, though. I mean, if this finds success, you're looking at maybe 20 seconds worth of time here for Fun Esports. 2K will drop, so will Nox, but Mac will fall in the process, and as Yuli is traded out, I don't know, Jay, that's 2 Hellstorms for maybe 10 seconds of time. It's not the worst case scenario because you get the favorable side for P5 as well, but that was expensive to be sure.
Yeah, it was definitely an expensive break attempt there for only 15 seconds of time, but Like you said, you're still controlling the better side of the map here for the initial time of P5. Trey's going down. Yuli continuing on the hot note. Mac and Geo now joining into the party. That's all 4 dead, but they do not block the back spawn, so FaZe Falcons instantly into the next wave.
Yeah, but Geo's got the read onto it. Able to find one, stuns up a second. Yuli trying to follow into the P2 doors, but he gets caught by surprise. 3 dead. Mac gets some trouble. Able to find one before dropping. He's still alive and kicking. He found a second one. A bit surprising to say, but FaZe Falcons will get their break. 30 seconds till the fight for here on this hill.
Okay, and this is where FaZe Falcons can work their way back into the game. You need to hold down this fawn at 20. You need to trap them towards the backside of Warehouse. Because now you're forcing For Fun Esports to start to panic a little bit. It felt like they were in firm control until you got to this HP. Geo, though, flies on in. Yuli and Awakening join the Fiesta with all 4 dead. And now mid-map control to go with it. It might be game over.
Yeah, it feels that way. Mac can just hold this position and lock down anyone coming on in.
Ay,
That's
ay,
a
ay.
huge double for Mac. One more top side of the barrels. I think Mac may have seen him, but he's going to play through the elevator instead. Come up from behind. Easy. No problems. Mac is running rampant. 30 and 22. No one in the time for now, but For Fun Esports definitely have the numbers to surround this hill. And Mac will eventually be put down. So the time stays neutral for now.
Yeah, FaZe Falcons for now, at least trading effectively to not allow For Fun any time here. There's still 30 seconds remaining, and all you're doing if you are For Fun Esports is looking for kills in sync, and that's going to be 3, making all 4 dead. This should be the closing moment of the game.
Sure feels that way, but Aluka does get 2. Shut down as soon as he tries the challenge. And this player on the barrels will also fall. Last 2 seconds. Can anyone jump up in time? No, not the case. And For Fun Esports, just a step ahead, honestly, through largely P2, P3. Really good stuff, I think, especially there in that second set, being able to finesse the old time at 2 and still win the time at 3.
Yeah, that's good stuff out of an experienced team. You got to expect them to make their adjustments, especially on the second half. You did great initially at the P1. You did great at the P2. You allowed FaZe Falcons to break it for the final 20, which gave them the opportunity to win that rotation over towards P3, but you instantly fixed those mistakes. This time you win the rotation to P2. You get out at the right time to win the rotation to P3 with 2 Hellstorms to basically call a game. It was a GG from start to finish. And this is the thing that's scary for this FaZe Falcons lineup, is because whenever things are going right and they're finding all the kills, when they're in the power positions, they are looking like one of the best. But when they are forced to now be uncomfortable, find break on hard points, show that teamwork that makes the dream work, versus an experienced team like this, it's kind of lackluster. And unfortunately for them, it happened in that map 1.
Yeah, and I think you see that in particular from players like Roxas and Aluka, who, like, when they're frying, it's usually because their team is rotating better. I mean, we saw, I think, really, that was an instance when Blackheart was still in the pool. They were really good at Blackheart for that reason. That they could just run and gun and win rotations and we'll all, like, at the blink of an eye. But here, where it's about, like, okay, at 18 seconds, what do we need to do before going to the next hard point? It just felt like they were always in the back foot, so it's just tough scenes.
It's also like situations where we're contesting for the final 15 seconds. All right, we didn't get a break at any of this time, but we don't want to give them the full 60. And then on your last push, you die, they push out, and you spawn up behind them. A lot of those situations tend to happen to FaZe Falcons. And unfortunately, when you have stat lines the way that you were, only losing the game by 70 is pretty typical, because if you change one situation, it could have won anyone's game. But just some of those very important kills off the rotation cost you this map 1.
Yeah, it's that P3, honestly, that second set. And it's just tough. I mean, that's, you know, I think the next step for a lot of teams that we're going to see that are best at Sake, especially on P2, it's like, okay, we're 30 seconds through this hard point. We need to give up the back spawns to force them to spawn back there so we can try to rotate and go scrap to initial, even if it is finessing in that last 20 seconds or so. We saw For Fun Esports kind of forced to make that play just due to the fact that there was a solid push through the middle. So good stuff overall for Fun Esports. Gridlock Search will be next, but hey, look at this. More action over Colossus Hardpoint. Huntsmen and CABAL locked into a good one.
Oh, and Huntsmen currently looking like they're going to take the lead so far with the phenomenal P2 hold. P1 is locked down. You don't have any presence towards statue, but CABAL taking his sweet time on their break attempt. You don't even have an attempt now with all the aggression out of the Huntsmen. So final 15 is going to go their way. CABAL forced to hit the rotation. And now they're just banking that their first wave of gunfights goes their way.
Yeah. So they got a really solid setup. And they're reading, at least Vikram is, that he's got to hold this position. But, uh-oh, he falls. And that's not what you want, because now there's a natural pinch starting to develop. Renegade finds one from the other side. Last 2 players in tunnel are just trying to hang on best they can, but Brat gets 2, Johnny a 3rd, and that break that may win the game right there for Huntsmen.
Yeah, it's a GG.
Yep.
You're already cutting down the player towards P1. You know all the pressure's going to be over towards that blue side, and unless you're able to get past the ARs on the side of the Huntsmen, that is going to be map number 1.
Yeah, that's just a really good aware play, pushing around P2, getting through the backside, and yeah, Vikram is the one responsible for it. He just kind of gets caught repositioning, but that was a little bit too bunkered up for CABAL, I would say, considering it was an early rotation to 3. Huntsmen will take the edge in that series. And again, you got to remember that this Huntsmen team was the last team to qualify through the elite qualifiers this stage, and they've put together a really, really good showing throughout the group stage. You know, they finished 5-0, top of their group, and right there you see another moment of like great macro play out of the hardpoint.
Yeah, the thing that's scary about that Huntsman lineup is that when you take a look at the lineup, a lot of them are just S&D players through and through.
Yeah,
you
sure.
got the new up-and-comer in Renegade, but then you got Bracken, you got Johnny. Those guys live for S&D. So if they can take respawns, they can guarantee those map 2s, and that's been ideal for Huntsman all throughout this playoffs.
Well, taking a look here at another matchup, Omit Brooklyn and FC Stallions. And Stallions won the opening hard point, so we find ourselves in the first round of the Raid Search and Destroy. Paul had a couple of hit markers, but looks like there eventually will be enough pressure to plant the bomb at B. FC Stallions will have to play retake in the 3v3.
Yeah, I don't know what's been going on with FC Stallions ever since Patty P, a.k.a. Ace, gave them that 60-second pep talk. These guys have been blitzing everyone in the respawn, but the Search and Destroy still needs some work in the 3v2. Trying to secure this round, but they have no information gained. You know that there's most likely someone over towards the bedroom, but time is starting to tick. We got to go.
Yeah, sure do. And, well, Omit Brooklyn are able to find all the kills in the blink of an eye, so they will take the opening round at the post plant. Just to kind of look back at it, FC Stallions won 250 to 162 on Scar Hardpoint.
Yeah, they're blitzing, folks.
Yeah.
But this is what, you know, the experienced roster in Omit Brooklyn are looking for. Okay, you caught us lacking in the map number 1, but Search and Destroy is our best friend. And we've also played Raid for quite some time, so hitting them with the default, let's planet B, hold down the bedroom setup, works out perfectly for the opening round. And now to the defensive side they go, and FC Stallions, I'm expecting aggression.
Yeah. Well, they're going to take a little feel out through Zig to mid, but not going to force the issue. Instead, Billy's just going to play a shoulder over towards B for contact. Everybody else focused over towards A. And Icons is looking to make a play to possibly plant here. Wow, bold. So you've got mid locked down by water steps and this play at Zig. Icons off the plant, able to find first blood. Traded by Standy, but Billy's right there to pick up the pieces. We'll go 3v2.
Yeah, and you have everything that you want if you are FC Stallions in this post play. Smoke grenade is going to get invested. Millie's able to locate that with the M15. Now with Dylan Rex left in a 1v3, stands no chance. Post plant very successful when there's no presence from the defensive squad through the middle of the map. And you also find the first blood and walk away with the trade fights and still have the numbers. Back-to-back offenses for these squads tie game.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, what did FC Stallions read there that they knew that there would be a retake coming through mid? Because that was a very stretched plant. Like, the bomb carrier was the furthest player forward. Everyone else was either tracked back over towards Art or playing through water steps. So there must have been some information there that Omit Brooklyn were not playing inside of Laundry, and they're going to play the retake through mid. But whoever made the call, brilliant.
Yeah, they were throwing a lot of shoulders on the backside of Art. They just spotted one towards Laundry, while Millie on the opposite side at B didn't see anyone towards B. So don't waste any time. Work your way up water steps, get the bomb down. Very clean round, but into the action very quickly in towards ring. KB and Icons strike for the opening 2, but Too Real with the pillow finds 2 of his own. And now it's all up to Paul.
He gives Paul a chance, but he does not have the bomb to play with. So he's going to reset the map. And we will have to wait and see how this one ends up, as we are getting ready to go for our Search and Destroy on Gridlock. 4 matches. This one, obviously, well, look at P7 Notorious, dude.
Yeah, they're getting blitzed.
Yeah, they're getting ran, brother.
It's not looking good in that series, but
no.
Back over to the Alpha 1 we go. Offense for 4 Fun, defense for FaZe Falcons. This is a very slow round for For Fun Esports. Usually you're expecting a very quick pace opening round to just set the tone, but they're trying to still face on both sides, trying to get a read of what the defense is throwing them.
Yeah, this is interesting, though, because Roxas is in a great spot, and he's going to see this rotation, and he has help to deal with the play and the underpass. So, yeah, all it took was the sight of the scope over towards B Street. Forces for Fun Esports to have to rotate back over to A.
Oh,
They just had absolutely nothing there with that advanced defensive position over towards underpass.
yeah, I feel like this is a lot of what Gridlock Search and Destroy has turned out to be ever since it's been added to the map set. You get a sniper to shut down early presence at that B Street. Just show face there. Forces the offensive team to be a little bit nervous because you don't really have a lot of spots you can stay down from at that street side, but you force it into the rotation. Roxas in the perfect position to watch it. Finds the first blood and the second. And then For Fun Esports in a 4v2 decide to push through, stand no chance.
Well, Nox sees some mild information onto Awakening, but not much to determine if this hit would continue over to B or not. FaZe Falcons kind of taking their time stretching the map here, and they're going to allow Mac to get over in towards towels and showers. Same with Geo. So now it's down to how do you find a first blood? Julie slides out, finds the kill. Nice double chow there, and we'll get a 4v3.
Yeah, and that's all off the information Awakening's able to get to the bottom side of Sushi, just hitting those jump spots. Now Max still ready and waiting off the rotation, finds kill number 2. Luca looking to make up for it, does find one, but now he's left technically in a 1v4, has time.
So he gets the 2 and gets away. Would be maybe a chance to, you know, push through and maybe find the 3rd. Like, but it's still, it's, yeah. Not much. But that's just not much else. Not much other space to go to.
Yeah, that's just another one of those rounds though, Al, where FaZe Falcons show a little bit of a different approach on their offense to try to basically back down Awakening from having lines of sight over towards that B Street while you sneak up on him. But the fact that he's able to get that information on the player that crosses the back alley, set up the double chow for the first blood, that was who FaZe Falcons were banking on for that rotation. He gets shut down, you got to commit, and Mac was ready and waiting on the opposite side.
Well, some action here at B Street. Smoke comes through, trying to keep Luca alive. Not going to work out.
Oh!
Mac, wow. What a double from Mac. He was down to 1 bullet for what felt like forever. 2K trying to make up for it. Mac is just going to hop this light pole. Unreal from Mac and those 3.
Mackenzie Mel's making big plays, especially with a smoke grenade at his feet. It's the first gunfight because FaZe Falcons this time around were stacking a lot of bodies here towards Ice Cream and Sushi. Preparing for a B push. Just so you try to sneak up and overextend a little bit too much to put yourself in the best possible spot. That's when Matt makes you pay for it. Gets the first blood. Roxas tries to play for the trade, but loses the auto aim through the smoke. And a turn and burn good enough out of Mackenzie Melts to go on 5 in a row.
Really clean for Mac. Different look here for FaZe Falcons. Going to take all 4 players down towards B Street. Awakening going to step up this time by just bouncing off of the truck. He's in some trouble here. Has to try to get away. And, uh-oh, not going to be allowed to. Yuli was there with them trying to give him some space, but Nox just forces the issue, finds the kill. Awakening.
Wait, what happened?
Wait, how is Awakening still finessing over here? Help was not on the way, though, so we'll go to a 3v2.
I thought they completely forgot about Awakening. Thankfully, you're able to take care of him very quickly by only losing 1. So still a numbers advantage for FaZe Falcons. But they are playing this super patient on the bomb. You want to gather some kind of information before they even think about the objective. But with 40 seconds left, they have yet to show face. We got to stop wasting time.
Yeah. Waiting for the next kill, potentially, but timing may be atrocious here. Okay, well, now they got the info. That will work out. Yeah, really little push up from Nox. Geo down to 11 health. He's able to get back to full HP. But it's just down to, can he actually find the time to 1v2 this? I mean, time's becoming an issue here. Surely we just double chow this. Surely we don't let him just run through us like this. And now Geo's got the opportunity to play off the clock. Hold on a second. He can still win this. 6 seconds left. He's got a plant. Oh, and Geo didn't necessarily look down. Maybe if he kills the bomb planter, he can just get away and win the round, but not the case.
Yeah, that's where it gets scary, because when you have the numbers, when you have the map control, and you're playing for extra info before you think about the next play, that's when you almost give Geo the opportunity at the 1v3 clutch. Thankfully, you were in the position to keep your teammates safe if you are Roxas. So the B push works out for Falcons. Able to find the first blow onto Yuli, effective trades onto Awakening, and not allow Geo to break them down to have a tie game.
Well, action over towards A, potentially on the precipice here. Roxas just looking for info. Gets a touch and then gets away. Looking for any info on the cross through showers. Doesn't see anything there. And honestly, that's a lot of space given up for free without even trying to challenge it. So for Fun Esports, will get the A bomb, but are not committed to a plant yet.
Yeah, and now it's also the head games now, because you gave up your spawn and you have no idea if they have already have potentially pushed through it. But bomb is not going to be planted. Still a 4v4. You're banking on a Luca to open up from the deep route.
Well, I like this for Fun Esports. They're just going to push out Nox. He's got nowhere to go. Pistol, a couple of shots in, but he will be taken care of. 4v3. And you know for a fact that FaZe Falcons are now playing from the other side of the bomb, but Yuli tagged up. Luca finds one. Mac on the repinch. Should work out as soon as he gets here. First is good. Second is better. And for Fun Esports, a really heads-up play to push out that post plant.
Yeah, that's all experience, Al. Understanding the situation at hand. Okay, we have backed down the player who was still solo watching this site. But the way that they're most likely going to set up this retake is from so many different angles, not only showing presence from their side. So, screw it. We have 4 guns ready and waiting. Let's just push it out. We know we're going to have the advantage. You only spot one. You take care of him very cleanly, and then you fight your way back in with an extra gun. Just better plays there for Fun Esports on the post plant. And FaZe Falcons, you can't give up that bomb site that freely.
No, you can't. I think a lot of that is just, again, Nox or Roxas just give away the space for free.
Yeah, but also double stacking B on this map doesn't really make sense.
Yeah,
Because all you
no,
need
it
is one
doesn't.
guy to scout for information and then just hit the rotation to assist them.
Yeah, nades over the top. We all know those. But 3-2 the count. FaZe Falcons taking their time on this offense. Mac already forward at showers. Just looking for info, and he sees what he needs. 2 players. I'm out of there. Backs up. Geo will do the same. And so Geo will watch Mac's back. Mac will watch the cross in. That works out nicely. Yep, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. QK last one left alive, stuck, and being hunted.
Man, you just allowed 4 Fun Esports to take the entire map away from you in the first 15 seconds. You stand no chance. They got that guy playing the credit corner at B Street. He's locking it down. Awakening put him in that position right off the rip. But then the other 2 players on the opposite side towards showers just take all this space away. And you have nothing to work with if your FaZe Falcons just going to waste that much time. Because now when you throw that shoulder on the backside of your courtyard, you already see him pushed up. You're going to waste more time investing stuns and nades to try to locate where he is. And if you choose wrong, which exactly you just did, Mac gets 2, Geo with the cover fire finds a 3rd. And that's just a very easy round for 4 Fun Esports when they establish the map control 10, 15 seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's been 2 free in a couple of rounds. These 2 immediately back-to-back have definitely been that. Smoke to block off Grandma's room. Aluka is playing down low, and whoa, caught with an 8 out. Yuli will punish. And that will be another bomb plant situation in a 4v3 post plant for fun.
Now you got to clear out your side. Guarantee that Sushi is all crystal clear, but we're looking for the early kill to make it a 3v3. You know that the post plant setup is going to be all the way at their 18, where we just got to take care of these players pushed up.
Oh, that nade from Nox clears out the top room. Geo playing shoulders,
Good
found by
shots.
Nox's scope. Hell of a shot. 20 seconds. Smoke still encompassing sight. And Awakening. Oh. Lucky that Nox didn't have his scope out initially because he's looking for the full ace. One more to grab. Cannot find Awakening initially. And Awakening gets 2. Hold on with the pistol at long range.
Oh my goodness.
Pulls him off from the defuse. QK gets off the defuse, and Awakening's going to clutch the round. Oh.
If you were looking for something to stand on and potentially give yourself some momentum, that was it. get the retake in a 3v4 situation at the more difficult bomb site. Because the frag onto Yuli top window was perfection. The shot after that onto the milk truck is even better. But the fact that we know we have cleared out our spawn, the last two have to be playing the post plant from the 18 where we're flying out and challenging instead of keeping our teammate alive. And all it took was Awakening to have one full clip of the M15 to find the first early 2 kills. And the final one with the Jaeger to back him off of the site. For Fun Esports at game point.
To make matters worse, Jay, there was not enough shots in the pistol for Awakening to win that battle on the defuse. If he just sticks it, he wins. Yuli, first blood by way of nade. FaZe Falcons just flooding in towards A. We'll go to the 3v3. Yuli looking for info off the wall jump. And we'll just stun the corner. Already smoked the corner and then move around all the way to the back. So Gio's going to make sure there's no rotation to B.
Yeah, I don't know why they're still waiting to plant this bomb.
No idea.
You know that they're all waiting for you to run out one direction, but the longer you wait, the more routes you have to be aware of. But finally, in the 3v3, you're going to put it down.
Well, here comes the retake attempt. Got to clear the first corner. Nox is holding it, but wait a second. Awakening just backs up and finds the kill. Problem is he's going to get re-wrapped, and QK will find that elimination, leaving Yuli by himself for the 1v2. Through the smoke. They just can't find each other. But now they do. Yuli's able to find the kill, and he's still got time to play with here, but he's got to move quickly. And he sees QK, but the shots are not quite perfect. And FaZe Falcons will stay alive.
Yeah, thankfully in the post-plant situation, you find that opening kill and effective very quickly on the trade. You make it into a 1v1. QK ready and waiting with the NPC. Able to close out the round there for FaZe Falcons. They caught the first blood. Yuli responded with the frag over the top, but the post plant set up too much to handle. So they extended the search and destroy a little bit longer. But if you give up that A side for free, you're losing 6-3.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. And here we go. We'll see if they can hold it. Two-man stack over towards Towels. QK already pushed off the angle. Roxas by himself. Holding over towards Towels. And for Fun Esports have held back. I think they know, obviously, that QK playing up means that we can maybe try to find somewhere else because they're probably not there by themselves. And they're going to look to move down middle. Luca's going to give up that space, try to respond to this, but he's kind of in a tricky spot. Will stun himself in freedom, and Awakening will find a kill. Where are we going?
I just put him in that position where he was forced to run right into the teammates. You lost all of them map. You wrap back to your spawn. You stand no chance. Now it's Roxas left in a 1v4. Gets the first, trying to get out. And unfortunately stands no chance. For Fun Esports just played them like a fiddle, Al.
Yeah,
like they
for real.
showed early presence. You saw how quickly they gained that information that there was presence over towards showers. That was in the first 10 seconds. All right, now you're forcing FaZe Falcons to back down. All right, now with the hesitation game of them not showing any more presence towards showers, we're going to take some space. But with two players showing aggressive towards showers, it has to guarantee be one person at B. So there has to be maximum one at the middle of the map. Again, they are playing to their advantage. And when you have a squad with this much experience and they understand where they can take the advantage on the map, they did it every single time, and they made the search and destroy look so damn easy.
Yeah, man, it just felt like FaZe Falcons, I think especially from the defensive side, didn't really know what their protocols were of like, okay, am I playing for contact? Like, let's just use Luca as that last example. Playing front side, broken window. He's playing on that little cross in milk. You see the info. Where do you go after that? What's your next move? It should be to retreat back into Grandma's house and keep the defense alive, but instead he tries to push forward into an unknown territory, and I don't know. It just there were so many moments like that. It made me feel like this FaZe Falcons team was not prepared for gridlock today.
Yeah, brother, and even at 1v3, like from Awakening over towards B Street, everything is in front of you. You even had a smoke grenade to eliminate his line of sight. And somehow, some way, everyone is going for a one-on-one chow when you're only at 50 or less HP. And that just gives him a clutch that he wasn't supposed to get. And that was a good spot, Al. No more pistols, bullets out of the Jaeger. Only one bullet in the M15. If you stick to deep, you stand a chance. But as the player on the opposite side, you don't know that. But I'd rather play for the win than play for my stat line. I would have stayed on that
for
bomb.
real. You have to. There's no other choice. I mean, You just have to stick that with less
Yep.
than 7 seconds on the clock. So, for Fun Esports, we'll take a 2-0 edge in this winner's bracket round 1 matchup. Trying to see the other action going on across the league, so to speak. Nothing else is updated yet on my side, Jay. So
FC Stallions,
Project
Omit
Notorious are
Brooklyn,
2-0
1-1.
up.
Yeah, P7 2-0. Huntsmen is still up 1-0 in the search and destroy.
Okay. So speaking of the devil, we'll go take a look to see how Huntsmen and CABAL are doing in their search and destroy. 4-3 the count here on Raid. Raid today. Trophy system immediately destroyed. Scooty still trying to snipe this and gets tagged off. Second attempts. No, instead it's a Johnny Nade that hits first blood for Huntsmen.
And look how much information they already gained. First blood at Kitchen. There was presence at Water Street, so no need to fight anything else. Let's take Laundry because we have the guns to do it.
Yeah, and the more that they move through this, the more they should be aware there could be an early flank, but maybe not the case. Johnny in some trouble trying to just keep himself alive, but he doesn't have as much help as you may have thought from the Huntsman offense through Laundry. So CABAL will reclaim the A site, and now they kind of have Huntsman trapped inside of Laundry.
With the bomb down at the bomb as well. You're forced to instantly just fly on out and force the gunfights your way. Renegade does the first job. A fine on the first, but it's still going to be a 2v2. 35 seconds. Time is starting to tick. You have Infinite. There's one player still sitting very close to Laundry, but you have no idea where Mirage is.
Oh, Brack. Oh, goodness. Beat, and now it's just down to Swooty. Shot misses. He's in some trouble here. We'll get the reset. 14 on the clock. Would have to hit 2 impressive shots, and Proto's not going to give him a chance at it. Nope. That will be the round going to CABAL. Unless Swooty could somehow turn this into a quick double, but no, not the case. 4-4.
Yeah, that's a big retake opportunity from CABAL from losing the map control in the first 10 seconds. You quickly are effective on your pinch route, though. That's what allows them to put themselves into the play very quickly, even when they lost all of A site. You shut down Johnny from get that bomb plan, and you saw Johnny actually throws a stun at his feet instead of a smoke grenade. So he stuns himself, unfortunately for that death. And just puts your teammates in a bad spot, trapped over towards Laundry with the bomb down on the site. CABAL able to tie the game.
So round 9. Ball going with the 3-1 split. Going to wait for the nades from Huntsman at middle. And then just raw Chalet with guns up. That will work. Holy cow. This is 3 M15 setup. They didn't even bother throwing any stuns or nades. They just triple Chalet.
One's knocked down to 4 HP. The other one knocked down to 19. Still able to walk away with the numbers, though, is CABAL. Now they reset the play. And the Huntsmen on the man disadvantage are looking to very quickly gain some info of where this play is going to go because they're getting bamboozled.
Yeah, they sure are.
Oh, he's planning for mid, though.
Yeah, he sure is. And Swooty, if he checks it, maybe he can find a way to contest, but not the case. Instead, Swooty will take a ton of damage, and it looks like CABAL have a good read on this post plant. But we're going to switch back over to our alpha matchup, which is loading into, wow. Did you see that? At the bottom?
3 dead.
8-3.
Oh, wait, it's over with? Torn
It
out?
looked like it.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I think maybe Torn had the 8-3. I don't know. Whatever. Regardless, we'll find out. There was an 8-3 scoreboard at the bottom where Torn and P7 it looked like it said Torn won, which would be insane, but we'll jump over here. And whoa, QK slides forward, just kind of bamboozles the defensive for Fun Esports, and Ace Falcons are on the board early.
Yeah, the break-off was perfect. You could just tell by the stat lines of certain players. 9 kills on one end, only 4 kills for Mackenzie Melts. Finally, 4 funds. Gonna get some slaying presence around this new reset, but still a battle for early killjoy control. A lot of players from FaZe Falcons in the vicinity to just play keep away. They're looking for the opening kill.
Awakening will find one. Rox is eventually taken down to the corner, and Geo will turn that into 3 dead. Knocks the last one standing. In a pretty decent spot to contest. Good read on the Yuli. Yeah. And it takes an absolute blister to Awakening. Telling you, man, NPC can kill so quick. Mac up top, trying to set this defense up. Nated to beyond recognition, but Semtex in the backside are decent, but it's not decent enough. Last couple of members who remain for Falcons will collect and score 2-0 up.
Yeah, that's crazy. Good plays out of Nox, who's the only defender on that side of the map, then turns into your lead blocker and is still streaking. 5 in a row for the young man. FaZe Falcons now feeling the momentum on their side here in the Overload, trying to fight back into this series. Roxas sitting at 7-2 alongside Nox, who are bringing all of the slaying presence that they need to gain some momentum here. Already found 2 scores and have rooftop control to try to make score number 3 happen.
Yeah, they're looking really good here in the Overload. EMP not in hand, though. Nox comes back over, try to challenge out Tree. Mac can only do so much, and Yuli's in trouble. Wow, Nox is all over the place. 11-3. Now the EMP is grabbed. Awakening able to find the first, but cannot take the second down before the score. So 3-0 up early are FaZe Falcons here in the first half of Den.
Yeah, you got to get out now. You are desperately looking for at least 1 capture here for the chance at an early halftime. Lead blocker is Yuli, desperately looking for that one-on-one gunfight because your teammates dominated the presence through mid. If he found that gunfight, it would have led to a guaranteed score, but now FaZe Falcons here for a stop.
Yeah, and Aluka does not get revealed by that stun. So he's still a bit unknown in this position. He turns that into essentially 2 with the team kill coming through. Docks the rest of FaZe Falcons holding this frontline defense. Mac, damage at range. Geo in the corner, though, does provide you 2. EMP picked up, and here come the rest of, wow, for Fun Esports, but Geo doesn't even bother to wait. Thinking maybe he can beat the respawn timer. That's not the case whatsoever, and that's a quick recollect for FaZe.
Yeah, he was just thinking, all right, I got 2 kills on this side of the map. Potentially, it's going to be 1 side steps and 1 watching the OE. So, in the 3v1, we have a good chance of getting this score, but more players holding the goal line. Allows FaZe Falcons to get another stop, but now this Nox pinch needs to work out. Only able to find 1, and Geo's maintaining this side of the map, but the EMP is about to reset.
Yes, it is. Unless QK wants to grab it. Nope. Goes back to mid, which honestly might be a little bit of a lifeline here for Fun Esports. They've got better presence at mid than FaZe Falcons do, but wow, Aluka.
Dude.
That will work. Right over the top of the head, he just absolutely destroys 1. Now makes his play over towards the goal. Able to find the first. Traded by Awakening. Here come the rest of the help for Fun Esports. Nades being cooked up for FaZe Falcons, but they're going to get pushed out. Awakening finds 1. Make it 2. And that will be enough to stabilize for Fun.
Yeah, and Awakening knows, I just got to get this EMP as far as possible because QK's behind us. He's influencing my teammate spawn all the way at the B point, and FaZe Falcons over the top are going to be able to hit the early halftime with 4 quick scores in the Overload. All right, now they're ready and playing.
Looking good, too. I mean, across the board, everyone's playing really well right now for FaZe Falcons. Nox in particular, though, definitely the standout from the first half.
Oh, yeah.
Oof. Dude, 3 bullets dead. Unreal.
That's such a demoralizing moment right there if you're for fun. You get 3 dead in sync at that. And you're just ready to take the space out to CABAL. All right, the first guy, all right, you're going to die. But the second guy we're expecting to get behind him, he already saw you cross and then destroyed your teammate for the third. So all the momentum they were potentially going to gain off that push, Nox strips it for them. And now that turns into them being down now 4-0. Got to play super quickly on this second half to stand a chance.
Yeah, you sure do. Quick play up the middle. Starting to find some success for Fun Esports, but Roxas shuts the play down. EMP grab, though. And Fun Esports can kind of set themselves up. Not enough presence in the map to do much at the moment. Good tags from Geo. But the problem is, there are still way more players here for FaZe Falcons than they can contest with. Awakening trying to just slice and dice his way through, but does get cut down. And FaZe Falcons now have control towards B.
Yeah, just the way that they can play their defense up 4-0. Just guarantees someone to watch the super OE route. We're just consistently applying the pressure on the front side. Very easy for FaZe Falcons for another goal line stop. And now instantly going to turn defense into offense, or at least try to.
Oh, okay.
You get cut down at CABAL after Mackenzie Melts finds 2. That's all 4 dead coming off the respawn, and Mac is just looking now for the opening kill.
Yep, Nade bounced off the corner. Awakening, Geo able to find the first 2 eliminations. Yuli going to try to slide his way in, is able to find the score and the kill afterwards. So this could lead to a very nuisance type problem for FaZe Falcons if Yuli can just play his life here. And he's doing a nice job. Able to get himself 1 more, eventually taken down from behind. But EMP's in control right now for Fun, and they've got Geo working on a route through mid, although he does get cut.
Yeah, now your knee blocker now turned into Awakening, but he also gets cut down. So now you're forcing this device to be pushed through the middle of the map. Max is trying to control the possession. Give his teammates a chances at scores, and you're trying to set up Geo now on this long pinch. He does find the first. Awakening trading through the front side, but now Geo on the last man towards the back line. No need to rush the fight. Another stop is good for FaZe.
Yeah, awkward moment right there for Geo for sure. So 3 minutes on the clock. Awakening's able to get one through Broken. Not the second. Roxas trying to assist Nox forward onto the B side of the map. And honestly, Mac is just holding a position, watching for the flank because teammates are still coming off of respawn. But some respect gain here for FaZe Falcons. They're just kind of playing keep away right now.
Yeah, realistically, you can't play like this if you're for fun. You're banking on them to be the aggressors to potentially give you a chance at this EMP, but they're just controlling the game, and time is starting to get away from you. You got to be the aggressors. Thankfully, you're now setting the pressure over towards CABAL, but as you send the pressure, you're not winning the trade fights. That's all for dead lead blockers. Aluka, who is on 6 in a row. That's going to be score number 5. The task only becomes more difficult for fun.
Yeah, pretty much over, you would think, just based on all the stuff that FaZe Falcons have shown us. Aluka on now 8 in a row, 20 and 12. Eventually shut down, but that's a stark comparison to the 8 and 22 of Yuli. It's just Fun Esports have not been able to hang in the slaying department whatsoever on this map number 3. So looking good for FaZe Falcons to keep the series alive. Minute 45 on the clock. Possibility to score here for fun, but again, they're just not winning the battles they need to be.
It's tough, man. It's tough when you got to play 2 times faster when you're down by 4 scores. You're trying to get your scores, but you're also playing against the game clock as well. So 4 Funds now are basically playing head cut off Call of Duty. Let's just try to run and gun to get ourselves into this game. 1 minute and 20 left to go. Possession is going to be theirs, but all you have to do is just play your timings time and time again for all these one-on-one gunfights if you're FaZe Falcons.
Yep. Minute 12. It's going to feel like a victory lap right now for FaZe Falcons. So a huge bounce back in this series after a lot of mistakes were made on the gridlock search and destroy. And again, just playing sockeye hardpoint, they just were not able to rotate well. But here, Overload looking really polished, and that's a nice little mental reset for you going into map 4.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Especially with all the momentum you have gained here. Like, we are gunning these guys to bits. Nox is obviously roaring with confidence, but everyone's sitting at positive. Feeling the flow of the game. AR starting to take over as well. But FaZe Falcons already have mathematically put this game out of reach. They will be able to force the game number 4. With the momentum on their side, now they're just banking that it's like Colossus or something. Something that they can run multiple NPCs.
Oof. Holy cow, dude. Luka on another 7 spree. FaZe Falcons will very comfortably take this one through. Not quite able to get the last for 30, but nonetheless impressive from Luka. 29 and 17 for him. Great stuff. FaZe Falcons back into the series. And you're right. It just comes down to, can they get a map that they can run and gun on for the map 4?
Yeah, and I was looking at it. It's going to be Gridlock HP, so that could sort of be a good map, especially for all these young players and challengers. A new map is a great feeling to have, but there's a lot of these hard points where you're requiring a lot of presence out of your SMGs and not really thinking too much ahead about those rotations. It can come back to hide you, though, especially for the P2s and the P3s. But as long as you're applying that pressure with the SMGs, having all of your teammates in the fight instead of someone just hitting a Lulz route, losing that one-on-one, and having a completely different turning point of what that now play turns into, yeah. This gridlock is going to do wonders for FaZe Falcons.
Yeah, I think so too. It just, on the other side of things, you've got 4 players who, in Black Ops 4, I think they were all in the amateur space, if I'm remembering right. I know Awakening for sure was. Back, maybe not. I'm trying to think of Geo and Yuli. Maybe. I don't remember. If they did, they weren't at World Championships. Awakening was, though, so he's familiar with the map for sure. But regardless of that, a long time ago. The map plays differently in 4v4 than it does for 5v5, but still, I just think like watching for Fun Esports play Sake, their head is all about rotate, 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 get yourself set up for power positions on the 60 Money Hills, and that was a huge win condition for them in map 1, and I'm sure it'll be replicated in map 4. Just comes down to, can they actually get away with it this time?
Yeah, you just see the difference, though, in FaZe Falcons game when they're the team initially to set the tone or where the team's laying catch-up. Because when they get that first score on the board, they know, all right, we got all map control. We can quickly turn it into score number 2. And also, these gunfights are a lot easier when we're controlling the game the way that they were right off the first minute of this one. You get 3 scores in the first minute. That is unbelievable. Now the guns are high. The fundamentals are there. The team play is there. You just got to do it in hardpoint, because if you allow 4Fun Esports to beat you to the punch on money hills, on gridlock, like the P2s, if they chain it even to the P3, you're basically going to lose the map. So you need to be able to stop the bleeding as a collective unit, not just 3 players doing it and then 1 player still contesting O, because then you never have the number situation.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so gridlock for the hard point, potential for the Scar search and destroy here on our main broadcast. Fun Esports still in control, but a huge swing map from the Den Overload has us maybe a little bit reconsidering what kind of formidability this FaZe Falcons team can throw into the mix here. So exciting times, to be sure. And I'm trying to get a look to see if there's any updates on the other matches that are happening right now.
P7 3-0 Torn Esports, so that score was definitely flipped. FC Stallions are currently up 2-1 versus Omit Brooklyn. Huntsmen and CABAL are still tied at 1, still in that overload.
The overload.
That is all the updates we have for now.
Okay. So we're running through. We're running through. And I don't know. I mean, I won't say that I'm surprised that P7 3-0 Torn, but the score lines that we saw were oof.
It's bad, brother. It's bad because Torn Esports is like, they had some series where they went blow for blow with some of the best players that have ever graced the sticks here in challenges. And that's crazy to say, because you can catch some of these guys off guard by having some random gameplay. And I think that what the case was when you went up against the likes of Bittersweet. It's just now when you're going up against P7, they know where they are. They know who they are. The team that already qualified for the Pro-Am, and there's no way in hell they're going to lose their opening matchup to a young, very young amateur squad who potentially qualified for their very first time. They take care of business with E versus Torn. They get knocked down to losers bracket, but you still don't allow that to kill your momentum if you are Torn. You got to this situation. You got to this position for a reason. It might have not been there in that first series, but you desperately need it now in that elimination match.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, the pressure of that lower bracket is immense. And it's just going to be one of those things that's interesting, like, to think about how this bracket's going to play out. Because if P7 continue to run through teams, like, whenever you play them, you need to send them down to the lower bracket to give yourself the best chance possible to play for that Pro-Am spot. Otherwise, we very well may have, like, the lower finals might be the most coveted matchup, because the P7 Notorious make their way through the upper bracket side of the, the upper side of the bracket, make it into the grand finals from the winner's side. Okay, well, they can't have that final spot, so that lower finals would be huge.
100%. But I think if you're all these challenger players, you're not even thinking about, all right, getting second. No, like, we're coming in here to win this. Let's put ourselves in a great position going into the Pro-Am tournament at Major 3 by being the champions of Elite Stage 3. I don't want to be known as like, all right, we made it because the other team already did. That'll suck going into the event, especially versus the best in the world. Nah, I need to be a winner to play the best.
I hear that. It's interesting, I think, just kind of watching over what happened with Europe, and, Rock Esports is, the team that will be at least joining us there, but I know that meta change doesn't look all that great for them. But we're going to head to a break while we're waiting for our next map to get things kicked off. So don't go far. We got more Challengers playoffs right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We're jumping on into our alpha matchup, Gridlock Hardpoint for map number 4. And so far, through the first hill, Jay, things are looking good for Fun Esports. 46 seconds and the rotation to 2-1.
Oh, yeah. And already, FaZe Falcons are playing behind the 8 ball. This is not ideal. You give up basically a perfect P1. And now, for Fun Esports have a chance to chain it to a perfect P2. All of the pressure through the front is currently getting gunned down, or at least put at bay, because the presence out of the F-15 is watching that line of sight. So for now, it's still 4-1 in, but the loop is going to be a lot of gunfights to the backside of market. That's going to open up the lane for FaZe Falcons to get a much-needed break.
Yeah, Geo, though, staying tucked over towards 18, able to find one. Second would be great, and he's going to provide that as well. Wow. And so that's going to be an opportunity to neutralize this back 20, if not win it for the side of Fun. And yeah, Geo, great finesse. Gets the 3 in a row. Awakening will clean up the inside alley. And now we're rotating over where Yuli's already here.
Yuli's in a key one-on-one gunfight. Can't find it. And now Luca getting a blessed spawn towards the back lines. They're going to find a final 2 off the roto. So FaZe Falcons now have some breathing room. Your farthest pushed up player is going to be Luca. And he's going to be such a nuisance. So at least give yourself another chance at the next wave of fights, because it's still FaZe Falcons uncontested.
Uh-oh, but Roxas, who was trying to anchor that right side of the minimap, tries to go help out the hard point, and as he does, he gets figured out, and it's all straight eliminations for Fun Esports. So they will break back into the hard point and get likely past the 100-point mark here, as FaZe Falcons are trying to set up a finesse break, but it's being read. I mean, you've got Geo watching on the side, turning his head over to help out with Awakening. But the kills are good, so there will be a chance to fight for this back 20 for FaZe Falcons.
Yeah, they desperately need it, though, because you push through this final 20, you can potentially spawn them behind you and chain it now over towards the P4. And at least for now, there's going to be 2 players behind you. And now you're just paking all your teammates who are off the road to win these key one-on-ones. Roxas lose the first, knocks down to 53 HP in a dream. Is trapped between 2 different players of 4 funds. So they lock down the back spawn. Now going to be the team initially to get time here.
Well, this is 1v1. Going the way of Aluka actually has Roxas spawning essentially in the hard point, just outside the back doors on elbow. Good position for him to be at. But, yeah, you get figured out. Geo and Yuli duo up for the kill. Now here comes the contest and potentially the break, and it looks like that will indeed happen. 2K trying to finesse around the back, but the timing has been figured out, and for Fun Esports are in control.
Yeah, for Fun, they just take their time and they break attempt. They know that all 4 players are going to be set up, so how do we put ourselves in an advantage? Double chow through the back alley for the opening kill. Stuns and nades because there's no trophy systems getting to be in play at the front door. You find 2 kills uncontested and you're able to hold down the time, but FaZe Falcons aren't willing to give it up for free. Are able to break through potentially for the final 20 and are keeping themselves in the game.
Rotation back to 1 underway. Aluka, big first win there. Controls some of the overpass. Moves over towards the parking lot, and he will fall. So for Fun Esports are a bit scattered on the map at the moment, but things will start to stabilize, or at least they should.
Big win.
Because the kills that were coming through for FaZe Falcons are going to continue to have for Fun Esports spawning all over the map.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Roxas in that corner, but he did it in the Surge and Destroy a couple times, and now he's doing it here in the respawn. Still sitting at 6 and 11, but those 2 kills that he found out the rotation were very important. So now his team's soaking up a lot of time here at the P1. But 2 kills go down with Yuli hitting such a great route in towards Broken. Last man standing is Aluka. He's got to fight for his life. Only able to take down 2, but stalls out enough time for Roxas to clean up the rest.
That's right, and now you've got an opportunity to play through the overpass and set yourself up for the fire truck spawns. P2. Nice shots from Roxas, but only finds 1. But the bounce back through P1 has been flawless for FaZe Falcons. Now just down about 20 points, and pressure towards the spawns are good. Mac Awakening trying to lock things down best they possibly can. Mac is able to get a double. Nox is pushed all the way back around gates. And whoa, able to find Geo. Huge win. So spawns will continue to be blocked here. And with UK and Market, there's an opportunity for FaZe Falcons just to break right on in.
Yeah, this is fantastic. You just got to quickly take care of all the AR players still holding down around that 18-wheeler. And you do it with ease. Knocks on 4 to roll. The guy who made the big-time play just winning that one-on-one versus Max, secures the spawn for his team. And now he's streaking on 5 in a row. Does get taken down by Awakening, though. So 4 funds, even though they do have the leader's advantage, they're still going to contest this because they have the numbers, and they do get the break.
Yeah, that's a nice break. Especially 20 seconds still remaining. QK able to get a trade onto Geo, but no effort being made to finesse the exit. Instead, it's about winning this mid route. which Roxas provides some pressure for FaZe Falcons. Does he get all the way back into lot? Yeah, he does, but he's been figured out. So there should be a trade here. Yuli should have a freebie, and he will. And as time expires on P2, 3 will open up for FaZe Falcons, but
It's a good
the
time to
pressure
die.
and the spawns are looking good for fun.
Yeah, like that close shower spawn, I don't know if it existed back in the day, but even if you're dying off the rotation while your teammates are set up, it allows you to instantly be into the next fight. Yuli finding a double frag is only going to slow down now this break at 7-4 fun. Lucas is going to take it into his own hands, and those are the plays that is holding him back from truly unlocking all of his skill.
Oh.
Because that's technically a scam. Now your teammates in the left in a 2v1 situation to try to hold down the time. Thankfully, he's right back into the play in 5-2 again.
Aluka, almost able to find a third. Damage from Nox, trying to push it out. No, too many players there. So now all of a sudden for Fun Esports, we're looking at a gut check break. Couple in the feed for Geo. Roxas trying to hold this angle. Good support from Aluka, who gets 2. Make it 3 as Nox is part of the problem again. But with 5 seconds remaining, we can't lose focus on what's coming up next. And FaZe Falcons will be late to rotation, although they will have numbers trying to stretch over before the hard point opens.
Yeah, they have a lot of presence through the back, but you got to quickly challenge those because on the pinch side, it's going to be Geo coming from a different angle. He does find 1 kill, but all of his teammates drop like flies. So, Geo, you got to be a superhero. Unfortunately, you're instantly going to get cut down, and now you're forcing all of your teammates to break through the front side of the street.
Nice shots from Roxas. Gets himself a second. Luka, wow, just trying to find the timing to play the secondary set of kills, but that doesn't work out. Yuli playing through the top side of window for their break. Nox trying to hold off the reinforcements as the rest of his team are structuring from the front. Here comes the pinch. First one's free. There's still question marks, though, on where exactly have Geo and Yuli gone. And they're just finessing, kind of running circles around the hard point. Eventually, Geo's able to pop in for 2. And Yuli, I think was actually the one who got credit for those kills, is all of a sudden on 5 in a row.
Yeah, he's on 5 in a row. He's trying to earn himself a Hellstorm because it could be so impactful, especially around this P1. So he's able to locate kill number 6, get some time off of the OBJ. Now Hellstorm in the back pocket. Yuli having a phenomenal bounce back respawn here, sitting at 24 and 19. Even though FaZe Falcons have the presence that they want towards the middle, it's instantly going to get stripped away.
Well, trades. Yeah, that's what I say. This could call in the Hellstorm that Yuli was able to earn, and it will. So FaZe Falcons will be scrambling. A couple of the kills come out. Looking for timing on the route behind this is Aluka. Not quite able to do too much with that, and that will be an opportunity for Fun Esports to push through the map.
Yeah, Yuli's such a smart player. He understands, even though I have the Hellstorm, you probably want me to call it in off the respawn, but no, let me put myself in a position to potentially influence the spawns for the next time before I call it in. At least in the break at the P1. Still gives you the lead as we're heading over towards P2, but now we're losing the gunfights that are very important towards the back lines, and Nox is now on 5 in a row.
Yeah, this is a nice moment here for FaZe Falcons at a critical moment of this map. Luka from the front. Yeah, big win. Okay. Follow-up, Awakening does get traded. So now you've got time available for FaZe Falcons. If we can get into the hard point. They're not spawning towards fire, so they know that there's a threat around the back.
That's a scam.
It sure feels that way. Yeah, Geo's going to get 2. So now the spawns are going to be all over the place for FaZe Falcons. We're still not in the time, trying to fight for positioning. And even though there's a nade that connects, and Luka's got his pinch set up, this feels like a lot of net time wasted right there for FaZe Falcons, who are going to get the back 23.
100%, man. And it's due to the players just thinking we got to put ourselves in the best setup possible, even when the timings are on our side. Luka's got to stop taking so much space, because when you're giving up that opening kill, that's what leads to clean breaks for very good teams. But unfortunately for Force One, that second wave of gunfights, they lost every single one of them. So now they're banking off the rotation, where they are fully set up, ready and waiting for this first wave.
Good first blood from Roxas. Yuli will drop. Matt, the next one responsible from inside the hill, trying to play these crossing angles. Only able to find 1. Follow-up from FaZe Falcons is perfect. You see the bottom of a foot, but Nox gets baited into trying to challenge. And in that moment, Geo comes away with 2, Yuli a 3rd. And just when you thought FaZe Falcons were going to get the break, now they're set up trying to find a break again, and Yuli is trying to hold them off. Only able to find 1. Geo gets the response, though, and we're going to get the 225 to 211. FaZe Falcons still trying to get the setup together.
Oh, thankfully that trophy system is their best friend. Playing a 5v4, but you gotta be very quickly. we got to go with our number situation because the longer you wait, the quicker they're able to find. Yes, Awakening is able to find 2. I think one of his teammates, it had to be Mac, finds the final. And here comes the last push here potentially for FaZe Falcons.
And Awakening's got the read. First shots are good. Hardpoint still being possessed, but FaZe Falcons have numbers to try to work this one out and try to get the noob. But the problem is, you are so far away. The hardpoint's about to open up. A couple of players for Fun Esports are going to spawn away from the hill, though. But it may not make a difference because you only force the team kill and gets 3. Geo, the last 1v1, not going to be needed as Awakening will find the final punch. And for Fun Esports will make their way into Winners Round 2.
Yeah, thankfully for Fun Esports had to start off that they did, man, because they started to lose some of those key wave gunfights for the final 20 to 25 seconds of time, and even their Hellstorm that they invested at the P1 didn't choke up a lot of time, and so FaZe Falcons kept themselves into the game. But this is just something that this young roster is going to have to continue to learn, is that when we get put into situations, sometimes if it's 15, 20 seconds, that's when we can take all that space that we want. But if it's very tight off the rotation, you just got to play the best possible corner to guarantee your 1 kill. And that's all a Luka sometimes needs to do to guarantee better holds for FaZe Falcons. You keep on taking those risks, and they keep on biting you in the behind. You got to be more fundamentally sound playing around your team instead of playing individual games.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of frustrating, and I think probably for you and I a little bit more so because I think when we watch maps like Hacienda get thrown back in, Gridlock here getting thrown back in, it's like you almost get brought back to what it happened in Black Ops 4, and when you see errors happening that you kind of get thrown back into the mix of what, 8 years, 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But for FaZe Falcons, it's the same story I think on Sake as it is here in Gridlock. Just a couple of moments that we're trying to just finesse objective time instead of playing for rotation. It's coming up really punishing them.
Just like when you're the team fully set up off the roto, all 4 players ready and waiting, just holding their lanes, it needs to be a lot more difficult for you to fall because you're not the team trying to break. You don't have to take those risks. All you have to do is guarantee that your lane is going to be watched. But when you're gifting them that first kill, even though the game is very tight towards the end, that's what gives For Fun that slight lead advantage or that slight edge in this game. You keep on taking those risks that don't continuously are panning out. So for Fun Esports, like you said, they move on. Due to winners bracket side, FaZe Falcons have a lot of work to do in the elimination. But the better team got the better of them today with the experience. And for Fun Esports, they move on.
Indeed, indeed.
Some other updates out. FC Stallions beat Omit Brooklyn 3-1. Huntsmen and CABAL is still tied at 1, so I have no idea what the update is on that overload. It's got to be a 30-minute overload, potentially went overtime, reset. It might have been one of those scenarios, Al, because they're still at 1-1. I don't know how.
So Project Notorious would play Stallions in the upper bracket then. That's going to be an interesting one, especially with Stallions finding this little surge over the course of the week so far. But we'll take a look to see how that other matchup that you're alluding towards is working out. It's the second half of Overload here, and it's 0-0. Wow, okay.
Dude, did these guys actually tie in their first attempt? Because I don't know if they just delay started this map, but to still be at 0-0 at the half, it's been all-out defenses. And Mirage has been the leading catalyst for CABAL at 20-12. Can you be the team to get that first score on the board? You currently are trying to fight out of your spawn, and Johnny, even with the pistol, is forcing you to back down.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this pillow fight ends up.
Are we reacting? Like, hello?
I don't know. We're waiting for Renegade to make a play through mid at the moment. He's going to be able to get over into Dragon, wins his first battle, and a second. Then it's just down to Vikram. Nothing there. Wow. Okay. That will lead to a very convincing opening score. And it's just watching that setup, I'm surprised that it was 0-0.
Yeah, it's just like CABAL, you got to understand, like, this is how they want you to be. Panicking in your spawn, watching every single angle. But you got to allow that fight to go to you. One's got a pistol, and you got 3 players ready and waiting around that A site with stuns and nades to work with. But you play it slow, and that allows Huntsmen to capitalize for the first score. But now the reset over towards Dojo side. A lot of presence from both teams, but Moody comes out on top for 2. It's a trade fest galore. Mirage finds on 3 in a row, and now they have an opportunity for a score.
Looking good for one. Especially with Johnny kind of out of the play, but he's making his way back over towards the EMP. A couple of shots in with the carrier. Help is on the way, and will be well assisted. Huntsman in position. Nades landing. And you still got a couple players on this cross. And yeah, this is going to fall apart just a little bit. Vikram at the middle of the map, though, maybe allows an opportunity to swing the EMP, or at least that was the intention. Johnny gets one in response, but there's no one over towards the B zone here, and this could lead to just a straight dash on in, but Swooty blows Proto away and then finds the second. Huge defensive stand for Huntsmen.
Oh, good timing there out of Swooty with the NPC. Just absolutely deletes him right at the goal line. Ball, we're thinking, all right, potentially this one should be free and clear for a tie game, but now you're back to basically trapping them in the spawn. A little bit of a park the bus action as Huntsmen are just taking their time to guarantee their space is going to be cleared on out. And they do it to perfection. Renegade now turns into your lead blocker, followed up by Bracken. 2 players from CABAL only here to contest.
Yeah. But they do get through. There are nades that are landing. Swooty trying to help out with the pistol. Johnny gets one, but the nades over the top are enough to keep CABAL's defense sturdy. So now you can try to push back out again. Last player into the play is Renegade. He gets found out very quickly by Mirage, who's having a stellar map, 29 and 15. He's looking for a chance to help his team score.
Yeah, this guy taking over, man. Almost at double positive, now officially at double positive. Gets cut down off of 4 in a row. But if you're the EMP carrier, Nate, you're just trying to finesse time for Vikram to set up this very long pinch. He's able to find 1 kill. Now your teammates are going to stabilize over towards Dojo's side, but if you are Huntsman, you can just grab this and get out.
Yeah, you sure could. We're going to force it forward, though. Nice shoulder from Johnny. Traded by Mirage, twice over. Brack. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. The pinch was on the way, so Brack forced the fight, and he doesn't win it. CABAL wiped the floor and quickly reclaimed the map.
Now you're quickly trying to take that space away if you are CABAL. Your mid player Proto, he gets cut down, and now the frag's good enough to get another stop there for the Huntsmen. And instantly turning defense into offense, but there's already presence from CABAL here at Dojo. A team kill isn't going to help, though. And now you got to be aware of Renegade on his late pitch.
Yeah, it's not just the late pinch. He's trying to set up a play towards B. The problem is they've missed Nate moving in towards front window. Yeah, and that's going to be the problem. Nate feels the EMP carrier, plus he gets the trade onto Renegades. The 4 are down. Luckily for Huntsmen, they spawn at A, so the defense is immediately into place, and they can stretch the map with 57 on the clock.
Yeah, that's a misplay right there from the Huntsmen, because definitely the play was supposed to be at that A site. Renegade, who already was the lead block on the opposite side, had to jump if he just hit that pinch angle while you held Dojo control. And now that's going to turn into an immediate counter on the opposite side. CABAL get the goal line stop. They clean up house with everyone streaking now. That is 10 in a row for the squad. Reset over towards rooftops, and Huntsmen have yet to find one in the feed until Renegade strikes.
Yeah, oh, good follow-up there. Proto was trying to create an extra little bit of layering for Vikram to possibly move and score, but not the case. He will drop, and we are 20 seconds from overtime. Shots from Renegade followed up brilliantly by Swooty and Johnny, and they could score here. We just got to grab the EMP. Problem is Brack gets stunned. Johnny, one of the last ones left, takes a lot of damage. And you're going to wait for a route to develop for Renegade here before maybe even possibly hitting this B point. He wins his first. Johnny wins another one. They could definitely still score here, especially with that kill to come through. Now it's just down to can you get a double out of the final man forward. Vikram for 1. Swooty looking for an opportunity to slide in and score, and he will do so in overtime to give Huntsmen the win.
And that's perfectly played there from the Huntsmen. Playing it patient, playing with the teamwork is going to make the dream work. Just finessing with the EMP, allowing your flank players to hit those routes and win key one-on-one gunfight. Because if Renegade doesn't win that one towards bottom view, that play is immediately going to get shut down. But he finds that kill. He draws the attention from the rest of the CABAL players, which opens up the point to be a little bit less dominant on the defensive hold. And that's what opens up Huntsmen to go up 2-1 at the halftime. Or at least end the map.
Big.
That was the map, right?
Yeah. That was the map.
Yeah,
that was the map.
yeah. I was not expecting 0-0 at the first set, but yeah, that was the map. Huntsmen take the advantage.
Me neither. Huge. Okay. So they're going to be going into map number 4. The rest of our bracket, I believe, has been established.
Yeah.
FaZe Falcons going to be awaiting the opponent of this matchup, I believe. Yeah, because they will fall to the lower bracket for Fun Esports. Same situation. I don't know, man. I'm pumped for the Stallions and Project Notorious game. That's going to be
Me too. Me too, man, because I'm telling you, I don't know what it was, but they just got 60 seconds of Patrick Price, a.k.a. Aches, one of the most delusional players to ever touch the sticks, and obviously one of the greatest to ever touch the sticks in his own right. But ever since he had that conversation with them, all they've been doing in respawns is absolutely destroying teams. So I'm really curious what was the stat line in every single one of those respawns with Omit Brooklyn, because they do lose a search and destroy, but they dominated everywhere else. And if FC Stallions are going to be prepared for P7 and what they could bring, oh, they've got it. If it's that blitz play style.
Yeah, 250, 162 Scar, 6'4 Scar Overload, 250, 163 Colossus Hardpoint. They lost the raid search 4-6. So they were competitive throughout that. And no one really took over necessarily. I mean, everyone finished positive except for Millie. But he's running a role that, again, in Hardpoint, he's like that first guy in. So you don't expect him to be positive all that often. So yeah, man, Stallions looking good. A bit Brooklyn finding themselves in the lower bracket. Again, kind of talking about the storyline surrounding the Pro-Am. That's a team name that you would expect to be there. Yeah. Same thing with like Bush, to at least be in the contesting spot to possibly be there. And now both of those two teams may not. And we could be looking at a surprise squad out of the rest of this pool to make their way into the Pro-Am, which would be, again, I think North American Challengers is just so deep in talent right now.
Yeah, and I know Methodist and Zuma right now are jumping with joy because they have a chance to put an amateur team versus some of the best in the world, because obviously Huntsmen up 2-1 in this series. FC Stallions have already secured their win. They're cruising right out through winners bracket, still anyone's game.
Indeed the case. We're going to go to a quick break, though, and get ready to go with some of the lower bracket matchups that can be started. So we'll step away and come back with more challengers right after this. All right there, friends. We're jumping on into map number 4 while we're waiting for our lower bracket to start up. And we've got Huntsmen, Cabal, and a 2-1 map count affair on Den Hardpoint. Good start here for Huntsmen as we rotate and open up P3.
It's a perfect start here for Huntsmen. It looks like they kept it scrappy at the P1, dominated a lot of time at the P2, and now have been able to chain it over towards the P3 with a flawless rotation. But now the first wave, the ball make the most of it. A lot of pressure over through CABAL, put them in a position to win a majority of those fights. But on the second attempt for Huntsmen, this time through Dojo, they clean up house again, and now it's open up all the time.
Nice little challenge there from Sweetie. Barrage pushes him away. Gives Cabal a chance here with numbers to still threaten the hill, but it's not coordinated. Team NAJD does take Brack out of the hard point, though, so there are still numbers for Cabal. But still, the positions that are being held by Huntsmen are very defendable. That will work out nicely, as all 4 will drop in what was essentially a 2v4, and Huntsmen have a runaway right now.
Yeah, now Cabal forcing their way back through that whole time, because you need to at least break this to apply pressure through Dojo to get an early break at the next HP. But every single player that works over towards CABAL, they are just getting gunned down to shreds. Now you're just forcing yourself to go over through rooftops, and this is playing right into what Huntsmen wants you to do.
Yeah, sure is, but good win there from Nate as Cabal at least on the front doors. Johnny following up, last player to grab his Proto, and he will fall. So yeah, this has been a absolutely immaculate start for Huntsmen, especially on the P3, P4 rotation that we were able to witness. And as we watch this next break attempt be essentially dismantled, Johnny's on to 5 in a row. Follow-up from Renegade is great as he takes down 2, and that will lock down another 30.
Damn, even when Cabal find that opening kill, they are winning the next wave of fights to eventually push them in that number situation. It still leads to the Huntsmen flying on them with the guns and the close spawns. Hold and count all of this time. You blink, they are up by 100 and still going. Cabal gonna break in potentially for those final 10, but with the leader's advantage, you might as well not give this up for free if you brag.
Yeah, and he's just gonna chow that out, right? I mean, no reason to not play it through the exit, and you can take a look at the minimap. Renegade has already gotten around the backs. He's gonna take away Holt. Oh, man. Hellstrom's called in on top of this. There's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide right now if you're Cabal. And as soon as they find this elimination on the Mirage, it should lead to some good time on P1, but Renegade more focused on clearing out couches. They still can't find Mirage. And finally, they get the elimination. Johnny pushing forward. It should lead to Huntsmen getting time now.
Yeah, and that works out the way Huntsmen wanted to. All right, we were late off the rotation to P1. Let's use the Hellstorm to put some SMGs in a great position to set up those pinch routes. And even when the Hellstorm was already done and dusted, all it took was Renegade 1 kill at couches for them not to give up the time, and then turn it into a one-on-one with their teammates instantly jumping onto the HP. So Huntsmen in the firm driver's seat. Currently do no wrong. Final 10 seconds. All right, great. We can give this one if we want to Cabal because they desperately need it.
Yeah, and this is a big first battle towards the front doors at P2, which Cabal are able to win, and with that can stabilize for the first time, it feels like, on the map. So they will get the opening to the second hard point. Brack, the rest of Huntsmen working on the long routes, which puts pressure onto Nate, playing kind of an anchor position, and the rest of Cabal inside the hill to watch the couches push. Oh, no.
Yeah, you're only able to play like this when you have that much of a lead. Because if you're Cabal, you're expecting pressure from every single angle, but isolating a 1v4 gunfight towards the back lines gives Huntsmen the spawns that they want. But they have yet to work their way into the garage. They have yet to take any couch control. And Cabal were able to stabilize a great push there and still hold.
Yeah, 20 seconds looking pretty much guaranteed as well. Now it's just down to can you rotate and give yourself a chance to get back into the game. So what are you going to hit this time? And he will find 2. That's not insignificant hardpoint time. Proto is going to come back for it to see if he can finesse the exit. Meanwhile, off spawn, Huntsmen can play for the rotation. So yeah, really good decision making there from Huntsmen. They will be a little bit tested though on rotation to 3. Smoothie working on it, but he's the last one standing. And those are clean shots. He knows he's got another player nearby, but he can't find him. And Mirage wins out the rotation for Cabal.
Yeah, good plays out of Mirage again, lining it up in another respawn. Finds all 4 off the rotation to hold it down for his team, who are desperately looking for a good chunk of time off of one of these great holds. And so far, it's been 20 seconds uncontested. But now, starting to take a little bit more space over towards CABAL. We also have min-map on lock, so Huntsmen are forced to break right to the front.
Yeah, it's not comfortable to be sure. Mirage on 6 in a row all of a sudden, as he's been, like you say, kind of a respawn god for this Cabal team, at least in this series. in some trouble here, stunned up, but to the pistol. Knows he's got some low health pools in front of him. Takes a nade on top of it, and that'll be enough for Huntsmen to break for the last 10 seconds. Johnny already in position to contest New. And you also have a threat established through Dojo while CABAL are spawning all the way over towards P2.
Yeah, now you have 2 players on CABAL who desperately are looking to lock down the back lines. But unfortunately, you're only able to get 1 before falling. And now back secure from the Huntsmen as they line up another 4 dead. This was the hill that was basically unbreakable the last go-around because you were consistently trying to go through the front. And it's looking like the way that Huntsmen are set up, you're forcing them to do it again.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. Renegade's trying to hold off the player at mid. He wins that versus Nate. Now all the guns are up and focused towards Rooftop.
Wow.
The 4 will fall. That is just another moment of you just get that last bullet. Everyone looked like they were at 1 HP in that battle. But the ball come away with every single win. And they now have a read on where Huntsmen are trying to break from.
Yeah, Huntsmen now with 20 seconds left, even though you're still up by a lot. This is just one of those that you probably don't want to contest. You probably want to stop the bleeding and stop playing a little bit delusional. And start to win your rotations and be early over towards this next HP because the CABAL are right back in it.
Sure are. All it takes is one good wave of fights over P1. They could be
route
at
out
a
of
tie
Proto.
game. And you've got, yeah, Proto already taking over window. He's got a couple of freebies in front of him. Deals with the first, damage in, and the kill to the second is great. And he knows that there's a third one around. The back doesn't win that one, though. So Huntsman will still retain the P2 side of that, but CABAL have what they want, which is time on the hill.
Yeah, all it took was Proto to find a double from top broken. Now, Huntsman is starting to feel the pressure. Everyone trying to break through the bottom side of couches. First guy gets gunned down, but Brack effective on the trade. Just want to put someone in position to contest this because CABAL are now only down by 25.
Yeah, and Mirage on a large streak is still soaking up hardpoint time. Vikram, Mirage cleaning things up. 20 seconds to fight for here. And CABAL are starting to build some great resources. Yep, the Hellstorm is in play. So you've got everything you could possibly want to extend this map to a third hill and maybe have an advantage.
Yeah, now we're starting to lose key gunfights off the rotation as well. But thankfully, Renegade, last man standing to keep Couch's control in favor of the Huntsman. But now it's a 2-point difference. You have the Hellstorm that you can potentially invest here, and I think that's what Mirage is going to try to do to at least get the back secured for his team. But I don't like the play call here to use it at this HP.
Yeah, it's not what I would have called as well. But you want to watch the conclusion of this one, you can do so on the Bravo stream.
What?
We are going to go into
Ball
our
just
lower
lost
bracket
that
matchup.
off of that play. That's
No,
unacceptable.
I don't understand that. But Torn Esports, Omit Brooklyn, lower bracket elimination match, round 1. And we've got Scar Hardpoint, Omit Brooklyn looking solid to start.
And I know if you're home at Brooklyn, you are pissed off that you lost the way that you did in every single one of those respawns. So now versus the Young Guns, you're looking to make up for that. Essentially with a dominant scoreline in every single one of the maps that go throughout this series. But Torn Esports are fighting. We're able to break into the final time of this P2, so 35 seconds left. But the nades, the gunny out of Dylan Rex finds 3 in a row. And Torn Esports still have the blue spawns, but they are trapped.
Well,
Someone's got a
next
turn.
set of kills could be big. Fight for blue is still ongoing, while 2Real gets to 4 in a row on the hardpoint time in particular. So Omit Brooklyn win both battles on both fronts that they really need to lock down the scrap time. And yeah, Torn Esports are going to give this up and play for rotation, try to guard against the hit through mid-cut. But Standy and the rest of Omit Brooklyn are looking towards back right steps. They take down TK. They've got a read on someone top green. And here comes the rotation over, even though Torn Esports will be around the hill first.
Yeah, and the thing that's going to hurt them even more is if they give 1 kill to 2Real, because he would earn himself a Hellstorm, and they can guarantee a very good break here at this HP, but who needs a Hellstorm when your teammates aren't missing shots? Dylan Rex now on 5 in a row with all 4 dead in defeat. You know, all of Torn Esports are going to be spawning over towards green. And for now, they have yet to cross it towards P5, so they have to be hitting long routes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's being watched by 2Real. Rex and 2Real doing a lot of the work, and the final member of Torn Esports will drop. This has been a perfect 3 hills so far for Omit Brooklyn. And it's looking better to extend into a 4th as 2Real is going to get the Q. That Jet's playing through market. Yep. Everything's locked down right now.
Yeah.
DK will finesse for the old time, but Paul's able to give some backup. And that is about as good as it gets as the hard point's about to open to 4.
Yep, Torn Esports, they're only able to get 5 seconds off to that P3, but now find themselves in an advantage position. One player's going to spawn all the way across the map. 2Real's also going to be the first one to fall. So do the close spawns still come in for Omit Brooklyn? At least it does for the first player, but Hitman quickly there contested the backside. The break is good, and now Torn Esports desperately need a good chunk of time.
Yeah, that's a great piece of timing right there for Hitman to take 2 off the spawn, because it was about to be pretty contest heavy on the opening time, but now it's all toward Esports as Omit Brooklyn from the front are finding some success to make their way in through white wall, but Hitman still choosing the corner he wants to play. Works out for another, and the back and forth affair continues to lead towards Torn Esports getting time on the double.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic hold there from Torn Esports. Now to find the 20 seconds, you want to put them behind you. So if they're going to scam and contest you at this old time, it could be beneficial. Potentially spawn all the way across the map, but it's still in Rex, locking it down for mid-cut. You get those motel spawns, you're thinking, all right, we have a free rotation over towards New, but he takes care of everyone that comes off the respawn. Now everyone for Torn Esports is spawning at all.
Yeah, this is another lockdown moment for Omit Brooklyn, but they do lose Rex to the middle of the map. 2 Real has to step up, and he does provide for 1. Hitman will sneak underneath P3 plane. That takes care of 2 Real. Standy in position on the hard point, takes down 2. That will reestablish some control for Omit Brooklyn, who are still spawning in. Big win there from Rex, who's 18-8. And you also get to read that Torn Esports are hitting through plane.
I don't know what's been going on with Dylan Rex so far throughout this elite stage, but he has been phenomenal with the M15. Always streaking. Feel like every single time we casted him last week in his matches, you blink, he's on 4, you blink, he's on 5. He's just taking over with the AR in hand. That's what allowing his teammates to get a good chunk of time at all these hard points uncontested. 5 in a row for the young man. He's trying to work his way back up to the pros.
Oh.
My God, he's not missing.
Yeah, and he's got 1 more kill from getting a Hellstorm, which could put this map well out of hand. Playing around the back. He's going to get some help here from 2 Real. Doesn't need it. Mints will drop. That very well may be enough for that Hellstorm in particular. And yes, it is. So 157-61. Omit Brooklyn try to take away the blue side of the map, and they are finding the kills that they need, except for Mints, who comes off spawn and is able to find 1.
I don't know what it is, but with a lot of these young lineups, these are the stat lines that tend to grace our screens when they're just getting beat in the fundamental aspect. You're losing the rotations. You're forcing a very young team to execute break versus some experienced players, and they just keep on getting cut down. So it's been a lot of flawless 60 holds from Omit Brooklyn, which allows them to have the lead that they currently have. The second half needs to be a lot better. At least for now, Torn Esports don't give up any time at the P1 and have forced that Hellstone to be invested, but at the wrong time, because 3 make it all 4 down at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's a really good timing for Omit Brooklyn to call that Hellstorm in. Standy, though, the only player over towards noon. He gets naded out, so now this pinch has to find success.
How was that open?
For 1. Damage onto the second. All 4 players were on the staircase. No one's watching pinches, Jay. It's just we're down, we're scrambling, we're just trying to do the one thing correctly, and that's get to the objective. So all 4 players are focused on it. And now all of a sudden you got Standy hip firing players while still getting up to the top mantle, and Omit Brooklyn can put this game away.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Torn Esports. The little things in this game that are turning into such big moments. Simply having 4 players off the rotation and not a single player watching the pinch. Yeah, that's a misplay, a miscomm, and unfortunately it might be done and dusted here in map number 1 because Omit Brooklyn already breached that to an important mark, and Torn Esports haven't found an opening until they get it with that frag.
Yeah, even that is not enough to really get on the hard point. Nice little move right there from 2 Real. Follow up from Standy. Damage in, but can't find the kill. 13 seconds to scrap, though. And they're going to go for it. Why not? Just put the pressure on. You're outgunning them. Just take them down here. You're going to get Mints on rotation through the mid-cut uncovered. Paul will get a stun off, so he's aware of this, and 2 Real still has a Hellstorm. So this should be where win condition comes through.
Oh, yeah, it should be a GG, done and dusted. 2 Real finds 2. Last guy trapped in towards Dojo. You've already flipped the spawns as well. I don't know if Omit Brooklyn are going to be aware of that because everyone is still ready for the pressure over towards both. So if Torn Esports are looking for a moment potentially to steal a time in this game where they can start to fight, that was it.
Yeah, that's one of those that you look back on if you're Omit Brooklyn and you go, wait, what?
How did that happen?
No one is blocking anything. It's just that everyone's on the hard point, so stuff happens. Torn Esports giving a bit of a lifeline here. They still have to find a way to exit and rotate over to 4. 15 seconds remain on this hill. And, well, a couple of kills will come through, and actually
Good
spawns
time.
will move here. Standy aware of it, but can't win the battle. And hold on a second. Torn Esports are going to get a rotation on the floor.
Yeah, they are, but already the pressure is going to be here from
maybe.
Omit Brooklyn. So they find 2 kills off the Roto. Thankfully, the New Hill just pops, so you should still have 3 players to try to hold this one down. But Jet needs to make his impact be felt. He does all the way across the map for at least 1
Good
kill.
shots.
Dillarex around the back gets the close spawns, and now Omit Brooklyn have all the guns here for break.
Rex can just watch the cross, and he is absolutely gunning kids out of
Brother!
their shoes. 3 in a row for Rex, 31 and 16. 225, 120. Play on the staircase, no good. From the front door, Hitman for 1, and Torn Esports will actually win a battle in the back to flip spawn, so they're still alive, but still down 100.
Yep, Omit Brooklyn now have to break through the front. 25 seconds that Torn Esports desperately need, or just can't allow Omit Brooklyn to get. They have the leader's advantage. You're still going to have players trying to scam off of the old time, and Two-Real makes the most of the opportunity. He finds 2. He doesn't allow the last 2 players from Torn Esports to think early off the rotation, so now his teammates are going to be ready and waiting here at P5.
Yeah, just giving some space away, watching the connection through mid. And Rex, I'm telling you, is just not missing the goal right now. TK gets the top 3. That's a big position to hold if you can get through Rex, who's guarding. Eventually, a kill does come out from Jet, but Two-Real spawns in. He will watch this cross, deal with it. And you still got Mid Brooklyn in the time, finding the kills from the front. Hitman 1 HP. Easy follow-up from Paul. That may be the game-winning play right there, as long as no one scams from inside the hard point. Last 4 seconds, they won't even get there in time. No, not going to happen. Mid Brooklyn start us off with a map 1 win.
Yeah, that's just too easy. You basically won that game on the first rotation of the hard points. You keep it scrappy at the P1, chain it over to the P2, have a Hellstorm that you want to the P3. Just a firm control of this game. Get up to the ending of that first set. When you get over to the P5, you're up by 100 now with the flawless 60. It's only, let me take a little bit here, take a little bit there, eventually put our closing moments here at the P5 again. It's just way too easy when you're the team initially starting always on the right side of the map or the right side of the hard point. Torn Esports, a young roster, they beat you to the rotation. You need to be setting up good team pushes for these breaks, because when you're going 1 by 1, they shut down that first wave. All you have is 1 more attempt at it until you have to forfeit it and hit that rotation anew. They were just getting beat in a fundamental aspect by some experience.
Oh, yeah, big time. And I know we talked about this leading into this season. I think we even mentioned it at the Birmingham Finals. It's just like at this point in the year, there really are no excuses for missing out on timings, in particular on Money Hills, rotating and knowing where you need to hit routes to, because yes, you've got a lot of experience on one side of the table here with the Mid Brooklyn, but at the same time, it's like there's also something to be said about experience with the players you're playing with and building some chemistry with those players to know what the next step is given X, Y, or Z circumstances. And Mid Brooklyn also have that going for them, so it's tough.
So now if you are Torn Esports, you are banking on a Search and Destroy bounce back. But from what we saw to Omit Brooklyn in that one map that they won versus FC Stallions, it was Search and Destroy on that raid. So I'm curious to see. I'm going to take a look at the videos real quick, what this map is going to be. It's going to be Scar, followed up by Scar, and then the Colossus and Raid, potentially if the series starts to go the distance. But you know the impact that Paul X is going to have with his sniper on this map. You know the playmaking ability that Standy and Two-Real possess. And Dillarex isn't missing shots, so even if you got a sniper, you might not want to challenge.
No, I hear that. I mean, yeah. At one point in the map, it felt like almost everyone from Mid Brooklyn was at double positive. Yeah, like right here. It's like we are shredding Torn Esports, which is, again, we didn't really see much from their match versus P7. It looked like the same thing was happening there. It's just that level of experience is coming to play. There's a big difference maker in these head-to-head matchups with young guns. It comes with time, obviously, but
yeah,
in the current situation where you have to get to a grand finals,
you ain't got time.
Win that grand finals to get to the Pro-Am, yeah, you ain't got time.
You ain't got no time if you are Torn Esports. You have got yourself into the dance, but now you're looking to make the most of it. Unfortunately, in your first series, you get 3-0'd. And to start this one off, you get beat up there on the Scar hardpoint. Now, for players like Hitman, who came from the Search and Destroy scene, used to play him back in the day in the game mode and all those S&D tournaments, this is where you're looking to have that bounce back. You desperately need it, because if you go down 0-2 versus this lineup, you're probably getting 3-0'd again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the splash screen of the Overload. It was an 8-3 on Den for P7 against Torn Esports. But yeah, it's just with the way Respawn is going right now for our more experienced teams, you have to pull the 2 and the 5 and steal away a Respawn somewhere. It's just the flat out truth of how these series end up going at this point. So for Tort Esports, they have, again, done some awesome job getting into the playoffs.
Yeah.
But it's a different element when you're playing up against the teams that are going to be playing in the Pro-Am or trying to play in the Pro-Am. And not to say that Tort Esports is like not gunning for that, but I think, you know, your realism meter says, okay, well, let's just take it one step at a time. Let's walk before we can run. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just levels to this, Al, and experience can only go so far. But when you get to the middle part of the season, I feel like for all the newcomers that go throughout the elites that try to step up into the following title, the best way to capitalize is very early into the season, because all these guys who've been playing Call of Duty for years,
Yep.
like you said, they practice, they understand little tendencies, they know what it's like to be in certain situations. And when you're playing all these guys who have been in the pro league before, they're going to understand how to play against guys who haven't. And you can see it there.
Yeah.
Even in that one play where they went towards the P2, they had all 4 players off the rotation. Standy somehow, some way is able to flank them, even with 4 players off the roto. That just shouldn't happen. And that's in the experience playing a part.
Yeah, and again, you're also playing down in the map, so you're trying desperately to get time back. It just turns into a snowball. It really does. So, okay, good breakdown there. Search and Destroy, like we said, it's Scar followed by another Scar in this alpha matchup. Do we have results for that Huntsman game yet by chance?
Huntsmen won 3-1. They beat CABAL 3-1.
Okay.
So they're going to be playing For Fun Esports and winners bracket semis. You got P7 Notorious versus Stallions on the opposite side, but into the map 2 we go here in Elimination round 1, where Omit Brooklyn are looking to quickly go up 2-0, because look at all the map control they have again.
Awkward timing with an aid. Ooh, does not land. So the defense, like you say, have an unbelievable amount of map pressure, and Torn Esports are struggling to get out of spawn. However, this route from TK is going to work. Standing not able to tail it. That opens up the B side of the map just a touch. And at the same time, with this focus from Brooklyn at mid, they also don't really have anyone at A, so 2Real will step up and try to hold it.
Trying to guarantee one, because with 30 seconds left, you know for damn well they're not going to be getting this bomb that at the B site. So ready and waiting, playing a cheeky corner, guarantee your one, turns it into a 2v2.
Rex able to see Hitman up top, but here comes the pinch from TK, not being watched fully by Paul, who's got the sniper out. So now he's going to hit a shot. He won't be able to see the bomb plant. Smoke out just to create some confusion. Oh, and he sees the rotation. Can he find a weapon to make this worthwhile, though?
Or potentially just find an angle for a free kill. Let's turn it into a one-on-one, but it's already 15 seconds. Gone. Paul X now knows they had to have re-rack the way back to Motel, and with only a Jaeger in hand, you're going to stand no chance. And Torn Esports get the first on the board out of a great route out of TK, just getting that timing for the first blood.
Yeah, it really is everything. I mean, Paul just is not in a position to help out on those crossing angles onto Motel. You kind of saw it from his angle. He's only watching for that staircase push, so works out nicely for Torn. 1-0 up, and chance for Mid Brooklyn to respond on their offensive hit.
Probably not going to waste any time here, but they don't have any trophy systems, so they should take the slow and steady approach. Potentially play off of Paul X's information that he's able to gain with the snipe, but are just going to take the play right to him. No trophy system, no problem. 13 seconds into the round, bomb's already planted.
Yep, and just rooting a bunker up on this post-plant setup. 2Real will back over towards Satellite. 2-2 split on the retake attempt for Torn Esports, but 2Real's position could do a lot of damage. If he's not red, which he is. What a read from Hitman indeed. So now it's just down to Rex and Standy. They're looking for the mid-crosser first. That doesn't work out. And then Rex, surprised by TK up close and personal, has Torn Esports on a quick recovery and a flawless second round.
Yeah, that's a perfect retake right there out of Torn Esports. That looked like a designated play call for them. Just give up the A site, especially early into the game. Don't have to worry about trophy systems, so our stuns and aids are still going to be very impactful later into the round. But not a single player from Omit Brooklyn. We're in a position to watch the pinch. So by the time they got that bomb down, everyone had to retreat from bomb site. Just with all the space you gave up, you weren't able to clear out all those angles. And Torn Esports tear you apart.
Okay, good start. Next defensive effort for Torn. Looks like it wants to move with some pressure at to B. Like we said from the first round, Omit Brooklyn got a lot of forward pressure defensively and just by positionings. And it looks like these are just nades to make sure no one pushes up through plane side. We'll re-wrap back over to A, where Standy's the one really responsible for this because 2Real's fully focused on the market door.
Yeah, but you have to waste so much time now clearing out a lot of these different angles. Hitting the wall bangs, stunning nade in close corners. So that time he wasted trying to get that first over team nades over towards plane. Now it's starting to tick against you as you are forced to commit over towards A.
Smoke is out. Looks like Omit Brooklyn want to try to challenge this. 2Real diving on in. Is able to find one. Bomb carrier. Oh, and then just all of a sudden he's a dead possum in the corner for the second and the third. So 2Real just steps into the smoke and takes over, and Omit Brooklyn looking good for a flawless run of their own and the ace. 2Real.
Yeah, just too easy when the round is going to play out like that. That's exactly what Omit Brooklyn threw out in the first defense, and the only reason why they were caught off guard is because TK hits that route through plane. When a lot of frags are invested on one side of the map, you're still camping your spawn 30 seconds into the round. You have to waste an extra couple of seconds even clearing out the site. You throw the smoke grenade thinking that it's all good to get the bomb planted. But 2Real knows that's a play I like to make, and he's able to execute the ace to put Omit on the board.
Clean. And that's just an identity establisher right there for Omit. We're not playing retake. We're playing contest. Quick action for the Omit offense through market. Torn Esports trying to defend through B. But once more, free A site, and Rex is going to commit to the plan. Oh, unless, yeah, Mint's nice little shoulder is able to find first blood under the bomb carrier.
This is their go-to. They are locking down the middle of the map. They are willing to give us this bomb site. But if they're not contesting over towards Motel, we got to plan any guaranteed spots to stay alive, because now you're putting 2Real between a rock and a hard place. But so far, he's making the best out of it. Gets cut down by TK. Now it's Paul X in a 1v2.
Oh, it's got a clean open set of shots, but cannot finish. Oh, my goodness. Thought he had him dead to rights if the first 3 shots were plugged right into his chest, but here's the view from TK. On the bounce. Must not miss a bullet here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 times now where Omit Brooklyn go right back to the strategy that they thought would have worked the first time, but they got 44 retake because there was too many angles to watch. So this time, Dylan Rex touches to your bomb planner. They try to go for the same exact plan spot, but this time, Torn Esports make a slight adjustment. With all the mid-map control that they had a different angle for that first blood. So now back on offense they go, where they have been sticking with this slow and steady wins the race. It worked for them the first go-around. It got shut down the last time from 2Real, but now they have more info to work with.
I'm telling you, 2Real is just going to continue to play into market until someone deals with them. First blood again tallied. Paul still looking for info with the scope. That stun hit? No, it does not. Mint's throwing some shots over. Standy looking to come assist as 2Real is able to connect onto a nade. Damage out, but not enough to actually push forward and confirm the kill 3v2.
There's no need to force anything if you are on the Brooklyn, but Standy's going to have a different angle on to Hitman. Now it's a 1v3 all left up to Jet, and Paul Lex already spots him at white wall.
Yeah, he's got nowhere to go. Clean shots, but not clean enough. There's just nowhere to rotate through it after you commit to that position. So, Omit Brooklyn get their second, 3-2. Clean stuff defensively.
Yeah, it's back-to-back defenses for them, and a lot of it is due to the Catalyst and 2Real just taking deli control away. He found the ace the previous defense. This time he finds the opening double. First one with the gunny, second one with the frag before falling. But if you're going to allow that guy to be in his comfort zone, in his happy place, he's going to continue to cause havoc. So Torn Esports need to make an adjustment to at least slow him down.
Okay, can we make it another offense here for Omit Brooklyn? Just by way of gut check hitting over towards A. A little bit more defensive pressure on the backside of the steps this towards red. TK kind of holding that position, and he will actually, again, play a little bit further up in towards mid-market. Paul will get a slight read on the Jet. And yeah, it's just the same story, different round right now with Omit just getting free space at A.
This is exactly what Torn Esports want them to do, because they're more willing to just dominate mid-map. Make sure every pinch angle is being watched, and Using your Semtex or frags to slow down this play at A. But it's already been 45 seconds. The bomb is yet to be planted. And Dilurex might catch good timing. He does. And it leads to Standy and 2Real striking actually in the kill feed. Hitman left in a 1v4.
Well, this ended up being Mit's scoreboard problems, but regardless, the result just as dire. So 3-3 the count. Omit Brooklyn starting to figure out how to play around this mid presence that Torn Esports keeps defaulting towards, and they're going to need to make a change defensively from just stacking up at mid.
Oh, yeah. It's got to be someone sliding into Deli because that's how their SMGs continuously are finding their angles. There's 2Real again, who strikes for 2. So he's sitting at 11 and 5, Standy on 4 in a row. First offense secured there from Omit Brooklyn, and now they're going back to their defensive side where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's take Deli, let's take top green, a little bit of presence over towards Motel, and just force them to beat us by bomb planting.
Interesting. 2Real's going to go to P1 this time. Might that suggest that Omit Brooklyn are going to play for a wrap around the site? Test is starting to come through. Nades all over the place. No bomb plant yet. Paul still waiting for the smoke to fade. Sees one up top on the rafters. And he's able to connect on to Hitman, who's just trying to get a trophy system into place. So now you've got this pinch under developing. That's good for 2Real for another. Did you get the read of the player at steps? No, not quite. But the play forward, you thought maybe it was going to lead to a quick one, and it will. Dylan Rex is right there to follow up on both low health pools.
Yeah, the adjustments are coming in for Omit Brooklyn. That's 3 defensive rounds secured in a row for them. That was the first time that they showed a different look. Having min-map pressure, your sniper watching over the A site. And Pollux is able to line up the shot as soon as that smoke dissipates. Gets the first blood. Forces Torn Esports to try to make up for it very quickly, which creates the opening there for 2Real on the pinch. And the SMGs keep getting lost. It's been a difference maker in this game so far for Omit.
Yeah, for real. I was about to say, like, it feels weird that that was Paul's first elimination, but 2Real has been doing all the work. Standy's also on 4 in a row. Following up. Paul pressured front blue. Calling for help. He's got it. Rex a couple of shots in. Knows there are more defenders trying to play through mid-market. So now you have the opportunity for 2Real to hit this route. Absolutely. Okay, you want to play through mid? I'll take you out from behind. Paul, if he can finesse and just keep his life, maybe there's a chance, but Torn Esports will have the numbers 3v2.
Yeah, now Standy's going to try to fight back into this play. He's going to get spotted, knocked down to 44 HP. They already are aware of where 2Real's coming from, so information gained on both. Just don't know if they know that that bomb is still going to be down around A.
Yeah. Mince is the closest player to defend against that. Smoke is out. Standy will fall. So it's just down to 2Real. He's going to get a plant if he wants it at A. Yeah, he does. Okay, so he's going to try to set himself up for the 1v3 off the plant.
Yeah, don't give this to him if you are Torn Esports. You played it patient. You're more than willing to give it the bomb plant, but in a 3v1, someone instantly hopped the defuse. So you can gather that information pretty quickly.
Yeah, as 2Real is just pushed too far away. If that hits, that would be an absolute miracle bomb. Not going to happen. Mint's able to stay alive, just barely at 4 HP. Not that it would have made much of a difference because the trade was instantly there, and Torn Esports tie us at 4.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where I just need Standy to be quicker in the play. Because 2Real on the opposite side was actually making the big-time play. Paul X gains the information that they were super aggressive up the middle of the map. Dylan Rex backs up to help him. But he just gets overwhelmed by too many guns. It's 4 players versus 2. So by the time 2Real strikes, they already lose a majority of those fights. And Standy was thinking there was still someone outside of the vicinity instead of assisting his teammates. Unfortunately, it allows Torn Esports to still have a lot of guns ready and waiting to strike for the final play onto 2Real. So all tied up at 4. But Omit Brooklyn, thankfully, are going back to defense, which is their happy place.
Yeah, but for Torn Esports, at least you're able to get defense through the finish line there. That's a good adjustment. Omit Brooklyn looking to show some aggression over through B side. Paul throwing shots. And, well, that was correct. He was trying to bait for Standy. Not needed, although nice fight back for TK. Rex able to find the trade, leading it down to Jet. Gets one and slips away for now. But very quickly on the hunt are Rex and 2Real just watching to see if he leaves.
Dylan Rex got to slow this one down. Thankfully, he catches the angle. Because I hate those 2v1s where somehow, some way he gets a jump on the first guy and then your teammates all the way across the map. just thinking, all right, we should have not even had a chance at losing this one. But Dylan Rex catches the timing, gets the read that Jet is going to be camping on the bottom side of the elbow. And that allows Omit Brooklyn to win 3, maybe 4 defensive rounds in a row to now be at game point.
Yep. I think that's 3 defensive rounds in a row, yeah. Okay. So game point, Toward Esports finding success in their most recent defense by not just overstacking mid, getting around the back and taking numbers through essentially the Omit spawn worked out nice. This time Paul looking for crossers, and he's at least confirmed that there are 2. That's going to keep 2Real in position to watch this pivot point. Smoke is already out, and wow, 2Real just does not care about smokes. He gets the first blood, but he is traded. That's enough information, though, for Brooklyn to start moving on to A.
Yeah, there's a lot of people over towards plane side, so let's not waste any time on getting this bomb planted, because Paul lets you throw a wrong shoulder. You're going to gather all the info that you need. Bomb is now going down. He's going to retreat from the blue positioning. So he's expecting that pinch to develop here from Toward Esports, but they are right back to green.
I'm not sure if I like that call. I mean, Paul has not been hitting with this scope in those moments.
And he has a sniper pistol.
Yeah. So instead, they're going to try to wrap this through red steps, where Rex would be the first one to make contact with it. It's taking a lot of time for Torn. There's the first shoulder. Rex taking damage. Mince will find the elimination. Paul in trouble will also fall, leaving it just down to Standy. Okay, that will work. And we're going to go round 11.
Okay, Toward Esports successful on the retake. It all starts with TK on one side winning a gunfight. On to Dylan Rex, and everyone just getting the time. He's on the back end. It's a great place from Torn, too. Force it all the way to around 11. But you better hope the guy you're the team on defense. It's not Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, initially I am surprised that Turn Esports don't just try to bully out Paul. I mean, he has not been great with the scope. He's hit 2 shots so far. Both of them were hard scoped angles, so regardless, Toward Esports will be on defense. So what do you call here if you're Omit Brooklyn? I would like to see Paul not sniping here, because he just has not been a factor on this side of the bomb with the scope.
I think I'm going to go back to the play call that we tried to get to work 2 times. Let's get this bomb down quickly over towards A, but they're just having the feel out round. Gathering early information, trying to read where the pressure's coming in. 2Real throws a great shoulder, spots at least a couple players over towards plane. So basically the same exact thing they did in the previous round. It's just this time Hitman is scouting.
Yeah. Rex trying to provide the crossfire setup. Here comes the quick contest, though, for Torn. We have not seen this yet. Omit Brooklyn are banking on the flank. And if Torn were to try to flood through A, they very well may have more weapons up. Ready to battle. Paul is in no man's land. That's the position we're picking to choose to fight from? 2Real on the pinch. Will counteract 1, trying to get away. Smoke, not going to allow him to. At least Standy gives you 1. Big fight here as Mince takes the win on Rex, leaving it just down to Standy. Shots are out. Over to the corner, able to find 1. Pistol not gonna land. And Torn Esports will take the round 11 and the map win.
Yeah, that's just not really good decision-making on the offensive side here for Omit Brooklyn.
No.
A majority of those rounds. It was slow and steady wins the race. Even when we get the bomb down quickly towards A, our post plants were easily broken into. It was a search to destroy dominated by the defenses on both teams. And it usually has been playing out majority of the season. Just Torn Esports had a little bit more tricks in their bag to clutch this one out.
Yeah. And I think just in particular, the conditioning surrounding their defense always playing around the back, through white wall, into blue. Paul hasn't been hitting shots, so he switches to an M15. He's double holding it with 2Real, and no one is able to tally the effort for Torn Esports, saying we're not going to bother with the flank, we're just going to re-hit you from the front. So good decision making there for Torn Esports. Works out nicely for them to take the map. So tied 1-1 as we consider the Scar overload, guaranteeing us a map 4 as well behind that. And yeah, it's just good stuff from Torn, man. I'll tell you, like, initially it looked like Omit were figuring it out, and then all of a sudden it's just like they stopped. It's like, okay, well, we figured out their mid setup, so we're good now. They just turned their brains off.
Yeah, it's just like they didn't have any success on their offenses, even when they tried to switch up the pacing. Like, they had rounds where they were super aggressive towards A. We're getting cut down. They had rounds where they were super slow, watching this late pitch, and we're still getting picked apart. Just too many openings sometimes in certain rounds, or someone just getting caught in a bad position, getting some bad timing. Allowed Torn Esports to do what they needed to. Just tie the series up after the search and destroy, because if you're one of these young teams going up against experienced veterans, It's going to be difficult to take them down. Establish game modes or respawn game modes like Hardpoint and Overload, but you can always bank on the bread and butter. S&D wins you championships. And at least for now, you gain some momentum going into another Scar, but this time for Overload.
Yeah, and again, just kind of reflecting on Torn Esports and the one moment that we had a chance to look at them very briefly on the Overload they played versus P7 Notorious, they were getting beat up. So, respawn is the focus for Torn Esports. Find a way to take this or the Colossus. Maybe you get a chance to take them down on 5. But both of our lower games are going on right now, so we'll take a look in to see how things are going here. Yeah, Cabal face Falcons in a tight one as we head over to P2. Oh, Cabal have the setup, just comes down to can they find the kills.
Yeah, and that's to face Falcons to get a break, use teamwork. Didn't really lead to a lot of success in their first series, but you can see the angles on the mini-map. We're doing the fundamentals correctly. Pressure from the backside, pressure from the front, and also side door leads to all 4 dead, and this should be done and dusted here in map 1 for FaZe Falcons.
Yeah, peppering this next hit was QK, following up on the rest of FaZe Falcons. And they will take map number 1. You're absolutely right. Cabal just, and we didn't see what the rotation looked like, but opting to bunker inside the hard point, not having feelers out at all around what's happening in the back, is just too easy of a flood from FaZe Falcons.
Yeah, because you just give up all that space, man. All it takes is one player to approach past that 50-yard line behind enemy lines. And if your teammates are finding kills through the front, then you're spawning all the way across the map. They know that they have the advantage, and that forces your teammates now who are still alive to panic and towards the time because there's more angles that they thought that they had to watch. And unfortunately, they get broken in the final P2. FaZe Falcons take map 1.
All right, well, let's take a look back at our series because we're about ready to load into Scar Overload. Again, Scar and then Colossus Hardpoint guaranteed for us. And the conversations surrounding the Search and Destroy would continue if we get to the raid where Torn Esports, you feel like they'd probably have to win this in a 5-map affair. But anything can happen, and if you set the tone early on a Scar Overload, it can get out of hand quickly. Omit Brooklyn will be spawning on the left-hand side, Torn on the right. Here we go.
Yeah, and it's all about the breakoffs, especially in Overload, so who's going to be more efficient, to take more risks that can work out in your favor, and that's going to be Jet. Ego challenge from the top side of Motel while TK finds kill number 2. You have the info onto Dylan Rex, who's knocked down to 42 HP. You would have loved to take care of it very quickly, but he finesses, stalls time. Teammates now have to respawn to stop it again.
Jet trying to play around the back, read by Standy. So the defense, so to speak, for Net Brooklyn comes up, and he wins the map control at mid. Nice stun onto Hitman, completely over affects him, and Paul will grab and try to wrap this over towards the A side of the map with Dylan playing the pivot point at mid.
Yep, and you have Standy working on this late pitch, so everyone's waiting for Standy's first contact. He's also able to find that first kill. So you're going to draw the attention for Torn Esports. They're going to be weaker on their setup around this A point. That allows Dylan Rex to fly on in, even though he's only able to take down 1. The goal line stop is great there for Torn Esports.
Yeah, really, really nicely done to not get overly distracted by the play that was happening on the elite. No, not going to happen. Red nicely. TK on 4 in a row. And we'll gain a little bit of space. Omit Brooklyn are still trying to run it down to get the EMP carrier taken care of. But they'll have to play some respect here as Hitman gets a couple. And TK is going to wrap this over towards Red.
I'm going to allow this one guy to make a play. Thankfully, you're still in the vicinity to keep your EMP carrier alive. But now it's too real. The guy who made all the plays in the Search and Destroy gets cut down. Great shots out of Hitman. So another stop there for Torn Esports. They're just trying to desperately fight out of their spawn.
Yeah, they sure are. Pressure in possession, I'm sure, very much so favoring Omit Brooklyn, but still 0-0 the count. Torn Esports trying to work out of their spawn. Rex at the window. Takes a nade to the chest. Doesn't matter. No one turns around for him. Rex is able to get 2. Now you got the EMP with a follow-up kill moving over towards A. Can anyone get nades over the top of the fences? No, not in time. Plus the kills go the way of Omit Brooklyn. Rex in particular on 4 in a row, but eventually taken down. Standy looking for an exit. Likely not going to be allowed to. And, well, yeah, okay. Everything starts to restabilize a touch, but now 2 reels in your back line.
Yeah, it's up quick. This guy's already behind enemy lines. He knows, all right, well, their SMG duo was causing some mayhem, so I could potentially catch the timing here and do the same exact thing, but quickly going to be taken care of by Mints. You're still desperately trying to get out of your spawn, desperately trying to maintain some map control so you can try to get the first score on the board, but every time you find a kill, Omit Brooklyn are responding very quickly.
Yeah, that's a nice elimination, though, from Jet at mid-deli, and a follow-up from Mints is perfect. Now you finally have some space. And if you're Jet. Just don't drop this position. Allow your teammates a chance to move forward, but he will fall. Omit Brooklyn setting up through P5. Nades are landing on top of the plane heady. A lot of them are. And so that's enough for 2Real to get some space. Move on over. See if you can find some low health pools. The wall bounces. Not able to find anybody immediately. Over and up. 2Real finishes off onto Mints. Last player left alive is TK down low. And he will be found. Chance to grab and go here.
Yeah, and Paulux already being the lead blocker. Dylan is able to find that first kill. You get the trade onto the player at the point. And 3 for none in the trade battle leads to quickly Omit Brooklyn up by 2. Minute 30 left to go. Torrent Esports do have an opportunity here with the spawns that they received to quickly try to put one on the board, but Omit Brooklyn already here, ready and waiting with trophy systems at the feet.
Yeah, but Jet gives you 2. Now the last remaining members from Omit Brooklyn are coming off spawn, but Rex is able to find the shot. Standy, the follow-up, and it's got close. It got really close for Torrent Esports, but not far enough. Nades starting to come over the top. Rex in some trouble, but keeping his life. Defense still surrounding this mid-18-wheeler. Trophy system to keep Dylan alive. Oh, didn't get there in time, though. And there's an opportunity for Torn to still do this, but the problem is the EMP is reset and no one is playing for it right now.
Yeah, we can't keep on allowing Omit Brooklyn to get these trades because it was Pollux from top green, lines up 2. When they found the initial 2 kills, so he instantly is able to make up for it in the numbers. Now slow down the aggression again from Torn Esports. 40 seconds left. Another opportunity here where Omit Brooklyn have a lot of map control to work with, but Torn Esports are taking their sweet time working out of their base.
Yeah, 30 seconds to play. It has to be perfect. Clean for TK. Mint's able to follow. That's a lot of space for Hitman up top, too. Standy wins the first. If you get this kill on Hitman, it'd be massive. At least push him off the angle. Jet trying to jump and go. Mintz gives you 1. Here comes the push in, and yes, it comes through for Torrent Esports. Maybe enough time for this EMP to get picked up and send us into overtime as well.
Yeah, potentially another chance here at a score. All you want to do is keep it dead center of the map if you are Omit Brooklyn. You're going to be able to retrieve it. Hitman already has presence in towards green. That's 2, making 3 dead in the feed. Your safety net is going to be Paul Lex. He lines up a double, but it's not going to lead to a stop. So even though it was a late start there for Torrent Esports, a fantastic bloom to close out that half to end it at 2-2.
That's a huge recovery. In 4.5 minutes worth of this map, Jay, was all Omit Brooklyn putting pressure on spawn, but
yeah,
I just feel like a lot of teams are starting to understand, like, okay, if they're going to keep running SMGs into our top blue building, we have the ability to get at least somebody over to mid-market. And if you win the trade of the guy back in your spawn and you get a win up front at mid, the spawns on the left side of the map are not great. Like, to come all the way out of that top left corner, not fun.
Yeah, spawning backside green. Having a rat back, bank on a stunner on 8 to connect to slow him down. They didn't really allow Omit Brooklyn any chances there to get those stops. So, Torrent Esports hold the momentum back on their side. 2-2 split in the trade fights. As Mintz is so impressive towards the backside of White Wall. And even though neither team currently has the map control that they want, it's still a battle.
Yeah, pretty even affair right now. Jet sees Standy's nade over the top. That will land, but TK mid-map. Catches 1, knows there's a second, finds the last bullet on the 2Real that's needed, and that's enough for the EMP to be grabbed by Jet. But still, working on space to work with our Torrent Esports. Trophy system trying to keep them alive over towards B3. And Standy, who tries to feel it out, will be punished. So now you've got number 1 and number 4, Mince and TK, working on routes through mid. The EMP is going to go back towards that direction, but Rex stops the play.
Yeah, now it's on TK. Potentially open up a lane for your team, but he's only able to take down 1, and then all of the rest drop like flies. So thankfully you get those close green spawns to stop the EMP from moving. But Omit Brooklyn have retrieved mid-map control, and now we're looking to add score number 3.
Big win. Got to grab the EMP though before it resets. And it will reset. Shouldn't be much of an issue for Standy to grab this as Rex continues to try to put the issue forward. Follow-up from Paul is good. He's going to have to win the next couple, though. He wins the one on Hitman cleanly. Now over to the point. Paul does enough damage to give Standy the kill, but the spawns are too close, too formidable, and there's no opportunity for Standy to push forward and score.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Standy just back down, allow his teammates to assist him while you still have EMP in your possession, but now you're just sort of trying to find your kills wherever you can find them. Paul Lex is able to find 2 through the middle of the map. Reset goes down again. So 2 minutes without a score, but this is an opportunity here for Omit.
Yeah, sure is. Off the regen. Rex looking for the crossers. Nice shots onto Hitman. And the rest of the defense cannot get there in time to stop Paul on the score, who actually finds elimination after the connection on the EMP as well. And then 2Real moving over through P5 is going to move the spawns to red. A bit Brooklyn is in position to try to read this and deal with it. And they're finding the kills they need.
They just need some more presses over towards plane side, because with 2Real in the spot that he is, he's blocking those spawns towards back green. But now his teammates are losing a couple fights, so he got to keep himself into the play, just finessing his life to perfection. There's no way you're going to be able to track him if you're Torn Esports. TK tries to get a jump on him. He gets caught. And as long as you allow 2Real to continuously just finesse up here, there's no way in hell you're ever going to touch that EMP.
Yeah, he's just doing whatever he wants. Paul finds one, 2Real. Tag down low. Defense trying to get themselves set up as the score towards A is on the way, and it will get through the threshold before Rex drops to Hitman. 3 straight kills on the exit, though, and look at the space from Jet being grabbed. That's a huge win for Paul, though, at mid-map. Does he get more? Almost. Vince with the trade. Jet known on this rotation behind. The EMP, oh, goodness. Maybe a missed opportunity. Torn playing through mid to help out of the positioning is not in a position to grab.
Yeah, they just needed to trust their teammate. All right, stall as much time as you can, but at least go to the right side of the map so we stand a chance at potentially getting the score. But everyone through the middle allows Omit Brooklyn to stabilize off of the respawn, clear out of their base, and now on the attack with 1:30 left to go. This needs to be a top for Torn, or this is going to be the map.
Yeah, sure feels that way. 125 in the clock, 3 dead. Dandy just trying to finesse,
it up.
create
Back
some
it
time.
up.
Yep, exactly right. Pistol out, nice shots for the first. Traded with extra kills. Yeah, that works out nicely for Torn. They're going to come off with close spawns towards front green, but Rex once again comes away with 2. And that might be enough to put this one a little bit more out of question. Now, I will say, Torn Esports were able to score twice in 30 seconds. So.
But the reset over towards Motel is not going to help them. They have plane control. They have been, but they have nobody over towards Motel. And now Omit Brooklyn on the right side of the map, and another opportunity to get a score. You lose your 2 initial blockers, though. And I love the heads-up play by Paul X. Let's control the EMP,
nice,
because we are controlling the game.
Yep, move it over to a Motel and just play a P2 setup, essentially. And Rex on 3 in a row. They're just going to push it forward, try to put this one out of question, and that will indeed be the case. 5-2 the count. Torn Esports were fighting back, but again, just watching over the top of this map from start to finish. Omit Brooklyn were in control from pretty much start to finish, save 30 seconds of action.
Yeah, they just didn't really give themselves a lot of opportunities to get scores if you are Torn Esports. The one time that they actually had it is when they got a 4 dead. Jet taps the ball all the way back over towards plane side, but then your lead blocker works through Deli, loses the gunfight, and then all 3 of you guys get gunned down over towards plane. As the only time they ever had an opportunity. So other than that, it was Omit Brooklyn controlling the pace of the game. ARs again, not missing shots in another respawn. And now we're up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, and that's just another one of those respawn modes that just continues to let us believe in the full effect that Omit Brooklyn are just doing the right macro moves almost every single time. I mean, such a solid handle. So, a round 11 win in the search and destroy, but the overload just as convincing as the hardpoint was. Colossus comes up next. I think the only real kind of benefit there for Torn is that they can get loose and get wild with the NPC. And, you know, we've seen a couple of players like TK, like, just have insane POVs. So you're just going to try to outskill them here, feels like.
Yeah, that's what you're going to do here on a map like Colossus, because the fundamental aspect so far in 2 different respawns isn't showing its faith. So you need to put yourself in a grade A bang out on Colossus where it's just, all right, let's just win our gunfights. And off of our gunfights, put ourselves in a position to set up at these new HPs. Because the little macro game, Omit are definitely dominating in that aspect. Another stellar performance, like I said, out of the ARs. This time, Paul X one-ups Dylan Rex a little bit, but 29 traded kills on both ends. Well, Paul X is still getting objectives in with 4,300 damage. Yeah, you couldn't trade that guy on the map.
Yeah, he was great. Okay, so looking back over the highlight reel, again, Omit Brooklyn, outside of that last 30 seconds, things get a little squirrely. I mean, time of possession meter would be 80-20, it feels like.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, at least. And I will say, like, for Omit Brooklyn, and looking at players, well, I'm really all 4 of them, right? Like, Rex, Paul, similar roles. Both have had chances in the league on that role that they provide and they prefer, but can't really do the damage they need to boost their team. Two Real, Standy. I don't know, like, I feel like Standy was in a position on the teams he played on where they just generally were not well constructed. I don't really think he was necessarily the problem, but they were just not great teams. And then Two Real was thrown into, realistically, just a weird situation where, like, was he really actually given a full effort? And I always say that he's got a play style that really reminds me of, like, Neptune when he was in Challengers.
Yeah, just like Brains and Gunny. I feel like Two Real's definitely developed the Gunny over the last couple of years. He's always been one of the smart SMG players, not afraid to make a play, not afraid to take the risk. That's why you see what he's able to do, or at least bring to squads, especially in Search and Destroys. But to compare him to Neptune, oh no, it got to be like early Neptune, because MVP
Early
Neptune,
yeah.
nah.
No. Early Neptune. Like when both were in Challengers, like coming off of that weird Florida Mutineers year.
Yep.
So,
I can see it.
I like that. Thank you for backing me up there, Jay. Colossus Hardpoint next for us on the Alpha, but we're going to go over towards the Bravo stream, which is ongoing. We'll find ourselves at a 3-3 count. FaZe Falcons were able to win the map 1, if only barely, on Sake. And now we're going to get a B plant in a 4v3 situation for FaZe Falcons on the retake.
Got the numbers.
Just kidding. Oh, never mind.
You're going to try to clear out towards the backside of Bibu. Proto. He's thinking that he has the opening, but you don't check the right corner. Now it's late in Tiki. Left in a 1v3. 11 HP, 1v2. Okay.
Whoa, hold on a second. He's got some space here. Defaulted to the pistol. Back inside of Tiki. Gets the reload off. 15 seconds. Fresh health pool. Contact is in. A couple of shots are through. You still can finesse the time.
Oh, no.
With the knife, brother. Oh, goodness.
The crazy thing is, Al, like, Nate could have 100% clutched that 1v3. Once he gets the first kill, great. 11 HP in a dream. Second kill, even better. But you're also able to get out of the position that you were just trapped in. Instead of allowing the time to be your best friend, you just force the gunfight when you don't need to. And you give Roxas a chance, and he makes the most of it with the shank. Just back out. Go up water steps, force him to look for you a little bit longer. And that would have been a heavy momentum round going in your favor. But you gift have on the Roxas, and he makes you pay for it.
That's all right. And that's the difference between up-and-coming amateurs and veteran CDL players right there in a nutshell. Cannot afford to make mistakes. CABAL setting up a 3-man defense at A. Nades should have impacted Nate. Roxas is the first one to fall. Luca, good for the gunfight to trade things back to a 3v3 early.
So a lot of presence towards ring. You're investing a lot of stuns, a lot of nades to open up a kill. But now CABAL is just going to disengage. And this might work out because FaZe Falcons, even though they're showing presence over towards Laundry, they're not going to quickly gain the info. No one's here. So they shouldn't waste any more time on getting this bomb down, but they're still waiting.
Yeah. Wow, Vikram.
Yeah, that's
okay.
tough.
Yeah, I'll say. QK just not allowed to move. So Luca's going to play on top of the bomb heady. Oh, boy. He's going to have to win a gunfight or two here. And with 30 seconds on the clock, him and Nox need to make a choice of what they're going to do. They're going to try to re-clear mid.
Yeah, I guess so. 25 seconds left. We're just going to battle the position that we didn't have. A complete blind spot on the map. Now it's a Luca left in a 1v3. Yeah, like, FaZe Falcons now 2 different search and destroys that we've watched them in. They're just, like, even with the map control, still waiting for more info before they even think about the objective. Like, it was such a quick reaction for CABAL to contest the way that they did on the backside of Laundry. But FaZe Falcons, when they realized they backed out and they already had Laundry control, at that point, you need to just instantly get the bomb plant.
Yeah, agreed.
You waste time, and unfortunately, you lose the round.
Indecision. Big killer in that one. Back over to our main featured matchup, though. Omit Brooklyn trying to close things out 3-1, like we talked about for Cont Esports. Throw yourself into a Colossus, and let's get Nixie. Let's see if we can just out-skill Omit Brooklyn. And so far, the SMGs for Torn are looking pretty good. Omit Brooklyn spawning on the top side of the map will just try to play to stop the rotation over to do it. With that Semtex hitting, they're going to now try to make a play to contest this last 15.
Yeah, you might as well. Don't give it this time for free, but SMG still reigning supreme. Jet finds 3 in a row. And thankfully, if you are Omit Brooklyn, you still have the spawns over towards back blue, but now it's Mitch trying to make a big-time play. He gets caught, and now Hitman on the opposite side got some really bad timing switching between guns, and that's going to allow Omit Brooklyn to potentially lock down these spawns towards the backside. They should, as long as they get this last trade.
Yeah, Standy will jump in for the contest, able to find Hitman on the corner. Still looking for the player inside the hill.
Vince.
We'll move out to the back. Rex trying to lock him into position. Help is on the way. And he will wait, but whoa.
Dude.
Vince is finessing back here, but finally Rex is able to get the pistol win. That's enough space for Tort Esports to try to join him, and that will finally be Omit Brooklyn locking the spawns and the hill.
Jet was thinking, all right, it's last guy, one shot. Let me just sprint at him for a free kill. But Dillarex locates that one for free and allows his teammates to spawn right next to him. So still the back spawns are going to be here, but just the raw talent, the gunny from Tort Esports, right through the front door, hitting the wall bounces as Mince comes off the respawn and locates 4 in a row. Leads to the break at P2. You got a 20, almost 30-point lead going over towards P3, and now it's a one-on-one for the Roto.
Yeah, bro, these guys just want to be in this, on the mix, in the chaos. That's working out nicely for him. Jet in and out of tunnel. Rex will fall off the map. 2 really to get 1 before being traded, and 2K, or TK rather.
Dude!
Lead everyone up through mid-tunnel. Yeah, this is exactly the play style that Tort Esports wants. Not a sake.
They said
50
4
plays
NPCs.
20.
I'm in.
Yeah, bro. I know.
So far, they are holding this one down. Omit Brooklyn trying to now break from yellow side. Mince locates another double. Crossfire is being set up. Both the players on the timer are going to be half health, so might as well go for the ego, chow. Tort Esports, all right, this is how they must have beat Bittersweet. A Colossus HP had to be in the mix because these guys are just flying and frying.
DK standing on the pinch. Ends up the exit time. Leaves the focus for Omit Brooklyn to be purely on rotation to new, where Rex makes safe the middle of the map at Turbine. Vince up front. Could look for an early contest. The first battle. Cannot get away. Jet trying to get free. Not going to happen either. And this is, I will say, the one thing about it. Yes, you have Tort Esports showing some cracked POVs, but you just cannot figure you're going to win this map outright by continually breaking. Omit Brooklyn will get the rotation win.
Yep, and they already shut down that first wave. They're now prepared with trophy systems for the second. They know that the pressure's going to be at the front, and if Dylan Rex is going to hit a team frag, yeah, that's not going to help. Tort Esports again right through the front door. Don't even invest anyone on a route. Have still yet to flip the spawns, but Hitman is locking it down for the front. Now here TK, he's going to fly on in, and now the back is secured, and Tort Esports can soak up this final 20.
Yeah, going to be up to about 150. You rotate over to P1. 2Real gets the first and second on the rotation. Maybe allows one more finesse hit for the exit time with this contest, and that's exactly what's trying to come through. But TK, Jet, Mince, all hold on, and yeah, it will be 100 plus to 49 as we rotate to P1. Statue control though for Omit Brooklyn.
All right, Omit Brooklyn are going to have to make some adjustments on this gameplay because the fundamentals aren't really in for Tort Esports. It's just the absolute gunny 4 right through the front door. Potentially someone else whip out an extra NPC or just stack the rotation setups a little bit different.
Yeah.
Because now this has been great here at the P1 for 20 seconds, but
that's a joke.
On the first attempt for Tort Esports, they take Statue, they take top mid, and now they have the guns ready and waiting. Oh,
damage
my.
on TK. Can't find the kill. Rex, nade cooked. Mince falls out of the hill. Still contested. And Mince able to win back Statue for Tort Esports, who are now flooding back over to the hard point, and that will work. 3 dead. Information on the last 2Real finessing, trying to play his life for a double. That's huge as we have 13 seconds before the new hill.
Yeah, and this is what caused Omit Brooklyn problems versus that FC Stallions lineup. Just getting blitzed. Just getting ran down. Not prepared for all the quick engagements right in front of your screen. But off the rotation, they are doing the little things correct. They just desperately need a good hold here at the P2, and 2Real watching the OE finds the first, sets up Paul Lex or himself for that second kill as well.
Everything being locked in. Tort Esports, 45 seconds to try to finesse this break. And they're working around the back. Paul, good for 1. Not the weapon he wants to take that battle up top at P1. And how about this quick rotation, falling back out of the statue into the hard point. Completely catches Omit Brooklyn off guard. They were so focused on the wrap through P1. But a quick change has Tort Esports right back in for this back 30.
Yeah, there's still 25 seconds, and Omit Brooklyn is desperately trying to work their way back on in. Pistol hits for TK. Mince, unfortunately, knocked down to half HP, is not able to get that trade onto Standy. But now it's Jet's turn to not give up this final 15 for free. Gonna fly on in, give up his life for free. And also this 10 seconds to Omit Brooklyn, but Torn Esports have P3 on lock.
Feels like one good rotation win could give Torn Esports a look at a map 5. Problem is, Omit on their break looking solid. Tough battle against TK. Trying to follow up his 2 real, able to get away and keep his life. Help from Paul X on the backside pinch. Now he can focus on the front. Nice shots from Paul X. Mints inside tunnel, kept safe by TK, and Torn Esports will retain possession of the hill.
It's crazy. They just keep on trading for the front. That's all it is for Torn Esports. Just keep on gunning. Players are knocked down at half HP. Go for the eco shot. You might as well. And Jet is still finessing. Look at the movement. The Omni off the ball bounce. Just finesse his life as long as he did. Stays alive over towards the yellow. You're thinking that the back spawn is going to be blocked, but Paul X actually has a blessed opportunity. Can he make the most of it? No, he gets quickly taken care of by Hitman. But that was a great hold from Torn at the P3, and now finally have a rotation that they want.
Well, this little push through will force Torn Esports to spawn back towards P2. So Omit Brooklyn are going to be here first. Hitman try to chase with a knife, but goes rifle instead. Nice shots to the corner, but back and forth kill feed. Torn Esports still not spawning in. Jet trying to lock down the side door. Good damage onto the second contestant, and we'll find 2 real up and over. Now you've got numbers for Torn Esports from the front. TK working on an opportunity to push forward as Jet's onto 3 in a row. Mint's right there with him, and Torn Esports have to push back a bit Brooklyn.
Yeah, these guys are flying. Even with Omit Brooklyn consistently having the back spawns, they can't get in. You can't get traced through side door. We're not having impactful kills through the back end. But finally, we get the first kill to go our way. But still, it's going to be a 2v2 to try to hold on the remaining time. It's going to fall into Mint. And with the drop shot onto Dylan Rex, Torn Esports is still holding.
Yeah, these guys are just gunners, bro.
Oh, my.
Holy cow, dude. They are not happy that Blackheart's not in the pool. Tell you that. It'll be 200 to 123. Then Brooklyn are just trying to play the game the right way. And Torn Esports say, we don't care. We just want to find every single engagement possible. And it's working out nicely.
Now up by 80. Omit Brooklyn have to start to dominate the kill feed. And that's a good start. Paul X finds 3 over towards statue control. So this should be a good chunk of time going the way as long as you have a trophy system to keep your teammate alive. But it's all about statue control. You don't want to get bad timing, but there's too many angles to watch. 3 for 1. Torn are going to be in.
Yeah, sure are. Paul trying to dance with Mints, but doesn't work out for him. Torn Esports holding onto the P2 side of the map and finding time on the first hill. And Omit Brooklyn are looking to double hit over towards statue. Mint's the first contact. Good for 1. Up and over. Yeah,
hello.
That'll work onto Rex. Trades are out. Possible 2v2. TK will fall. And with that, there's an extra elimination inside the hard point. Omit will jump in, find 15 seconds, and now work on the rotation to new.
Yeah, but Torn already find that first go off the rotation. First opportunity that they have to be the team initially to start off the P2, but the pressure for Omit Brooklyn pushing them back.
Big
Last man is Hitman. He falls. So a perfect sequence there from Omit Brooklyn to break when they need and to win the rotation when they desperately need it because they need at least 40 to 50 seconds here at the P2.
Lockdown on the OE, looking decent. Standy wins 2. Paul's waiting for someone to drop down over towards the P1 stairs. Not going to work out. That's 2 straight eliminations for Torn.
Spawns are blocked.
Spawns are going to start to move here. They're not blocked perfectly. 2 real gets 1 from the back, and he's got to find everything else, and he only gets 2. Break is in. Opportunity for Torn Esports to win right here. Omit Brooklyn have to break.
They got to go through the front. You're going to try to set up on these long routes. You're going to get cut down. You know your next wave has to be committing. Just stuns and nades through the front door. Standy, last man standing, does get the break, but for how long?
Rex able to assist, and there we go. 18 seconds of scrap time still being battled for. Cannot win here. Will Torn Esports, but they can get close, and Mints just continues to double up. TK with the 3rd and final. It'll be right around the 245 mark as we rotate over to do Omit Brooklyn have to play perfect COD from here.
With the leader's advantage that you have, this is where you're guaranteeing the win by someone taking a long route. So even though it's been head bashing every single time for Torn Esports, this is where the fundamentals have to come into play. I love the fact that TK is understanding we're not going to break this through tunnel, so let me work around backside yellow. Because if I win this one-on-one, spawn all the way across the map, this is the situation we were looking for.
Yeah, Mints being chased, taken down. Here comes the rewrap over towards the Godheady side. Jet, nice shots. Follow up. Traded out evenly. Then Brooklyn trying to take some high ground control. Hitman will drop. Mints trying to play his life on the corner. Nade's not going to fully land. Paul's able to get a trophy system down. We're not done yet. Stuns are through. Standy wins the first gunfight. and 20 seconds of time. Jet's going to play for a
careful.
pinch.
Uh-oh.
And he only gets one. So hold on a second. The spawns are going to move here. As long as you don't get broken, I bet Brooklyn will have a chance at P4.
Yeah, that's scary, man. Like, if you're going to take those routes, if you are Jet, you got to make sure your teammates are staying alive on the opposite because they drop like flies, and now you lose the rotation over towards P4. Last time it was everyone through the front door, but this time Omit Brooklyn have an NPC ready and waiting. They just need 1 to 2 holds, and this game is theirs.
No trophy system on the hill, though. Dylan and Paul are taking a ton of stun damage. The 2-reel gives you the opener. Looking for more on the backside OE pinch. Here comes the play from the front, though. No one's watching the mid door, but he can't fall. Standing able to find the kill. Rex. Oh, team kill comes through from Vince's nade. You only need a couple of seconds. Paul with the last battle. He keeps the play alive. Help is going to be on the way from Omit Brooklyn. 246 is where it stands for Torn Esports. And Omit Brooklyn will get the 230.
That's first wave already done. Second wave now in the process, and that's 3 for 2 in the trade fights. 2-real. All you have to do is value your life, but he gets cut down, and I don't know if they're going to get there quick enough. Torn Esports are going to force the map number 5.
Oh, my goodness. I thought for a second that last kill through the side door was going to come through, and Omit Brooklyn were going to get on the hard point. But not the case. The run-and-gun style for Torn Esports working out really nicely. And we will get to that map 5, and I feel like we just figured out Torn Esports in a nutshell. Let him run, let him gun, and that's how you win maps.
That's how you do it, baby. Just run and gun. Fly and fry with those NPCs in hand, because when you even take a look at the stats that are about to pop up on our screen now, a lot of them had similar time on the HP. So it's just consistency of flooding, creating all those layers and layering correctly, because these guys were making the teamwork absolutely dream working, because they weren't even thinking about the rotations half the time. They were just thinking, all right, we find an opening kill, we're going. And with Mints being the X factor, so many double kills around the map, TK one-upping it with 4,800 damage. The SMGs were flying there for Torn Esports, and now you are 100% feeling the pressure if you are Omit Brooklyn, because that map too, it wasn't as easy as you thought it was going to be, and you also lost it.
Dude, it just makes me like feel a level of like eagerness. Like, can someone just teach Torn Esports on bigger maps how to rotate better? Because with POVs like this, if they're finding this much success with SMGs and how quick they are to make reads on how our break needs to happen. Like, I'm thinking in particular that play that as P1 expires, going to P2, they show a kill up top and they re-wrap back to the front side of statue in the blink of an eye. Like, it's just their decision making is there. It's just down to, can we actually do that to set up a hold on the bigger maps? But that's a conversation for another time, as Torn Esports are nonetheless still alive, moving into map 5.
Yeah, we were saying all they needed to do was try to steal one of the respawns, and if you're going to give them a Colossus HP where they look very comfortable on it, then they are going to be feeling so damn good. You get through the map 3. You get through the map 4. And now you're forcing a game number 5 on Raid Search and Destroy, where it's anyone's game. But if you are Torn Esports, your first series went very quickly. You potentially had a chance to watch Omit Brooklyn in their series, as their series went all the way to a map 4. So you can potentially catch a couple strategies of what they like to do here on Raid Search and Destroy. That Scar's S&D was all about the defensive side, and Raid might be the same case.
Yeah, very well might be. I'm just interested to know how Torn are going to play this map. You know, are they going to kind of do the same thing they did on Scar and just overvalue the middle of the map and play their rounds outright on either side of the bomb from there?
I'm down for that, especially on Raid.
I was going to say, with how the SMGs are playing, why not? I think the other question mark that I have, Jay, is like, is Paul going to try to snipe again? Because he was not a factor.
Yeah, but we also had the opportunity to watch him earlier in his series versus FC Stallions. He was sniping, even on this map, especially when they're going over towards that B site. So he's their information gainer. Obviously, his teammates have trusted him to use that boomstick and have an impact. Didn't really have it there in that Scar Search and Destroy, but it was a one-round difference. Raid S&D can play out a little bit different, especially with the line of sights with that sniper. We see Super do it all the time in the CDL. Paul has just got to take a couple tricks out of that guy's bag.
Yeah, I heard that, man. Okay. Hearing from production that we are loading on in, so no time like the present to figure out what are we going to get for this Raid Search and Destroy. Again, elimination matchup right here, which is, again, one of those things that you look at Omit Brooklyn as an organization, the reputability. They have made waves through challengers. They've made waves through things like EWC and other pro-ams. but under threat of being taken down by the young gun squad of Torn Esports.
Yeah, this
Here
will
we go.
kill their
Offense for
stocks.
Torn.
This will kill Omit Brooklyn's stock of potentially having a chance of working their way back into the road if you lose this matchup. So you got to try to set the tone early on, and it's Torn Esports with the aggression off of Colossus. They probably still think that they're playing Colossus 4v2 immediately.
Yeah. 2Real gets a freebie. Bomb being planted at B, but the middle of the map has been reclaimed by Omit Brooklyn. Question marks about what exactly does 2Real want to do with this position. He's going to try to fight back for bedroom. Paul showing 4-3 money window, but wow,
Big
what
win.
a gunfight win from 2Real. That is insane. Backs off, sees the stun, gets the reload, but no. Paul on the other side is able to find the win, and hold on a second. Oh, I was going to say, if he guesses this correctly, he may catch Mintz trying to check the bomb, but Mintz is going to go back towards bedroom. Doesn't see anybody on. Paul sees a footstep, though. Have to push forward in to win this gunfight, and no, the sliding. Just too much movement. Torn Esports take the opener.
Yeah, Torn Esports just continuing off of the tone that they set on that Colossus. Aggression has been the key. You take mid-map away for the first 2 kills. Have water steps controls and immediately get the bomb planted. And then even though it does turn into a one-on-one, where it never should, Mintz is able to clutch up with that NPC in hand. So a perfect tone-setting round there for Torn Esports. And I promise you, Al, Omit Brooklyn are 100% feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I'll say. Especially considering how that first round goes. Just running you down mid.
It's like also losing to this lineup as
Yeah,
well.
for real,
Like, for
dude.
all your other amateur friends that are watching this matchup, you're expecting them to win this one. And unfortunately, you're down 0-1, but you quickly might be able to tie it up 1-1 here.
Yeah. Good first 2 kills for Mid Brooklyn, trading off Sandy. TK still playing over towards mid pillars. Could potentially contest the A site. Doesn't see anything off of what I think it's a stun check. So we're going to try to re-wrap and contest laundry. 2Real is there. That is not a battle that you want to take. So they're going to kill the noise, create some doubt, and then try to hit him unexpectedly with nades. No, they don't land. So now 2Real's on the finesse mission. Has Dylan Rex there for support. 35 seconds. You got to go.
Got to try to locate one. So far, 2Real isn't giving it for free.
Nah.
Relocates it towards top laundry. Now it's a 1v3, just going to fly out, set up his teammate for the trade. So Omit Brooklyn, even though it wasn't as quick as that opening round there for Torn Esports, they get their offensive of their own to tie the game.
Yeah. I like the idea of Torn Esports, kind of like just staying, create some doubt, see if maybe you can pull 2Real back or put him onto an angle where you can push up to Chal, but he's able to just barely slide back over to the help of Rex on the steps, which is probably the reason he stays alive. So good effort on the retake against the numbers, but as mentioned, at Brooklyn, just a better job winning out the fight on to A. And we'll reset, see if Torn Esports continue to put pressure down mid.
Yeah, and Omit Brooklyn, if they're going to make the adjustments to stop that aggression, do show some presence in towards kitchen. Paul X is the one scouting over towards laundry. If he has a sniper, he's going to immediately back all the way up. I'm pretty sure he does, so you're going to forfeit this A bomb plan and try to retake from so many different angles.
Yeah, M15 actually, as he moves over, he may have switched over. Yeah, head on a swivel. Wow, what a first. Getting one there is perfectly fine. You reveal Standy's position, but he's going to join his comrades in through mid pillars, which Hitman has not seen this initial push forward. Paul's in some trouble, but 2Real is free. That's easy. Now it's down to clearing out laundry. 2Real in some trouble, but Standy gets his back, and now it's on to TK for the 1v3. Able to find the first. Cleanly on top of that. Does he find timing here? No, not quite. Standy able to find the win, and the defuse will come through for Paul.
Yeah, it's a great retake there from Omit Brooklyn. And I thought it was potentially going to get thrown out the window, especially when Jet finds that one kill on the pinch, but it's 2Real again. I don't know what it is, how this guy consistently is finding timing after timing in this game mode specifically. No hesitation on his slide through mid pillars, knowing that you have a teammate over him and just that small window where he's able to slip by the guy sitting at top laundry, slip by the guy that's sitting at the van, gets in towards ring, quickly gets the trade over towards laundry, and at that point, Torn Esports, even though they're set up for a laundry setup, they just know we have to be prepared for 2Real jumping in towards the window. And he continuously is just breaking them down whenever he gets loose.
Mid Brooklyn on their next attack. Focus towards B early.
Now he's
But
swimming.
here's that Torn Esports play through mid again, and Rex is in trouble. He will fall. Counterplay, aggressive through Tiki. 2Real pushing out, finds the win, and gets into basketball. So Now it's just down to trying to receive this follow-up through that mid-first blood from Torn Esports. Good nade onto Hitman, puts him out of the picture in the money window.
And now you have no idea where Tura went. You still have Standy ready and waiting over towards water steps. He finds the first kill. Now the assist is going to be there to hold down the setup over at that B side. But again, it's too real the tone setter, bro. Like the fact that this guy hits the water out the way that he does, gets the trade onto miss. There was a fragging towards the guy top money window, and at that point, you have no idea where Too Real went. So you were expecting the guy that you were potentially trapping over towards Tiki to cover the guy that's planting the bomb. But Standy doesn't rush it. He's ready and waiting over towards water steps. And Omit Brooklyn were prepared for the aggression. That's 3 rounds in a row for Omit.
Clean. 3 clean rounds in a row. Standy's on 5, by the way, after Too Real's impressive start. Torn Esports going to go to a 4-man flood to B. Help is here, though. Standy's going to play on the backside of Tiki. Too Real helping through window. Tough battle, and Standy will be overwhelmed. Yeah, it's not the fight that you want to take with an SMG there. Rex trying to help out through water steps to try to contest this plant, while Paul rotates over to assist.
Yeah, I wonder what's taking Torn so long to get this bomb planted. Because now, you put someone over towards B-ball side, you're going to back down the bomb planter. Allows Dylan Rex from water steps to find 2 kills. But now a more manageable play here for Paul X in a 1v2.
Yeah, it sure is. But Paul thinks he's being chased. As the bomb is planted, he may have missed a small window to try to contest over towards bedroom. Or maybe not. Ooh. I don't think... Did Jet see him? Yeah, looks like yes. Looks like yes, it is yes. Jet able to find the kill and get Torn Esports back on the board.
All right, Torn Esports just basically took the same exact play that Omit Brooklyn had and used it in their playbook. Everyone over towards B, hit the early water route. Got some timing onto Standy for that first one on the backside of Tiki. And they almost let that round get away from them by playing it super slow on the plant, but thankfully you eventually get it planted. And you instantly spot Paul X from the clutch. So able to stop the bleeding now, down by 1. Omit Brooklyn going back on the offense where a lot of presence over towards this ring has caused problems for Torn Esports. So it's been cool, at least an opening round, to take mid-map, but we need to stop them at A.
Ooh, car bomb starts things off onto Too Real. Yeah, sure does. And all 4 players for Torn are playing into mid. No one has a read on this. Paul will get some damage out. That'll slow down the wrap. And extra nades will have Omit Brooklyn focused on the front. But I love this again from Standy. Taking away the space over towards jungle. He finds one. Stuns himself to a little bit more safety. Full wrap around the back from Mince. It's being read, though. Help is on the way. Dylan wants to help fight this. This is insane. Rex able to find the kill. And now you've got isolation on the player in the back. But can TK get here to help in time? He's trying. He's here. But Rex finds one. Standy finds the other. And it's a messy round that Omit Brooklyn finesse.
Yeah, that just shouldn't go down like that if you're Torn Esports. You get the first blood. You make the great heads-up play to not fully commit on the pitch to wrap back to isolate the one gunfight. But we never actually isolate Standy. He crosses over towards the backside of Rock, knocked down to 1 HP. I would have loved to see a double chow go down so you can guarantee that kill, but you're forcing it into a one-on-one with Standy still on an insane head glitch behind the Rock, and he's able to pepper, keep him away, stall time for Dylan Rex to get into play, and the 3v1 instantly turned into a 2v1 on the opposite side. That's a round where Torn Esports are going to be beating themselves up for.
No way Hitman was just emoting in spawn. What are we doing?
That's on accident.
I know it. But still. Standy already up to ring. Paul, Rex helping. Oh, mercy. Standy's feeling himself. When he makes plays like this, he is reeking with confidence. Nade stun's not going to land necessarily on top of him. He sees the nades getting tossed out of art window, but no need to push. You get your one, you back up. Do you anticipate TK at mid-rocks? No, you don't. So 3v3, and even though the map is in control for Omit Brooklyn, they're a little feeble on the setup.
Yeah, but look at Too Real again, just making the plays.
Oh,
all right,
no.
The last guy just walks right by him as
That's
info on the
tough.
final 2, and that's also going to be the bomb carrier. Now your teammates have them trapped in towards kitchen.
Dude, Jet was a fraction of a second later, a free kill, and likely the round, but instead Omit Brooklyn get the isolation. Rex finds the final 2, and Omit Brooklyn are now on map point.
It's just crazy off of what happens in this round is based off of what happens in the last. Like, the fact that Standy is put into a 1v3 and is able to get out of that situation. The guy is roaring with confidence going into the next. Takes so much space away over towards ringside. Strikes for the first blood. But the same way he took space, TK did towards the middle of the map. But if one playmaker is making that play, you got to expect the guy who's breaking you down to make a big-time play. 2-Real takes bedroom, gives the comp to his teammates, secures the round very early, and now Omit Brooklyn at game point.
Focus towards pool. 2-Real already on the water route. Mid sees it. Oh, and clean shots. So that's an early foil of Brooklyn's play call, and now they have to adjust in the 3v4. Rex has been seen. Hitman not going to overchow this. Going to wait for help. And interesting, Rex is going to get an opportunity to try to trade one back, but not going to happen. Follow-up from TK is good, and that will be the round.
Yeah, good plays from Torn Esports. Spreading their setup on defense. Mintz reading the playmaker very early into the play call. Catches 2-Real for the first blood. Because you saw the bomb carrier is sitting comfortably in towards the bedroom. And if 2-Real just stays alive, gets towards Tiki, then eventually he's going to try to spread his wings at the site. But 2-Real gets caught. Rex tries to make a play on the opposite side to make up for it, and then turns out to be isolated. And then both the other players drop like flies. So Torn Esports extend this game a little bit longer.
But can you get another 3 in a row? 3-man hit out of Art to A. No nades here. Paul's just playing for info off the jump. TK holding over towards kitchen. Nades to follow up. And honestly, I feel like if you're 20 Esports, set this bomb up, yeah, for a mid-post plant setup. So that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, what their first go-to round on the opening attack was all-out pressure through mid-pillars.
Clean.
Now it's going to work out again for them as they have the early numbers advantage. They have info as well onto both players, and Paulex also has a snipe. Just don't give up on a free kill.
Yeah. And whoa, hit marker comes out.
That helps.
That does help. 2-Real trying to chase for the kill. And they will find him. Should be a weapon for Paul to work with. Hitman on the cross through pillars. Lots of damage already out. 15 seconds of the clock. They got to move quickly. And a rewrap from TK.
No.
Should pretty much guarantee the round here with where it's planted from. And yep, sure will. Kill comes through, but not enough time for the defuse. Torn Esports, keep it going.
Yeah, even though they won that round now, it's still very scary. Like a 3v2, Torn Esports can't just leave their teammate out to dry. Like, he's preparing for those gunfights at middle. You have 3 guns compared to 2. You have the advantage. Fight alongside your teammate. Because then when it turns into a 2v2, TK, if that rewrap doesn't work, your teammate got isolated again over towards ring. And that would have been just a throwaway round even with the numbers situation. But thankfully, time was your best friend. So you push it an extra round. Into the round 10 we go.
Brooklyn on the attack. Mid setup for Torn Esports. Maybe being held by nades this time. Standy's going to push forward. As we F1 Maverick our way over to the Standy's position.
How the hell are they retaking
Bomb
this
planted,
out?
and I don't know. Torn Esports are going to have to figure something out here. I don't know what they're going to do on this retake.
Yeah, I don't know what this defensive setup off the rip was. Just gave up all the map control to Omit Brooklyn. They have mid, they have ring. There's no presence over towards water. There's so many different clutch angles, and they find the first blood.
Yeah, 2-Real's got damage onto 1, damage onto a second. Rotation in play for Rex. Standy low, but 2-Real follows. And the nade lands. So it's just down to 1. Jet, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Omit Brooklyn take the map 5 a little less strenuously than maybe map 2, but I'll tell you, man, this Torn Esports team is a team to watch for.
Yeah, I got to shoot them a DM, though. Whoever made that play call in that final round, yeah, he needs to be evaluated because I don't even know what kind of setup that was on defense on raid. You didn't have any pressure on either one of the sites. Not even pressure towards the middle of the map. Everyone was just camping the spawn. Torn Esports got to this game 5 with the aggression, and you decide to basically put your controllers down in that final round. That is unacceptable out of Torn. You fought round and round to even get yourself to that position, and just basically gifted the game to them on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Omit Brooklyn get the bomb planted, like I said, with good map, water steps, ring. They had everything that they wanted to close out that game. And at least for them, they get through this elimination match with Torn Esports. Again, another situation where they're going to go back and watch that like, what the hell are we doing?
I have to guess, Jay, that they're like, we've seen this a couple of times from Torn, both on the map 2 and here in the map 5. Like, if our first play call does not work, what's our plan B? And that looked like nades and stuns held them from pushing mid kitchen like they wanted to, and then what do? We didn't get mid like we thought we should. So I don't know. I think that there is some growth to be done, especially in the game planning, because we can say the same thing about respawn.
yeah.
And like, hey, let's win a rotation. You know, let's get a setup. If we can fry like we're seeing, that's great. But we got to put ourselves in positions to cruise our way through map wins, not continually break. So great stuff for Torn Esports again for a breakout debut. Yeah, man, you take that. It's a hell of a view, especially considering the notoriety of the 4 players you played against here in Brooklyn.
Yeah, you definitely put up a good fight, man. But sometimes, especially at this moment, where you know if you would have guaranteed your spot, you know, winning this thing, you could have been in the program and just potentially open doors for yourself that you never even thought were possible.
Yeah.
You throw away this game 5, or at least to force to round 11. But like you said, it was a well-fought battle. 250-143 the opening map. A 6-5 search and destroy, followed up by a 5-2 overload. Then an absolute bang out of a Colossus HP, and then you close it out with the cherry on top in raid. I know Omit Brooklyn were very happy to see that map. They get their map pick for the map number 5, and it closes out the series for them. But I don't know. This is something about this lineup. When they are going up against those teams that have non-stop aggression, it causes them issues in respawn, and they desperately need to have that bounce back and search and destroy. So I know they're done for their matches today, but going into next week, it's got to be better.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those, like, I'm sure for teams like Omit, they're maybe not necessarily scrimming against teams like Torn all that often.
No, they're probably not.
So it's like,
no.
you're just not anticipating that play style, and
Yeah.
it's just, you gotta get yourself dynamically ready. So with that in mind, we're done with the elimination bracket. At least now we're gonna set things to a break. Semi-finals gonna be coming up next. We've got Huntsmen for fun and Project Notorious and Stallions. Banger followed up by another banger. We'll be back. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. We are jumping into the action on our other elimination matchup while we're waiting for the winner semis to get kicked off. FaZe Falcons playing up against CABAL. It was a hot start for FaZe through P2, but a big bounce back here for CABAL has them looking to rotation for 4.
Yeah, and it's Mirage again at that P3. Did it in the last series, dominated all the presence on that side of the map. Now allows your teammates to try to win the rotation over towards New, but it's FaZe Falcons trying to hold down from the front. You are going to have Vikram with a blessed spawn opportunity. You just got to make the most of it by finding the first kill, but Luca rips him, and now Falcons all your focus towards the back.
Yeah, sure is. Interesting. Wow, Vikram actually spawns back over towards couches again. Nice win for QK from the front. And this has been a sturdy hold from inside the hill, somewhat thanks to the scattery spawns. But right as soon as we get to the 30-second mark, FaZe Falcons will win the spawns back, and now they can reinforce, try to hold the rest of the time.
Yeah, so far it's been 30 seconds uncontested, but the ball right through the front door, looking to mix it up a little bit. But QK on one end with the M15 is able to locate 4, one including his teammate. For the rest of this time to go in favor of FaZe Falcons. A perfect P4 hold. Gives them a little bit of a lead. You're going to go back and contest this. Guarantee that final 5. But 45-point lead as we hit the reset back over to P1.
Yeah, that was more of we don't want this guy behind us more than it was we want the time.
Yep.
So FaZe Falcons will try to contest a little bit, showing force from the front, but are more interested in playing through the mid-cut. Rhoda, trigger discipline here on the backside. He's going to find 2. Kind of just on the bottom side of the minimap. So in that, CABAL will get a little bit forward, keep the spawns out, and they're right back in. They're trying to make this a tie game.
Man, now how the FaZe Falcons decide to set up this break. 2 through the middle of the map, 2 to Jojo. They find the opening kill, though. So gotta turn those arrows if you are CABAL. Take up an extra lane if you're in that position. But everything else is currently on lockdown. Proto has everything at you. Finds a double. Last player sitting at top window. Just going to chow that for your teammate on 4 in a row. But this has been a fantastic response here from CABAL. Dominate the mid-map pressure. Basically tie the game. And win the rotation over towards New.
Yeah, I like the timing for Vikram. But whoa.
Oh, no.
Nice little turnaround from Aluka. Shuts that down. And now all of a sudden with the hard point still open, Vic will spawn out. And FaZe have a chance to flip spawns around. Just comes down to can they read where Nate is. No, not initially. Huge double from Nate. And that will stabilize spawns and still keep CABAL inside the time.
So back secured. Now FaZe Falcons trying to rally everybody through the front door. It's going to take even longer if someone decided to work on a route. But all they're desperately looking for is the opening kill. Aluka finds the first. Aluka finds the second.
Unreal.
Aluka finds kill number 3. He's on 5 in a row. The only thing taking care of him is going to be frags. But Vikram now going to try to one-up him. Gets taken care of. But CABAL still have the numbers somehow.
Yeah. Largely thanks to the spawns. And, of course, Vikram's nade. So they break back in, keep soaking up some time. Aluka trying to just see how hot the hand is, and it is hot. Holy cow. Knocks behind the play, finishes the final 2. And the scrap time is good for FaZe. The spawns are still out for CABAL as we head over to 3, and Roxas is in the way.
And Roxas with the M15. You would love to have an NPC this up and close and personal, but they're not going to check the corner. So Roxas is going to make his impact be felt. Technically finds almost 2 off that roto, but information onto the last. FaZe Falcons take the lead, but now they're surrounded because they lose that fight over towards Dojo. There's so many angles you got to watch.
Oh, but Roxas clears out one side essentially by himself. Vikram, the last one left. The Nox will get the final 2. So if you want to watch to see who stays alive, who gets eliminated, head over to the Bravo stream. There's a duck. And we're going into P7 Notorious versus FC Stallions. Winners round 2 action. Colossus hardpoint. Let's go.
And let's see if FC Stallions continue to blitz teams, especially in a map like Colossus, which for them feels like a playing field. But P7 Notorious still have a lot of aggressive players. DC even whipping out an extra NPC to match the aggression on the map. Locates 2, holds down statue control, allows his teammates to still soak up the time while he's contesting the spawns for New. Just going to let one player slip on by. So, Rupa, do you have a big play in you?
No, Snoopy will find him. Former teammates there, as Snoopy's up-and-coming Challengers career was largely teamed up with KB and Rupert. So for Snoopy, it's about asserting dominance. For FC Stallions, it's about finding a little bit of a we can hang. But so far, they're not hanging. They are getting absolutely destroyed, 28-1. And Snoopy is just doing his thing. He's doing his thing.
Look how far pushed out he is towards P4, just creating
This is
so much
silly.
space for his teammates to be uncontested. Eric Boom locking down the middle of the map. Spawns are still secured. No need to sweat now. Let's win 20 seconds uncontested. Beans gathers now the information that the press is going to be over torch statues. So let's put an extra gun to watch that cross.
Back into the hard point we go. And this is a dismantling. Here's the pinch from DC. 7 in a row. Working for a Hellstorm. Up and over P1. Gonna put pressure on the rotation with 20 seconds remaining. Tries to burst 1-1 away, but only gets the assist thanks to the team kill. But all the meanwhile, P7 Notorious are just kicking their feet up and soaking up every single second on P2. Oh
Now, if
my.
you're FC Stallions, you're looking for a bounce back. You're looking to cut your losses, set up here at the new time. As Millie wins 2 big gunfights through the bottom side of tunnel. Should allow your teammates to get some time here at the much-needed P3. But with P7 have the leaders advantage, and they also got a Hellstorm, yeah, you gotta retreat.
Just trying to find kills with that. Rooper will drop. Surprised that Eric didn't kind of wrap that around the top of the building to get onto the point, but came in a weird spot. FC Stallions, no trophy in the hard point. Leads to nades, stuns, all landing. Icons in the corner, nice damage. Good follow-up from Rooper as well. That's a bold secondary challenge, but Icons and KB will clean that up. And okay, 25 seconds still to fight for here on P3. And you've got a pretty solid foothold on it if you're FC Stallions.
Yeah, so far it's been a great hold here from FC. Already withstood the Hellstorm that got invested on the side of P7. And they're able to, in sync, find every single kill, but they do lose the rotation over towards New. So the task only becomes more difficult, but you're looking for the opening kill, and Eric Boom gets caught by a frag.
Decent chance here for FC Stallions in the rotation.
Oh,
Beans.
my.
Wow, we're getting away with that. And he gets a third? Dude, that's not okay. Not okay. So the rotation is won by P7 Notorious, and it just feels like any POV you pick is a good one right now for the team in yellow.
Man, it's just whoever's got an NPC in hand, which is every single player on the side of P7, besides
Oh
DC
my
in
God.
that one gunfight. But they were blessed with the opportunity to have the rotation over towards P4 and are not skipping a beat to hold this down for a flawless 60. There's just so much space being taken around the map. You don't even
Oh
have an
my
opportunity
God.
to try to head bash through the front as Snoopy lines up another.
I thought Eric was about to just turn right there and burn. I don't know if it makes a difference. This is an obliteration. Oh my goodness. I don't know what has awoken in this P7 Notorious team, but since that win in Birmingham, these guys are just dominating. Dominating.
You got to find something to stand on if you are FC Stallions, especially in this second half. Long routes are not being picked up. DC is looking like a full-time SMG player with the way that he's moving.
Brother.
Finessing, not taking any damage as well. You clear out all of Black-Blue. All of FC Stallions just can't get a foothold of how P7 are playing because they're all over the damn map.
Have you ever seen a
Oh!
PC that looked like that? I cannot
Hell
think of
no!
a single
He's
time
rewinding the clock.
Oh my gosh. Rewinding the clock and also changing your heartstrings. I've never seen Connor flying like that. He is on one though. Snoopy, Eric, all combining for kills. 142 to 56. Rotation underway to P2 with time still open on 1. Snoopy's gonna manipulate spawns. And it's just down to finding KP in the back, which that's a little too easy for Eric Boom 3 in a row.
Dude, like this entire kill feed, this entire game is just one-sided affair. FC Stallions, even when you think they just win the rotation over towards Nuke, they technically only won it towards P3. And that's where they got 30 seconds out of their 58 that they currently have. But right through the front door, Gunnies are still hot, feeling themselves a little bit. They get the break with still a good chunk of time here, but P7 are already here, bro.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, dude, I mean, looking at the roster leading into this split, 3 out of the 4, I think you said with full certainty, especially with the NPC meta, definitely contenders for a league spot again. But watching all 4 players run the NPC and do this is just unbelievable. But the fight for FC Stallions is not done. Still down 100 points, but a decent contest, largely speaking, over the top of P2. DC. Oh my God!
Whoa.
Unreal on a Connor. And the rotation to 3 is going to have more P7 members nearby.
Yeah, keep in mind, Chad, if you guys are watching this matchup for the first time, you don't know who P7 is. They were the team that won the Birmingham Open for the amateurs, for the Challenger squad. They have already qualified for the Pro-Am, but they are still playing like they have something to play for. 183 to 73. You win the rotation again, this time over towards P3 and DC. Now in his happy place with the AR, but he's not finding the kills the way that he was with the NPC.
Doesn't need to. He's got his SMGs running rampant through tunnel.
Look at this.
Boom even going to pull out an M15. That's going to work out nicely. Oh my. What are we watching? This is unheard of for a winner's semifinals in playoffs. Beans wins one of the pistols. Eric takes another 2. 21 and 14 for Eric. I mean, everyone's dealing with nearly double positive, to be fair, but insane.
Yeah, nah, this is a smoke show. I know Coach Rambo Ray, who does coach FC Stallions a little bit, he's got to be looking at this with utter frustration. They haven't been able to stop the bleeding. Even in sequences where they're finding kills, they're going 4 dead at the same time. Now P7 have their window to potentially put a finishing touches here on Colossus. Just need to hold down the wave. And if you look at the kill feed, it's all 4 players finding kills. And FC Stallions, again, so far away from the time. Gotta find an opening right through the front. You have no time to work any of these long routes, my friend.
I'm telling you, dude, it's like watching just the minimap. P7 Notorious are so locked in. Everything is filled. Any gap that opens up is immediately filled. Any route that starts to be developed immediately turns into 2. Unbelievable stuff. So last 4 seconds coming through. KB gonna give it one last attempt. DC with the AR out. It's gonna find another multi-kill spree. And P7 Notorious just absolutely destroy Stallions at map 1.
Yeah, that was a can of whoop ass right there, Al.
Yeah, bro.
You stood no chance if you are FC Stallions. A squad who loves to live by, we're running and gunning. We have the fundamentals as well, but if you're not finding those key one-on-ones, if we're not finding trades, we're also getting turned on like that in final kill cam. Yeah, P7 looked great. And I don't know, just based off of that map right there, Al, if Boston might have jumped the gun too early on the submachine gun, they decided to keep on a lineup because Snoopy with the NPC is looking dead.
Brother, it's like the worst possible set of circumstances for Boston.
So
meta
tough.
change happens, and it boosts up SMGs, and Snoopy has been doing this all stage long in challengers. He's been doing this all stage long. But seeing like Beans be able to pull up the SMG,
yeah, he was hoping that happened during Cloud9. Like, let me get this meta change.
I know it, bro. And DC just back and forth. Eric doing the same thing, very flexible, pulling an AR at times as well. I mean, it's just all 4 players destroying this first map.
Like, I wasn't expecting that to be the case. Producers were in our ears. Which match do you want to watch for winners round 2? We were like 100% P7, the team who just won Birmingham, versus FC Stallions, the team who got 3rd at Birmingham. And even though they had a slow start here in the late going 0-2 on day 1, every single match, every single map after that was a smoke show. You took care of Omit Brooklyn by blitzing them in every single race one, but P7 on a whole different level handle you with ease on that opening Colossus. And now you're going into a dead search and destroy where you got to pay attention to Beans and Sniper because we've seen him in the CDL put on a clinic here on this map.
Yep. Yeah, this is no bueno. Looking at Double Den coming up next, especially considering the one time that we did tune in just briefly to the multi-screen. We saw P7 was 8-3 on the Den Overload over Torn Esports. So that's not a fun prospect. Wow, dude. It's just like every now and again we get a level up from a team that's already very good, but I wouldn't have expected this. And I think some of it is also just the benefit of like, okay, NPC meta, you've got one of the most cracked out POVs and Snoopy on your team, dude. Like, okay, sweet, thanks.
That worked out perfect for them, my friend.
Yeah.
Your SMG Slayer previously just got picked up to the league in Afro. And you pick up the guy who got taken out of the league for his spot is Snoopy. And a meta change goes down. And it's got Snoopy smiling from cheek to cheek, man.
For sure.
It's got to be only a matter of time before he ends up back into the league. Because I always thought Snoopy 100% passes the eye test. The Dravik meta wasn't his best friend. He was putting up the funk alongside Purge so many different times. But if this was a Snoopy you were going to drop, I don't think Boston were expecting that Snoopy with the NPC.
No,
because
no.
that's a guy you instantly got to put back in.
Yeah. Well, that's a display. Let's take a look back over our bracket, though, and just kind of figure out where exactly we are. Again, looking at the opening winners round 1 matches, P7 were dominant over Torn Esports. FC Stallions, though, taking down Omit Brooklyn, definitely had us kind of looking at, okay, these guys are coming back into week 2 of the Elite with some major improvements. And, well, maybe we spoke a little too soon. Huntsmen and For Fun Esports, the other semifinal matchup, that one should be, I would say, a pretty good one. I mean, all things told, Huntsmen are looking really clean. They were able to 3-1 CABAL, who dropped down to the lower bracket and lost to FaZe Falcons. Omit Brooklyn were able to survive that Map 5 affair against Torn Esports that we watched. What are your thoughts on the final 6 teams we have here, Jay?
This is realistically how I thought it was going to play out. Like, obviously, Torn Esports, the team who just made it in at that HC through Group A. You're going against some very experienced players down here in Challengers. They know what it takes to perform at the highest level here in the playoffs. You do push Omit Brooklyn all the way to the distance, but unfortunately, you fell short. I was counting that team to be one of the teams eliminated early, but CABAL, realistically, I thought that they would have put up a better fight. Because you put yourself in this spot to make it. It's just unfortunate that you go up against the Huntsmen. You lose that first series. Then you go up against FaZe Falcons, who were desperately trying to have a good bounce-back series off of what they did versus For Fun Esports. Had a couple very tight maps, just super small moments, especially like on that opening map where we slightly tuned in for the Sake, where they were fully set up, but they were set up so tight in towards that P2 that they just allowed FaZe Falcons to break from every single angle. Little things costing those teams like that, but this is the top 6 I was expecting.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Well, just waiting on map 2 to get kicked off. And I believe the Huntsmen and For Fun series is still setting themselves up as well on the Bravo stream. So if you want to tune into that one, you can do so there. I just have to think, though, I mean, and maybe we'll catch a couple glimpses of that Huntsmen For Fun series. But the way P7 are playing right now, they got to be thinking no one holds a candle to us. I mean, this has been a beat down in 2 straight series to this point.
Yeah, you just the most recent champions on land. So P7, without a doubt, are the most confident that they can be. You get the number 1 seed going into this one. Obviously, you lose your final matchup in the qualifiers, but you make up for it by taking care of business versus Torn Esports. Clean 3-0. And then now versus another powerhouse in FC Stallions, you punch them right in the mouth on their map pick.
Yeah.
So you got to be feeling fantastic if you're P7.
Agreed. Agreed. Holy cow. I'm just in this mode right now where I'm just like, how do you figure there's a team out there that can hang with what we just watched? Because, like, yeah, the individual POVs are insane. You're finding multi-kill after multi-kill. But just watching the minimap, they're filling space better than any team that we've seen so far. And doing it on a Colossus hardpoint is impressive because, like we saw from Torn, like, they're just trying to run and gun and just hit you from the front. But P7 Notorious, that's different right there. Hearing that's taken some seconds to get into map number 2, so we're going to step away for a brief break, and we'll be back with the Search and Destroy after this. Welcome back into our alpha matchup. FC Stallions and P7 Notorious on the Den, Search, and Destroy. After a runaway map 1 for P7 Notorious, they find themselves trying to defend against the opening FC Stallions attack. DC gets overwhelmed, doesn't read the play at all, and Rupert has first blood.
Yeah, that timing there from Rupert to just slip right up to the window. Catches DC off guard. So the first blood goes down, but Snoopy does find one, but it's all on icons. This play is set up for this guy to be the closing factor to this round.
Well, I will say, P7 Notorious do give themselves a small lease on life by getting out of there. Snoopy up and around. Back to 100 HP. This would be a 1v3. There's no way you let him do this to you.
Yeah, Tom is starting to get away from him. They spot out towards the site. Completely reads them wrong with their post plant setup. And FC Stallions are able to get on the board first. It all starts by just having a slow approach on your offense. Not showing face to Beans, who had that sniper in hand, but just Rupert getting the timing onto DC for the first blood, not wasting any time to get the bomb down, allowing the play to come to them as they get the opening offense.
Clean. Well done, well done. Anytime you see Beans with the scope in hand, you always have to keep your eyebrows raised. Usually good for something that will blow your mind. And this time for P7 Notorious on their attack. Interesting. Beans is actually the bomb carrier right now.
He's allowing all of his teammates to be playmakers. You get some information there if you are Eric Boom, but don't know if you're going to read this high-low setup right around the corner. Frags are going to be invested in towards the site. But Snoopy turns and he's able to locate all three. Frag for the opening. Gunny good for the next two. 1v3 now for KB.
That's so well done. I mean, you see what the setup is for FC Stallions. You're just trying to get a read on if there's anyone playing through the inner side of rooftops. The high-low setup gets you the win on the outer side of rooftops, but no trophies in round 2. Perfect nades. And Snoopy just jumps over the top. You can't turn for it. Snoopy gets all 4 here in the round.
Yeah, he's able to earn himself the ace. And that's Eric Boom and Snoopy working hand in hand. Over towards rooftops. Baden switching the guy consistently at the site. Potentially hit him with a bullet or two, because I would expect that guy to have flak on.
I think it was double nades
in the opening. Was it? From the outer and inner? Okay, so teamwork is making the dream work, and then Snoopy just takes it into his own hands and said, don't worry, bro. I got us for the rest of this round. Tie game. As they go back on the defense, and Eric Boom, with the aggression, is just going to force him to sit in their spawn.
Brother. Okay.
He gets out?
And he's out of there. And he's out of there. With help. Just in case. Oh, no. Dude, P7 is just doing whatever the hell they want. Legitimately.
Why wouldn't you, though? You want 250 to 73 on their map pick.
Correct.
So you can currently feel like you can do no wrong, so you might as well continue to run it down. Because now in this round, it's a 4v2. Snoopy is on 5 in a row, but Rupert is just going to try to allow the play to come to him. You're looking for a quick kill, though.
Yeah. Beans pistol out. Does he see Millie on the corner? Oh, my God. Yes, he does, but misses the shot. Here comes help. And we're going to fully isolate. Nowhere for Millie to go. He'll drop. Last player left alive is Rupert playing through the mid-cut. Bomb is already being defused. Rupert will jump up and have DC waiting for him. Snoopy with the defuse. P7 up 2-1.
Yeah, you got to be able to match this aggression. Or at least stop them from doing what they're doing to you. Because there's no way in hell Eric Boom should just run right up through statue. Spot one player in couches and be so confident the fact that he's going to go off of his stun. Guarantee the kill and also get out of dodge. Yeah, that just can't happen. There's no way in hell you're going to be able to beat this P7 squad if you're allowing plays like that to go down. So you got to be able to meet them in the ring, right in the center, and throw down with the gloves.
Well, you see it there. Snoopy is a fraction away from a Hellstorm early. And we might get a little bit of a mix-up here at mid. Snoopy, are we joking? I mean, there's no protocol for that? Okay. Okay.
Oh, man, the more that this guy fries out, the more I'm thinking, Boston, you made the wrong pick.
Facts, bro.
This
Facts.
guy is just popping takeover. Not afraid to make a play with the NPC. Hellstorm already in the back pocket. And he has found 3 first bloods in this game so far.
Oh, and he
So
wants
Snoopy
Millie.
is on a roll.
Yeah, he wants this slap. Waits patiently for it, though. It is a virtue after all. And here we go. Yeah, bro.
Don't worry, guys. I got this one.
Yeah. Literally, no one's moving, bro. No one... None of his teammates were moving. They're just like, all right, Snoopy, have fun, brother.
Go ahead, man. I don't even know how you down here with us, brother, but you keep on popping tape. 10-1 here in the game 2. So many multi-kill rounds. He ends that one on 8 in a row. If you're going to stand a chance at beating this team, you probably want to slow down that guy. Because the more that he continues on the high note, the more plays he thinks he's able to get away with. And currently, he can get away with whatever the hell he wants.
Correct. I just love that neither of the other 2 teammates even bothered to come help over through mid-cut. They were just
Not
like,
at all. Hey, bro,
Nah,
you're
bro.
shooting, bro. You got that, gang. I trust you.
Beans, sniping, up close and personal. Ooh, difficult battle here. Has to resort to the pistol. Not going to work out. DC trying to fill the gaps, but gets caught through mid. Still alive. That's big. And now you can get some time here if DC can just keep his life to this long flank around the back.
Yeah, but this is what DC wants to do. Okay, you guys haven't planted the bomb. My teammates are already behind you. So as long as I hold the push you, we know that we have you trapped you on the site. And Snoopy again finds the first kill, 3v3.
Yeah, DC going to be isolated, but he at least gets one. Eric trying to follow up on that long flank route. Snoopy watching the cross. Steps on in, denied, and that will be around for the FC Stallions.
Oh, finally Snoopy loses a gunfight. I was expecting to turn and get the better of that one-on-one, but in the position is going to be Rupert. Doesn't invest in frag. He's trusting that no one is on the defuse for P7. And he makes the right decision there. It shuts down Snoopy.
If only barely. And somehow, this is a one-round game. Feels like it's already 5-1.
Because it's just been the Snoopy show.
Yep.
He's more than all of his teammates combined. ×2. With the Hellstorm in the back pocket, yeah, you might as well use a hit to guarantee this round. Get the bomb down.
Yeah, why not? Plus, based on how he's shooting, you might earn a second one sometime in the search. So there's the Hellstorm out. Quick wrap for FC Stallions down to the rooftops and Dojo. KB will get around the back here, but it's a B plant nonetheless. And that will lead to P7 Notorious largely trying to invest this retake defense on the backside of the play.
All right, so they use the Hellstorm to obviously spot the information of where you are on the map, but they're still looking to commit on this late pinch.
Yeah.
So Snoopy trying to choose the right angle. Might have put himself in the greatest spot possible. Doesn't lead to a kill, but that's all the information gained.
Beans in some trouble here, trying to cook a nade, gets caught. Icons for 2. Eric watching the setup. Yeah, catches one with a nade, and then I think it was DC from the Dojo side wins his battle on the heady. So 4-2, P7 Notorious up comfortably, and yep, that's indeed the case.
Yep, use the Hellstorm to guarantee yourself a round. Get the bomb planted at B. Every single player on the side of FC Stallions is all the way across the map, so about 10 to 15 seconds wasted before they even end the play. And as soon as they jump into it, DC finds the opening double. Wow, Snoopy also falls.
Correct.
With the information that both players left are on the pinch. Just an easy post-plan hold there from P7. Still up by 2 now.
Full 4-man hit over towards B. Eric caught. Icons
What?
off the map.
Must have been
Brother,
shit
that's a
with
free
Snoopy.
B. That's a free B zone right there. Beans in trouble, slips away. Snoopy?
Something happened. Yeah,
I'll
this is
say.
the guy. This is the guy you want to be here. Unfortunately for Snoopy, not moving off the spawn. But DC still being proactive on the map, just on
Yeah.
the opposite side. So this bomb is going to go down at A for free. And Beans is just staring at Snoopy's back end.
This is gonna bait him.
Yeah.
But bomb planted.
They can
DC
isolate
able to
this one.
find Rupert. Should be a follow-up here from Beans. Okay. 2v2. Weapon collected for Beans. Rewrap all the way through P2 to mid. No information whatsoever for P7 Notorious. Timing here, not ideal. Beans has to try to follow on this, and he will not take the battle. So, not sure what happened to Snoop. Not sure what happens with this round.
Yeah, he didn't like lag out or anything. I was expecting a disconnect or something that goes down, but I don't know. Something happened to Snoopy. And that's what FC Stallions wanted. Let Snoopy be the last guy playing. The only way we can kill him is if he's actually not playing.
If he's AFK, yeah.
But that should be a round that does go their way.
Yeah, I figure as much, but.
So it's going to be 4-3. Don't know if Snoopy's... Oh, he's moving. I saw a spin cycle. So it might have been just something with that previous round. And now Snoopy is probably
Controller died?
So please watch this guy this next round. Please.
The controller died? Controller died?
Nah,
maybe?
there's no way. There's no way in hell his controller died for that long with you not having a backup right next to your setup.
Whatever it is, we're still in and we're still cooking. DC, good read on this play over towards P2. Does he recognize that Icon's has already gotten over towards Sat? May have. As Beans takes down one, gets the second. No trades anywhere to be found until finally Icons gets one. Big battle here as KB, a little help from the smoke, works out. The Snoopy's in the mix. It'll be Icons versus Snoopy for the 1v1.
Yep, and Snoopy's not going to waste any time. You just killed my teammate all the way in the back of our spawn. That means I got this B plant for free. So now how does Icons think that Snoopy plays this? Because he tried to show face early towards CABAL. Obviously was not able to spot him on the exit. But you got to choose right.
He didn't. Well, I mean, he chose right, just didn't expect Snoopy to be right there to barrel stuff him.
Yeah.
So
it's also Snoopy left in a 1v1. Like, couldn't
correct,
beat this guy in a gunfight all map long. Like, he was bound to get that one. Especially off of what happened in the previous round. Snoopy was in the lead.
I don't know if I've ever seen Eric actually be mad at anything, though.
He's such a good kid.
He
like,
really
such a
is.
good kid.
Correct. So 13 for Snoop. 5-3 the count for P7 here in map number 2. And FC Stallions honestly have just been getting beat on every side of this search and destroy, it feels like.
Yeah, they just got to go to the opposite side of Snoopy.
Yeah.
It's got to be their recipe. Locate him and then run the opposite way. You spot him towards mid-U. Now we should retreat and go over towards A. Stun is going to connect. But they're going to back up and try to isolate onto Beans. He doesn't connect with the snipe, but has the information that the potential play is going to be on this side. While Snoopy is still showing face mid. Him and Eric Bukaba for the first blood.
And wow, Snoop is just going to push forward. What? He gets a couple of headshots onto KB, finished by DC, but that was insane. Millie will have a free plan at B. Beans is still expecting pressure through the A side of the map. Not the case. We move over towards 10. Millie traded out, and that will be the round and the map. Wow, bro. These guys are insane.
They're just blitzing them. Like FC Stallions and that map number 1 stood no chance on their map pick. They get over to the den, searching the shore at P7. I felt really comfortable on this ever since the lineup has been formed. And you add Snoopy into the mix, it's only going to improve your gameplay.
Yeah.
The guy had so many big rounds. 1,300 damage, 10 non-traded. Highest streak was 9 in a row. Found 2 first bloods, even for getting bomb plants, bomb diffusers. Snoopy was all over the damn map there on den. And now you're up 2-0 for P7.
That was insane. Legitimately take over. That's all you can say about it. And going into an overload on den, you just don't love your chances if you're FC Stallions from what we've seen to this point. 14-5 for Snoopy with a disconnect round or something that happened.
Yep.
Hellstorm by round 3 or 4, whichever it was. Doesn't matter. Still insane. It really is like, I feel for Eric. I feel for Snoopy just because, like, you're put into a tough situation. Your team is struggling. They have to make changes, especially for Boston. And then there's an SMG buff with the new meta. And it's just like, I really hope for Snoop in particular it doesn't like shatter his career potential, because I feel like he's that guy that can be on a top 6 team and boost them to be a top 3 team at least.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to shatter anything when it talks about his stock. Like, because the Boston organization, they haven't been able to figure it out since the beginning of the season. Even though Snoopy has been a staple on that organization for the last couple of years. Just like you could just tell he was uncomfortable with everything that was going on around him. And then obviously the Dravic didn't really treat him too well. And there was certain situations where he really couldn't run the Dravic because it was basically an M15 meta all throughout for stage 1 and stage 2. And Boston, I know, probably wouldn't have made that roster change to drop this guy and officially release him if they would have known that this was going to be the meta here in stage 2. Because this is the Snoopy we've all grown accustomed to over the last couple of years in the CDL. And I'm happy to see him looking as comfortable as ever here and dominating in challenges.
Yeah, and you know, the other side of things is like Eric Boom gets a chance with Miami at the beginning of the year, but immediately gets subbed back out, and it just feels like everything just kind of falls away a little bit. But insane stuff from Eric Boom too. But our Bravo match has kicked off, and ooh, 234-178. Huntsmen currently down, but in some control of P2 as we finish off the rotate to 3.
Yeah, they're going to lose out on this final 5 seconds and potentially lose out on the rotation to New. It's all about this first kill. And more guns ready and waiting for Esports. You're expecting them to be the team initially to win those fights, but Huntsman found effective trades through the bottom side of tunnel.
Wow.
Just not on to Yuli, who is on 4 in a row, and that might be enough to call game.
Yeah, sure is. What a double from Yuli. Just laying down the trigger into tunnel through the woodwork. And that cleans up the round. And the map, rather, I should say. Okay. So for Fun Strike first, in what I'm sure will be a very competitive series, just based on how both these two teams have looked so far today and from the group stage overall.
Just based off of that scoreline, though, Al, shows me that the experience came into play. There was a couple stat lines there for the Huntsmen, especially out of Swooty. I thought he was like -20. Renegade was like -10. And you only lose that game by 70. That tells me a majority of those hard points, you were late off the rotation. You were forcing yourself in a bad situation, trying to break through the front. And versus an experienced squad in For Fun Esports, they were able to capitalize on great hoes with such a great time and great teamwork on full display. Mackenzie Melts is going crazy, but everybody else is alongside him in that damage column.
Yeah. Yeah. Good call on the Swooty stat line. I didn't notice when we first jumped in, but even Brack, only 2,700 damage, finishing off a lot of kills, but not necessarily getting the assist numbers involved. It's hard to really give an evaluation of what happened or what went wrong. I'm only seeing about 30 seconds of it. But
Nah, I'll tell you, I've been playing the game every day, Al. They definitely lost the majority of his rotations and got smoked by just not finding success in breaks. Just based off of those stat lines, I'm telling you, I got to be all there.
fair. But we're waiting now, of course, for another game to come through. So we're going to jump to a break. We come back, either the Overload or the Search for one of our 2 semis that are going on. Be right back. All right, into the mix we go to our Overload on our main broadcast here for Alpha Stream. He's having Notorious up 2-0 and already in control of the device early on. And for Stallions, trying to set up a defense, but Cut gets knocked down, Millie gets traded, and Eric stays alive with help from Beans.
Yeah, now there's only one player here to be your goal line stopper. And it's going to be Icons. Good enough for the first 2. Third player going to be weak, so he locates 3. Turning defense into instant offense. Trying to take over dojo control, but do you check this corner in the DC? It's very deep, and that's a fantastic shoulder, but the shoulder might not lead to anything. You do find the kill, but all your teammates drop like flies, and now that's 4 dead.
Yeah, and you got to be careful here if you're FC Stallions. Because your last 2 defensive players are playing forward. Everyone else is spawning going over towards A. So KB has to go Galactic. Not going to happen. Good help from Rooper. Snoopy on the corner, able to find 1, and that will be cleaned up, if only barely. FC Stallions able to hold.
Yeah, that was a A very grueler stop there for FC Stallions because there was pressure from so many different angles. But you get the stop, and now the EMP is on the rotation. You just got to get past Beans. Keep on running if you are Millie, because you have worked your way from one side of the map all the way to the opposite. But Beans is still in the play. The stop goes in, and now P7, their turn to try to get their first score.
Backed up off the rooftops, though. Nice win from Icons, traded by Eric Boom. So mid-map still heavily contested. Eric taking a ton of damage. Still wants to take that challenge. Goodness gracious. KB in the corner of the outside of 10. Whoa, up and over. DC turns that into 2, but Icons has the last word. Trade. Yeah, we'll come through and everything will reset again.
Yeah, but the EMP is still on this side of the map. You see those spawns for FC Stallions. They're not banking on this deep pinch to work out for them. Thankfully, the reset is going to be their best friend. You get every single kill if you are P7, and now your lead blocker turns into Eric Boom, but your teammates are so far away that he's bound to get traded, and this stop is going to go down.
Okay, well, DC's trying to wait for some help over the middle of the map, but you got to be careful here. If you're P7 Notorious, you've got no one in position around A. They're trying to set up the long routes. Fortunately, you get a couple of players into the mix, but Beans was taken down. Eric trying to follow, shut down, and that's going to lead to likely a score here.
It's a guaranteed score because Millie, the lead blocker, wins that one-on-one gunfight. Influences the spawns to be all the way at that beat point. So FC Stallions get on the board first. D7 now have to fight out of their spawn because there's so much pressure on the map from FC. And all they have to do for now is just manage the kills to go their way, and Rupert finds the first.
Follow up by Millie is good. Still a player on the mid-cut, plus help from Dojo for P7 Notorious. Millie somehow just kind of threads the needle, gives himself a chance, but DC puts him down. Snoopy traded away. And the battle here, the front gates of B, feels a little forced, and Eric trying to develop his pitch is not a part of the play again. Not yet.
Yeah, but he's about to be. And his teammates have to find that opening kill. So now Eric Boom is going to turn into your lead blocker. This needs one more gunfight to go your way to lead to a guaranteed score. And it's Rupert in the right spot at the right time. 1:13 left to go on this opening half. An EMP off the rotation.
I'll tell you what, this feels like P7 Notorious are just not as locked in cohesiveness-wise.
Yep.
Just timing's just not quite there on a certain number of these plays. And it almost feels like they're just trying to play for the kills and not really respecting the fact that their team is not around the area to score. Maybe a chance here. Eric Boom, 14-9. Holds P2. Help from DC on the way. But again, it's like, where are your other two players at? They're just not anywhere nearby, so this really isn't an offensive threat at all.
It feels like P7 are playing a little bit of disrespectful Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Based off what we saw in the first two maps, they're starting to throw a little bit of the fundamentals out of play, but when you find these kills like this, it still is going to lead to a score. 1-1 is the tally. 20 seconds left, and they have all of rooftop control, which Snoopy pushed out behind enemy lines. So if Snoopy could just guarantee this one kill, that could do wonders potentially for a score, but he gets cut down, and now you put the EMP in FC Stallions' hands for the final attempt here at a score before the half.
Well, someone should grab this.
1000%.
And they will. Okay. Whoa! Millie? Okay. Hold on a second. Chaos right now for P7 Notorious. They'd get the kill at a really critical time. Spawns will be up through pillars. So you're able to defend this A site. Icon's trying to re-wrap back towards mid. KB, big first kill. He's got help nearby. But the pinch from Eric comes through, finds the carrier, and that will send us to halftime.
And it's halftime at 1-1. FC Stallions are 100% playing better team-oriented overload on that first half, but the Gunny was bound to make an appearance. And it was off Snoopy finding this double. Leads to 3 dead. Grab the EMP, get the score on in the tie before the half. Fantastic plays from P7 to only be down by 1.
Yeah, facts.
But now they go to the good side.
I think you're right, though, Jay. It just felt like some disrespect COD was being played right there. Of like, I got my one, but I want more. Not going to wait for that pinch to really guarantee us the setup.
Yeah, I don't got to value my life or nothing. Like, we've been running over these guys. Might as well continue to chow.
Well, opening set of kills. Looking good for FC Stallions. Nice help from Rupert at mid-map. DC wants that challenge, but turned away. Snoopy gets 2. Opens up a little bit of space for the defense to work back into the play. But Rupert has got a key position up top at hole.
He's trying to hold down the broken spot. So, you know, this is sort of the best spot you can have on this side of the map. Just protect the EMP from going anywhere. They find the opening too, but Eric Boom and DC respond with 2 of their own. So push is going to get slowed down again, and now Icons is trying to contest through the middle of the map. Does find 1 kill, and you're trying to at least put the EMP towards mid cut, but it's Snoopy again from top window, slowing you down.
Yeah, Rupert does a nice job of getting lost there. Not his typical role, but a little difficult for FC Stallions to put themselves in an offensive stature. Now all of a sudden, hold on a second, EMP picked up and tried to make a run through the middle of the map. Millie will stop that in its place. Icon's the next line of defense. Big win, and we'll make sure the EMP stays down.
And this is a scary situation to be in if you are FC Stallions, because now P7 have time to work on some of these long routes. Just thankfully, DC's not able to make his flank very impactful. And Eric Boom just gonna do the correct thing. Just grab the EMP, allow your teammates to come off the respawn before you guys execute a push, because finally they have a chance at a score. They just gotta get some kills.
You have to win this battle. There's no one else here defensively, but DC, just barely able to fill the gaps. Trophy system keeping the P7 Notorious defense safe. And Beans will grab the EMP and rotate. Millie is going to have a perfect read on this, though. It just comes down to how many will he get. Answer is, well, 1 to start. Help from the front. Now you've got a full 4-man dead. That's going to lead to a score. Really brilliant play. Heads up. The trigger discipline from Millie. And this is brilliant. FC Stallions going to wait a little bit to score so they can get themselves set up over towards Dojo side.
Yeah, I love the initial play from Eric Boom when it first went 3 dead and he just wraps it back to his teammate. But the second time, when they get that goal line stop, you probably want to allow that to reset to go in.
No way.
You didn't have any map control, but on the counter, quickly, P7 tie the game.
I'm telling you, dude, this is one of those maps that just feels so awkward. Because FC Stallions are doing everything right, and then all of a sudden someone just pops a double and P7's counter score. Like, it's just, it doesn't feel like P7 should be tied 2-2. You said that at the end of the first half, lucky to be tied, and it feels that way a little bit now. As the final battle from Rupert, clear out space at rooftops. Bean still holding the angle, and the EMP should reset here in a moment, but no, Icon's gonna grab.
Yeah, you should grab it and get the hell up out of here. Because this is where P7 wants to be, fighting waves over towards rooftops.
Oh no.
The power side for them, but Snoopy's just going to sneak on through, win 1 gunfight, and get the cap there for P7. Probably the most unorthodox overload I've ever seen, but somehow they have the lead.
Kills over towards B, though, looking good for Stallions. Snoopy doing his thing. Wow. He looks unbelievable.
Now you have an opportunity at another score, because if you're FC Stallions, you're thinking, all right, let's wrap over towards Dojo. This is where we're expecting that push to be, but Beans on the opposite side has already created a lot of space over towards B, so all you have to do is just get the EMP carrier to small room, and it's Beans lines up a double. DC eventually pitches on the back end, and P7, you blink. They're up by 2 now.
Yeah, that was a much
the best push.
Structure.
Yeah, that was the best push I've seen. Okay.
Craziness as they rotate over towards Dojo. And Millie pushing forward for a number of kills, but EMP still stays down on the ground. Minute on the clock. Have to have it if you're FC Stallions. Nade lands from DC. Icon's trying to work this long route, but you need to win gunfights from the front. This is going to provide much of anything. There's the first and a second. You get a third? No, not quite. So DC will hold the line defensively for a time being, but this could lead to an opportunity. Snoopy is the next one forward, able to find the kill quickly. And it looks like the defense will get into position here.
It could have led to an opportunity if it wasn't Snoopy, the first guy line of the defense. Guarantees his one-on-one, slows down the aggression, you take care of the player working on the pinch, and time is now starting to get away from you. You realistically don't have time to think about the rotations to the opposite point.
Got to do something. KB by himself. Gets the pistol win. Bounces back. Has Snoopy down. If you can get someone up to help, maybe. Beans.
Timeout.
No, shut down. DC, though, so critical at the end of this map. He found a couple through mid to stop the pinches on that play over towards B. And then once again, right there at the end, the final defender needed to give P7 the 3-0.
Yeah, and that one 100% was not the result I was expecting. Like, FC Stallions, I was excited to see them play against the best. But the fact that you got ran over like that, I don't know if you can contest anyone else in this tournament, man, because that's not only going to kill your confidence, but it's going to kill your momentum for anything that you built up off of those playoff wins at the end of the stage, going 3 in a row, going 4 in a row with their opening match today, you get ran over by P7. And it's only going to be a little bit different if you manage to make your way to the Pro-Am, because there's teams better in the CDL than P7. So it's just tough to see FC Stallions go on like that. But P7, off of the back of what Snoopy was doing in both Respawn, DC had his moments as well. Everyone provided their part. That was just a very easy series for P7. They're looking very comfortable in winners finals.
They got the juice with this NPC, bro. Telling you. Absolutely perfect roster set up for it. But it's, again, watching players like Beans, watching players like DC, being able to handle the NPC and clean up the same pace of an Eric Boom and a Snoopy is impressive. So a decent fight for FC Stallions here at map number 3. Certain things just kind of got away from them, and a lot of that was just off of individual plays that we saw early. I mean, again, like you said, at the end of the half, P7 Notorious should feel pretty fortunate they were tied 1-1. The first half looked really clean for Stallions, and all it took was a Snoopy double to collect, and then this play just so unfortunate. You can't get around the side, and that's just what really turns it around.
Yeah, and that's where FC Stallions are going to be putting in a lot of practice, especially in their overloads, because certain times it's great to wrap it. But if you don't have information or account for everyone on the map, and you're allowing one kill to go down onto the EP carry that leads to scores, that should never be the case. You need to make sure you're accounting for everyone, because if you're leaving people alive, they're breaking you down. And that was on full display from start to finish of this series. 250 to 7-3 wasn't even close on their map pick. The then Search and Destroy was a Snoopy takeover. And then even though the overload was very sloppy from P7, in the final 2 minutes of the game, it was basically perfect for them to cruise through this series.
So they don't drop a map. P7 Notorious in their first day of playoffs. They make their way into the winners finals, where they'll play the winner of For Fun Esports and Huntsmen next week. And I would be here for really either of those two matchups. I just wonder if either of those two teams are going to be able to hang with P7, because right now, I don't know what you do to slow this team down. They are so rapid fire, so quick on every single mode. It's every single mode they look good. Yeah,
I think I'd give the team with the best shot to take down this squad is 100% going to be For Fun Esports.
I agree.
A lot of veteran presence as well. A couple former teammates alongside each other as well. So you're going to know what piece they're going to throw at you. And I think that might be our best matchup if we happen to get it.
I hear you. It's just tough because, like, can Awakening pull out an NPC and run with DC and Beans? Like, it just feels like he's going to have to.
Can Giga go out there and get kills? I think so.
With an NPC?
Yeah, I think so. The guy's a turn.
He's going to play with some speed, bro. He's going to play with some speed. We just got
to see some Colossus.
All right. Here we go. We'll take a look to see how things are going in their search and destroy. Huntsmen 3-2 up at the moment. For Fun Esports, I believe they just won the previous defense, or part of the previous offense, so they've got a chance to double down here. Smoke contains pillars. Yuli, first blood under Renegade, and a second under Johnny. Swooty's trying to get involved with the pistol. He was running sniper pistol combo, and now he's out of there in 1v3.
That's insane, because the Huntsmen were prepared for that. Just, they weren't prepared for the smoke grenade to get invested through mid pillars. And that allows For Fun to break you down. Now in the 1v3 for Mr. Swooty, instantly going to get taken care of. But that is like, I don't know what it's been so far today. All of the SMGs making big time plays. That time is Yuli, fly through mid cut, opening double, basically already secures the round.
That was a defensive smoke at pillars, I believe, as well.
100%. That's why it catches them off guard, Al, because they were expecting that. You saw so many ARs watching those angles. They weren't trying to contest early towards laundry because they obviously expected also presence on that side. But as soon as they were ready for the gunfights, the smoke grenade throws them off guard, and Yuli makes the best play.
Love it. So 5 in a row for Mac after an impressive round from Yuli. And For Fun Esports are back onto the attack. We're going to battle here at Ring. But actually, the utility revealing some of this play has For Fun Esports kind of giving some respect and backing away and see if they can punish the aggression of Huntsmen.
Yeah, but they already lose basically the entire map. So you're going to wrap back either site into a blind spot. It's going to take some tax to clear out all the angles that you want. But 30 seconds already wiped away. Not going to rally for our actual push over towards this A site. I don't know if Huntsmen have gotten a read on it until Brack throws that shot at top laundry.
I don't think Brack saw it either, though.
He did now.
Not all 4. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think he's got the info on it now, especially with the rewrap coming from Johnny in the back, who does find first blood. And for Fun Esports are hunting for a kill, but Brack's not giving them a chance at it. Wow, nice shots from Wake. 3v3, but you got to fight back against Huntsmen, who's playing from your side of the map, and you don't love that, so you're going to try to go over to B desperately.
Yeah, this is a desperate call right here. Hopefully it works
What?
out. And it's all going to be because Mac decides to go right instead of left. All the information gained that there's presence like hell in towards Kitchen, but Johnny finds his second kill in the round. Renegade locates back. Now it's a 1v3, and Gio doesn't even have the damn bomb to clutch up on this round.
That was a weird call right there for Fun Esports.
Hell yeah.
I mean, like, I get it. Like, you get into money window right there. You're trying to watch the cross, but as soon as we get that read, we're not even bothering trying to... maybe we're trying to catch them on the exit from Kitchen, but that was odd. That was very odd. Huntsman take advantage.
Yeah, that's play calls that they desperately want back because you already had Laundry. You obviously lost the presence on your side of the map, but just to think that B is going to be crystal clear for us to get that bomb down, yeah, that wasn't the case. So Huntsman out, take the advantage. Back to the offense. There you go. It's going to be a 3-1 split. Swoody, your job, scout for the info, allow your teammates to make the play, but it's Gio making the play with the frag for the first blood.
That was 3 players tossing nades right there. Gio, Yuli, and Mac all throwing nades, bottom bedroom. So good decision on the preset. And Huntsmen are going to have to try to work back the map in a 3v4. Swoody not sniping, going to try to pull the AR up into mid-kitchen. Gio's been seen, but I think he knows that there's at least 2 players here.
Yeah, all he's doing is drawing attention. Keeping the map A. Throw your shoulders at mid. How many players are sitting on this side of the map? Cool. Because now we have even more info. Bomb carrier just planted the bomb, and there was another presence towards mid, so let's work on this late route. Long route.
Yeah, indeed. Use your numbers to your advantage. Post plant set up through mid. Swoody. Oh, what
Slammed.
a jump shell from Yuli. That's just so hard to track. Max seen that mid. But, yeah, Brack just has to try to find a battle. Not going to work. Renegade, decent damage out, but no chance to win out the round. 4-4, and Gio's on 5.
Yeah, it's just off that first blood, man. Creates that opening at the B Street. 4v3, time starting to tick, and they don't spot you as soon as that bomb goes down. So now you're forcing the Huntsmen to worry a little bit, to figure out where are they coming from. And you put all the players in one-on-one situations. And Yuli with the jump peek, cameras the hell out of Swooley on that late pinch. Gets that kill, secures mid-map, and just another successful retake there for 4-1 to tie the game.
Gio threatening for a Hellstorm as well. Nades to mid-kitchen. And returned from the defense as well. Nice shots from Gio. Takes down 2. Knows there's a third down. Third's P5. Mac will beat him to the punch. And that is a convincing start for Fun Esports. Mac in some trouble down here at Rocks. Woody finds the win, but Gio gets the final kill. So that's the round of For Fun and the Hellstorm Gio.
Oh, man, that basically might be the game there.
Yeah.
You just decide this round, all right, we're going to take mid-map away from them. And Gio with the AR, you know, that guy that rarely misses any shots with the M15. He's able to locate 2 through kitchen. Earned himself the Hellstorm here on the defensive side. And this is now a very difficult play call to make if you're Huntsman, because both of these sites are outdoors. You realistically have to draw the Hellstorm out before you even think about getting that bomb planted.
Yeah, for real. So we'll see how Gio decides to use this. It looks like he's going to call it here. Okay. So this is going to kill a lot of the round away, but Huntsman will likely be able to stay safe from this. It just comes down to what For Fun Esports tried to do with this extra space being Ganon.
Yeah, that's exactly what they should do, Al, is take space off of the information provided out of Gio. They're going to send 2 players up through mid. They have water steps control. B is no longer a possibility for the Huntsmen, but they're actually going to commit to it.
But Yuli just needs to get 1 here. Not going to happen. Awakening up close and personal. Smoke through. A little bit of damage, but he's going to get overwhelmed. Back on the pinch is good for 1. Needs more than that, and he's able to find the second. Now it's just down to can he finesse. Not going to happen. Gio, the last one left for the 1v2. He sees the exit. Oh, mercy. Shots out, finds the first. Crack. Try to challenge from the top of the bomb heady. He does have the bomb to play with 22 seconds on the clock for this 1v1.
Gio's not going to give him this angle. Spots Brack on a different approach over towards ring. And, you know, eventually Brack has to commit on this bomb plant.
You see him?
Does he choose the timing right?
A little bit of a whack-a-mole over the top of the bomb. Brack's able to get the bomb planted and get away. So now to the eventual 1v1. Brack playing through laundry. Gio makes his move. Brack sees it, but that's mutual information. And Gio's going to play forward. Brack takes the win. That's a huge round for Huntsmen to stay alive.
That's a massive round because the Hellstorm gets invested, it gets nothing, and in the space that they try to take, you're able to read that for the first blood. Fantastically played there from the Huntsmen. Better plays there from Brack in a one-on-one. You now forced to round 11. No longer need to worry about the Hellstorm. Huntsmen back on the offense.
What's the play call if you're Huntsmen right here? Looking for nades at mid. Same can be said, though, for Fun Esports. And a nade does land onto Mac. So first blood tallied for Huntsmen, 4v3. And a lot of responsibility to Awakening and Yuli on this defensive A.
Awakening's trying to hold the push to, but he's instantly going to get back down. But I don't know if they're going to read Yuli in this corner.
Yeah.
They're going to try to take Laundry before they even think about this bomb plant, but he's the guy to make the play.
Timing. Sees the wrap. Oh, but gets caught by the rest of the Huntsman offense. So now to the 4v2 post plant from B, and Swooty, big gunfight win onto Awakening. Gio trying to exit. Not going to happen. Huntsman take the round 11. Tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, they take their time in that final round, man. They allowed the play to come to them. Team nades galore. Rain over the middle of the map for that first look onto Mac. And then Yuli, who I thought was going to be the deciding factor to how that round was going to be played, he actually was. Because he turns that corner, spots them crossing over towards B, and is expecting, all right, these guys should already be off the rotation. But there's still 4 players you have to account for. Huntsman holding strong on the push through at Laundry. You locate him, then you rip Awakening out of the top window if you are Swooty. Just a very clean final round there from the Huntsman, who whiffs the Hellstorm in the previous round and clutched up on a much-needed search and destroy to tie it up at 1.
So the exposure overload will be there. The then hard point at least will be there with Fringe Search and Destroy waiting. That's the Bravo matchup for you guys. Let's take a look back at our bracket, though. Get you the final look for now of our first day of playoff action. Most notably, P7 Notorious don't drop a map. Looking as polished as ever with Snoopy in the mix. On the flip side of things, for Fun Esports, taking care of business on FaZe Falcons. Huntsmen do the same to CABAL, so that's where they got into their matchup. But on the bottom side of the bracket, a bit Brooklyn. All the FC Stallions, and you start to think, whoa, what's going on there? They barely get past Torn Esports in a map 5 affair. They will wait the loser of the match going on Bravo, whereas FaZe Falcons and FC Stallions will be playing each other early next week on Wednesday. Insane stuff, man. I mean, legitimately, it just looks like P7 Notorious right now are heads and shoulders above everybody else. And hopefully this next week will give the rest of the teams a chance to catch up. But right now, they feel unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. P7 took care of business. Took care of both of the younger squads. Obviously, the most recent one was FC Stallions, who just got top 3 at Birmingham. It's not like there's some scrubs, but experience played a factor. Fundamentals played a factor. They dominated today. Without a doubt, looked like the team that needs to be beat if you want to try to win this league. Yeah. But you still never know. Week to week, COD can always change. So next week, hopefully they're on their same stuff.
We'll find out. The Bravo stream will continue on, but since our alpha match is done, we will be signing off here. So make sure you catch the action on youtube.com/COD Challengers. We'll catch you guys all weekend long for another weekend of qualifiers for CDL Major 3. And then again, Wednesday and Thursday, same time, same place for Challengers. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be an epic finale there. We'll be back. We'll see you guys this weekend. Bye-bye.